inside opened fire at us, which was retaliated. The encounter is now over. We are putting the fire off. We have got the fire tenders here which are on the job. After the fire is put off, we will search the truck and let you know the details.
How many night parties which are supposed to be there on the highways for area domination during the night, they were on the job, and this truck, which was moving at a very unusual time early in the morning, was intercepted somewhere around the city near Sidra. While the truck was stopped, the driver jumped out of the vehicle and before answering the queries from the police party, gave a slip and ran away. When we started searching the truck, firing came from within the truck and our parties retaliated the firing. That firing continued for quite some time. The firing ended. In the meantime, the truck got fired because the terrorists were taking cover under dry grass and then the truck was on way to Srinagar. They must be carrying a very heavy quantity of arms and ammunition and explosive material which got fired, and because of the truck body has also got burned to a great extent. We are searching the truck. The fire has been brought under control. We believe that the number of terrorists should be 2 to 4. The firing continued for quite some time and the truck was on way to Kashmir. They must be going there with a mission to carry out some big terror act because the truck, the kind of volley of fire that we got and the kind of encounter that continued for quite some time indicates that they were carrying very heavy quantity of arms, ammunition and explosives with them.
Let's go across now to Sunil G. Bhatt because he's been since morning on that location where this encounter has taken place. What are you picking up on the details, Sunil? What time did the encounter begin? How uncommon or common is it that this bypass is now increasingly being taken by the terrorists as a road route toward the Kashmir Valley? And what is the level of achievement should we see about this encounter to have taken place?
Well, Pooja, in last 2 to 3 years, we have seen that, encounters have broken out on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in and around Jammu city. And in view of the new year that is approaching and 26th of January, that is the Republic Day, there is high alert in Jammu and Kashmir. And as a result of that, nakas have been laid at many places on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, because in the past also we have seen that terrorists have used trucks to reach the Kashmir Valley, because every day hundreds of trucks move towards the Kashmir Valley. So there is always suspicion that terrorists could use trucks to reach the Kashmir Valley, and that is why nakas are laid at sensitive places. And today also at the checkpoint near Sidra, which is on the bypass road along the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, truck was seen moving in a suspicious manner. The alert, the police personnel there stopped the truck and they wanted to speak to the driver, but he went to answer the nature's call. And soon when the security forces began searching the truck, suddenly the terrorists who were hiding inside the truck opened fire at the security forces. Then the security forces swung into action and they retaliated. Additional troops also reached the spot, and all 3 terrorists were neutralized successfully. But there were loud explosions that were heard at that particular time, and now fire tenders have reached the spot because the truck has apparently caught fire and they are trying to douse the fire. And at the same time,
yes,
a massive search and cordon operation has been launched in and around the Sidra area, because this Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, you can see that it's surrounded by dense forests and hills. So search operation is being conducted to ensure that there are no more terrorists who are hiding in the jungle area. The driver has managed to escape, but the troops are on their job and they are trying to apprehend him as soon as possible, because he can give
and
more
Sunil,
details
from the
about
location
this.
that you're also showing to us, this is the bypass area that the terrorists had taken. And remember, it is only and simply because of the alertness of the security forces. Even in the wee hours of a cold morning, that they tracked that unusual movement of a truck and it turned out to be of terrorists with ammunition. What could have happened if they had landed up eventually in the Kashmir Valley? Terrorists refuse to stop, but so are armed forces ensuring that they are alert to keep us all safe. Sunil Ji Bhatt with the latest coming in from Jammu. It's the outskirts in Sidra where this encounter had taken place. Sunil, thank you very much for now. I'm heading into a very short commercial break. Let's bring you some political news over a t-shirt. It is also Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra that's not getting the opposition unity that he would have liked. It's hit a speed bump. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav says, I'm not invited. RLD's Jayant also will give the Yatra a miss. What's happening? We'll tell you the latest after a break.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Students of Gurukulam call it the Khushiowala School or the School of Happiness. Here studies and fun go hand in hand. The children learn through activities like dance and music.
हमें गुरुकुलम में बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है। गुरुकुलम से जाने का मन ही नहीं करता क्योंकि सर हम लोग से इतना प्यार करते हैं और वो इतने अच्छे से हम लोग को पढ़ाते हैं। वहाँ पे हमें बल्कि रटाया नहीं बल्कि प्रैक्टिकली पढ़ाया जाता है। वहाँ पे हमारी स्किल्स में काम होता है। हमें योगा, सिंगिंग, एक्टिंग वैसी कई सारी स्किल्स सिखाई जाती हैं।
कूड़ा कचरा में रहना किसे पसंद है? यहाँ आकर बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऐसा लगता है यहीं पे रहें, कहीं ना जाए।
There are nearly 150 underprivileged children at this Kanpur school run by a foundation set up by Uddeshya Sachan. He claims the school focuses on skills and art of living along with the basic education.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शिक्षा एक मात्र माध्यम है, उत्तम शिक्षा एक मात्र माध्यम है जो समाज में फैली निगेटिविटी को समाप्त कर सकती है। और गुरुकुलम जैसे कई सारे विद्यालय मैं पूरे देश में स्थापित करना चाहता हूँ जिससे समाज में एक अच्छा परिवर्तन ला सकूं।
Uddeshya is like a father figure to the children. Recently, a very touching video of these kids with Sachan had gone viral.
समाज के लिए अच्छा कर रहा है, मुझे अच्छा लगा और इसी तरीके से सेवा करता रहे, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है।
Sachan's initiative helps these vulnerable kids live a drug-free life. The Khushiowala school is spreading cheer and happiness. With Sabah Ikram, Bureau Report, India Today.
Rahul Gandhi's first reaction has come on the conversation and the buzz over the T-shirt look that he has been flaunting lately ever since at the Bharat Jodo Yatra. And over the questions of how can he wear a T-shirt, till when is he planning to flaunt that T-shirt, Rahul Gandhi has come and said, and this time the first reaction is, I'm comfortable in this T-shirt right now. We'll see if I need to change later. A jovial response coming in over wearing a T-shirt. No political comment in turn, because he is being targeted also by other parties, this time specifically the BJP. Congress is calling, interestingly, Rahul Gandhi in T-shirt a tapasvi. So it was actually the Congress party that started to make comments like he is like Lord Ram, he's superhuman, he's a tapasvi. And the BJP said, at least don't insult Hindu Astha. But here's what he had said.
Excuse me, थोड़ा सा सही। चल रही है नहीं काम करेगी। Excuse me, थोड़ा सा सही।
T-shirt hai abhi chal rahi hai is his jovial casual response to the question that he'd asked, so not responding with any political comments. But there you can see donning hat Rahul Gandhi sitting also with Sonia Gandhi when a reporter asked a question about the whole controversy over him wearing a T-shirt in the Delhi cold wave, and also during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. In many ways this has become his trademark style. Apart from the long beard also that he started to flaunt. Remember, many are seeing it as a revival of Rahul Gandhi's image, the attacks that had been coming against him. But how much of it will translate into for the Congress party? But let's listen in to what Rahul Gandhi had said when he was asked a question about the T-shirt.
चल रही है नहीं काम करेगी। Excuse me, थोड़ा सा सही। चल रही है नहीं काम करेगी। Excuse me, थोड़ा सा सही।
As 2022 draws to a close, the world must not forget about the protests that are breaking out in Afghanistan, for example, where the women are still rising and trying to speak up as much against Taliban's regressive practices. And this time, it's not just the women. Look closely on your screen. A professor from Kabul University in Afghanistan on live television destroyed his diploma certificates in protest against the regressive ban that is coming from the Taliban against education of women that have now been prohibited in all universities. He has said, and this professor, clearly getting emotional and teary-eyed, tearing his diplomas, said, if my sister and mother cannot study, then he will also not be accepting this education.
میکنم اصلی را پاره میکنم فقط مشهد حل را فتح از این استاد بودم درس دادم یعنی میکنم اصلی را پاره میکنم فقط مشهد حل را فتح از این استاد بودم درس دادم.
Slamming the Taliban, he has said Afghanistan is now no place for education and for women. UNSC also has now given out a statement. United Nations Security Council has said it's deeply alarmed by reports that Taliban have suspended access to universities for women and girls, asking the Afghan government to swiftly reverse these policies and regressive practices. But not just that. Remember, it's education ban and it's also banned to work in NGOs. 3 major international aid groups on Sunday have suspended their operations in Afghanistan after ban on women, banning girls from attending middle school, high school, universities, employment, ordering them to wear head-to-toe clothing in public. But also they cannot be in parks and gymnasiums, as basic as an activity that women across the world literally take for granted as an equal citizen. Now, if a woman does not have a male relative or a guardian with her, she cannot even step out of her house. That's what Taliban is right now in Afghanistan. But because there are women joining us, India Today is ensuring we give platform to those brave women who continue to speak up. Joining me now on this telecast is Wazma Ayubi. She's an entrepreneur. She's a women rights activist. Also, she's joining me now from outside Afghanistan. Also, Crystal Bayat, foundation that she has for advocating women's rights. She's a women's rights advocate herself. Both of them, remember, Afghan citizens but had to be out of the nation. Crystal, in fact, was recently even protesting against Taliban in Kabul. But with the threats against her, she had to leave. I want to thank all and both of you brave women for constantly speaking up. Let's begin with you first, Wazma. How much difference does it make to perhaps the women in Afghanistan that a man, that a professor, comes on live television to say, I cannot be accepting this. How can I study? How can I teach? If women and my sister and my mother cannot also be allowed to study anymore.
Well, I want to thank Professor Mashal from the depth of my heart, because this is the first to see that a man is standing up, that too on national television, in support of the women of Afghanistan. Because in the past year or so, we've been seeing women alone protesting for their rights and calling for equal rights, calling for the right to education, the right to work, and the right to have a choice. But Professor Mashal really did a great job for doing that on TV. And I think it does make a big difference, because there are a lot of other men inside Afghanistan and outside Afghanistan that are speaking up against this and that are standing up to these atrocities that Taliban are doing in Afghanistan.
I want to bring in also Crystal here. Crystal, how much difference does a man standing up and like this in public, which is as much risk to him, to stand up and speak for women's rights? And also, do you see Taliban changing or going back on its decision with the women who are standing up, with the world that's speaking up? Do you have that hope at all?
Thank you so much, Pooja, for having me. And I have to say that there is a false statement and misconception of brave men of Afghan outside of Afghanistan, that they are not supporting their women. Yes. For education. They have been continuously supporting women and girls for the right to employment and education. And it's okay. We can understand the threat, the risk that when a man is taking and speak out against the Taliban publicly. But since the Taliban occupied Afghanistan, the men differently resist against the Taliban, and luckily. Recently, we see so many men that they are speaking out against the Taliban without the fear of losing their life, because you know that it's not about only women, because women are half of that society, and the future depends on a mother, on a sister. So that's very important, and it play a vital role in the future of Afghanistan. So for the sake of future of Afghanistan and supporting in solidarity with their sisters, we need more Afghan men to stand against them. And coming to another point of your questions, that it does make differences also, but the Taliban, so Taliban are basically defined by brutal ideology that they have that violates every day the basic human rights in the country. So I don't think that they will withdraw from their decision or any redemption from their side. They're doing who they are. And I think it's now the time for every citizen around the world to speak up for the violation of human rights that are happening in Afghanistan
and for men to stand up and say that they cannot be agreeing with what Taliban is making and sounding very rational.
Exactly. We unfortunately seeing the Pakistan is interfering in Afghanistan issues and even for their rights, which it's very internal issues. Recently, and talking that the Taliban might change their policy. That's not true, and we shouldn't believe that.
And we shouldn't hope. Why should we hope? What? Because Taliban hasn't given any sort of such reactions. Crystal, stay on with me, because Vazma, you recently went also back to Pakistan after Taliban 2.0, so to say, had taken over. Can you tell us about the differences, what it means for how it was perhaps for you a few years ago, and what changed? Because many people here outside Afghanistan may not realize the difference that is actually that for women they are facing right now on the ground.
Well, there's a huge difference. Every city was almost, dead. You don't see a lot of women in workplaces anymore. You don't see a lot of women. Of course, if you talk about day-to-day life, women are they have to go out. If you see for shopping, for other stuff, but for the main stuff, for women working, for women's education, schools, secondary schools were shut. There are a lot of women that were school teachers that were out of job, and most women that had higher positions in the government. Of course, they could, there's no women in government offices, and then there were family members and friends that were working with the NGOs, and they were working in higher positions, and the NGOs, they would engage with the government on regular basis. So the Taliban had asked them to demote the women that were in higher positions because they did not want to engage with those women, or they did not want to talk with a woman, so they wanted to deal with men. So there's a lot of differences. Like, life is very hard for women. A woman cannot travel alone. They have to be accompanied by a male relative. And recently when I went back, women could not even go to parks. Women cannot go to gym. Women cannot even go to, we have in Afghanistan these public hammams or baths.
Yes.
They cannot go to those.
And everything that appeared so normal.
Completely different for women.
For until a few years ago. Vazma and Crystal, both, I want you to tell us, and as the world is listening to you, what can we do, what can the world do, both politically, diplomatically, that we must ensure that we stand for these women? Because if we let this go, it's going to be the dark ages before we know it, and then perhaps who will stop the Taliban at all? Vazma, let's begin with you first.
Okay, well, everybody needs to speak up against this. From the people in my country, I think there needs to be a people's uprising. because they say the power of people is the power of God. So please do not sit silent and do not accept whatever rules that these Taliban are bringing in. Today it's school bans and work ban for women. The next day it could be something else. The next day it would be mandatory for you to send your sons for jihad. Would you accept that? Today it's our education, but tomorrow it's going to be that. So please do not sit silent and please stand up against the Taliban. And for the world, there needs to be, they need to engage more on political discussions. There needs to be bans. There need to be travel bans on the Taliban again. There needs to be restrictions on the money that's going in Afghanistan in the name of aid. There needs to be different sorts of engagement. There needs to be actual political pressure, not just like, social media posts. We're done with that. The world needs to wake up.
Absolutely. There has to be more political pressure that Taliban can know they're isolated. Crystal, you've even studied in India. And now that, you've had women studying in Afghanistan, you've also got your education from Afghanistan. Now you're saying there could be no women, no young girl dreaming, and such bright young girls will not even get an opportunity to be able to study, at least not in their safe spaces. Many here may think, well, we're in India, we're not in Afghanistan. What do we have to do with that? Why should we speak up about what's unfolding in Afghanistan? What do you think? Because this also involves Pakistan's interference in building Taliban to what it has become.
Yes, being a graduate student from India and going back to Afghanistan in a vision to support women and raise awareness about women's rights and empowering them by different projects that we had in Afghanistan. And our friends, our colleagues that we were together in India, right now, unfortunately, most of them are unemployed and sitting at home. They are all female, and most of male included too. I think that it's the time for the international community and the world people to speak up and kick them out of Afghanistan. We don't need any pressure, because it's been a year and a half that the international community is pressurizing from different dimensions, but we don't see any changes in them. So that you mentioned about Pakistan, that Pakistan is it's the main place for the terrorism, and they support actually. And then right now they're backing and saying that the terrorism is growing in Afghanistan. We have to fight against this. That's how they're funding.
This has to be global advocacy. Has to be a united effort, and men and women.
There must be. There is a need for that. Yes. And the international community, all the Western and the region countries must cut their ties with the Taliban.
And no hypocrisy this time. They need to cut off. That's very important. And it's heartening to see men standing up despite a risk to them, because that will make a lot of difference. Crystal Beat, Wasma Ayubi, it's always a pleasure. And I want to thank for speaking to you, for you speaking up to India today and constantly speaking on social media as much as you can. We hope the world is listening to what you have to say, and maybe this is the time to step up pressure against Taliban. Thank you very much. Crystal Beat, Wasma Ayubi, they have been constantly, not just on social media, on the ground in Kabul also, trying to raise their voice as much as possible. It's a wrap for now. Thank you so much for watching. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest.
An Arctic blast gripped much of the United States Saturday, leaving over 500,000 without power, while also driving flight cancellations, as plummeting temperatures were predicted to bring the coldest Christmas Eve on record to several cities.
Mother Nature threw the kitchen sink at us this time.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke of the deep freeze impacting her state.
Buffalo Airport will be closed at least until 11 a.m. Monday. And so I think that's going to be, unfortunately, very disruptive to those who wanted to leave or arrive and spend time with family over the Christmas holiday. And also the roads are not safe. We've been hit with everything from wind and flash freeze and unprecedented high, velocity of wind, almost 80 miles an hour in Buffalo and other parts of the state, very high numbers, as well as the snow, ice, flooding. So it's been a very tough one.
Blizzard conditions remained in Buffalo and its surrounding county on the edge of Lake Erie in western New York Saturday, where between 4 to 6 feet of snow will fall by Sunday, the National Weather Service said. Around the country, fatal car accidents left at least 16 dead from weather-related accidents, according to media reports. And more than 2,500 U.S. flights were canceled on Saturday. The severe weather prompted authorities across the country to open warming centers in libraries and police stations, while scrambling to expand temporary shelter for the homeless. The challenge was compounded by the influx of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border by the thousands in recent weeks.
India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshuta Nandagopal, rounding up all the top stories that we're tracking today. Let's begin with the headlines. Big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. Forces gunned down 3 terrorists in Sidra area, cordoned off, search operations underway. Big revelation in Tunisha murder case. Cops reveal Shizan had a secret girlfriend. Says will record her statement to seek extended custody of Shizan today. No opposition Jodo for Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. UP leg of Yatra hits a speed bump. SP Chief Akhilesh says not invited by Rahul Gandhi. RLD's Jayant to give Yatra a miss. World's third richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India Today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss this special conversation with India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year at 8 p.m. tonight.
You respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Brutal winter storm brings misery to millions of Americans as intense snow and frigid cold grips parts of the United States. Over 60 people killed so far. Let's begin with breaking news coming in of a high-level meet on the security arrangements of Jammu and Kashmir in the Ministry of Home Affairs. This meeting will be held at 4 p.m. this evening and will be chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. Representatives of the CRPF, the BSF, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, IB and RAW, along with MHA officials, will be present in the meeting. The operation against terrorists in Jammu is also going to be discussed in this huddle. Along with this, it's possible that in the meeting, the issue of terror activities, drone activities, targeted killings, attacks on Kashmiri Pandits, all of that will be discussed as well. Let's take this across to Munish Pandey for more details. Munish, take us through really what's on the agenda of this meeting.
Well, Akshita, what we have seen in this is that Home Minister Amit Shah keeps reviewing the security, reviewing about the security of Jammu and Kashmir, and such meetings takes place very frequently, and it is chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. What we have been given to understand is that today Home Minister Amit Shah has again called a meeting in which not only the chiefs of RAW and IB and other intelligence department will be present, but also the chiefs of CRPF, BSF and other security agencies will be present here. The main agenda of this meeting is going to be that how to minimize the terror activities in the valley in Jammu and Kashmir. And in recent past, what we have seen is that the number of targeted killing or number of such incidents have gone down, but there is a strict instruction from the Home Minister that such activities have to be stopped. And again, today when the meeting will be held, this will be discussed that what can be the best method to minimize or stop such killings or terror activities in the valley. Akshita.
All right, Munish, thank you for joining us with all of those details. We'll track the outcome of that meeting. Remember that this huddle will be taking place at 4 p.m. this evening. Top officials from several security agencies will be a part of the huddle. And intel agencies have sounded a big terror alert in Jammu and Kashmir. On December 23rd, a second alert was issued in which a big conspiracy of Lashkar-e-Toiba was revealed. Intel reports suggest that local leaders, these are ex-servicemen as well as government employees, are on target. Particularly non-local government employees are on target. 2 Lashkar terrorists, who could be Pakistanis, have been given the responsibility of this mission, is what the Intel report suggests. And these terrorists could resort to IED attacks somewhere between Kupwara and Baramulla, is the specific alert that's been sounded off. This comes at a time when already we've seen one such incident being reported in Jammu, and there was an intel that came in a few days ago on December 23rd that warned that 2 Lashkar terrorists from Pakistan could be involved in targeted attacks in the valley. So intel suggesting here that non-locals could be targeted by terrorists. We've been seeing several such warnings also, particularly against Kashmiri Pandits, against those who are non-locals who are employed by the government in Kashmir. And around this time, usually when you see heightened terror activity, intel agencies have said and suggested that in areas like Kupwara and Baramulla, security must be beefed up. Now, this intel alert comes at a time when we've seen an operation in Jammu. 3 terrorists who were holed up in Sidra were killed during a brief encounter with security forces. The Jammu and Kashmir ADGP said the terrorists were in a truck when there was an exchange of fire that took place. All 3 terrorists have now been killed. The body of one of the terrorists has been retrieved from the encounter site. Security has been beefed up in Jammu after this encounter. Intel agencies have also sounded off a high alert in the valley. This comes just one day after police had defused a 15-kilo improvised explosive device in Udhampur district. This again falls in Jammu, averting a major terror strike. Officials said a major terror plan was averted when the cylindrical-shaped IED, 300 to 400 grams of RDX, 7 mm cartridges and 5 detonators were recovered in the Basantgarh area. Police also recovered a coded sheet and letterpad page of terror organization Lashkar-e-Toiba. One suspect has been detained in that incident.
We spotted a suspicious movement of a truck, which was unusual at this point of time, moving on this road. This was followed, and at Sidra Naka it was stopped. The driver came down and wanted to attend nature's call, and while going there he absconded, after which the truck was searched. As soon as the search started, the terrorists hiding inside opened fire at us, which was retaliated. The encounter is now over. We are putting the fire off. We have got the fire tenders here which are on the job. After the fire is put off, we will search the truck and let you know the details.
Night parties which are supposed to be there on the highways for area domination during the night, they were on the job, and this truck, which was moving at a very unusual time early in the morning, was intercepted somewhere around the city near Sidra. While the truck was stopped, the driver jumped out of the vehicle, and before answering the queries from the police party, gave a slip and ran away. When we started searching the truck, firing came from within the truck, and our parties retaliated the firing. That firing continued for quite some time. The firing ended. In the meantime, the truck got fired because the terrorists were taking cover under dry grass, and the truck was on way to Srinagar. They must be carrying a very heavy quantity of arms and ammunition and explosive material, which got fired because of the truck body has also got burned to a great extent. We are searching the truck. The fire has been brought under control. We believe that the number of terrorists should be 2 to 4. The firing continued for quite some time, and the truck was on way to Kashmir. They must be going there with a mission to carry out some big terror act, because the truck, the kind of volley of fire that we got and the kind of encounter that continued for quite some time indicates that they were carrying very heavy quantity of arms, ammunition and explosives with them.
We're cutting across now to an exclusive conversation with Congress's Manishankar Iyer on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
कांग्रेस के साथ है कि वो घृणा के खिलाफ है, और सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ आज ये है कि हम मोहब्बत से इस देश को जोड़ें और नफरत से इस देश को बिखरें नहीं।
राहुल की एक इमेज बनी थी सर, पार्ट टाइम पॉलिटिशियन की, कंसिस्टेंट नहीं है, सीरियस नहीं है पॉलिटिक्स को लेके, वो बदली है भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से? मुझको तो लगता है हाँ। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के सामने राहुल गांधी को अगर खड़ा करें तो लोग गंभीरता से उनको नहीं,
वो 24 में देखा जाएगा। फिलहाल हम भारत को जोड़ने में लगे हैं, किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है, लेकिन चुनाव का वक्त आएगा और मेरे ख्याल में सन 23 में जैसा कि हम चुनाव की तरफ बढ़ते हैं, वैसे राजनीतिक गर्मी जो है वो बढ़ते जाएगी और उसके दौरान राजनीतिक बात करेंगे, लेकिन आज के दिन हम भारत को जोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। ये थे मनीशंकर अय्यर अपनी बात रखते हुए। कैमरा पर्सन पवन के साथ मौसमी सिंह, दिल्ली आज तक।
Now, after facing flack over likening Rahul Gandhi with Lord Ram, Congress Neta Salman Khurshid has issued a clarification. Khurshid has said that I never said Rahul is like Lord Ram. I said Rahul is walking on the path of Lord Ram. So this is the clarification from Khurshid. He claims he's been misquoted, that he never in fact drew that analogy of Rahul Gandhi as like Lord Ram. He says, I only said that Rahul is walking the same path as Lord Ram. This comes after Khurshid, remember, had made a series of comments where he compared the Bharat Jodo Yatra with the Ramayan, compared Rahul Gandhi to Lord Ram.
Affairs Minister Mr. Salman Khurshid. So first and foremost, as far as the entire controversy surrounding the statement that you have given, now BJP has mounted a huge attack on you. Say after they are saying that you have compared Rahul Gandhi with Lord Ram.
Have I? I mean, let's get one thing straight. Have I compared Rahul Gandhi to Lord Ram? Have I? I have said that we are like followers of Bhagwan Ram, Bhagwan Ram's followers used his kharao to carry his message when he was not there. Similarly, can't I carry the kharaos of Rahul Gandhi when he is not there? Part of UP where he is not reaching. That's all. Now, if I appreciate something from the life of Lord Ram, I am not allowed to do so. That's very strange, extremely controversial on the BJP's part to put question marks on Bhagwan Ram's implications of Bhagwan Ram's life to our country, the inspiration of Bhagwan Ram to our country. Just because I don't happen to be of a particular faith, I have no right to be able to praise Bhagwan Ram? Is that what the BJP's edict is? So you're going to ask them questions. Why are they saying things that are ridiculous?
So that is Salman Khurshid speaking to India Today, saying, I never compared Rahul Gandhi to Lord Ram. Let's get you details of exactly what this controversy is all about. The Congress, in a series of comments, called Rahul Gandhi a tapaswi after his day out in a t-shirt in Delhi's cold. One leader in particular, Salman Khurshid, went a step further, compared him to Lord Ram. His comment angered the BJP, which is accusing Congress of trying to block the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. But what explains this description of Rahul as a tapaswi, as Lord Ram? Is it an exercise essentially to make over his image, or is it an exercise in sycophancy?
On the coldest day of the season so far, Rahul Gandhi visited the samadhis of Mahatma Gandhi and former Prime Ministers of India. The Congress MP's winter morning outing, barefooted and wearing a t-shirt, has raised the political temperatures by many degrees. If the Congress official spokespersons first found a tapaswi in Rahul Gandhi, former Union Minister Salman Khurshid saw Lord Ram himself.
भगवान राम की खड़ाव बहुत दूर तक जाती है, भगवान राम की खड़ाव बहुत दूर तक जाती है, तो कभी-कभी खड़ाव लेकर भी चलना पड़ता है। हमेशा भगवान राम नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं, तो खड़ाव लेकर चलना पड़ता है। तो खड़ाव लेकर हम उत्तर प्रदेश में चले हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश में खड़ाव पहुंच गई है, तो राम जी भी पहुंचेंगे।
The ruling BJP, which has led the Ayodhya Ram Mandir movement since the late 80s, took umbrage. One after another, ministers and leaders of the BJP came out expressing their anger, anguish and shock.
मुझे लगता है कि या तो वो अतिशयोक्ति में कहे गए हैं और या वो भावावेश में इस बात को कहे हैं। और राहुल गांधी जी और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने तो हमेशा मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम श्री राम के आचरण के विरुद्ध काम किया है। मैं कह सकता हूँ ये दुखद है।
नर की तुलना नारायण से करना ये कोई भी अच्छा नहीं मानेगा, कोई भी उचित नहीं मानेगा। चाटुकारिता की पराकाष्ठा है, लेकिन इस चाटुकारिता से आप दूसरों को आहत कर रहे हैं।
Hindu spiritual leaders also slammed Khurshid. Some found fault with the Congress leaders' choice of God for the comparison.
राम की तुलना राजीव गांधी से कर रहे हैं और पार्टी की तुलना भारत जी के कर रहे हैं। यह कभी भी किसी रूप से नहीं हो सकता। यह इस प्रकार से राम भक्तों के जो राम और भरत के जो भक्त हैं, उपासक हैं, उनका अपमान है, सनातन धर्म का अपमान है।
Khurshid, however, was not swayed by any of the outburst.
अगर मैं किसी की तारीफ करता हूं कि वो भगवान के पद चिन्हों पे चल रहे हैं और मैं ये कहता हूं कि जो भगवान का इतिहास है वो हमको फिर देखने को मिल रहा है, तो उसमें किसी को आपत्ति क्यों है?
The Congress is trying to recast Rahul Gandhi as a tapaswi who can walk thousands of kilometers for the good of the nation, an attempt to shed his image of an entitled politician. Is the image makeover working? Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get you more reactions that are coming in from Congress leaders on this entire controversy. Digvijay Singh speaking to Supriya Bharadwaj.
कांग्रेस पार्टी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा जो है दिल्ली पहुंच चुकी है और हमारे साथ दिग्विजय सिंह जी हैं। सर, सबसे पहले जो है राहुल गांधी जी की जो शर्ट वाला लुक है उसको लेके पूरे देश में जो है हंगामा हुआ पड़ा है। बीजेपी वाले भी क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं और यहाँ से कांग्रेस वाले कह रहे हैं कि तपस्वियों को देखा है। आपको क्या कहना है जो टी शर्ट लुक में वो जा रहे हैं? आज भी उनसे बात की जब तक चल रही है, देखेंगे जब नहीं चल पाएगी तो।
सुप्रिया जी, आप वो जर्नलिस्ट हैं जिन्होंने की कन्याकुमारी से लेकर सबसे ज्यादा कवर किया है, तो आपने इस बात को देखा है और समझा है, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जहाँ तक राहुल जी का सवाल है, ये तो उन पे निर्भर करता है। किसी को ज्यादा ठंड लगती है तो कम लगती है, मुझे ज्यादा ठंड लगती है इसलिए मैं दो स्वेटर पहन के चलता हूँ।
लेकिन कहा बहुत सारे कांग्रेस के लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि तपस्वियों की हमारा देश रहा है, और बीजेपी जो काउंटर कर रही है वो बीजेपी पे हमला करेगी। आपको तपस्वी नजर नहीं आते? वो भी तो है हमारे, जो बिना जो कड़ी ठंड में जो है तपस्या कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, हमारा भाजपा से कोई इस मामले में हम उसमें कोई वाद विवाद में नहीं पड़ना चाहते। भाई आप अपना काम करिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं। राहुल जी कितने कपड़े पहने, कौन से कपड़े पहने, उसकी चिंता मत करिए। उनका उद्देश्य क्या है, वो किस लिए कर रहे हैं, किस लिए इतने लंबे सफर वो पैदल चल रहे हैं, इस पर तो आइए, इस पर तो चर्चा क्यों नहीं करते हैं। कभी टी शर्ट पे बात करेंगे, कभी कपड़ों पे बात करेंगे, ये क्या तरीका है? मुद्दों पे बात करिए।
आपने विपक्षी पार्टियों को भी इनवाइट किया है। महबूबा मुफ्ती जी जो है वो आना चाह रही हैं, फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी तो पहले कह चुके मैं रिसीव करूंगा। इसको किस तरह से देखे सर?
उनका स्वागत है। हम लोगों ने पहले दिन से कह दिया था, सारे कोई भी राजनीतिक दल, कोई भी अराजनीतिक संगठन, जो भी व्यक्ति हमारे साथ इस अभियान में जुड़ना चाहता है उसका हार्दिक स्वागत है।
अभी नेक्स्ट फेज में क्या कुछ देखने को मिलेगा? क्योंकि ढोल नगाड़ों के साथ जमघम के, सबने कहा था मध्य प्रदेश पहुंचेगी यात्रा, थोड़ी ठंडी हो जाएगी, वहां तो और प्रचंड रूप ले लिया है। और उसके बाद जो यात्रा बढ़ी है तो दिल्ली में तो अनप्रेसिडेंटेड जो जन समर्थन आया है, तो उसको अब देख के आगे जो नेक्स्ट फेज में यात्रा जा रही है उसे कैसे देखें सर?
सुप्रिया, आपको याद होगा हमने कन्याकुमारी से यही कहा था, शुरुआत हुई थी। आप लोग बहुत मन से इसमें शक करते थे कि हाँ दक्षिण भारत में तो इनका है तो अच्छा चलेगा। जब आगे बढ़े तो हर राज्य में हमें उम्मीद से बेहतर समर्थन मिला। फिर आपने कहा कि ठीक है हिंदी भाषी देश में जो नहीं मिलेगा, फिर कहा कि भाजपा शासित राज्यों में नहीं मिलेगा। अब यहाँ तक पहुँचते पहुँचते एक तो मोमेंटम बढ़ता चला जा रहा है, एक स्नो बॉलिंग इफेक्ट जिसे कहते हैं वो हो रहा है। तो इसलिए हमें तो काफी उम्मीद से बेहतर नतीजे मिल रहे हैं।
All right, as part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, what we've also been seeing is the Congress trying to reach out to opposition parties, get representatives to join Rahul Gandhi on the walk. But the dream of opposition unity has gone for a toss in Bharat Jodo Yatra's Uttar Pradesh leg at least. As the Yatra is all set to enter UP on January 3rd, politics has erupted in the state. Days after the Congress sent an invitation to all major opposition parties asking them to join the Yatra, Samajwadi Party chief and former UP Chief Minister Akhilesh Yadav has claimed that he hasn't received any invite from Rahul Gandhi. Claiming he's emotionally attached with Rahul's campaign, the SP chief said that he's not been invited formally for the Yatra. The BSP too is unlikely to attend the Yatra. Earlier you had BSP leader Shyam Singh Yadav, who joined Bharat Jodo Yatra in Delhi, saying he did so on a personal invite or wasn't there to represent his party. He also claimed that the Yatra isn't limited to any party ideology. The Rashtriya Lok Dal chief Jayant Chaudhary also turned down Congress's invite to join the Yatra. However, Congress's Salman Khurshid confirmed that SP MLC Swami Prasad Maurya will be attending the Yatra.
राहुल जी ने न्योता दिया है आप लोगों को, जाएंगे?
तुम्हारे सामने खड़े के न्योता हो तो बता दो। भारत जोड़ो अपनी जगह है आंदोलन, हम उनके आह्वान से भावनात्मक हमारा जुड़ाव है।
जी जी,
लेकिन हमें कोई इनविटेशन नहीं मिला है। अगर आपकी जेब में इनविटेशन हो तो हमें दिखा दो।
अगर मिलता है तो फिर क्या कहेंगे?
तो आप जैसा मैं बोलूंगा नहीं।
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश में इनका कोई मतलब नहीं है और देश में कोई मतलब नहीं रह गया। कांग्रेस पार्टी पूरी तरह से डिरेल्ड हो चुकी। ये पिकनिक पे निकले हैं, अपना टाइम पास कर रहे हैं, कोई मतलब नहीं उत्तर प्रदेश में इनका।
देखिए, भारत जोड़ो ये यात्रा जो है बिल्कुल फेल है। लोग पूछ रहे हैं, प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं, भारत जोड़ो कौन सा भारत जोड़ो है जिन्होंने देश के दो टुकड़े करा दिए, पाकिस्तान का निर्माण करा दिया। ये वो भारत जोड़ है जिसने एक समाज, सिख समाज को बड़ा पेट गिरता है तो धरती ढहलती है, एक सिख समाज को अलग तोड़ने का काम किया। इसलिए इनका औचित्य एम्स लोग जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं क्या है क्या नहीं, इसे सफल नहीं हो रही है। ये अनेकों अनेक बातें दाएं बाएं फैलाकर अपनी कमजोरी को छुपाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी का और कांग्रेस पार्टी का उत्तर प्रदेश में कोई अस्तित्व नहीं है। देखा जाए तो भारत को तोड़ने में सबसे ज्यादा कांग्रेस पार्टी का ही जो है योगदान रहा है। तो ये तो प्रायश्चित यात्रा निकालते तो ज्यादा सार्थक होता।
एक निर्णय ये हुआ था, ये उदयपुर में निर्णय हुआ था कि एक कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर की यात्रा हो, ये निर्णय हुआ था। तो कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर जब आप मैप निकाल कर देखते हैं तो सीधा रास्ता है, उसमें उत्तर प्रदेश रह जाता है। अब इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश जब रह गया तो हम लोगों ने, सब ने कहा, यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने कहा कि राहुल जी आप उत्तर प्रदेश छोड़ के नहीं जाएंगे, आपको यहाँ तो आना ही होगा। तो उन्होंने कहा कि चलो थोड़ा सा दिल्ली से हम डाइवर्ट करके उत्तर प्रदेश आएंगे, फिर हरियाणा चले जाएंगे। तो वो उत्तर प्रदेश में और गाजियाबाद में आ रहे हैं, इसके लिए आपको खुश होना चाहिए, खुशी इस बात की होना चाहिए।
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा भी एक नॉन पार्टी यात्रा है, वो पार्टी लेस समझ लीजिए, जिसमें उसके उद्देश्यों को देखते हुए सभी पार्टी के लोगों को भाग लेना चाहिए। मेरे दिल ने पुकारा, मेरे दिमाग ने पुकारा और मेरी समझ में आया कि एक अच्छी बात है, इसमें शरीक होना चाहिए और मैं शरीक हुआ।
108 days, 448 kilometers and 9 states in all. The Bharat Jodo Yatra may be on a break. It continues, however, to remain a big political talking point, very often making it the top headline of the day. Images of a bearded Rahul walking with a purpose, connecting with crowds. All of these images have been going viral on social media. But there's one question that still looms, whether this yatra will actually prove to be a ticket to power for the Congress, or is it just a reinvention yatra to ensure a makeover for Rahul Gandhi's image, to shed that Pappu tag for him?
A Gandhi on a yatra. A Gandhi transforms. The 52-year-old scion on his Bharat Jodo Yatra has covered 46 districts, 9 states in 108 days of his south to north footlog so far. Lampooned by his opponents as a pappu for years together, Rahul Gandhi's march seems to have given him an image makeover.
इनकी सारी पॉलिसीज डर फैलाने की पॉलिसीज।
All the while, through the trek, the Gandhi scion seems to have fashioned himself as a Congress ideologue, a leader on a longer-term mission detached from routine party politics. No shortcuts that some in the Congress old guard would certainly have preferred in their quest for power.
इस देश को कोई रोजगार दे सकता है तो इस देश का किसान और ये जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं और स्मॉल और मीडियम बिजनेसेस चलाते हैं ये लोग.
A caravan of unknown faces, the masses who aren't transactional. Bharat Jodo Yatra seems to be accomplishing the extraordinary with ordinary people. But does that signal Congress's revival?
यात्रा को रोकने के लिए बहाने बन रहे हैं.
A feat being executed with precision, resources and zeal. The organizational muscle that's gone into Bharat Jodo Yatra is what Congress perhaps needs to resurrect itself in its political journey, a road blocked by the BJP's juggernaut. Bureau Report, India Today.
On the other side of a short break here on India Today, we're getting you all the latest updates in the Tunisha suicide case investigation. Cops have now revealed that Shizan had a secret girlfriend. Details of that coming up in just a bit.
watching India Today.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Despite the monster COVID surge in China, citizens in India are increasingly throwing caution to the wind. Massive crowds are seen flouting mask advisories in Delhi on the day of Christmas, with social distancing not being followed. Similar scenes are playing out in Lucknow, where COVID norms have gone for a toss.
बाहर पढ़ रहे थे आप लोग, कोरोना के बारे में पढ़ा आपने? नहीं, हम कोरोना नहीं पढ़ते। अरे तो मास्क वास्क नहीं लगाएंगे, डर नहीं लग रहा है आप लोग चाइना में जो हो रहा है इस समय? अरे होने दीजिए उनको, सब दिख रहे मास्क लगाए सब। अच्छा, कोई नहीं लगाएगा तो आप भी नहीं लगाएंगे? नहीं, हम नहीं लगाएंगे। वैक्सीन लगवाई थी? हाँ। मास्क वास्क लगाएंगे एकदम?
अरे लगाएंगे, जब टाइम होगा तभी तो लगाएंगे।
अभी टाइम नहीं आया?
अभी कौन टाइम में कोरोना कहाँ आ गया है?
मास्क तो लगाएंगे ना, सरकार ने कहा है, गाइडलाइन जारी की है।
नहीं लगाया क्यों नहीं जाएगा?
कोई नहीं लगाया जाएगा,
लगाया जाएगा,
लगाया जाएगा।
On the occasion of Christmas, tourists throng the hill station of Shimla in Himachal Pradesh as well. The centre, meanwhile, is rolling out back-to-back advisories to states to keep the situation under control. States now need to ensure mask mandate and boost oxygen plants and supplies, keep ventilators and life support equipment ready for any eventuality, apart from holding COVID mock drills at hospitals on Tuesday. Meanwhile, international passengers travelling to India are under surveillance. At Delhi's international airport, a fraction of arriving international passengers are undergoing random testing. India has mandated RT-PCR tests for travellers arriving from China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. Anybody found positive will be quarantined.
कोविड-19 के नियमन में चल रहे लगातार प्रयत्नों के अंतर्गत और विश्व में बढ़ रहे कोविड के केसों को देखते हुए केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय वैश्विक स्थिति पर नजर रख रहा है.
China's COVID mayhem has put India on alert. The centre is making all efforts to ensure hospital infrastructure and facilities are pandemic ready once again. With Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Let's get your breaking news that's coming in right now of the BJP lashing out at Priyanka Gandhi over a murder that's been reported in Chhattisgarh. This is a horrifying incident of a 20-year-old who was stabbed 51 times to death. The BJP is asking, why is Priyanka Gandhi silent on this? The BJP is questioning whether vote bank politics is now being played out over women's safety, that minor and tribal girls are being targeted in Chhattisgarh and the Congress government is doing nothing in the state. And that's why the BJP has lashed out at Priyanka Gandhi, who's spoken time and again about women's safety. She's always made it, in fact, one of the issues that she passionately speaks about. And that's why the BJP is putting the onus on her to speak about this incident of a 20-year-old girl who was stabbed 51 times to death.
बॉडी पे खून था, चेहरा ऐसा इस साइड लेटा था, हाथ ऐसे पूरा अकड़ गया था, शरीर ठंडा था, चेहरे के ऊपर तकिया था. जब से दीदी मदनपुर में स्कूल में पढ़ने जा रही थी तो उसी बस से आना जाना कर रही थी, तब से मतलब कुछ दिनों से फिर बात उसका शुरू हुआ उस लड़के से.
आए दिन छत्तीसगढ़ में इस प्रकार के महिला उत्पीड़न के मामले बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. झारखंड हो, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, महिलाओं के खिलाफ उत्पीड़न, ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरियां हैं, वोट बैंक की या किसी और तरीके की, जिसकी वजह से कार्रवाई नहीं हो पा रही है इतने गंभीर विषय पर भी. और जो लड़की हूं लड़ सकती हूं का नारा देते हैं प्रियंका वाड्रा, राहुल गांधी, जो बात बात पर टूरिज्म करने, वल्चर पॉलिटिक्स करने पहुंच जाते हैं, क्या वो नील कुसुम के परिवार के साथ आज खड़े रहेंगे? क्या वो अपनी सरकार से जवाबदेही मांगेंगे?
Sumi Rajapan is joining us live from Raipur with more details on this horrifying story that's emerged from Chhattisgarh right now. Sumi, what are the kind of reactions that have come in from the government? What action has been taken so far? Because the BJP is now putting the onus directly on the Congress High Commander, on Priyanka Gandhi.
Absolutely. Reaction Home Minister as well, and in fact people are raising questions on law and order situation, and certainly it is in Rex here as Kusum family is also fighting and demanding justice for the same incident. In fact, the kind of reactions that we're getting from the local administration here as well, the leader of opposition Narayan Chandel also said that the law and order needs to be addressed and Tamrodhar Sahu needs to be answerable when it comes to this particular incident. The kind of gruesome details that are also coming to the fore and are revealed by the preliminary investigation that has been held so far The victim was stabbed 51 times when she was alone in the house. The incident took place between 8 to 11 a.m. in the morning on 24th December. And in fact, they had befriended each other while she was traveling in the passenger bus. As the perpetrator was a conductor in the passenger bus, and that's how the entire incident came to the fore. She tried avoiding him. She also tried giving him the message that she doesn't want to talk to him anymore, and that's when the stalking became more serious, and that's when he found her alone in the house, and he took advantage of the situation and he stabbed her to death. The brother, when he later arrived in the house, found the sister in the pool of blood, and that's when the entire incident came to the fore. But now we're receiving reactions from all corners who are questioning this entire incident and are certainly questioning the law and order situation, as people are very quick to jump the gun and to connect it to the love jihad angle as well.
Okay, we'll track all the latest on that. As far as the investigation goes, there is, of course, allegations, as Sumi pointed out, of love jihad in this case, but that's something that the police is yet to confirm. Thanks, Sumi, for joining us. Let's get you the latest updates coming in on the investigation into actor Tunisha's suicide. Cops have revealed that the accused ex-boyfriend Shizan also had a secret girlfriend. Attempts are being made now to retrieve Shizan's deleted WhatsApp chats with this woman. Digital videos recorded from the set have also been seized by the police right now. Cops have not been able to unlock Tunisha's phone as of now. However, nothing objectionable has been found in the chat with Tunisha so far. Shizan has given a new reason for why he broke up essentially with Tunisha. The accused told cops that he wanted to focus on his career, and that's why he chose to break up with Tunisha. Shizan had earlier, remember, said that religion was one of the issues, beyond also the age gap, the 8-year age difference between the two. Shizan's custody ends today, but cops will demand that his custody be extended for further investigation. India Today has also accessed CCTV footage, and this is from moments after Tunisha died by suicide. In the footage, Tunisha can be seen being rushed to the hospital. You can see Shizan also, the one circled there in that footage, with her taking her body and moving it. Statements of 18 people so far have been recorded in this matter by police officials. India Today also had a conversation with the actor Rashi Malhotra on the Tunisha suicide case. Here's an excerpt.
Rashi, how do you think right now this is being seen within the industry? We've seen suicide cases in the past 2 to 3 years specifically. Absolutely surprised, thinking this actor looks fine, we thought is feeling fine, is doing good projects, whether it was Sushant Singh Rajput and the conspiracy theories or other actors. How is this? Must be a discussion within the industry too?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, actually, I think because our industry is in the limelight, these cases are spoken about more. But this is a problem that has infected like a lot of people today. You know, so it's definitely upsetting. It's definitely disturbing for anyone to have to see their peers suffer like this.
How do you see this case going? Because this is as much about a young actor, it's also about someone else involved in it, that there was a relationship, and that also perhaps put a lot of pressure on the girl. All sort of questions are being raised. Cannot even imagine the mother of Tunisha who's lost her child. And so how do you see this case progressing, and what would you want for this case to now happen as a conclusion?
You know, it's such a sensitive matter. I feel like before any allegations are publicly made or any speculations made as to someone else's guilt, all facts need to be evaluated, and because the police should be allowed to do their job. Because any loose statements made can severely affect another person's life who is still alive and living, you know. Again, I have absolutely no clue as to what went down between these two, but things like this in particular need to be handled very sensitively.
I want to bring in Divyesh Singh, who's reporting from Mumbai with the latest updates on the investigation. Divyesh, we understand that the cops are going to be seeking additional custody of Shizan. What are the loopholes that they'd like to plug right now in this investigation?
Well, Akshita, as of now, the point remains where cops are trying to get more information about the last 15 minutes that Tunisha spent with Shizan. What was the communication the two had in the last 15 minutes, after which Tunisha took this extreme step of ending her life. And Shizan has not been cooperating. He has not revealed on what kind of communication the two had. What did they speak about in the makeup room between 3 and 3:15 p.m. on 24th of December. He has not revealed details regarding that, and that is why custody is being sought. Custody will be sought from the Vasai court. They will seek further remand for Shizan so that he could be interrogated, and they'll try to find out what was the trigger that led Tunisha to take this extreme step of ending her life. Akshita?
All right, Divyesh, thank you for joining us with all of those details. So as we get you all the latest updates on the investigation into the suicide of 20-year-old actor Tunisha Sharma, we've accessed CCTV footage in which her ex-boyfriend Shizan, who's an accused right now, can be seen rushing her to a hospital. Shizan's custody ends today. Cops are trying to ensure an extension of his custody to question him more about whether he had any relationships while he was with Tunisha.
Mystery surrounding Tunisha Sharma's death deepens. Days after the alleged suicide by the 20-year-old actor, new CCTV footage has become public. The footage shows a car near a hospital and a group of people carrying an unconscious Tunisha on an inclined ramp. Tunisha's ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan, who has been arrested in the case, is also seen among those rushing Tunisha to the hospital. CCTV footage of Tunisha and Shizan having lunch 15 minutes before her death has surfaced already. The police are yet to crack what happened in those 15 minutes to drive the actor to take her life. The actor died on the sets of a show Ali Baba Dastane-Kabul using a crib bandage and was found hanging in the green room. Shizan Khan is booked for abetment of suicide and is currently in police custody. According to sources, Shizan broke down during his interrogation and is constantly changing statements. According to reports, Tunisha and Shizan broke up 15 days before she died by suicide. The actor's last rites were performed in Mumbai on Tuesday in the presence of Tunisha's family and friends. Shizan's sisters were also seen mourning the loss. Bureau Report, India Today.
And a cold wave continues to grip parts of North India. Dense fog and cold conditions continue to sweep Delhi and other states, with the Met Department predicting that these conditions will persist over the next few days. Higher Himalayan regions of Pittorgarh in Uttarakhand received heavy snowfall, and the temperatures broke records in the lower areas, with the temperature in places like Munsiari reaching below -3 degrees. The temperature in the national capital has been hovering around the 5 degrees Celsius mark. Fog and cold wave have also hit parts of Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh and Rajasthan. Travellers' weather woes meanwhile continue. Due to bad weather, flights have been delayed, some have been cancelled as well. And travellers were stranded in several parts like in West Bengal at the Bagdogra airport. In Uttar Pradesh, in Bareilly, due to fog, many trains are running late. IMD officials have sounded an alert that northern parts of the country will witness fresh cold wave conditions from December 31st.
Forecast is that the red color warning for the severe cold wave and dense fog we have given mainly Haryana, Delhi and West UP and North Rajasthan for only one day. That is today on 27th and tomorrow morning. So that is red color, and then yellow color is there for subsequent one day.
29-30 दिसंबर को जैसे ये वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस क्रॉस करेगा, उसके बाद एक बार फिर से विंड पैटर्न बदलेगा, नॉर्थ वेस्टर्ली विंड्स का असर शुरू होगा और न्यूनतम तापमान में आप देखेंगे 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी के आसपास फिर से टेम्परेचर में कुछ गिरावट होगी। तो नेक्स्ट जो कोल्ड वेव का स्पेल है वो 1-2 जनवरी से एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। एक बार फिर से फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ जनवरी में एक कोल्ड वेव का स्पेल देखने को मिलेगा।
The hill state of Himachal Pradesh is reeling under extremely cold weather conditions. The temperature in many areas has dipped as low as -2 degrees to -7 or 9 degrees. We are in Manali where the temperature is -2 degrees Celsius. We can see a lot of activity here on the Mall Road of Manali where tourists are reaching in large numbers to celebrate the New Year Eve. If we go towards Lahore and Spiti, the temperature at Sishu is -3 to 4 degrees. The night temperature drops as low as 7 degrees. Many routes in Lahore Spiti have been closed, particularly the Shinkul Pass after the fresh snowfall. The tourists have been advised not to visit the snowbound areas. But as far as the weather forecast is concerned, the Met Department has predicted snowfall on 29th and 30th of December when a weak western disturbance will be active in Himachal Pradesh. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Manali for India Today.
News break coming in from Mysuru of Karnataka, where miscreants have vandalized a church. We're being told that money from the donation box has gone missing. Cops are looking into all possible angles, but going by the information we have right now, this seems to be a theft attempt rather than targeting of a particular religion, because the money has gone missing from the donation box after this vandalization of the church in Mysuru district. But right now, the police aren't ruling out any angle. They're looking into all possible angles in this case. The accused are yet to be identified. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in. As always, for all the latest news and updates, headlines and much more, you can log on to our website, indiatoday.in. Go ahead and download the India Today app as well.
You are watching India Today.
Mock drills to test preparedness to fight a new COVID wave are conducted across India on Tuesday. In Bhopal, hundreds of corona warriors who were instrumental in the war on coronavirus in the first 3 waves are, however, not impressed. Samvida health workers in Madhya Pradesh are on strike demanding permanent jobs since December 15. The protesters include even those who were honoured by the government for their role during the pandemic. Gayatri Srivastav, an auxiliary nurse and midwife, was awarded for administering maximum vaccines without taking leave.
जब हम कोरोना काल में 24 घंटे ड्यूटी करते थे, वैक्सीनेशन का जो सबसे बड़ा महाअभियान था उसको पूरा करने में एक वैक्सीनेटर की ही सबसे अहम भूमिका थी। तो हमने हमारे बच्चे परिवार को नहीं देखा, उस 80% उस अभियान को पूरा करा। तो आज सरकार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है कि हमारे परिवार का 12,000 में हम कैसे घर चलाएंगे, क्या हमें हमारे बच्चे नहीं पढ़ाना है?
There are many like Gayatri. Ashok Bharti has been working as a lab technician for 25 years now.
घर अब ऐसे ही चल रहा है, बड़ी कड़की में चलता है और इसके अलावा हम लोगों के पास कोई दूसरी कमाई तो है नहीं है। जो लैब टेक्नीशियन स्वास्थ्य विभाग के अंदर लगे हुए हैं वो लोग लगभग 1 लाख के आसपास 90,000 से 1 लाख के बीच उन लोगों को सैलरी मिलती है और हम लोगों को उनके मुकाबले में मतलब आधा वेतन भी नहीं मिलता है। हम लोग टोटल कुल मिला के ये है कि आधे वेतन से भी आधे वेतन पे काम कर रहे हैं।
There are around 32,000 Samvida health workers in Madhya Pradesh. They are appointed to different posts in the health department. During the pandemic, they were involved in sample collection, testing, vaccination and nursing. The administration on Monday cracked down on the protests in Bhopal. What followed was shocking. Protesters bound by ropes were marched to the police station. The strike by health workers is now a political issue ahead of next year's assembly elections. While the Congress is backing the protesters, the BJP is firefighting.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
What is at heart here? Because the lawyers for the Kochhars have been telling the court that there have been inquiries and probes, including perhaps the banking probe by ICICI itself, which had absolved them of any wrongdoing allegations. What is at heart? Because this is a private sector bank. What is at heart of these allegations?
No, the heart is obviously that there's an alleged case of bribery here, that she used her good offices to basically, give funds to a corporate entity, and that there was allegedly a kickback which was given to her via her spouse. So that is very, that is the charge here. And see, one thing you've got to note, the private sector operates really with very little accountability for senior officials at the top. And this is particularly in the financial services. As we have seen in the case of Rana Kapoor and ILFS, where both Rana Kapoor at Yes Bank and Mr. Ravi Parthasarathy at ILFS, they virtually ran their own kingdom with no accountability to their board of directors. While in a PSU bank, you have the CVC, there is independent checks and balances. While in the private sector, typically what happens is, even when you have found very senior officials guilty of their own, of corruption, they are very quietly removed and no publicity is given at all, which is not the case in the PSU bank, because in the PSU banks, the CBI is instantly called in and the publicity is given. So the private sector, by and large, operates with very little accountability for its senior officials. And we have seen this very clearly in ICICI Bank, because the board of directors, then led by Mr. M.K. Sharma, who was the former legal head of Unilever, he steadfastly defended Chanda Kochhar's conduct till it became untenable, because by that time, the press had got this news and there was immediately coverage. If you see the way the board of ICICI Bank showed extremely poor corporate governance standards, because they kept defending her. Even they had hired an internal review by, I think, Dr. Mangaldas Shroff, which had totally exonerated her. It was only when the Sri Krishna report came in that all this evidence came and the board finally decided to send her on leave and subsequently sacked her. And at that point in time, Amarchand Mangaldas and Shroff retracted their report, which is unheard of. So it tells you how the private sector really operates. There is all a cozy club. There is no accountability. And this is an outstanding example of that. Because everyone, once the Sri Krishna report came out, they all decided, yes, now is the time to act. But it was the evidence, was quite self-evidently those who have some idea of finance.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. Forces gunned down 4 terrorists in Sidra. The area currently cordoned off. 3 pistols along with other ammunition that's been recovered now. Big revelation in Tunisha suicide case. Cops reveal that Shehzan had a girlfriend which he had kept away from Tunisia, of course. That's what his record statement says, to seek extended custody of Shehzan today. Shocker from Chhattisgarh's Korba. A man stabs his ex-girlfriend 51 times with a screwdriver. BJP slams Priyanka Gandhi, questions her silence. The world's 3rd richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India Today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss that special conversation with India Today's magazine newsmaker of the year, 8 p.m. tonight.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Brutal winter storm brings misery to millions of Americans as intense snow and frigid cold grips parts of the United States. 60 people killed so far. All right, here's some big news coming in. Congress Neta Hanumanta Rao calls Rahul Gandhi a yogi. The Congress Neta says Rahul, #1 yogi, standing in the cold. The Congress Neta says no bigger yogi than Rahul Gandhi. Rahul left Sri Ravi Shankar Baba Ramdev behind. He is the real yogi. This is precisely what Hanumanta Rao, Congress Neta, has said. Let's take a quick listen what he says on Rahul Gandhi. In fact, I'm going to cut across to Maushmi joining us for a little more on that. Maushmi, what did Hanumanta Rao say? Of course, there's a lot of talk and buzz around Rahul Gandhi moving around in a white t-shirt and biting cold in the national capital. He's managing his way barefoot in several ashrams where he visits. And this season is not really compatible for him to be wearing or walking around without a jacket, without shoes. But the man here has really gathered eyeballs, undoubtedly. And the Congress Neta is now endorsing him as yogi. After that comparison to Lord Ram, now you have another Neta calling him the real yogi.
See, Nabila, today we were at the Congress office where the Foundation Day celebrations were on, and importantly, like you said, many Congress workers agreed with what Salman Khurshid had to say, that Rahul Gandhi was in fact a tapasvi, comparing Rahul Gandhi's tapasya to Sri Ravi Shankar and Baba Ramdev, saying that he was a higher yogi than them because he was actually selfless, and many Congress workers actually compared Rahul to Ram. They agreed with what Salman Khurshid had to say, that because he is on a selfless yatra and because Lord Ram actually stood for the poor and the downtrodden, and Rahul Gandhi is fighting for the rights of the Dalits and the backward and the last people standing in the line, and that's why Rahul was an equivalent, in fact was being compared to Lord Ram. So really, you know, the Congress workers, perhaps even if Salman Khurshid is trying to say that it was just a metaphor, the Congress workers and Hanumanta Rao, you mentioned, agreed on that Rahul in a t-shirt was actually a symbol of willpower and selflessness, and that's one reason that his commitment was unflinching. So he agreed that he was in fact a yogi there, you know. And even today when Rahul walked to the Congress office, he said that he did reply to a question when the journalist asked that a t-shirt, just a t-shirt, and Rahul Gandhi replied saying yes, just a t-shirt for now. So a lot of discussion over Rahul Gandhi's t-shirt, and of course the BJP is finding fresh opportunities to attack Rahul Gandhi. Yesterday Amit Malviya,
right, you know, Maushmi, like you said, BJP having enough for attack on the Congress party, and that's precisely what our next piece of news is. Do stay with us, Maushmi. BJP is now scathing attack on Congress's Manishankar Iyer. The row comes over Manishankar Iyer's comment where he said, Bharat toota hua hai remark. This is a remark that he made. BJP now says true agenda of the Tuk De Congress. BJP says Congress's agenda is to divide and break India. Maushmi, you heard that? Manishankar Iyer had said Bharat toota hua hai, and to which BJP has now fired back. But before I come to you, Shehzad Poonawala has spoken on that of the BJP. Listen in.
Congress, which itself is broken, is now trying once again to undermine the contributions of Sardar Patel by saying through Manishankar Iyer that India is broken. Bharat toota hua hai. Matlab, Sardar Patel could not unite Bharat. It is broken, and Rahul Gandhi will unite Bharat. Rahul Gandhi's own party is broken. From Rajasthan to Delhi to Goa to Karnataka to Telangana, Rahul Gandhi must fix his own party and unite his own party before he speaks and talks about uniting India, which apparently is broken in his views. The only time India was broken was at the time of partition, thanks to the Congress party and to those politicians who put their own interest above national interest. Therefore, Manishankar Iyer, you must explain that is Sardar Patel and his contribution being undermined by you and the Congress party?
All right, let me take you through exactly what Manishankar Iyer had said, the comment to which BJP has fired back. Listening.
Continuously, the BJP is attacking that this is Bharat Todo Yatra.
Rubbish. The Bharat Todo is being done by them on the basis of religion, on the basis of region, on the basis of language, on the basis of caste, and that is why it has become necessary for us to fight against hatred, to fight against divisiveness. टुकड़े गैंग तो हमारे पास नहीं है, उनके पास है, क्योंकि वो अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं इस देश को तोड़ने के लिए, इसलिए हम अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं भारत को जोड़ने के लिए.
All right, Maushmi is joining us on that. Maushmi, you yourself spoke to Manishankar Iyer and he was quick to retort saying that this is the BJP's doing. Bharat is already toota hua, all based on religion, caste, community. This is the BJP's doing. Now the BJP fires back saying the mindset of the Tukde gang as part of the Congress is now out in the open.
So, Manishankar Iyer there, specifically actually slamming the BJP on the comment that it was a Bharat Todo Yatra. He did say that the Bharat is being broken by the BJP. He said the Tukde gang is actually in the BJP. And, Bharat is being broken on religion, on caste, on community lines. And Rahul Gandhi, in fact, was trying to combine and unite India and thereby, getting that BJP is higher there, Nabila. But this is not the first time when Manishankar Iyer's remark has drawn a lot of ire from the BJP, and perhaps the Congress has had a lot of losses and, and had to pay for it with his comments, some comments which had, created a huge row during the Gujarat elections, if you remember. And his targeted attack on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But there you are, Manishankar Iyer, who was seated right next to Rahul Gandhi today on the Foundation Day. He was even talking to Rahul Gandhi there while after the function did say that the Tukde gang, which the BJP accuses of is taking out this yatra, is in fact in the BJP. So heavily loaded, politically loaded comments there that was sure to draw the ire of the BJP. And now this political slugfest has started yet again because Kanhaiya Kumar is a part of the Congress and he's been a part of the Yatra. He's been at the front, at the helm of affairs as far as media interactions are concerned. He's been attacking the Prime Minister and pressers. The BJP has several times said that the Tukde gang is actually taking out a Bharat Todo Yatra, and thereby, a political slugfest is right on there.
Yep. Maushmi, thank you very much for joining us on that. A quick look at all the politics that peaked around Rahul Gandhi wearing just a T-shirt. His Bharat Jodo attire really became the talk of the town as Congress party quickly hailed him as Lord Ram, or rather compared him to Lord Ram. Keeping winter chills at bay, Rahul Gandhi was seen extensively wearing a T-shirt in the national capital's cold weather during the Congress's Foundation Day event. He finally replied to media persons wondering how he's managing with just a T-shirt in North India's chilly weather. Now, war of words has erupted between the Congress and the BJP over Wayanad MP's T-shirt in Delhi's cold. While BJP continues to jibe over Rahul Gandhi's attire, Congress has now accorded him with the status of a yogi. Congress's Hanumanta Rao has said there is no bigger yogi than Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on Monday, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi visited memorials of Mahatma Gandhi and several former prime ministers in Delhi. What really caught the attention of people there was Rahul Gandhi in just a T-shirt. Excuse me. थोड़ा सा सही.
राहुल गांधी जी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में इसकी शुरुआत हो चुकी है. देश भर में फैल हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को एक बार फिर से संजीवनी मिली है. यात्रा ने दिखा दिया है कि कांग्रेस की विचारधारा को देश में जबरदस्त समर्थन मिल रहा है और इससे आज हमारे विरोधियों को घबराहट पैदा हुई है.
They are finding new things to talk about. His shoes, his T-shirt, his beard. Are all these relevant? But they have nothing else to say. And therefore they take trivializing this whole matter by comparing Modi's beard to Rabindranath Tagore and Rahul's beard to Saddam Hussein. What kind of rubbishy politics is this? If this is not Todo Todo, what is Todo Todo?
देखिए, हमारा भाजपा से कोई इस मामले में हम उसमें कोई वाद विवाद में नहीं पड़ना चाहते। भाई आप अपना काम करिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं। राहुल जी कितने कपड़े पहने, कौन से कपड़े पहने, उसकी चिंता मत करिए। उनका उद्देश्य क्या है, वो किस लिए कर रहे हैं, किस लिए इतने लंबे सफर वो पैदल चल रहे हैं, इस पर तो आइए, इस पर तो चर्चा क्यों नहीं करते हैं। कभी टी शर्ट पे बात करेंगे, कभी कपड़ों पे बात करेंगे, ये क्या तरीका है। मुद्दों पे बात करिए।
All right, now big developments in Tunisha's suicide case. Cops say that Shizan deleted chats of a so-called secret girlfriend. He may have had another relationship, and cops now to identify Shizan's mystery girlfriend here. The cops seek Shizan's further custody. Police trying to unlock Tunisha's phone. Cops to track down Tunisha Zishan's chats. At this point, Shizan is said to have had other relationships while he was in a relationship with Tunisha, and the cops now may have found out some chats as they've recovered his conversations with another lady. Now, this is the line of investigation to see if this is an angle of abatement to suicide. Was this the reason that drove Tunisha to take her life? Will this be a fitting case to prove allegations of abatement to suicide made by Tunisha's family? Of course, Shizan and Tunisha, we believe, had broken up 15 days before she claimed her life. But now the police, as they investigate, are suspecting that Shizan would have possibly had multiple relationships, and therefore they're investigating their phones. Some chats have been found of his conversation with another woman. And what kind of proof will this really, how will this be presented before court remains to be seen. But the cops now saying that Shizan may have had a relationship with another woman as well, and that those are the chats that they've recovered. And the police now to identify who that girl is. At max, questioning will happen. She will be called in for interrogation. But how will the police really present this case to make it to almost substantiate allegations of abatement to suicide made by Tunisha's family members? That remains to be seen. All right, now big revelation in Tunisha's suicide case. The cops have revealed that the accused Shizan may have had another relationship. Now attempts are being made to retrieve Shizan's deleted WhatsApp chats with his other girlfriend. Digital video recorded from the sets has also been seized by the police. So far, the cops have not been able to unlock Tunisha's phone. However, nothing objectionable in the chat with Tunisha was found by the cops. Meanwhile, Shizan has now given new reasons for breakup with Tunisha. The accused has told cops that he wanted to focus on his career, which is why he broke up with Tunisha. In fact, he also spoke earlier while part of the interrogation, he is said to have told the police that religion also was one of the reasons to why he did not want to continue with the relationship. Age gap was another reason to why he wanted to end the relationship. He is currently in police custody. India Today has also accessed some CCTV footage from moments before Tunisha died by suicide. In that footage, Tunisha can be seen rushed to the hospital, and the accused boyfriend, Shizan, was also with her. He literally lifted her body and rushed her to the hospital. So far, statements of 18 people have been recorded in this matter by police officials. In fact, this was something that Tunisha's family members have also claimed, that Shizan may have had multiple relationships, and therefore Tunisha found out and she may have killed herself. That was the reason to why she committed suicide, is what the family members say. Now, will this be enough to prove abatement to suicide? That, of course, remains to be seen, as the matter will be taken up in court. Now, this whole mystery behind 20-year-old Tunisha's death continues to unravel. India Today has now accessed an exclusive CCTV footage in which her ex-boyfriend Shizan can be seen rushing her to the hospital. Meanwhile, Shizan's custody comes to an end today. Cops are currently trying to get an extension of the same. Let's take a quick look at this report.
Mystery surrounding Tunisha Sharma's death deepens. Days after the alleged suicide by the 20-year-old actor, new CCTV footage has become public. The footage shows a car near a hospital and a group of people carrying an unconscious Tunisha on an inclined ramp. Tunisha's ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan, who has been arrested in the case, is also seen among those rushing Tunisha to the hospital. CCTV footage of Tunisha and Shizan having lunch 15 minutes before her death has surfaced already. The police are yet to crack what happened in those 15 minutes to drive the actor to take her life. The actor died on the sets of a show Ali Baba Dastane Kabul using a crib bandage and was found hanging in the green room. Shizan Khan is booked for abetment of suicide and is currently in police custody. According to sources, Shizan broke down during his interrogation and is constantly changing statements. According to reports, Tunisha and Shizan broke up 15 days before she died by suicide. The actor's last rites were performed in Mumbai on Tuesday in the presence of Tunisha's family and friends. Shizan's sisters were also seen mourning the loss. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, meanwhile, big win there for our forces in Jammu and Kashmir. 3 terrorists who were, in fact, hauled up in Sidra were killed during a brief encounter with security forces. Jammu and Kashmir ADGP has said that terrorists were in a truck when there was an exchange of fire that happened. All 3 terrorists have now been killed and the body of one of the terrorists has been retrieved from the encounter site. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding a high-level meeting to take cognizance of the situation, and this will be at 4 p.m. today. CRPF, BSF officers, Jammu and Kashmir police officers, IB chief and RAW chief, along with the Ministry of Home Affairs officials, will be all present at that meeting. Security has also been beefed up in Jammu and Kashmir after this encounter. Intelligence agencies has also sounded an alert in J&K. This comes just one day after the police defused a 15-kilogram improvised explosive device in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur district, averting quite a major terror threat.
During the search of the truck, heavy volume of fire was opened on us and we retaliated. The driver in the meanwhile ran away. Search of the driver is going on. In the operation, 4 dead bodies have been recovered, so 4 terrorists have been killed. 7 AK-47s, 1 M4 rifle, that means 8 big weapons, and 3 pistols have been recovered so far. There are other materials belonging to the terrorists which have been recovered, which include pouches and magazines, etc. Everything is being scrutinized and analyzed. More details will follow.
Night parties which are supposed to be there on the highways for area domination during the night, they were on the job, and this truck which was moving at a very unusual time early in the morning was intercepted somewhere around the city near Sidra. While the truck was stopped, the driver jumped out of the vehicle and before answering the queries from the police party, gave a slip and ran away. When we started searching the truck, firing came from within the truck and our parties retaliated the firing. That firing continued for quite some time. The firing ended. In the meantime, the truck got fired because the terrorists were taking cover under dry grass, and then the truck was on way to Srinagar. They must be carrying a very heavy quantity of arms and ammunition and explosive material, which got fired, and because of the truck body has also got burned to a great extent. We are searching the truck. The fire has been brought under control. We believe that the number of terrorists should be 2 to 4. The firing continued for quite some time, and the truck was on way to Kashmir. They must be going there with a mission to carry out some big terror act, because the truck, the kind of volley of fire that we got and the kind of encounter that continued for quite some time indicates that they were carrying very heavy quantity of arms, ammunition and explosives with them.
All right, now time for a short break. On the other side, Afghanistan professor slammed Taliban over women education ban in the country, tears his diploma certificate on live television. Very upset, the Afghan professor slamming the government's ruling. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Mr. Hazari, what are the larger implications of this arrest? Because while we have discussed what happened in the past and what should have perhaps been done better when it comes to corporate governance and board level supervision as well, what are the larger implications from this arrest?
See, one is that everyone thought that she had gotten away scot-free because no arrest of her had happened. So one is that, the big story is why has the CBI arrested her now? And why had they not arrested her early? What has changed now? 5 years after the story first came into the news, that has taken them so long to arrest her. Obviously, something has changed, but the public really do not know what exactly has changed that has made them arrest her. A lot of this information was available also after this news broke. The second is that what exactly happened to such people, because we have seen, sadly, the conviction track record of both the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate is abysmally poor. Most people they arrest, they seem to be unable to convict. They do not make a very strong case when the case goes to the courts. Now we have to see whether this case will also fall apart like many of the others do, or does it actually go ahead for a conviction? Yes, we judge people, and even by corporate India, and that is why nobody has even hired her as an independent director after she left ICICI Bank or was sacked by ICICI Bank.
All right, some big news coming in. Congress National General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has written to the Home Minister Amit Shah. Congress claims Rahul Gandhi's security breach during the Delhi leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress says the Delhi police completely failed. They did not ensure adequate security for Rahul Gandhi. Congress saying that Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi sacrificed their life for the country, insinuating that Rahul Gandhi's life is also under threat. That was That's the perception now the Congress is placing, considering they claim the police of Delhi has failed to provide adequate protection and did not ensure Rahul's safety. And this at a time when Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi have sacrificed their life for the country. This was a serious threat for Rahul Gandhi during the Delhi leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Maushmi Singh joining us on the phone line. Maushmi, a quick word from you. I was present myself at the Bharat Jodo Yatra too, and I saw the police really trying to streamline the crowds. It was massive crowds, and at some points, at some areas, it was they weren't able to control it because of the kind of influx of people that were coming in. Now, this is a direct allegation claiming that the Delhi police have failed. This is what the Congress has written, shot a letter to the Home Ministry itself that no protection was given to Rahul Gandhi in the Delhi leg of the Yatra.
The Congress's letter written by K.C. Venugopal is very specific on the lines of the D, specifically outlining that there is a D that should prevail around Rahul Gandhi since he is a Z plus security holder and he has been assigned that security. And repeatedly, while the Yatra, you were right there, continued for 24 kilometers. There were several times when the D was broken, and if you compare it to other states where the Yatra went, there was a lack of security, I do believe, as far as the ground zero situation was concerned, because Rahul Gandhi's D was extremely short. There wasn't enough distance between the crowd and the perimeter around Rahul Gandhi, and that's what the Congress leaders have been complaining about. In fact, it was the Congress workers who were holding the ropes at points and trying to maintain a security cordon, perhaps volunteers from the Youth Congress and some other Bharat Yatris. So that's the complaint that the Congress, allegation that the Congress has made. In fact, reminding the government that the Congress party has lost its two prime ministers, former prime ministers Rajiv Gandhi and Indira Gandhi, and therefore they would urge the Home Minister to ensure proper security. They've also gone on to complain about the IB interference, about harassment of eminent personalities and those who are coming to complain to Rahul Gandhi, saying that the Intelligence Bureau has been harassing people, asking them for memorandums that have been given to Rahul Gandhi, and in fact also harassing eminent personalities. So grievous allegations being made by the Congress party. Now this letter has been written by the organization General Secretary, and surely the Home Minister or the Home Ministry would respond to it, because there have been serious allegations leveled at the Delhi police here, Nabila.
Stay with us, Maushmi. We have some big news coming in. Congress now warns the BJP over Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress says BJP should stop defaming the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Stop acting like monsters. This is the Congress's word after making a huge allegation on the police of Delhi for not appropriately protecting Rahul Gandhi. Here you have the Congress hitting out at the BJP, saying this is an attempt of the BJP to derail the Yatra. Don't defame the Yatra. Stop acting like monsters. Maushmi, what's really called for this statement from the BJP, from the Congress? All right, I'm going to try and patch Maushmi on that, but this is the Congress words saying that the BJP attempting to derail the Yatra. Don't defame the Yatra. This is the warning that the Congress gives the BJP. BJP should stop defaming the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Stop acting like monsters. Precisely the words of the Congress. In fact, a huge development coming in as the Congress's General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has shot a letter to the Home Ministry claiming that the Delhi police have failed to give adequate security to Rahul Gandhi during the Delhi leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Here the visuals coming in of the Yatra where we see Rahul Gandhi with huge crowds. According to the Congress, the police did not give Rahul Gandhi adequate security. He's got Z plus security nonetheless, but yet with this kind of Yatra and crowds, the police should have done a better job. Maushmi, we're going to try and connect Patch Moshmi on the phone line. But here the Congress claims that Rahul Gandhi's security was breached. The Congress claiming that Rajiv Gandhi, Indira Gandhi have given their life for the nation. And this lack of security for Rahul Gandhi was a serious scare. Now, 108 days, 448 kilometers and 9 states. The Bharat Jodo Yatra may be on a break, but it does continue to remain a political talking point here. Images of a bearded Rahul Gandhi walking without, in fact, without a jacket, just a T-shirt with a purpose, probing eyes, connecting with the crowds there, all going viral. The big question here is, will the Yatra really be a way to earn electoral gains for the Congress? Will this be their ticket to power? Or is it just reinvention of Rahul Gandhi's image altogether? Let's have a look.
A Gandhi on a Yatra. A Gandhi transforms. The 52-year-old scion on his Bharat Jodo Yatra has covered 46 districts, 9 states in 108 days of his south to north footlog so far. Lampooned by his opponents as a pappu for years together, Rahul Gandhi's march seems to have given him an image makeover.
इनकी सारी पॉलिसीज डर फैलाने की पॉलिसीज.
All the while, through the trek, the Gandhi scion seems to have fashioned himself as a Congress ideologue. A leader on a longer-term mission detached from routine party politics. No shortcuts that some in the Congress old guard would certainly have preferred in their quest for power.
इस देश को कोई रोजगार दे सकता है तो इस देश का किसान और ये जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं और स्मॉल और मीडियम बिजनेसेस चलाते हैं ये लोग.
A caravan of unknown faces, the masses who aren't transactional. Bharat Jodo Yatra seems to be accomplishing the extraordinary with ordinary people. But does that signal Congress's revival?
यात्रा को रोकने के लिए बहाने बन रहे हैं.
A feat being executed with precision, resources and zeal. The organizational muscle that's gone into Bharat Jodo Yatra is what Congress perhaps needs to resurrect itself in its political journey, a road blocked by the BJP's juggernaut. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on that note, it's time for a short break. We'll be right back with more on that. Do stay with us.
He's India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story. And he's our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
All right, here's the big news that we're currently tracking. Congress's National General Secretary K.C. Venugopal now shooting a letter to the Home Minister Amit Shah. Congress claiming Rahul Gandhi's security breach during Delhi leg of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Claims that this is a failure of the Delhi police. Congress says Delhi police has completely failed and invokes Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi on how they sacrificed their life for the country, almost trying to insinuate that Rahul Gandhi's life is under threat. His life was in danger, considering the police of Delhi allegedly failed to provide him adequate security during the Bharat Jodo Yatra Delhi leg. I'm going to cut across to Supriya Bhardwaj, our India Today correspondent, bringing us some information from some of those Congress leaders. She has Pawan Khera. Supriya, a direct question to Pawan Khera, please, on what exactly was the security breach that put Rahul Gandhi in danger? How exactly has the Delhi police failed, according to the Congress?
Well, there are 3 to 4 instances that Congress party has mentioned, Nabila, in which there is one that took place in Faridabad and second being that which happened in Delhi. Mr. Khera, can you just tell us quickly what are the 3 to 4 key security breach incidences that you have mentioned in the letter to the Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah?
The letter written by our General Secretary organization, Mr. K.C. Venugopal, to the Honorable Home Minister cites one example of IB sleuths, apparently IB sleuths, illegally entering our containers. They were caught red-handed. There was an FIR done on 23rd of December by my colleague in the Sona police station. Nothing has been done so far. And then when the Yatra entered Delhi, we saw what happened in Badarpur, a complete collapse of order. We saw what happened near Lal Killa Maidan, again complete collapse, very limited police presence, no rope team. So there was a definite threat to the security of Bharat Yatris, and we belong to a party which has lost 2 of its prime ministers and an entire leadership of Chhattisgarh in the Naxal attack. So we are definitely concerned about the security of our Bharat Yatris.
Also, the Yatra is now entering Punjab and Jammu Kashmir.
That's what has been also mentioned in the letter, that we are now entering sensitive border states of Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, and we expect the government of India to behave dispassionately, not partially, and provide us with the kind of security the Bharat Jodo Yatra requires.
You have also sent a message to BJP and its supporters. What is it?
It's a very clear message. Bharat Jodo Yatra is a yagya, and anybody who tries to obstruct a yagya is a danav, is a rakshas. They should not behave like a rakshas.
So you are sending a message to BJP?
Very clear message. Please do not obstruct something which is uniting India, because only those who divide India will stop India from getting united.
Well, this is what coming in from ground zero, Nabila. Back to you.
Supriya, would you be able to break it down for us once more on exactly what was the security breach? Because the Congress right now is invoking Rajiv Gandhi. In fact, they're saying that Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, both of them sacrificed their life. Now, Rahul Gandhi's life is under threat. This is the perception they're trying to create while accusing the Delhi police of failure of not providing them adequate security. Now, these are the allegations that are being made. What was the real fact on ground? You were also part of the Yatra. You saw the entire Yatra through the Delhi stretch. Was there not sufficient police security deployment? Were there enough special forces to ensure way and route for Rahul Gandhi and the Yatra?
Well, usually there is a D which is there whenever there is a Z plus security person is walking on the streets, Nabila. And what we saw was that the D wasn't maintained. The required parameter which was required, the parameter which was required wasn't followed. I've also been joined by Weber Walia. He's one of the person who has filed an FIR. He's a Bharat Yatri, and you got an FIR registered. This is from where it all started in Faridabad. And what was the entire incident that took place, and how the Bharat Yatra and Rahul Gandhi security got compromised?
See, on the 23rd morning, while we were in Sona city, we started our morning yatra, and one of our colleagues, a team member from the Bharat Jodo team, was not able to join the morning yatra, and they stayed back. At around 7 a.m. in the morning, they seemed that somebody is trying to open the door of their container from outside. When they stepped out and checked, there were 3 people. One person was standing outside the neighboring container, the adjacent container, and 2 people were coming out of it. When they asked that who are you, what are you doing, why are you entering our container, one person ran away. Then they asked the second person, then they also ran away, and our colleague caught the third person from the collar and said, till the time that you don't disclose your identity, you don't tell your name, we are not going to leave you. And then he said, no, I was just using the washroom, I just went there to pee, and then he also ran away. When our colleague shouted and created some noise, then our security got hold of 2 of those people. We called the SHO, we called the CRPF commandant and handed over both of those individuals to them. Unofficially, I figured that they were Haryana Police Special Unit people. And then when I came to know, after the morning yatra was finished, I called the SHO. I said, what is this? Why the hell are your people trying to enter our container, and what are they trying to do there? Why are you doing all such activities? And I will come there, and I went there. I went to the police station. I spoke with the SHO. I filed a complaint that day. And till now, 4 days have passed, but no action has been taken. We have not been informed what action, what activity the Haryana police has done. This is a very serious issue. Then when we entered Delhi also, at Badarpur border, there was no rope around Rahul ji, which Delhi police was supposed to ensure. While at the T-spot, Madam Sonia ji, Priyanka ji were inside. Outside the T-spot was also not secured. There was no roping there. There was no fencing there. And we just showed you a video when we were about to reach Lal Killa, what happened. How Rahul ji himself had to push people, and there was no security cover that was provided to him. When all such activities are happening, we are really worried for the security of the Bharat Yatris and Mr. Rahul Gandhi. This is not done.
So this is what the accurate allegations which are coming from the Congress party, but in fact it actually happened also. We were also present there, Nabila. There was a large number of people who were present there, and yes, the required D which is required, which is the first one of the key security Ds which is made. This is a key area which is police officials ensure wasn't there, and there were a lot of people who are surrounding Rahul Gandhi.
Right, Supriya, thank you very much. We heard that loud and clear. In fact, this Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, the Delhi leg, had huge influx of people. A lot of them who joined in. That entire, the police security there usually holds a rope that forms a D right in front of Rahul Gandhi. It appears that many breached that space, almost risking Rahul Gandhi's life, is what the Congress has now claimed in its letter to the Home Minister. We're going to continue tracking those developments. For now, moving on to Tamil Nadu, some news coming in. Now, Tamil Nadu government is set to introduce Makkal ID for people of Tamil Nadu. This ID has been introduced for seamless implementation of government schemes. The BJP has responded to it, saying that it's similar to the Aadhaar card anyway. BJP has meanwhile raised an opposition on this, saying that this decision of the Tamil Nadu government would be used by middleman officials and corrupt local body representatives to include fake beneficiaries to commit fraudulent and malpractices in the welfare schemes of the state government. Let me cut across to Shibi Mol, joining us live for more on that. Shibi, a quick word as the Tamil Nadu government now decides to roll out the Makkal ID for the people of Tamil Nadu to really extract the benefits that the government is rolling out, some schemes that they could really use. Now, the BJP claiming that this is an opportunity for several corrupt officials to make fake beneficiaries and benefit out of it.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. In fact, this is not a new concept here. In fact, in 2019, when the AIDMK government was ruling here, a similar initiative was taken out by the AIDMK government also, which was called Makkal number, which is a similar way. Now here, the pattern followed here is Makkal ID will be a 12-digit number, 12-digit number, which will have random numbers, which will not be able to, which nobody will be able to, guess or recognize the number. It will be very random, which will be helpful when it comes to the government to, for the smooth functioning of all the government beneficiaries, which can reach the people. Now, the notification says that every resident in the state will have a Makkal ID. Now, what the BJP is going to say here, what the BJP has alleged here is that it's very similar. It's a copycat of the Aadhaar card. Now, here there's an ulterior motive with the DMK government here. Instead of enhancing the Aadhaar card system that's already existing by introducing a new system like the Makkal ID, the DMK government here is trying to, increase corruption. Now, a new digit like this will create confusion and chaos among people. There will be a lot of confusion, which will also lead to corruption among the middlemen as well as the officers, is what the BJP has gone out to allege. Now, they're saying that you should, instead of introducing something new, you should strengthen that's already existing in the country, in the state. That's the Aadhaar card, and not follow or copy something similar to Aadhaar card. The government here has initiated a proposal to introduce this Makkal ID, which will be helpful when it comes to, when it comes to smooth functioning and smooth reaching of government schemes and beneficiaries to people, which will help them in implementing, planning, and also implementing and planning government activities and schemes and programs is what we are understanding. Now, the proposal has only been made. Whether it will be implemented or not is something that we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Shibi, for joining us on that. All right, now protest against Taliban women, university ban that continues. A professor from Kabul University in Afghanistan has destroyed his diploma certificate on live television in a bid to protest against this ban on university for women. Women are now banned to take up higher education in Afghanistan, governed by the Taliban now. He said that if his sister and mother can't study, then he won't accept his own education. Slamming the Taliban, he said Afghanistan is no place for women. The UNSC too has called out the ban by Taliban on women's higher education. Security Council said that it is deeply alarming that Taliban have suspended access to universities for women and children, and asked the Afghanistani government to swiftly reverse these policies and practices. Meanwhile, 3 major international aid groups on Sunday have suspended their operations in Afghanistan after the ban on women. Several NGOs now pulling out of Afghanistan. They've also banned girls from attending middle school and high school, restricted women from most employment, ordered them to wear head-to-toe clothing in public. Women are also banned from parks, gyms, and cannot travel without a male relative. These are the this is the kind of imposition that Taliban has put on women in Afghanistan.
Azint, ustad budum, dars dodam. Yani, imroz vaqti khonam nakhona. مادرم نخوانه درس من درس قبول ندارم من دروازه پنتون ایستادم من اینه پاره میکنم اصلی رو پاره میکنم
خاقل مشهد حل را فتر کوید
از این استاد بودم درس دادم یعنی امروز وقت خوانم نخوانه مادرم نخوانه درس من درس قبول ندارم من دروازه پنتون ایستادم من اینه پاره میکنم اصلی رو پاره میکنم
خاقل مشهد حل را فتر کوید.
All right, now coming up, here's the extreme cold wave that's gripped several parts of the globe. United States particularly has been severely affected, throwing normal life out of gear there for locals. Let's take a quick look at all the top images coming in of the cold wave, the worst of its kind in recent times. A waterfall in the United States, Tennessee, appeared mostly frozen as the nation was hit by an Arctic deep freeze and sprawling storm front. Video posted online shows Bald River Falls in Talico Plains as a largely icy mass with scant amount of water flowing down the path of that river. As the temperature in several cities of US continues to plunge below freezing point, with the scope of the storm being nearly unprecedented. Visuals of several iguanas falling out of trees in Florida's Tampa have gone viral on social media. Now, major United States airlines were in fact broadsided by massive weekend winter storm that swept across large swaths of the country. The Southwest Airlines cancelled more than 70% of its flights on Monday and more than 60% on Tuesday. Thousands of suitcases, bags amassed at California airport as flights cancelled in bitter weather. Luggage was also seen piled up at several other airports, including Florida's Tampa International Airport, Chicago's Midway International Airport. A state of emergency is now in effect in the United States amid the deadly winter. According to reports there, over 60 people have lost their lives in the United States alone, all due to this storm, weather-related incidents just in the last week. All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay with us. News and updates coming up soon.
An Arctic blast gripped much of the United States Saturday, leaving over 500,000 without power, while also driving flight cancellations, as plummeting temperatures were predicted to bring the coldest Christmas Eve on record to several cities.
Mother Nature threw the kitchen sink at us this time.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke of the deep freeze impacting her state.
Buffalo Airport will be closed at least until 11 a.m. Monday, and so I think that's going to be unfortunately very disruptive to those who wanted to leave or arrive and spend time with family over the Christmas holiday. And also the roads are not safe. We've been hit with everything from wind and flash freeze and unprecedented high velocity of wind, almost 80 miles an hour in Buffalo and other parts of the state, very high numbers, as well as the snow, ice, flooding. So it's been a very tough one.
Blizzard conditions remained in Buffalo and its surrounding county on the edge of Lake Erie in western New York Saturday, where between 4 to 6 feet of snow will fall by Sunday, the National Weather Service said. Around the country, fatal car accidents left at least 16 dead from weather-related accidents, according to media reports. And more than 2,500 U.S. flights were canceled on Saturday. The severe weather prompted authorities across the country to open warming centers in libraries and police stations, while scrambling to expand temporary shelter for the homeless. The challenge was compounded by the influx of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border by the thousands in recent weeks.
He's India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
taking your question forward, don't you think that, it's a very kind of a personal question as well. Having so much data, having so much technology ultimately would give you, a distraction while driving. So don't you think the features should be lessened? In fact, India is a market where more features, the better the features, the more the features, the better it is. But yes, but in long term, don't you think that there's going to be eventually a hazard for the public and eventually be more distractive?
You are right, Chetan, and I think safety is extremely important. We pride ourselves on safety. We are also the best rated as far as crash ratings are concerned in the country. The point about driver distraction is extremely important, and I think you're very right to say that the applications that I just mentioned are designed to be used offline when they are outside the car. They're not to be used when they're actually driving, and there's no real value when they're actually driving. This is the value is coming from augmenting the experience when they're outside the car. So that's for the first point. The second point is the experience that the customers have when they're inside the car are more driven by the audio visuals and the infotainment that sits inside the car or the truck. The trucks are equally well equipped with infotainment and audio visuals today, which are designed in such a way that they enhance and support the driver's attention to the road. Eyes have to be on the road and on being alert and being able to support that objective. So that's something that we are doing as an outset with as a design paradigm in our mind. The other thing is we're also doing things to improve that. For example, we are in the process of introducing driver behavior alerts in case that specifically in our commercial vehicles, our truck drivers are working long hours and late hours driving vehicles all across our country. If the driver is experiencing drowsiness, we are actually introducing technology inside our vehicles that will detect it and give an alert to the driver saying, you need to stop by the next dhaba, which will also be told to him in a very proactive manner and take a chai and take some rest so that you are going to lessen the chances of an accident. So that is the core focus that we have, and definitely whatever technology interventions we do are there to improve it. The second point is on the features. I think you're right. More is not necessarily better. It's more about curating it in such a way that it helps the customer's journey.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Big revelation in the Tunisha suicide case. Cops reveal Shizan had a secret girlfriend. Says we'll record her statement to seek extended custody of Shizan today. A shocker coming from Chhattisgarh's Korba. Man stabs his ex-girlfriend 51 times with a screwdriver. BJP slams Priyanka Gandhi, questions her silence on this. A big win for forces in Jammu and Kashmir. Forces gunned down 4 terrorists in Sidra. Area cordoned off, 3 pistols along with other ammunition that's been recovered. World's 3rd richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India Today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss that special conversation with India Today magazine's newsmaker of the year, 8 p.m. tonight.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
A brutal winter storm brings misery to millions of Americans as intense snow and frigid cold grips parts of the United States. Over 60 people killed so far. All right, here's some big news coming in. The Congress National General Secretary K.C. Venugopal cites threat to Rahul Gandhi's life. In a letter, he claims to the Home Minister that Rahul Gandhi's security was breached and that during the Bharat Jodo Yatra Delhi leg, he says that Delhi police has completely failed to secure Rahul Gandhi. Evokes Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi sacrificing their life for the country. K.C. Venugopal shooting a letter to Home Minister Amit Shah saying that the Delhi police failed to provide adequate security to Rahul Gandhi during the Bharat Jodo Delhi leg and claims several lapses in providing security. The Bharat Jodo Yatra, the Delhi leg that happened this Saturday, just the last Saturday that went by, we saw huge crowds undoubtedly, but what the Congress alleges here is that the security personnel did not have a rope rather that forms in the shape of a D to cordon off people coming near close to Rahul Gandhi. And besides that, the police allowed for people to barge in many areas, many stretches. The D was missing. People brazenly trying to enter the cordoned areas. And this is an absolute failure of the Delhi police. This is also a video there that we are bringing to you, which the Congress themselves have released, claiming absolute security breach during the Bharat Jodo Yatra's Delhi leg. That D, a rope that shaped in the form of a D, which was supposed to be there all through the Yatra, was missing in several stretches. And even though the D was there in some of the parts of the Yatra, several locals there were seen brazenly breaching it. This is precisely what the Congress has said, as a video now has been released by the Congress, and that's what you see on our screens here, where large crowds, people coming very close to Rahul Gandhi, a Z plus security that's already allotted to Rahul. But despite that, it appears that the police who were trying to cordon off the public at some point seem to have failed in ensuring that people did not come as close. Let me cut across to Supriya, who's joining us with Pawan Khera. Supriya, quick question to Pawan Khera there on what exactly was the security breach. Could he break it down for us?
Mr. Khera, you guys have just released a video also of Ram Leela Maidan near the Lal Killa, and there we are seeing that a lot of people are actually surrounding Mr. Gandhi. What exactly happened?
There was a complete breakdown of order. Police presence was not enough in proportion to the kind of number of people that were there, and there was no rope team which could segregate the crowd, which could regulate the crowd. That has been the order right from day one of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but in Delhi, that order collapsed.
Also, there are other serious allegations that are mentioned in that letter, right, as far as the breach of security is concerned, and the Yatra is now also to enter Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir.
The way the IB agents entered the containers, illegally entered the containers, we filed an FIR against them, but nothing has been done so far by the Haryana police. We apprehend a serious concern that we have, that this party, BJP and its government are trying to derail and disrupt our Bharat Jodo Yatra, defame the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
आपने तो बीजेपी वालों को भी एक संदेश भेजा जिसमें आपने उनको जो है दानव और राक्षस कह दिया, ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं आप?
मैं उन्हें दानव नहीं कह रहा. भारत जोड़ो यात्रा एक यज्ञ है और यज्ञ में कोई खलल डालता है तो उसको तो हमारे ऋषि मुनि भी दानव कहते हैं. तो मैंने तो वही बात दोहराई है.
ऋषि मुनि की बात कर रहे हैं जो टी शर्ट राहुल जी ने पहने हुआ है. मॉर्निंग व्हेन ही वाज कमिंग ही सेड अबाउट द टी शर्ट दैट टिल द टाइम इट्स वर्किंग बट देयर इज अ ह्यूज अटैक बाय द बीजेपी ऑन मिस्टर गांधी एज फार एज द टी शर्ट थिंग इज कंसर्न. हाउ डू यू सी दैट वन, सर?
Rahul Gandhi is wearing a t-shirt. Why are they trembling? I don't understand. Let them wear their jackets, whatever they want to. They should stop trembling because Rahul Gandhi is wearing a t-shirt. They are trembling. Why?
Well, this is what the sentiments in Congress headquarters at the moment is. Today is the foundation day of the Congress party, and just now Mr. Khera has addressed a press conference, a detailed one, where that video was also released as far as the security breach of Rahul Gandhi is concerned. They are saying that now the Yatra is all set to enter Punjab and then the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and they're actually very worried, and that's why K.C. Venugopal has written that letter to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, saying that proper arrangement should be made as far as the security of Rahul Gandhi and the Bharat Yatri is concerned.
All right, at this point we believe that the Congress claiming, or rather the Congress evoking Rajiv Gandhi and Indira Gandhi. Could you ask Mr. Khera on that, Supriya, on the reasons to why? Do we have Supriya? Supriya, if you can hear me, are you with us? All right, we've lost our connection there, but this is Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, the Delhi leg, as we see extensively huge crowds there, all the way from the Badarpur border. It reached the Red Fort. It started at 6 a.m. in the morning, and it appears that the crowds were overwhelming, may not have been anticipated by the police, considering that right from the start to the end, the police were adequately deployed, but at some points, it could be possible that they were outnumbered. At this, in this spot here, we see that the D-shaped rope, which the police are struggling to maintain. In fact, many of the volunteers of the Bharat Jodo Yatra were themselves trying to cordon off people. It was their effort largely. That's what the Congress claims or alleges, that the Delhi police themselves failed miserably in providing security. It was the Yatris, the Bharat Jodo Yatra volunteers who extensively tried to cordon off people coming close to Rahul Gandhi. And this was the allegation that IB officials in Haryana tried to barge into containers as part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. What was their purpose there? This is all a threat to Rahul Gandhi's life. This is exactly what the Congress has said, as they've released a video here showing security breach of Rahul Gandhi's security, or rather Rahul Gandhi's security itself has lapsed, is what the Congress alleges, accusing the Delhi police of not keeping discipline while the Yatra was traversing through Delhi roads. This video here showing the Yatra moving past at one spot in Delhi. This was the last Saturday that went by, where the Yatra moved all the way from the Badarpur border to the Red Fort in Delhi, where it culminated. And we see that the police were struggling really hard to maintain that D. The D is formed via a rope, which cordons off people coming anywhere close to a person with Z plus security. Let me quickly cut across to MP Manikam Tagore joining us, the Congress Party Neta. Mr. Tagore, here we are seeing a video that's released by the Congress Party showing the police of Delhi struggling to maintain a D to ensure Rahul Gandhi's security. And this, you accuse, is the Delhi police's failure to ensure that Rahul was not secured.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that Delhi police have failed in its attempt to provide the adequate security to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And we are not blaming it for the political reason, we are blaming it on the security reason. From Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Telangana, Maharashtra, as well as our Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Haryana, everywhere security was provided in an organized fashion. But in Delhi police completely messed up, and Delhi police was seen just standing and not doing their work, what they were assigned to do. And the Delhi police directly report to the Honorable Home Minister. Therefore, it's a very sad part from the Home Ministry and from the Delhi police. And we have requested our General Secretary organization has wrote to the Honorable Home Minister to provide adequate security as Rahul Gandhi ji, who was an ex-SPG protectee, but that security was withdrawn by the same government and Mr. Amit Shah. Now he's been under the Z+ protectee, and in the coming days he will be walking into the border states. Therefore, we need the adequate security which he needs to be provided. That's only we are asking for it. And Delhi on 24th December, whomever anchor you would have covered it in Delhi also, you would have seen the casual attitude of the Delhi police, and Delhi police has completely failed in providing the security to Rahul Gandhi.
Mr. Tagore, if you could hear me, we see that the Congress is now evoking Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, saying that they have given their life for the country, and now Rahul Gandhi's life is also under threat. What are you trying to insinuate here?
Nothing to insinuate. We are only saying that the security of the political leadership should be the top priority, and we are saying that when the Honorable Congress, when the Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi's security wherever it was reached, we always express the same view. We don't play politics on security, but now we are able to see that Delhi police is not doing it in a proper way. Adequate security should be given, and it's the truth, and everybody knows that Indira Gandhi ji and Rajiv Gandhi ji, who was the ex-Prime Minister, because of the breach of security only, their lives, they have sacrificed their lives. That is past experience, and we should be very careful in the future also. That is our genuine request to the ruling establishment.
Mr. Tagore, finally, if I may ask you, is this an appeal that the Congress is making to now come back with the SPG security for Rahul Gandhi? Do you want that to be implemented for Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhi family yet again? SPG was withdrawn about 3 years ago, assessing that there is no security threat to Rahul Gandhi. Do you want that reinstalled?
We are not having any view on that SPG. We have expressed our views in the parliament, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi was not worried about the security. But what we are worried about, the adequate security as a self-protectee, he should be given. And we can see that the Delhi police has miserably failed. We are only saying that adequate security to him should be given. That is our request.
But this Bharat Jodo Yatra happened on Saturday. We are talking about this on Wednesday. What took you 4 days to flag this up?
On that day, we would have made it up. People would have seen that as an abrupt reaction. We had thought over through, and we had verified with many sources. We had our internal meeting. We had come up with the conclusion that it is a security fail. The Delhi police has failed. Therefore, only we took time. We can't make an allegation in this just as a drop of a hat. We have to take considerations and make the right appeal to the government of central government, particularly the Home Ministry.
Right, got your point. But do you believe that the crowds were not anticipated? You didn't expect this kind of crowd joining in, and so did the police. It was overlooked that this kind of crowd might just join in, and maybe even your yatris were not as prepared to handle the overwhelming crowds.
Yatri's duty was not to provide security. Security was usually given by the state police, and the Delhi police should have given it, and the inner ring was given by the CRPF person. Therefore, the Congress party doesn't provide security to our leader. It is the police department which has to security. It is the overwhelming response of Rahul Gandhi seen across India, and we are very clear that Delhi police has failed, and there should be some kind of accountability in these things. And in the future also, it has to be taken care in the states whenever it is traveling. That is our request.
We hear there's a lot of talk about IB officials infringing into containers in Haryana region. How much of that is true? And what did you do with them? We hear your volunteers caught them red-handed.
No, IB officials have breached into the Congress Yatri's places, and they were inquiring about the visitors who were having conversations with Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji. Therefore, that we had raised it on a different occasion, and we are only asking that agencies to work to protect Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, not to disturb Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji's Yatra, not to disturb the Bharat Jodo Yatra, not to get panicked with the Bharat Jodo Yatra. And we want the agencies, they are all paid by the taxpayers' money. They should do their duty to protect the protectee, not to provide protecting the security is not their job.
All right. You know, Mr. Tagore, we also have Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP joining us. Mr. Sirsa, here the Congress claiming absolute threat to Rahul Gandhi's life and complete failure of the Delhi police to ensure security for Rahul Gandhi during the Bharat Jodo Delhi leg. Your take on that?
So it's just a rhetoric statement. One of the rhetoric statements, as usually Congress do. First of all, Rahul Gandhi has got adequate security, and government is always concerned about every citizen. So is concerned about Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi. Every citizen is important. The people who are in opposition, may it be a member of parliament or leader of opposition, they are also equally important. We got adequate security. As far as Delhi police is concerned, they have provided a number of policemen to control the crowd, and the security has to be provided by the inner circle, as he very well said, by the CRPF. And there was no as such breach in the security. Thirdly, he said IB. Now, IB is the agency which is taking all inputs about the security, about the breach, and now they are saying कि IB के लोग वहाँ पे क्यों थे? Why they were there? So this is the primary job of the IB, Intelligence Bureau, to present at this kind of occasion, to keep a close watch whether there are some anti elements there, and this is their primary duty, and they are performing their duty. But to be in a news, now they are shouting over letters to the Honorable Home Minister. I must surprise you, even Home Minister is having the same security which Rahul Gandhi is having. So how can they say that they have a more threat or they are not provided adequate security? It is just a rhetoric statement and just to be in a news.
Video
That's all, nothing more than that.
Manjinder Sissa, this is a video that we see on our television screens, which the Congress has released, and you do see in the video some of the locals there who are trying to come real close to Rahul Gandhi. Despite all the special police officers who are trying to cordon them off, it seems like they're barging in. So at some points, we do see that the police have lost control. Do you believe that this is due to not foreseeing the kind of crowds that actually appeared on that day?
इस बात को उजागर किया है, सुरक्षा की व्यवस्था में ध्यान दें, वो इन चीज़ों में ना पड़ें कि क्या खाया है, कहाँ खाया है, किसने पकाया है, कौन परोस रहा है, इन चीज़ों में उनका पढ़ना जो है वो मैं समझता हूँ कि उचित नहीं है। लेकिन हाँ, एक बात स्पष्ट होती जा रही है कि कोई ना कोई बहाना ढूंढा जा रहा है, कोई ना कोई बहाना ढूंढा जा रहा है कि इस यात्रा को कहीं ना कहीं कुछ चोट पहुंचा सकें, चाहे वो स्वास्थ्य संबंधित बातें हों, चिट्ठी लिखकर स्वास्थ्य मंत्री।
सीरियस है ना सलमान साहब, क्योंकि आप आरोप सीधे गृह मंत्रालय पर लगा रहे हैं, अमित शाह पर लगा रहे हैं कि आपकी पुलिस कोताही बरत रही है राहुल गांधी की।
है ना, जो सच्चाई है वो है। तो हम ये कोई शिष्टाचार का तो मामला है नहीं कि अगर हम देखेंगे कि हमारी सुरक्षा हमारे नेताओं को नहीं मिल रही है और हम तब भी कहें कि चलो चुप रहो, शिष्टाचार की बात है, उन पर कोई आरोप ना लगे या उन पर कोई उनको कष्ट ना हो, तो ये तो सवाल नहीं पैदा होता। हमारा दायित्व जो है उसका तो हम निर्वाह करेंगे।
लगातार एक वीडियो भी जारी किया गया है, वीडियो में रेड फोर्ट पे राहुल गांधी है, चारों तरफ क्राउड है, और ये भी आरोप लगा है कि ना सिर्फ दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो डी होता है वो तो मेंटेन नहीं किया, बल्कि जब क्राउड आई तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने मुंह फेर लिया, मूक दर्शक बनी रही।
तो अब यही तो अब देख लीजिए कि इसके बाद हमको और कहने की आवश्यकता क्या है? हर चीज तो वीडियो पर है। अगर दिल्ली पुलिस को नहीं मालूम तो वो वीडियो मंगा लें, आपसे वीडियो ले लें, वीडियो लेकर देख लें, और वो अगर ये समझते हैं कि उन्होंने जो भी किया वो सही है तो वो सार्वजनिक करें इस बात को। और अगर वो गलती मानते हैं और उनको माननी चाहिए, हम ये कहते हैं कि उनको ये गलती माननी चाहिए, तो उनको कम से कम आगे एजेंसीज को और आगे की पुलिस को सतर्क करने के लिए कम से कम कोई संदेश भेज देना चाहिए।
राजीव गांधी और इंदिरा गांधी का भी हवाला चिट्ठी में दिया गया है कि आपके दो नेता, देश के दो प्रधानमंत्री आपने खोए हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं राहुल गांधी की सुरक्षा को लेकर आपको चिंता है कि उनको टारगेट बनाया जा सकता है? देखिए,
सुरक्षा को लेकर चिंता है, ऐसी चर्चा ज्यादा करना भी किसी पागल को न्योता देना है कि वो आए और वो घुसे और वो कुछ करे, तो इस पे ज़्यादा चर्चा जो है वो करना उचित नहीं होगा। हम ये जानते हैं कि नेताओं की सुरक्षा होती है, होनी चाहिए, और चाहे वो हमारी पार्टी हो जिसका एक इतिहास रहा है कि ऐसी क्षति हमको देखनी पड़ी है, या कोई और भी पार्टी हो जिसने क्षति ना देखी हो, तब भी हम ये मानते हैं सबकी सुरक्षा होनी चाहिए। जो भी इस देश का प्रमुख नेता है और जो भी सार्वजनिक रूप से बाहर निकल के आ रहा है, और शायद वो बातें कही जा रही हैं या कह रहा है वो नेता जो सरकार को पसंद नहीं आती हैं, जो सरकार जिस बात से सहमत नहीं होगी, अगर ऐसी बात कही जा रही है तो कोई पागलपन में करे या किसी साजिश से करे या किसी और कारण कुछ करे और क्षति पहुंचाने का प्रयास करे। इसलिए सुरक्षा तो होनी चाहिए, अच्छी सुरक्षा और सुदृढ़ सुरक्षा होनी चाहिए।
पर सर, ये दोनों तरफ सिक्के के दोनों पहलू हैं। अगर सुरक्षा किसी को, एक मिनट नेहा ये सवाल ले लेते हैं, सुरक्षा किसी को रोकती है राहुल गांधी से मिलने से, तो आप कहते हैं कि सिक्योरिटी मिलने नहीं दे रही, और अगर सिक्योरिटी मिलने देती है तो फिर कहा जाता है कि सुरक्षा नहीं हो रही। तरीका है ना, ये तो कोई नया खेल है नहीं कि हमको ये समझाना पड़े कि सुरक्षा रखते हुए जिसको मिलना है, जिसको मिलना चाहिए उसको आप मिलने देंगे। और सुरक्षा का जो प्रारूप होता है वो ऐसा ही होता है कि सुरक्षा ऐसा ना करे कि लोगों को कट ऑफ कर दे, नेता को कट ऑफ कर दे। इसीलिए
सुरक्षा कर्मी होते हैं, इसीलिए ट्रेन लोग होते हैं, नहीं तो कोई साधारण व्यक्ति भी घुसकर ये कह सकता था कि हम इसको रोक रहे हैं, इसको नहीं रोक रहे हैं। सुरक्षा कर्मी की आवश्यकता क्या है और ट्रेनिंग क्या है, इसीलिए ऐसे मौके पर वो काम आता है।
जी, तो नेहा, आपने देखा कि किस तरह से यहाँ पे कांग्रेस के तमाम वरिष्ठ नेता इस बात को लेकर अपनी चिंता जता रहे हैं।
All right, there you have it. Salman Khurshid of the Congress there saying that this was an absolute security breach. It was the responsibility of the Delhi police to ensure that Rahul Gandhi was safe as part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra Delhi leg. This is the video that the Congress specifically has released to show, or they're trying to show that this was a security breach at several parts of the Delhi Yatra. There were several people who came real close to Rahul Gandhi, and that's the image there as part of that video released by the Congress on social media trying to prove their point. All right, cutting across to now Congress leader Srinivas BV, who now wades into Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt. Srinivas says Rahul's white T-shirt has set everything on fire. BV Srinivas says from RSS headquarters to Deen Dayal Road, everything currently on fire because Rahul Gandhi wore a T-shirt in the biting cold of Delhi. He says Sanghis are now jealous of Rahul's T-shirt amid the biting cold. These are comments made by BV Srinivas, the Youth Congress president, as he says Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt has now really set everyone on fire, including the RSS. From the RSS headquarters to Deen Dayal Road, everything currently on fire. Sanghis are jealous of Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt amid the biting cold, says BV Srinivas. In fact, BV Srinivas there, Youth Congress president, saying that it's now left everyone jealous how Rahul Gandhi wore just a T-shirt as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra. He was, despite the biting cold, Rahul Gandhi has worn a T-shirt and moved around the streets of Delhi, and this shows that everyone else is currently jealous because everyone's speaking about Rahul Gandhi wearing only a T-shirt. This has set the RSS headquarters to the Deen Dayal Road, everything on fire. This is what Srinivas says. Sanghis are currently jealous of Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt in the biting cold. Here the Congress there has likened Rahul Gandhi to Lord Ram and Yogi, saying that Rahul Gandhi is a real yogi. He's left all the other yogis behind. Rahul Gandhi is nothing less than Lord Ram because he's really shown his tapasya. He's worn only a white T-shirt and moved around the biting cold of Delhi streets as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra. All of this, the Congress now saying, almost portraying an image, a godly image of Rahul Gandhi at this point as part of the Yatra. All right, cutting across to some more news coming in. 20-year-old woman was killed after she was stabbed to death in Chhattisgarh's Korba. The post-mortem report of the woman, released on Monday, has now revealed that she was stabbed over 51 times by a sharp weapon, allegedly by a screwdriver on different parts of her body. The police suspect that it could be a case of love jihad or a love triangle itself, and are currently on the lookout for one Shahbaz Khan, the primary suspect in this case. On Saturday last week, the woman identified as Neel Kusum was alone at home while the rest of her family, including her father, mother, brother, had all gone out. They lived in the pump house colony of Southeastern Coalfields Limited in Korba. And when the brother entered, he found his sister lying in a pool of blood and her mouth covered with a pillow. BJP has now trained its guns on the Congress-led Baghel government, saying that tribals are unsafe under the Congress government. Saffron Party has slammed Priyanka Gandhi for not speaking a word over this tragic incident.
उस आरोपी को जल्दी से जल्दी पकड़ें और उसको सज़ा दी जाए और फांसी की ही सज़ा दी जाए।
तो बोला जल्दी आ पापा जल्दी आ। तो गुड़िया कहाँ है? मैं बोला तो गुड़िया नहीं है, जल्दी आ। ऐसे बोला तो मैं क्या हो गया जल्दी आ बोल रहा है बोल के ना। मैं वहाँ साहब लोगों को बोला भैया सर वो वहाँ कुछ हो गया है, तो बोला तो जाओ जल्दी जाओ। बोला तो मैं जल्दी आ गया और यहाँ आके देखता हूँ कि ये पर्स में ना मेरा बेटी जो नील कुसुम ऐसे पड़ी थी वो मृत की हालत में। मैं उसको छुआ, उसका आँख को ऐसे देखा तो मेरे को लगा कि जिंदा है कह के ना, तो उसके मेरे पीछे तुरंत 112 वो पुलिस वाले आ गए थे और उसी में उन लोग चलो करके ना बैठा के ले गए और हॉस्पिटल हम लोग पहुंचा दिए।
बॉडी पे खून था, चेहरा ऐसा इस साइड लेटा था, हाथ ऐसे पूरा अकड़ गया था, शरीर ठंडा था, चेहरे के ऊपर तकिया था। जब से दीदी मदनपुर में स्कूल में पढ़ने जा रही थी तो उसी बस से आना जाना कर रही थी, तब से मतलब कुछ दिनों से फिर बात उसका शुरू हुआ उस लड़के से।
घटना के एक दिवस पूर्व वो लड़का जो बाद में गुजरात अहमदाबाद में चला गया था कुछ काम करने के लिए, तो घटना दिनांक के एक दिन पहले वो कोरबा पहुंचा है। कोरबा आने के पश्चात एक लॉज में ठहरा था और घटना स्थल जो मृतका का घर है वहाँ पे भी वो घटना के समय था और उसके कुछ कपड़े और कुछ टिकट्स बरामद हुए हैं, जिनके आधार पर यह पुष्टि होती है कि घटना के समय महिला के घर में वो लड़का था। हो सकता है कि घटना के समय इन दोनों के बीच में किसी बात को लेके विवाद हुआ हो और नुकीले चीज़ से उसके सीने पे वार किया था, जिससे मृतका की मृत्यु हो गई थी। इसमें अलग अलग टीमें काम कर रही है और कुछ जहां जहां उनके संभावित जो जगह है आरोपी के, वो सभी में पता तलाश किया जा रहा है। साइबर की टीम इसमें लगी हुई है, बहुत जल्द आरोपी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
आए दिन छत्तीसगढ़ में इस प्रकार के महिला उत्पीड़न के मामले बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। झारखंड हो, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, महिलाओं के खिलाफ उत्पीड़न, ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरियां हैं वोट बैंक की या किसी और तरीके की जिसकी वजह से कार्रवाई नहीं हो पा रही है इतने गंभीर विषय पर भी। और जो लड़की हूं लड़ सकती हूं का नारा देते हैं प्रियंका वाड्रा, राहुल गांधी, जो बात बात पर टूरिज्म करने, वल्चर पॉलिटिक्स करने पहुंच जाते हैं, क्या वो नील कुसुम के परिवार के साथ आज खड़े रहेंगे? क्या वो अपनी सरकार से जवाबदेही मांगेंगे?
All right, let me quickly cut across to Sumi Rajapan, former cabinet minister and BJP leader from Chhattisgarh, joining us. In fact, Rajesh Munat. Sumi, over to you. What does he have to say?
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of mudslinging happening, Nabila, here over the incident because the boy was from a different community. And on the same, we have the senior BJP leader and also the former cabinet minister, Rajesh Mura ji. Sir, आपका स्वागत है इंडिया टुडे के पूरे नेटवर्क पर। हमने होम मिनिस्टर से भी बात की, ताम्रध्वज साहू जी कह रहे हैं लव जिहाद का एंगल नहीं है, बीजेपी पूरे माहौल को खराब करने का कोशिश कर रही है क्योंकि लड़की क्रिश्चियन कम्युनिटी से थी और लड़का दूसरी कम्युनिटी से था, तो लव जिहाद का एंगल नलिफाई कर रहे हैं वो।
देखिए, सामान्यतः वनांचल क्षेत्र की बालिका, कोरबा वनांचल क्षेत्र में आता है, नील कुसुम उसका सरनेम है, वह आदिवासी समाज की बालिका है। और जब आदिवासी समाज की बालिका जिसके साथ में बर्बरतापूर्वक व्यवहार हुआ है, बर्बरतापूर्वक उसकी हत्या हुई है, हत्या भी जिन चीज़ों से की गई, जिन औजारों से की गई, 51 जगह उसको गोद दिया गया एक बालिका को, वो आदिवासी समाज से आती है। अब उसको आप कहेंगे कि नहीं वो क्रिश्चियन है, अरे आदिवासियों में धर्मांतरण आपकी सरकार के कार्यकाल में हो रहे हैं। वो वहाँ की बालिका रहने वाली है, आदिवासी समाज को करती है और आदिवासी बालिका के साथ में आकर एक मुस्लिम समाज का लड़का गुजरात से आता है, गुजरात से आकर वहाँ कंडक्टरी करता है, कंडक्टरी करने के बाद अगर उसको अपने लोग हाथ के लौहों में फंसाता है, अपने लोग लुभाओं ने उसमें फंसाता है, उसके बाद में उस लड़की के साथ में गलत अनाचार की बातचीत करता है। जब वो लड़की उसका विरोध करती है, उसके बाद में वापस आता है गुजरात से और उसकी प्लेन की टिकट से पता लगा कि गुजरात से आया था। जो व्यक्ति इस तरह की बर्बरता कर रहा है उसको छुपाने के लिए भी सरकार भी हथकंडे अपना रही है। आश्चर्य लगता है।
सर, लड़का जशपुर का ही रहने वाला था और लड़की और लड़के में बातचीत थी, 3 साल पहले ही दोनों दोस्त बने और अचानक से जब बातचीत बंद हुई तो ये बिहेवियर सामने आया कि अकेले लड़की को देकर उसके घर पर जाकर उसको स्टैप किया। और ये मतलब लड़की दोस्त थी तो कहीं ना कहीं लड़की का कंसेंट भी था। सर, तो आपको लगता है कि लव जिहाद का जो एंगल दे रहे हैं वो सही भी है?
देखिए, लड़की का कॉन्टेक्ट वो बस के अंदर कंडक्टर था, ये जशपुर से आना जाना करती थी, इसके टच में आई, ये मुस्लिम था, एक क्लियर है। वह आदिवासी समाज की लड़की थी, एक क्लियर, इसमें किंतु परंतु नहीं है। लव जिहाद का इसमें क्लियर बनता है क्योंकि वो दोनों समाज अलग अलग हैं। आज खाली ये सरकार ये कह रही कि वो आदिवासी नहीं है, वो क्रिश्चियन है, क्यों डाइवर्ट कर रही है? अगर वो आदिवासी समाज की बहन के साथ में अनाचार हुआ तो उसको सहजता से स्वीकार करना चाहिए। गड़बड़ हुई, जिसने किया उसके खिलाफ में कार्रवाई करना चाहिए, लेकिन कार्रवाई करने के अंदर भी सरकार कोताही बरत रही। इसके पहले भी 3-4 घटनाएं शहर के अंदर घट चुकी है, धर्मांतरण की घटना यहाँ घट चुकी है और
Absolutely. Similar incidents have taken place time and again, but the government is somehow not learning the lessons, and that's what BJP has been claiming here. Back to you.
All right, Sumi, thank you very much for joining us on that. We are going to keep the spotlight on that story. But coming up on the other side, big revelation in Tunisha suicide case. Cops now reveal Shizan may have had another relationship, and they say that they found some chats between the two. They're now on the lookout for that lady as well. Of course, she needs to be questioned. Interrogation will continue as the police intensify the probe into Tunisha's death.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
CBI arrests Videocon chief Venugopal Dhoot. The move sends shockwaves across industries. Arrest comes nearly 3 days after the arrest of high-profile names and ex-ICICI Bank chief Chanda Kochhar and her spouse Deepak Kochhar in relation to fraudulent sanctioning of credit facilities to the tune of 3,250 crore rupees. 3 high-profile arrests over the last 72 hours sent jitters across India Inc. India's banking industry witnesses one of the most high-profile money laundering scams, marking the downfall of the banking sector titans Chanda Kochhar and consumer electronics major Videocon. The bulls are back in action. Benchmarks reclaim important levels. Rally led by PSU banks today. Sensex closing with gains of 700 points. Meanwhile, the Nifty ended the session above 18,000 despite a mild pullback in the final minutes of trade. Broader markets reverse Friday carnage. And we get you market guru Chakri Lokripriya of TCG Asset Management talking about themes to hunt for this new year and what's making him bullish on banking, consumer discretionary and cement names.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, here's some big news coming in from Karnataka. Bengaluru, pro-Kannada activists in Bengaluru now staging a massive protest. The protest is against Maharashtra Assembly's resolution on the border row. Eknath Shinde, Maharashtra Chief Minister, had passed a resolution on Belagavi row yesterday, and in the resolution, the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had said very clearly that Maharashtra will pursue 865 villages that currently now come under Karnataka. It's part of Karnataka's borders. Eknath Shinde very clearly in the resolution saying that Maharashtra will pursue those villages and cities like Belagavi, Karwar, Nipparni to all come under Maharashtra's fold. This will be an active effort by the Maharashtra government to ensure that they will come to Maharashtra's fold at this point. Let me quickly cut across to Nagarjun joining us live for more. Nagarjun, we see protests by pro-Kannada activists in Bengaluru. Tell us a little on what their demands are.
This was done by the Vatal Nagaraj faction of the Pro-Kannada organization. You know, Vatal Nagaraj has been a torchbearer of Kannada fights, pro-Kannada fights. So he had demanded an apology from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra for passing such a resolution and also condemning it, saying how can an assembly pass a resolution that they'll take over villages in Karnataka. We also have to fight back, and today they try to even burn the effigy of the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. But the moment the protest started, immediately the police detained all of them and dispersed the crowd. There were around 20-25 people from the Vatal Nagaraj faction who's leading this protest this morning near Mysuru Bank Circle, demanding an apology from the Maharashtra Chief Minister, also condemning what exactly happened in Maharashtra Assembly, which the resolution said around 800 odd villages will belong to Maharashtra and not in Karnataka.
All right, the protests that we see in Bengaluru, are the cops restricting them? Is this a large gathering, Nagarjun? Anything to worry?
Not much. It was just 20-25 people at Mysuru Bank Circle, and they tried to protest, and immediately the moment they started, the West Division of the Bangalore Police immediately dispersed them.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on that. Those are the visuals that we see coming in from Bengaluru. Pro-Kannada activists who are burning effigies of Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde after he passed a resolution claiming that Maharashtra will make all efforts to ensure that Belagavi and all the villages, nearly 865 villages that currently belong to Karnataka, will be soon under Maharashtra's fold. All right, here's some big news on Arijit. Singer Arijit's show has been cancelled in Bengal. There's a lot of ruckus around why it was cancelled. BJP now accusing the TMC there, saying that Arijit's show was cancelled only because he sang Gerua song. BJP says intolerance scaling new heights because Arijit sang the Gerua song. Here it appears that the TMC has cancelled his concert. The Arijit sang the very famous Rang De Gherua song, and that it appears is the reason to why the TMC has decided to call off Arijit's concert in the state of West Bengal. This is the BJP's claims. As of now, information that we have is that Arijit Singh's concert, the singer Arijit, his concert was due to happen in West Bengal. It now stands cancelled. BJP claiming the reason is because he sang the song Gerua, and this is really the true face of intolerance scaling new heights.
আর আমি ওভারওয়েলমড, সবাইকে একটা প্রণাম, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। একটা গান গেয়ে দিই তাহলে লেটা চুকে যাবে। রঙ দে তুমোহে গেরুয়া করব। আর আমি ওভারওয়েলমড, সবাইকে একটা প্রণাম, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। একটা গান গেয়ে দিই তাহলে লেটা চুকে যাবে। রঙ দে তুমোহে গেরুয়া।
All right, that's Arijit singing the song Gerua, the BJP claiming that this was the reason to why his concert has been cancelled. We're going to try and patch our reporter there to really understand what was the reason for Arijit Singh's concert to be cancelled in West Bengal. It was due to happen and it appears that the concert has now been called off. Indrajit Kundu, our reporter, to give us some more clarity on what was the reason for Arijit's show to be cancelled in West Bengal. The BJP, though, quickly claiming that this is intolerance scaling new heights, blaming the TMC for being the reason to cancel Arijit Singh's concert in West Bengal only because he sang that song Gerua at that film fest that they had very recently, famously where Shah Rukh Khan and Amitabh Bachchan had spoken extensively about intolerance, etc. Indrajit Kundu, our reporter, joining us on the phone line. Indrajit, do give us some clarity. What was the reason for Arijit's concert to be called off in West Bengal?
Well, Nabila, so far no official word has come in from the HIDCO authorities because this concert was supposed to take place at Eco Park in Newtown area of Kolkata, which comes under HIDCO, which is a government body, quasi-government body. And we haven't got a confirmation yet from HIDCO as to why this venue has been cancelled at the last moment. The concert was slated to take place on February 18th. But it is confirmed from our sources that the concern won't take place right now because of the issues that has been raised as far as the location is concerned. We don't know, but however, politics has, of course, started playing out over the issue with a section of the BJP here in West Bengal claiming that this has been done to reprimand Arijit Singh because you would remember just a few days back when the opening ceremony of the Kolkata Film Festival was taking place, Arijit Singh had been invited there. He was on dais and so was Shah Rukh Khan, and he did sing the song Rang De Tu Mohe Gerua. So there is this connotation that is being created by the BJP saying that possibly because he sang that wrong and he made a reference to saffron and therefore this has been done by the Mamata Banerjee government. So this is all an allegation or inference that is being drawn by the BJP, but no word coming in from the government or the ruling Trinamool Congress so far.
This talk around his song Gerua. We believe the BJP now saying that Arijit's concert was cancelled only because he sang the song Gerua at that film fest in Kolkata. When he sang that song on that stage, and we heard him sing now, we're going to play that out yet again, but when he sang, was there any controversy around it? All right, stay with us, Indrajit. We have some big breaking news coming in at this point. All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, has been hospitalized. This is the information that we get here. Prime Minister Modi, known to be very close to his mother at this point, we believe she's been hospitalized. Hira Ben has been hospitalized. In fact, very recently we saw images during the Gujarat election of Prime Minister Modi's mother on how she came out, even at this age, came out to cast her vote and reached the polling booth herself, of course wheelchair bound, but she did come out, cast her vote, really setting an example at that point. But from what we hear now, very tragic news. Of course, as of this point, what we hear is that she's been hospitalized. She's all right. She's well past the age of 100. In fact, she's just about 100. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, at this point, we hear, has been hospitalized. Information on which hospital there yet to hear. We hear that she's in the UN Mehta Hospital, the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. She's been hospitalized Let me quickly cut across to Saurav Akhtania joining us on the phone line. Saurav, a quick word from you. We hear Prime Minister Modi's mother has been hospitalized at the UN Mehta Hospital. She's about 100 years old. She very recently came out, cast her vote at the polling booth. She looked all fit, hale and hearty. Do tell us what's happened.
Well, let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben, is right now admitted to the UN hospital in Ahmedabad. Here are the visuals live coming from Ahmedabad. And she was admitted to late night. That's what the sources are telling us. And right now, the official statement which is out from the hospital is that Hira Ben's condition is stable. She was admitted to the UN Mehta Hospital, and now her conditions are stable. And what we have been also told that likely might visit, but there is no official confirmation on that. But it should be that she very recently completed 100 years, and it was in celebration which happened in Gujarat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself arrived over here. The other thing is that let's tell you
All right, we're going to try and patch him. But for now, what we know is that Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, has been hospitalized at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. She is 100 years old, has been admitted to the hospital after her health slightly deteriorated. What's the reason? What really has happened? We need some clarity on that. But for now, we hear that she is certainly stable, doing all right. Her health had deteriorated slightly this morning and she has been rushed to the hospital, the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. In fact, Prime Minister Modi was seen meeting with his mother a little earlier during the Gujarat election time, where he met his mother in Gandhinagar after Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigned extensively in Gujarat. He also met with his mother, sought her blessings, and those are the visuals that you see there on our screens as well of Prime Minister with his mother, known to be very fond and attached to his mother and never misses an opportunity to meet her, seek her blessings every now and then. And here we see that information coming in, she has been hospitalized at the UN Mehta Hospital, for now is said to be stable.
इस अस्पताल के अंदर वो एडमिटेड है नेहा.
Right there, she's at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. She's going to give us some more information on that. For now, what we know, initial information coming in that her health slightly has deteriorated this morning. She was rushed to the hospital, UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad.
की ओर से हमें मिल रही है. हालांकि उसमें बहुत क्लियरली उनके ज़रिए ये लिखा गया है कि कार्डियोलॉजी और रिसर्च सेंटर ये है UN मेहता, उसमें उनको लाया गया है. और कल शाम को उनको सांस लेने में दिक्कत की जो थी, जिसकी वजह से उनको अस्पताल में लाया गया था. और उसके बाद अभी उनकी तबीयत काफ़ी बेटर है. आज सुबह से उनके पूरे जो बॉडी चेकअप है वो भी डॉक्टर के ज़रिए किया गया है. MRI और CT स्कैन ये दोनों ही किया गया है, क्योंकि 100 साल की उनकी उम्र है. कई बार उनको इस तरीके की परेशानी होती है. कफ का सबसे ज़्यादा उनको प्रॉब्लम है. जो डॉक्टर्स के साथ हमारी बात हुई थी वो उसके मुताबिक उनको कफ का सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम है. तो वैसे में उनको यहाँ पे कल शाम को लाया गया था. आज सुबह से ही यहाँ पे पूरा परिवार मौजूद है उनके साथ. अब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी, ये बताया जा रहा है कि करीब 2 बजे के आसपास यहाँ पे पहुँचेंगे. अपने कैमरामैन से कहूँगी कि वो आपको यहाँ के अस्पताल के जो दृश्य है वो दिखाए, क्योंकि धीरे धीरे अब सारे जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे पहुँचना शुरू हो चुके हैं. और ख़ास तौर पे अगर सुरक्षा कर्मी की बात की जाए तो कई सुरक्षा कर्मी यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं. जो आप ये दृश्य में देख सकते हैं, ये अहमदाबाद की UN मेहता अस्पताल के ये दृश्य है, जहाँ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की जो माताजी है उनको एडमिट किया गया है. नेहा, आप ये दृश्य देख सकते हैं. पुलिस जो है वो यहाँ पे तैनात है, क्योंकि बताया यही जा रहा है कि कुछ ही करीब 2 बजे के आसपास प्रधानमंत्री भी यहाँ पे पहुँचेंगे. साथ ही जो चीफ प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी है कैलाशनाथन, वो भी यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं. और सारी जो मूवमेंट है वो यहाँ पे पुलिस की जो मूवमेंट है वो अब शुरू हो चुकी है. आप देख सकते हैं UN मेहता इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कार्डियोलॉजी एंड रिसर्च सेंटर जो है वहाँ पे इस वक्त उनको लाया गया है। फिलहाल जो हेल्थ बुलेटिन निकला है उसके मुताबिक उनकी तबीयत में काफ़ी सुधार है। फिलहाल वो बेहतर फील कर रही है और हालांकि ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र पटेल कुछ ही देर में यहाँ पे पहुँचेंगे। उनके साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी यहाँ पे पहुँच सकते हैं। इस तरीके की जो जानकारी है वो फिलहाल मिल रही है। हालांकि जो उनका पूरा परिवार है, जो मोदी परिवार है, वो भी यहाँ पे पहुँचा हुआ है। और सबसे अहम कहेंगे नेहा, क्योंकि उनके जो भाई है प्रहलाद मोदी, वो कल कर्नाटका में थे। वहाँ पे कल उनका एक एक्सीडेंट हो गया था। हालांकि गनीमत ये थी कि पूरे परिवार सुरक्षित था, लेकिन आज ये खबर आई कि प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी जो है, जो कि 100 साल की है और हाल ही
Gopi Vaniyar, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Saurabh Akhtania as well, who's joining us for more on that. Saurabh, Gopi rightly saying that Hira Ben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, has been hospitalized and she is currently stable. Would you be able to give us a quick health update? What's happened? Saurabh?
So well, Nabila, let me tell you, she has crossed 100 years and now she is currently hello. So well, Nabila, let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben is currently admitted to UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. Let me show you the live visuals over here. That's the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad where Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother is right now admitted. And she was brought here very late night. That is what the sources are telling us. A very tight security outside the hospital. And what the sources are telling us that it is very likely that Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself is going to arrive here to meet his mother Hira Ben. Hira Ben recently completed 100 years of age, and in the recent elections as well, we clearly saw that she came for voting as well, and she is currently right now admitted to this UN Mehta Hospital. What the sources are telling us that there was some health issues of blood pressure, and therefore she was rushed to this particular hospital. The treatment has been done. A special team of doctors are right now taking care of Hira Ben. The entire Ministry of Gujarat is also having a close watch about the health condition. There will be a media briefing in the evening, but we have been told that till the time proper information is not received from the hospital, there won't be an official confirmation that what actually has happened to her. Now look at this particular security which we would like to show you outside this particular hospital. The sources are clearly telling us that very likely Prime Minister Narendra Modi is to arrive at this hospital and he'll be visiting her mother Hira Ben at this UN Mehta Hospital. Now what has happened is sources clearly telling us that very late night, she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital. Now the treatment is still going on. The condition is said to be stable. So right now here the outside visuals also, security personnel are clearing out the traffic over here, because as per protocol, if Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to arrive here, then there is a lot of security arrangement that needs to be done. Sources from the hospital are still telling us that proper team of doctors who are actually taking care of Hira Ben. Remember, Hira Ben has crossed 100 years of age, and very
Akhtania there, just right outside the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, as we see Hira Ben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, who's just about the age of 100, right now admitted. Her situation is said to be stable. At this point, we hear Prime Minister Modi might likely visit the hospital to meet his mother. In fact, visuals of his mother there, Hira Ben, who just a few weeks earlier, in fact a month earlier during the Gujarat elections, had come out to cast her vote in the poll-bound state. She herself, wheelchair-bound of course, came out and cast her vote at the polling booth. That was Hira Ben. Those are the visuals there to show that she was absolutely hale and hearty. At this point too, she seems like she's doing all right. That's what the initial information coming in from the hospital, that her health is stable. Her health slightly deteriorated this morning and she was rushed to the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. Right now, she's doing all right. Saurabh Akhtania for more on that. Saurabh, would you be able to tell us a little more on Prime Minister Modi's mother and her health? Has she been going in and out of the hospital? What's been her medical history? A slight bit to understand how she's doing right now.
So Nabila, let me tell you that there are health issues due to her age being said now. We have been said that several of the ministers and top leaders are likely to arrive over here. You look at the convoy over here, that another person is likely to visit Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben. And we are also been told that Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel is also likely to reach UN Mehta Hospital in some time. Kailash Nathan is already over here, and we have been also told that very likely Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also to visit his mother Hira Ben at UN Mehta Hospital. Now her age, she has crossed 100 years of age, but the way she has been brought up, all the children's and her early life, let me tell you, she's very fit. She believes in yoga. She does lot of yoga, and I have personally visited Vatnagar and Gandhinagar where she stays. We have spoken to Prahlad Modi as well. They have said that Hira Ben has done lot of hard work during her initial days. She brought all the children on her own. She did household work, and she has done so much of hardship, and she has done so much of hardship in her entire life, and therefore she is very fit. And what we have been told, that due to the age factor, there was some sort of illness which caused yesterday, and therefore she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital. The live visuals are on India right now.
Thank you very much, Saurabh. As we see, Hira Ben right now is doing all right. She's stable at the hospital. Likely that Prime Minister Modi might visit his mother as well today. India Today, of course, on top of this story. Do stay tuned. When I come back with more on that on the other side.
The Murthy surname must be a heavy one to carry around. I mean, it would not sit easily on many people's shoulders. I mean, does it bother you, or do you see it as a privilege, I mean, how is it carrying it around?
There's nothing to really make peace with. I'm just very grateful for the chances of fate and for what life has to offer.
Sure, even so, I mean, it must be irritating sometimes to be constantly referred to or called or known as Narayan Murthy's son.
Well, it is a fact that I'm his son, but I'd hope that over time, the work that I do or I have done at least serves sufficient purpose so that people at least refer to me by anything but so-and-so's son or grandson or brother or sister, etc. and so on. So,
well, now you're in the corporate world with Sirocco, but looking at your background, Rohan, I mean, the kind of academic background you have, the excellence in research that you brought to the table, it almost seems to me that you're a bit of a misfit. I mean, you actually would have been more comfortable in the world of academia and not so much in the corporate sphere. Is that an unfair assessment?
No, that is not an unfair assessment. In fact, in my own family, we've had for a few generations a significant fraction actually being teachers or professors more recently, including my mother's siblings, my grandparents. My father's father, for example, was a mathematics teacher, and so on and so forth. So if somebody were to ask me what is our family business is academia.
India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, has been hospitalized. In fact, doctors say Hira Ben is stable right now, is recovering. Prime Minister Modi is also expected to visit his ailing mother, who recently turned 100. Big row over Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul Gandhi's security. Congress writes to the Home Minister. Amit Shah claims that Rahul's security was breached near the Red Fort, says Delhi police incompetent. Big revelation in Tunisha suicide case. Cops reveal Shizan had a secret girlfriend. Says that her statement also could be recorded. They're trying to track her down. And right now, police seeking extended custody of Shizan today. And a shocker from Chhattisgarh's Korba. Man stabs his ex-girlfriend 51 times with a screwdriver. BJP slams Priyanka Gandhi, questions her silence. And the world's third richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India Today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss that special conversation with India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year, 8 p.m. tonight.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
A brutal winter storm brings misery to millions of Americans as intense snow and frigid cold grips parts of the United States. Over 60 people killed so far. Here's some development. Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, has been hospitalized at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. Hospital says Prime Minister's mother is currently stable and recovering. In fact, we have some of the Gujarat leaders who are at the hospital. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel is also going, is what we hear at this point. Rajya Sabha MP Parimal Nathwani is at the hospital, the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. As per our reports on ground, Hira Ben, Prime Minister Modi's mother, who's just turned 100, her health deteriorated briefly in the morning. She was rushed to the UN Mehta Hospital. And as of now, as per doctor's latest health bulletin, we believe she's stable and recovering. This is the information we have. Let me cut across to Saurabh Bakhtania joining us live for more on that. Saurabh, you know, this news comes as just a few days ago, we also heard Prime Minister Modi's brother, Prahlad Modi, had an injury. In fact, there was a car mishap where his car crashed into the divider. He was with his entire family, and Prahlad Modi, Prime Minister Modi's brother, was also injured in that accident. And right as we digest that piece of information, here's information coming in of Prime Minister Modi's mother in the hospital after her health briefly deteriorated. Give us some more information on what's happened.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. Let me tell you that Pradhan Modi met with an accident in Karnataka and he has received some injuries. But yesterday late night, let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben, her condition actually deteriorated. She was currently residing with brothers in Gandhinagar, and later on she was brought to UN Mehta Hospital. This is in between Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad border, and let me tell you, this is the UN Mehta Hospital, and the official statement which has come from the hospital, let me read out to the readers of India Today, that UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center Ahmedabad hereby informing that Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother is admitted to UN Mehta Hospital, and her health conditions are said to be stable. So this is what the official statement is right now from the UN Mehta Hospital. What we have been told, Nabila, the sources are telling that a proper team of doctor is right now watching Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben health conditions. She has been admitted in this particular hospital. Look at the security arrangement. This is the most important place. This is the main entrance, and from where all the VIP dignitaries are right now going inside the hospital. Here you can see the bandobast of the police official, not just in uniform but in civil as well. Look at here now, the one of the fire brigade vehicle is also entering this particular hospital. But what has been told by the officials are that several of the VIP dignitaries and top officials are going to come over here. Rajya Sabha MP Parimal Nathwani just entered the hospital. Here you can see another vehicle of fire brigade is entering over here. Can you cut across to the live visuals inside the hospital? You can see how there is so much of happening inside this hospital. There is so much of security bandobast right now in this hospital. So what we have been told, Nabila, that it's very likely that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will cut short his busy schedule in Delhi and is likely to visit UN Mehta Hospital by afternoon. There is no official confirmation on that, but yes, there is likely that Prime Minister Narendra Modi might visit. Hira Ben very recently completed 100 years of her age, and we have been seeing her so much active, and she also casted her vote in the recent assembly elections. And what we have been told, Nabila, that there is a cabinet briefing also which is going to happen in evening at 4 p.m. and there the Gujarat government also might issue a statement on Hira Ben's health. What we are also being told that Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel is in some time going to reach this particular hospital, UN Mehta, and right now the treatment is been going on Hira Ben. Remember that she has crossed 100 years of her age, and therefore due to the age factor she is going to some of the illness. The sources what are telling us that there was some there's another vehicle which is coming. Let me cut across to the live visuals over here that one after the other. Let me tell you,
we believe a lot of VIPs there arriving. Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, is also going to be shortly visiting the hospital. Is that right? Do we have netas in Gujarat flocking towards the hospital?
So Nabila, right. So Nabila, in the visuals right now which you saw is Health Minister Rishikesh Patel at the UN Mehta Hospital. Health Minister Rishikesh Patel at UN Mehta Hospital he has just arrived over here. So you can see one after the other, several of the top ministers, top leaders of the Gujarat government from Gujarat are visiting over here. Top IPS and IS officers are already inside because they need to check the security arrangement, because there are a lot of VIP dignitaries who are going to come over here one after the other, because once the news has confirmed, the news has broke out, now there are several of the top dignitaries who are one after the other coming over here. So recently we saw Parimal Nathwani, Rajya Sabha MP, and now we seen that Gujarat Health Minister Rishikesh Patel just entering the UN Mehta Hospital. Once again, let me show the inside visuals of UN Mehta Hospital over here, and here you can see that how the security arrangements are been done, and nobody is allowed inside. Only who has a proper medical emergency, who has work inside, only they are allowed inside this particular hospital. But as I see the security arrangement, Nabila, it is very likely that Prime Minister Narendra Modi might also visit UN Mehta Hospital. About Hira Ben, if we say that her health condition deteriorated yesterday late night, and later on she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital. Now there's a proper team of doctors who is looking after Hiraba, and her condition is said to be stable, but they are continuously monitoring her health. And what we have been told that just some time from now, the Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel is also likely to visit UN Mehta Hospital. So proper security arrangements have been done. Several of the VIP dignitaries and the top leaders and the cabinet ministers are going to come at the UN Mehta Hospital one after the other. So there were several cars, Nabila, which were parked on the road. So here you can see the towing men also arrived over here. So they are clearing out the entire area, both the stretch of this UN Mehta Hospital. There were several.
Well, we see there crowds that have already gathered. Of course, the state on high alert. Prime Minister Modi is really the blue-eyed boy of Gujarat. He's at this point away from the state. He's going to be shortly, this is not a confirmation, but he's expected to visit his mother at the hospital today. This is the likelihood which the Gujarat police and the government there preparing for all security arrangements at this point. UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, that's where Hira Ben, at the age of 100, has been admitted due to her health deteriorating early this morning. For now, the hospital bulletin latest report says she's stable and recovering. All right, shifting our focus to Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, which now has become a political flashpoint here. While the Yatra is on a break at this point, the Congress has alleged serious security breach of Rahul Gandhi during the Delhi leg of the Bharat Jodo. The party has put out a video, in fact, of Rahul Gandhi walking near the Red Fort in Delhi. Congress claims that security of Bharat Jodo Yatra was compromised on multiple occasions and that the Delhi police completely failed in controlling the surging crowds. Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has shot a letter to Home Minister Amit Shah alleging that the Delhi police didn't maintain parameters around Rahul Gandhi and that the party workers and yatris walking along with Rahul Gandhi had to form a cordon around him, a D-shaped cordon. That's what the police are supposed to do. But in many stretches of the Bharat Jodo Delhi leg, that cordon, that D cordon was missing from the Yatra itself. This, the Congress party claiming, was an absolute failure on the part of the Delhi police. They've complained on the same to the Home Minister Amit Shah.
It's very unfortunate that Delhi police have failed in its attempt to provide the adequate security to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And we are not blaming it for the political reason, we are blaming it on the security reason. Everywhere security was provided in an organized fashion, but in Delhi police completely messed up. And Delhi police was seen just standing and not doing their work, what they were assigned to do. And everybody knows that Indira Gandhi ji and Rajiv Gandhi ji, who was ex-Prime Minister, because of the breach of security only, their lives, they have sacrificed their life. That is past experience, and we should be very careful in the future also. That is our genuine request to the ruling establishment.
There was a complete breakdown of order. Police presence was not enough in proportion to the kind of number of people that were there. And there was no rope team which could segregate the crowd, which could regulate the crowd. That has been the order right from day one of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But in Delhi, that order collapsed.
हर व्यक्ति की ये एक चिंता होनी चाहिए कि इस समय एक बहुत व्यापक, एक बहुत बड़ी यात्रा चल रही है और मैं मानता हूं कि उसमें सिक्योरिटी की समस्याएं रहती हैं, सुरक्षा की समस्याएं रहती हैं, लेकिन हमने पूरे देश में ये देखा है कि हम जहां भी गए हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सरकार हो या ना भी हो, वहां पर कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा प्रबंध किया है वहां के प्रशासन ने, वहां की पुलिस ने। ये दिल्ली आकर एकदम से ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ तो किसी को कोई इसमें रुचि ही नहीं थी, कोई अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानता था, जिसे दिखावे के लिए पुलिस के लोग खड़े कर दिए गए हों। लेकिन जो प्रिकॉशंस लेने चाहिए वो कुछ भी प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए गए थे। ये बड़ा चिंता का विषय है, इसलिए हमने इसको सरकार को का ध्यान इधर आकर्षित करने के लिए चिट्ठी लिखी है और अब तो दिल्ली से निकल चुके हैं, दिल्ली में थोड़ा सा ही हिस्सा बचा है। जो 3 तारीख को होगा, उसके बाद उत्तर प्रदेश पहुंच जाएंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश के बाद हरियाणा जाएंगे। जो वहां से सूचनाएं पहले हमें मिली, हरियाणा में कुछ समय राहुल जी की यात्रा वहां हरियाणा में रही, तो वहां से जो उत्पीड़न हो रहा है, उन लोगों का जो आकर अपने दस्तावेज पेश करते हैं या कोई अपने ज्ञापन देते हैं, उनको जिस तरह से उत्पीड़ित किया जा रहा है और वो भी एजेंसीज कर रही हैं, तो इन सब चीज़ों को लेकर हमको एक बहुत गहरी चिंता है और इसलिए हमने ये सरकार का ध्यान इधर आकर्षित किया है।
So it's just a rhetoric statement. One of the rhetoric statements, as usually Congress do. First of all, Rahul Gandhi has got adequate security, and government is always concerned about every citizen. So is concerned about Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi. Every citizen is important. And the people who are in opposition, may it be a member of parliament or leader of opposition, they are also equally important. We got adequate security. As far as Delhi police is concerned, they have provided a number of policemen to control the crowd, and the security has to be provided by the inner circle, as he very well said, by the CRPF. And there was no as such breach in the security. Thirdly, he said IB. Now, IB is the agency which is taking all inputs about the security, about the breach, and now they are saying that the IB ke log wahan pe kyun the? Why they were there? So this is the primary job of the IB, Intelligence Bureau, to be present at this kind of occasions, to keep a close watch whether there are some anti-elements there. And this is their primary duty, and they are performing their duty. But to be in a news, now they are shouting over letters to the Honorable Home Minister. I must surprise you, even Home Minister is having the same security which Rahul Gandhi is having. So how can they say that they have a more threat or they are not provided adequate security?
हमने खुद देखा जब हरियाणा से हम दिल्ली में एंटर हुए, वहां पर कोई व्यवस्था ढंग से नहीं थी। पुलिस वाले ही, चाहे दिल्ली पुलिस हो या सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो थी, उन्होंने ही इतना केओस किया हुआ था। लोग घुस रहे थे और जिस तरह से धक्के वहां पर, देखिए इतने लोगों में होता है, स्वाभाविक होता है, उतना हम भी देख रहे हैं, कन्याकुमारी से करते चले आ रहे हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर जिस तरह का हुआ और जो ब्रीच हुई है, ये चिंता का विषय है। राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता हैं और उनकी यात्रा में ऐसा हो तो इसके लिए तो सरकार को जिम्मेवारी लेनी पड़ेगी। और आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, अब कश्मीर तक जाएंगे, पंजाब जाएंगे, कश्मीर तक जाएंगे, तो इसका पूरा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा सरकार को, राहुल जी की सिक्योरिटी और लोगों की सिक्योरिटी। और इस तरह से अगर वो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से राहुल गांधी जी से डर के ये सोचें कि लोगों को रोक पाएंगे, चाहे ईडी के माध्यम से करें या कैसे करें, तो लोगों को अगर इंटिमिडेट करके रोकना चाहते हैं तो ये नहीं रुक सकते। लोग अपने मन से जुड़े जा रहे हैं और ये एक आंदोलन जो बन गया है, इसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं थाम पाएगी।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Rahul Gautam, India Today correspondent, joining us live for a little more. Rahul, a quick word on the Bharat Jodo Yatra security breach, which the Congress alleges. They've, in fact, evoked Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, saying they've laid down their lives for the country, almost making it look like Rahul Gandhi is facing threat to life. The Delhi police were mute spectators and did not place adequate security for the Bharat Jodo. What's the fact, though, on ground?
Well, accusations are flying thick and fast because remember earlier there was this allegation of IB snooping pertaining to Bharat Jodo Yatra, and now Congress party alleging that there was a massive security breach when it comes to providing security cover to Rahul Gandhi, who is leading Bharat Jodo Yatra in the national capital. Now, to give credence to these claims, the Congress party has also released a video that was shot via drone while Rahul Gandhi could be seen struggling with massive crowd, is trying to make his way out. And in that particular video, the Congress party is trying to establish this fact that there was no, D area, nothing was cordoned off. There were no police security cover at that point of time. And this only shows that how Delhi police has completely failed in terms of discharging their duties of providing security cover to people like Rahul Gandhi, who is a Z+ protectee. Now, the Congress party is demanding that, adequate security cover should be given to Rahul Gandhi, given the fact that now Bharat Jodo Yatra would be heading towards Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir, the two states which are considered to be
Rahul,
sensitive
but has there been a word from the Home Ministry? We know what the Congress has alleged, but has the Home Ministry responded to any of these allegations?
Well, so far there hasn't been any official word from Home Ministry. What we are But what we are learning from our sources that, the allegations that have been leveled against Home Ministry have already been rejected by the official. They're saying that Delhi police provided ample amount of security cover and, adequate number of security personnel were also deployed during Bharat Jodo Yatra. And because it's a yatra, that actually attracts a lot many people. Therefore, it sometimes it gets very difficult for police also to maintain that security cover. And that one video is not justifying or not substantiating these allegations. However, they said that they're going to review this also, and they're going to ensure that whatever security needs to be given to Rahul Gandhi would be provided, given the fact that he's Z plus protectee.
All right, Rahul, thank you very much for bringing us that piece of information there. Moving over, the fresh controversy over Bharat Jodo Yatra that's broken out, and this time with Manishankar Iyer's comments that he's made. Lauding Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Yatra, Congress leader Manishankar Iyer made quite a remark saying that Bharat toota hua hai, meaning that the country is currently broken and that the Congress is working to fix it. Speaking to India Today, the Congress leader has said that Rahul Gandhi is now undoing the damage that the BJP has already done to the country. Iyer's comments has triggered a political war of words, with the BJP now alleging that the Congress is now stoking the tukde politics. Firing a partition jibe at the Congress, BJP has said that the only time that the country was toota was when the country was divided under the Congress's rule.
The Bharat Todo is being done by them, on the basis of religion, on the basis of region, on the basis of language, on the basis of caste. And that is why it has become necessary for us to fight against hatred, to fight against divisiveness. टुकड़े गैंग तो हमारे पास नहीं है, उनके पास है, क्योंकि वो अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं इस देश को तोड़ने के लिए, इसलिए हम अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं भारत को जोड़ने के लिए.
Rahul Gandhi must fix his own party and unite his own party before he speaks and talks about uniting India, which apparently is broken in his views. The only time India was broken was at the time of partition, thanks to the Congress party and to those politicians who put their own interest above national interest. Therefore, Manishankar Iyer, you must explain that is Sardar Patel and his contribution being undermined by you and the Congress party.
Politics speaks over Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra's attire. This white t-shirt that he wore in the biting cold, that almost the Congress party there claiming that this is Rahul Gandhi's tapasya and likening him to Lord Ram, saying that he's the real yogi. And of course, at this point, the white t-shirt has become more the talk of the town over anything else here. BJP mocking the Congress over making such comments, likening Rahul Gandhi to Yogi. Let's take a listen, mix of political reactions on that.
Excuse me. Rahul Gandhi is wearing a t-shirt. Why are they trembling? I don't understand. Let them wear their jackets, whatever they want to. They should stop trembling because Rahul Gandhi is wearing a t-shirt. They're trembling.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of The Bulletin. Do stay tuned for In the Club, our entertainment special on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned. from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
"2022 was an interesting year for Indian cinema. The audience's taste changed drastically, and it became difficult for the makers to understand what actually worked in favor and what did not. Even box office numbers played a crucial role like never before, with Pan-India release swiftly taking over as the new norm. Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel, coming to you straight from where the fate of cinema is decided, and I'm joined by my colleague Tunisha Joshi from Mumbai. In the next 30 minutes of our show, we on India Today will decode the hits and misses of 2022. But first, we begin by showcasing you the list of films we will be talking about. On your screens, our top 5 hits of 2022. First is RRR, then KGF Chapter 2, Brahmastra Part 1, Punyan Selvan Part 1, Drishyam 2. Special mention is also to Gangubai Kathiawadi, The Kashmir Files, Bhool Bhulaiya 2 for entering the elite 200 crore club in the beginning of the year, and also Rishabh Shetty's Kantara, which managed to mint over 300 crore rupees at the global box office. Now we will discuss the top 5 disappointments, and on our list is Radhe Shyam, Lal Singh Chadda, Raksha Bandhan, Shamshera, Liger, and special mention is for Ayushmann Khurrana and Jaideep Alawat's An Action Hero and Varun Dhawan Kriti Sanan's Bhediya. Both were good films but failed to bring the audiences to the theatres. Alright, so let's begin with the hits first. The biggest blockbuster of 2022 was RRR. Now the SS Rajamouli directorial of course cannot be compared with Bahubali. Nonetheless, it was no less than a visual spectacle. Take a look. The cast, the sets, the storytelling, everything about 2022's visual spectacle RRR made it a blockbuster that it is. This SS Rajamouli directorial, also known as Rise, Roar and Revolt, was a fictional story of India's freedom fighters Alluri Sitarama Raju, played by Ram Charan, and Komaram Bhim, portrayed by Junior NTR, who fought against the British Raj and Nizam of Hyderabad, respectively. The period drama, which also marked Alia Bhatt and Ajay Devgan's debut in the Telugu film industry, crossed 1,000 crore mark at the worldwide box office. Now you all just saw the grandeur of RRR. Tushar, what was your take on this magnum opus delivered by SS Rajamouli, also considering it has won several international awards and nominations?
Listen, 2022 has been the year of RRR. I mean, everybody's dancing to Natu Natu, not just fans in India, but the fact that everybody became an SS Rajamouli fanboy across the world, in Japan, in the United States, in Europe. You had videos of people in Russia dancing to Natu Natu. This was the year of RRR. And also, it truly became the first pan-India film of the year that sort of broke the barriers. It's an Indian film. It crossed language barriers. We all enjoyed it. Ram Charan, Junior NTR, Alia Bhatt, Ajay Devgan, Shriya Saran. I mean, this story of family, of valor, of friendship, of camaraderie, just won our hearts. It has been the year of RRR, and I won't be surprised if we are inching and celebrating this victory at the Oscars next year.
Now, if there is another movie that turned heads in 2022, it has to be KGF Chapter 2, starring Yash, Sanjay Dutt, Raveena Tandon and Prakash Raj. While the story and every frame of this movie is praiseworthy, what's even more impressive was Yash's stellar performance and Sanjay Dutt's role as Adhira.
There will be no more tolerance.
Swag, check. Impressive action scenes, check. Classy dialogues, double check. Rocking star Yash and filmmaker Prashant Neel returned with the sequel of KGF Chapter 1 in 2022, ensuring everything is ticked off the list to be able to make it a blockbuster that it is today. Produced on a budget of rupees 100 crore, KGF Chapter 2 was the most expensive Kannada film ever made. And guess what? The film, which also starred Sanjay Dutt, Raveena Tandon and Prakash Raj, made it to the coveted 1,000 crore club, courtesy its worldwide collection. Tushar, what is your take on KGF Chapter 2?
Dipali, KGF Chapter 2 was a very interesting film, and the fact that it made tons of money at the box office went to show us two things. One is that rocking star Yash, the main feature, the main lead of the film, is not restricted to a certain language now. Now he has become the favorite of the masses all across the country. So he clearly has now broken that barrier of language. And second is the fact that violence, romance, over-the-top scenes, loud action, there is an audience that still likes it. We speak of how refined films become, but we lose out on the fact that there is a connect with the audience that the filmmaker needs to have. KGF Chapter 2 was a classic example of the fact that the director, the actor, the entire cast had a pulse on the audience, and they knew what to deliver, and they delivered to the core.
Tushar, there was also a phase in 2022 when Bollywood was in a dire need of a hit, and then came Promotional, a film which of course was also one of the most anticipated. Promotional Part 1 Shiva was one of the most anticipated movies of 2022 for reasons more than one. A. Ayan Mukherjee took 10 years to make it. B. It had Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor as lead pair. C. SRK's cameo.
शिवा तुम्हारा हाथ
ईशान मैं आग से जलता नहीं
And of course, D, the makers promised it to be a cinematic spectacle unlike anything that had been created out of the Indian film industry before. So did it live up to the expectations? Well, partly yes and mostly no. VFX and action scenes are sole reasons why Brahmastra worked in favor, and it managed to collect over rupees 400 crores within 25 days of its release. Other than that, it pretty much had nothing but A love story that fell flat, B, no chemistry between Alia and Ranbir, and C, cringe-worthy dialogues.
You just watched Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt's magnum opus Brahmastra Part 1. Now in 2022, there was no denying of the fact that Brahmastra was one of the most talked about films of the year. You could love it, you could hate it, you could share its memes, or you could troll it. But there was no denying the power of Brahmastra Chapter 1. I mean, Alia's infamous Shiva dialogue became so famous that every social media influencer almost made a copy of it. The film might have been a disappointment when it came to the content, but in terms of visual effects, in terms of VFX, it did push boundaries, it did break the norms, and it did open avenues for future films to sort of venture into this territory. What also will be interesting, Dipali, is the fact that we are waiting the next 2 chapters. Is Deepika playing Ranbir's mother? Is Ranveer Singh playing his father? All these questions and more will be answered. So Brahmastra Chapter 1 truly made a huge dent, not just at the box office and ticket windows, but also became a huge talking point on social media in 2022.
I absolutely agree with you, Tushar. Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of Indian cinema. But with Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan Part 1, the Chola dynasty finally got their long-due recognition. A never-told-before story, a stellar cast, a larger-than-life sets, and on top of it, the culturally rich jewelry for leading ladies. Yes, when Mani Ratnam sits on the director's seat, he ensures he creates nothing less than magic, and Ponniyin Selvan Part 1 looks exactly the same. The historical drama, which consisted of a mega-star cast including Vikram, J.M. Ravi, Karthi, Trisha and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, crossed 300 crore rupees mark worldwide within 5 days of its release. Ponniyin Selvan Part 1 narrated the story of Arul Morivarman, played by Jayam, and his ascent to the throne of the Chola kingdom against a coup. While the story was narrated from the point of view of Karthi's character, who travels through the southern kingdoms to pass on the messages between the Cholas.
That was the gorgeous canvas of Ponniyin Selvan for you guys. Now, Ponniyin Selvan made all of us emotional for a simple reason that it brought these 3 stalwarts together. It got Mani Ratnam, the ace director that we know him for his fantastic work. It got Aishwarya Rai Bachchan coming back on the big screen after a really long time, and the music of A.R. Rahman. These 3 huge pillars of filmmaking came together and made this beautiful landscape, stories that we invested heavily into, characters that we grew to love, characters that we sort of followed, the costumes, the background score, the cinematography, the music, everything was so rich and truly engaging. It might have been a bit slow and people might have had that complaint, but there was no denying the impact that PS1 has had on our minds as an audience member this year.
Tushar, there was another film as well in 2022, the Ajay Devgan starrer Drishyam 2. It had everything that kept cine lovers on the edge of their seats. I mean, this was one film while watching which I heard the audience clapping and whistling. So let's give our viewers a recap.
मुझे तो लगा था पुलिस ने ये केस बंद कर दिया है, मगर वो तो अभी तक छानबीन कर रहा है।
जब तक हम जिंदा हैं, ये छानबीन चलती रहेगी।
Ajay Devgan, Tabu and Akshay Khanna star Drishyam 2 wreaked havoc at the domestic box office. The sequel brought in over 221 crores and is set 7 years after the events of the first film. The case of former Inspector General Meera Deshmukh's son takes a new turn as the case is reopened and Akshay, who along with Tabu is determined to bring justice to the deceased.
एविडेंस है वो बच गया क्योंकि मैंने एक चौथी फेल को अंडर एस्टिमेट करने की गलती की थी.
Hence, testing Vijay's resolve to protect his family for whom he would cross any limits.
मेरा नाम विजय सलगांवकर है और ये मेरा कन्फेशन है.
That was Tabu and Ajay Devgan's Drishyam 2 for you guys. Drishyam 2, who would have thought that this film is going to get made in the first place? And the fact that fans of Drishyam were in for a huge surprise. The script, the content was truly king in Drishyam. And fans of Ajay and Tabu were in for a huge treat. I mean, you were literally at the edge of your seat throughout this film. The dark horse at the box office this year is Drishyam 2. The movie is still making money at the ticket windows. I wouldn't be surprised if 2023 throws up Drishyam 3 at it. And trust me, nobody's complaining on that.
On that note, let's quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, Tushar and I will bring you what actually did not work in favor of the industry.
बोल रही हूं कि हमारे घरों में भी सब्जी काटने के लिए हथियार तेज होना चाहिए. जब हमारा सब्जी अच्छे से कटेगी तो निश्चित रूप से दुश्मनों के मुंह भी और सिर भी अच्छे से कटेंगे.
Speaking at an event in Shivamogga district, Karnataka, BJP MP Pragya Thakur made a call to arms. Without naming a community, her insinuations were clear.
लव जिहाद करने वालों को लव जिहाद जैसा उत्तर दो. अपनी लड़कियों को सुरक्षित रखो, अपनी लड़कियों को संस्कारित करो, अपने घर में हथियार रखो.
Pragya Thakur's remarks triggered a political storm.
प्रज्ञा जी सांसद हैं भोपाल से. ये वो हैं जिन पे देशद्रोह का मुकदमा चला, चार्जशीट लगी है. ये तो तत्काल उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उन पर भड़काने के लिए समुदायों को कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए.
Shock and anger from civil society.
प्रज्ञा ठाकुर जी एक टेरर अक्यूज्ड है और ये पहली बार नहीं है कि उन्होंने कोई विवादित बयान दिया है. शिमोगा सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस के पास एक पुलिस कंप्लेंट दर्ज की है जिसमें मैंने कल जो उनका बयान था.
Welcome back to our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel and with me is my colleague Tushar Joshi. In our first segment, we talked about the hits of 2022 and now we are picking up films that failed to cast a spell on the audience. First on our list is Prabhas and Pooja Hegde starrer Radhe Shyam. Here's a lowdown.
मेरी किस्मत में प्यार शादी दोनों नहीं है.
A plot weakened by slow narration and flaky story. In fact, Radhe Shyam, which was set for either Pooja Hegde or Prabhas's character to die, eventually killed the audience instead. Let alone the lifetime collection that couldn't even cross the 20 crore mark at the domestic box office. This romantic period drama follows the story of a renowned palmist, Vikram Aditya, played by Prabhas. Having predicted his destiny as one without love or marriage, he stays at bay from relationships. Radhe Shyam was an epic fail, Tushar. What was your take on it when you watched the film?
If I have to speak on behalf of all Prabhas fans, then the film was a mammoth disappointment. I mean, they put so much money in the film, right from the teaser to the trailer to the VFX to the songs. But they invested zilch on paper, on the script. There was no story. It was so haphazard. I mean, you can't compensate VFX if you don't have a narrative and if you don't have characters that you would invest in. I think a lesson to learn from Radhe Shyam is that star power might create buzz around the project, but it won't deliver unless and until you have a solid story to tell.
It indeed was a classic flop, Tushar, but moving on to our next film on our list of misses. The Aamir Khan and Kareena Kapoor Khan star Lal Singh Chadda. There were huge expectations from the film, but stars weren't in favor of the actor, who had been working on it for 14 years.
कुछ लोग विश्वास नहीं करते, पर जिंदगी में चमत्कार होते हैं जी। हाँ।
Not sure if it was the cancel culture or just a bad release timing, but despite being clear in its intentions, Aamir Khan star Lal Singh Chadda failed to mint money at the box office, at least not enough to cover the budget of rupees 180 crore on which it was made. The lifetime collection of this film stands at around 129 crore rupees. In fact, Aamir, who took 14 years to make it, had reportedly also decided to give up his fees to compensate for the losses suffered by the makers. Aamir Khan returned to the big screen after 4 years with Lal Singh Chadda, but it was a major setback, Tushar. What did you think about the film?
Dipali, was it cancel culture? Were the boycott calls responsible for the poor performance of the film at the box office? I really don't think so. I mean, partially, yes, there was this conversation that the film was heavily affected by boycott calls. But on an emotional level, as a story, those who had seen Forrest Gump obviously compared it. The film took so many years to make. A lot of people didn't identify with Aamir's performance. However, for me, Mona Singh's performance in the film is one of the finest acts of this year. The film failed to connect with the audience across the country. There was something that was missing. Maybe the effort to sort of make a remake, a scene-by-scene remake, and set it around Indian events and Indian history didn't resonate with many of the people who chose to go and watch this film in theaters, which is why a lot of trade pundits were left puzzled as to why did the film not make money at the box office and why did it not connect with the general public.
But Tushar, stars were also not in favor of Akshay Kumar in 2022. He had 3 back-to-back flops, of which Bachchan Pandey was still a multi-starrer, but the responsibility of Samrat Prithviraj and Raksha Bandhan was solely on his shoulders, considering that YRF film had Manushi Chilra, who was making her debut, and the Anand L. Rai directorial had all new faces except Bhumi Pednekar. So here's a look at how his films have fared at the ticket counters. 2022 was rather an underwhelming year for Akshay Kumar, who otherwise is always on a signing spree and refuses to slow down even with his hands full with projects. His film Raksha Bandhan released during a long festive weekend, but unfortunately amidst the boycott calls on social media. Made on a budget of approximately 70 crores, this Anand L. Rai directorial earned 61.61 crore rupees in its lifetime theatrical run. Samrat Prithviraj, on the other hand, was made on a budget of rupees 175 crores. But could only rake in rupees 90.32 crore rupees at the box office. In fact, this historical drama was his second consecutive flop after Bachchan Pandey, a multi-star action comedy which had its theatrical run for 21 days and turned out to be a commercial misfire at the ticket counters with a collection of rupees 73.17 crore. While it was made on a whopping budget of rupees 180 crore. So that was 2022 for Akshay Kumar. Tushar, I want to understand from you, what do you think went wrong for him in 2022?
I think this phrase is often repeated, content is king, content is king. Every time you hear somebody say this, you feel like, "Arey, ye to humne suna hai." But Akshay's failure at the box office this year truly proved that, you might be a superstar on social media. You might have tons of followers on social media. You might be endorsing millions of brands. But will the audience come to the theater if what you're delivering is not good enough? And Akshay's debacle at the box office with not just one film, but several films this year has gone to prove that the economics of the film industry, the budgets of these actors who are charging this money needs to sort of be re-strategized, needs to sort of be questioned. And I'm guessing Akshay has learned that in his conversation post these debacles. He has spoken about how he needs to rethink. And it's a huge, huge lesson for 2022 is the signing fees of these actors, is the mathematics of the films, is the budget that these films are made on. Akshay Kumar, an A-list star, was not able to deliver a single hit this year. It's a big question. And I'm hoping that 2023 has answers to this.
Absolutely, Tushar. Also, just like Akshay, even Ranbir Kapoor couldn't help Bollywood bounce back with his film Shamshera. In fact, he was returning to the big screen after a gap of 4 years as he was last seen in Sanju. So clearly there were high expectations but couldn't live up to it, and how?
ये कहानी है
Ranbir Kapoor's Shamshera turned out to be a shamshera, to say the least.
ये बात तो बचपन से सुन के जवान हुआ हूं मैं चलो अब बताओ तुम सब खमेरन और मैं
Yes, no elaborate sets, not even the storyline or the star power of Sanjay Dutt could pull the audience to theatres to watch this YRF offering. Made on a whopping budget of rupees 150 crore, the film, which embarked on its journey with an opening of rupees 10.25 crore on day one, collected around 63.58 crore in its lifetime theatrical run.
If there was one film in 2022 that fans were eagerly awaiting, and not just any fan, but fans of Ranbir Kapoor were awaiting for years, is Shamshera. I mean, if you go to social media and just search Ranbir Kapoor in 2022, the only film that showed up was Shamshera. They were wanting to know when is the film releasing, when will the teaser be out. Unfortunately, the fans were in for a huge disappointment. Like my review said, it was all sham and no Shera. Ranbir's performance, however, won over a lot of good reviews for him. I mean, his performance was noticed, but the film was a complete washout at the box office. If it wasn't for Brahmastra that followed up post Shamshera, this would have been a disaster year for Ranbir Kapoor.
Now, from one flop to another, a movie most of the people have mispronounced in 2022 and are still doing so. I'm talking about Liger. While no one has yet been able to figure out why this title was given to this sports drama, one thing is for sure, with his stammering role, Vijay Deverakonda had quite the start in the Hindi film industry. For almost 30 days, both Vijay Deverakonda and Ananya Pandey were seen hopping from one city to another, were found in every corner of the city to meet and greet fans. But what was it all for, you ask? Well, to promote their film Liger, which ultimately turned out to be a complete washout in theatres, courtesy its disastrous collection at the ticket counters. That's right, according to reports, the film with which Deverakonda made his Bollywood debut concluded its theatrical run in only a couple of days with a lifetime collection of rupees 20.5 crore rupees. Not only did the sports drama open to negative reviews, but was even rated as the worst Indian film on IMDb, creating a real afat.
If you're a fighter, what am I?
I'm still not able to understand, Tushar, why did Vijay Deverakonda sign this film as his first Bollywood project?
Dipali, I'm guessing that's the exact question that he must be asking himself after the release of the film. Because Liger had so many expectations riding on it, right? It was supposed to be Vijay's foray into Bollywood, Karan Johar backing the film, bona fide hit. Everybody was making reels on Afat, heavily promoted film. But from the first show, on the very first day, the reviews started pouring in. People could not relate to this story. And unfortunately, Vijay's entry into Bollywood just nosedived. A lesson to be learned that if you want to cross over from a certain language and enter into Bollywood, you need to be backed up with a solid script. And nothing can substitute a good script. You might be a superhero in regional cinema, you might be a superhero in the pan-India space or in the Hindi-speaking films. But unless and until you're backed with a good script, you will fall flat on your face. And that's what Vijay Deverakonda did this year. He fell flat on his face with Liger.
Absolutely. Now, as we come close to wrapping up our show, let's also give our viewers a lowdown on Ranveer Singh and Rohit Shetty's much-anticipated film Circus. This comedy caper reunited the hit director-actor duo after Simba, and the year ended with it.
और अब दोस्तों वो वक्त आ गया है जिसका आप सबको इंतजार था। तालियों के बीच
Circus, the film was just like its title.
हर कोई फैन आपका चहेता, The Electric Man।
Yes, 2022 wasn't the best year for Bollywood, but in fact, icing on the cake was this Rohit Shetty directorial starring Ranveer Singh, Jacqueline Fernandez, Johnny Lever, among others. The film was off to a slow start is one thing, but it literally was poorly received by critics and audiences alike for its lack of entertainment, poor characterization and bland music. What's more, this was also Rohit Shetty's first flop after more than 10 back-to-back hits. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Was this a compliment?
In 2022, the film industry, especially Bollywood, witnessed a dry spell. Not that it was solely because of the cancel culture or the bad release timing. The perspective seemingly changed, and now the audience demand more concentration on the script and the content. It's time for us to say goodbye, but take care and have a lovely, entertaining year.
Taking your question forward, don't you think that it's a very kind of a personal question as well? Having so much data, having so much technology, ultimately would give you a distraction while driving. So don't you think the features should be lessened? In fact, India is a market where more features, the better the features, the more the features, the better it is. But yes, but in long term, don't you think that this is going to be eventually a hazard for the public and eventually be more distractive?
You are right, Chetan, and I think safety is extremely important. We pride ourselves on safety. We are also the best rated as far as crash ratings are concerned in the country. The point about driver distraction is extremely important, and I think you're very right to say that the applications that I just mentioned are designed to be used offline when they are outside the car. They're not to be used when they're actually driving, and there's no real value when they're actually driving. This is the value is coming from augmenting the experience when they're outside the car. So that's for the first point. The second point is the experience that the customers have when they're inside the car are more driven by the audio visuals and the infotainment that sits inside the car or the truck. The trucks are equally well equipped with infotainment and audio visuals today, which are designed in such a way that they enhance and support the driver's attention to the road. Eyes have to be on the road and on being alert, and being able to support that objective. So that's something that we are doing as an outset with as a design paradigm in our mind. The other thing is we're also doing things to improve that. For example, we are in the process of introducing driver behavior alerts in case that specifically in our commercial vehicles, our truck drivers are working long hours and late hours driving vehicles all across our country. If the driver is experiencing drowsiness, we are actually introducing technology inside our vehicles that will detect it and give an alert to the driver saying, you need to stop by at the next dhaba, which will also be told to him in a very proactive manner and take a chai and take some rest so that you are going to lessen the chances of an accident. So that is the core focus that we have, and definitely whatever technology interventions we do are there to improve it. The second point is on the features. I think you're right. More is not necessarily better. So it's more about curating it in such a way that it helps the customer's journey.
You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this hour we're getting you all the updates coming in from Gujarat as Prime Minister Modi's mother has been hospitalized. Let's take a look at the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, hospitalized. Doctors say Hira is stable and recovering. Prime Minister expected to visit ailing mother who recently turned 100. Big row over Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress writes to Home Minister Shah, claims Rahul's security breached near Red Fort, says Delhi police is incompetent. Big revelation in Tunisha's suicide case. Cops revealed Shizan had a secret girlfriend. Says we'll record her statement. We'll also seek additional custody of Shizan today. Shocker from Chhattisgarh's Korba. Man stabs ex-girlfriend 51 times with a screwdriver. BJP slams Priyanka Gandhi, questions her silence. World's third richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss this super exclusive conversation with India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year at 8 p.m. tonight.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such business allegations.
Amid soaring COVID cases, China eases travel restrictions after 3 years of zero COVID policy. US mulls curbs on flyers from China. And let's begin with the big news that's coming in this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother has been hospitalized, and we can tell you now that Prime Minister Modi will be visiting Ahmedabad to meet his ailing mother. Security around the hospital as we speak has been beefed up in anticipation of the Prime Minister's visit. The Gujarat Chief Minister, the State Health Minister, all of them are currently at the Ahmedabad Hospital, at the UN Mehta Hospital, from where we've been getting you all the updates. I can also tell you that the health bulletin that was released a couple of hours ago confirms that the Prime Minister's mother is currently stable and recovering. Saurabh Bhaktania is joining us live from outside the UN Mehta Hospital. That's where Hira Ben Modi is currently admitted. Saurabh, take it away. What's happening around you? We understand security has now been beefed up quite a bit because the Prime Minister is expected there in some time.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. Let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected from 1 hour from now at UN Mehta Hospital, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben, is admitted. Let me tell you that she was brought to the hospital very early morning today. There was some illness, what we have been told by the sources, that due to blood pressure and breathing issues, she was rushed to this UN Mehta Hospital. Let me cut across the live visual inside this hospital. I'll ask my camera person Sajid Alam to go inside and show you the visual that how the security arrangements have been done. Top of the IS and the IPS officers are already at the spot. The squad all are present over here. Nobody is allowed to go inside. Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel, Health Minister Parimal Nathwani, several of the MLAs from the Ahmedabad have all reached over here. Here you can see that how till now the security arrangements are been done. What about we have been told about the health conditions of Hira Ben, Akshita, is that she is said to be stable, but she's been kept under observation. The medical bulletin which was released by the hospital officials clearly said that she was brought to UN Mehta Hospital, and right now her conditions are stable. The proper team of doctors are being made to keep continuous watch on Hira Ben's health condition. What we have been told that a proper observation is right now being done. Her vitals are clear. Let me show the visuals outside the UN Mehta Hospital, Akshita. There are lot of several officers over here. They have cleared the entire stretch, both the sides of the road. There were several vehicles which were parked, but right now the entire stretch is cleared by the officials, and there are also locals who have gathered over here. They are very curious to get to know that what is happening over here. So what we have been told that Prime Minister Narendra Modi very likely to visit UN Mehta Hospital, and therefore these are the security arrangements which have been done. Top of the IS and IPS officers already over here. Top BJP leaders and the cabinet ministers are also over here. About the health conditions, today morning her condition actually deteriorated. She was having difficulty in breathing, and there was also issue of blood pressure, after which she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital. Now, Akshita, UN Mehta Hospital is in Ahmedabad. They reside in Gandhinagar. That's the border area, after which she was rushed over to this particular UN Mehta Hospital. This is the top hospital in Ahmedabad, and here where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben is right now admitted. She has just crossed 100 years of her age, and you know that how it was celebrated. And later on, very recently, Akshita, we also saw that Hira Ben casted her vote as well. So she was very much active, and I have also not seen in a long time that Hira Ben is admitted to the hospital. This will be a very first time in past several years when Hira Ben's health conditions has deteriorated, after which she has been admitted over here at the UN Mehta Hospital. When we speak about the life of Hira Ben, let me tell you that she has done a lot of hardship, and she is fit because of the hardship which she has done earlier. She believes in yoga, and therefore she has been keeping so fit till now. But right now, as her health condition deteriorated early morning, she was rushed to this hospital.
But she's stable.
Right now,
yes, Saurabh, according to the medical bulletin, it was a very brief one, just about 2-3 lines that was released by the hospital, which said that she's stable currently. Are we expecting any other update from the hospital anytime soon?
So what sources are telling us, Akshita, that in 1 hour from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself will be coming to UN Mehta Hospital. Gujarat CM and Health Minister Rishikesh Patel is already inside. Top of the IS and IPS officer are already here.
Okay, so all officials, the Chief Minister is there. Saurabh, my apologies for cutting you short, but we're cutting across to breaking news that's coming in. And India Today has accessed the Tunisha death FIR. It's a 7-page long FIR that's been filed in the suicide case based on the complaint that's been filed by Tunisha's mother. Now, according to the details mentioned in this FIR, it says and alleges that Tunisha had told her family that Shizan had cheated on her. Based on the mother's statement right now, the FIR states that Tunisha's mother met Shizan on December 23rd, a day before her death. The FIR also says that Tunisha died by suicide because of Shizan and because of Shizan cheating on her. This details that we've picked up here on India Today, and as we put out details of this FIR, let's also highlight that Shizan is now in a Mumbai court. As his custody ends today, the cops are seeking extension of his custody. They would like to question him more about whether he cheated on Tunisha, what transpired in the lunch meeting that they had just 15 minutes before she ended her life. Dev Kotak joining us with more details on this. They've run us through some of the highlights of that FIR that we've accessed.
Well, yes, certainly the statement mainly based on the mother's narration that how her daughter was cheated upon and she was madly in love. She also alleged in the FIR that Shizan is responsible solely because even the next day when she had gone back to shoot on the sets, he, in front of Tunisha's mom, said that he does not love her anymore. So definitely this was also one of the trigger points. And on the 16th of December, she had also suffered a panic attack and was taken to the hospital by her mother, Vanita Sharma. The mother said that the doctor had told her that her daughter is definitely facing some kind of a mental issue and they must take care of her. So even while they were back, while on their way back home as well, Tunisha began crying and told her mother, saying that can you convince Shizan for me and tell him that I still love him and I deeply want to be involved with him. Of course, she began crying and this was her emotional plea to her mother. And like I mentioned earlier, that basis what Tunisha told the mother even visited the sets and and told Shizan in front of a lot of people, but Shizan out there said that he does not love Tunisha anymore. But of course, as per the other contents of the FIR, it is also said that his main focus was that he wanted to sort of expand and grow his career in acting and become a Bollywood star. That was his desire, so he did not wish to get involved. He also stated that the age and the religion are a problem because there was an age gap. That is why they could not have a relationship. So exactly the same thing is being discussed right now in court and being argued. The hearing will be underway in some time. And of course, the team from Wali police station is going to be pressing for extended custody as they have a very strong case point. The 250 pages, screenshots and the printouts of the messages exchanged between the two of them over a period of 6 months. In fact, she began shooting for Ali Baba the serial in June this year, and the messages are from then until December 25th. So the cops are definitely going to be screening through everything, and all these minute details are also likely to come up for discussion. And one major talking point is also going to be the fact that the mystery or secret girlfriend, which is being discussed about heavily, nobody really knows. The cops are saying that they will also get to her. She will be called in for interrogation, but before that the cops will also try to find out from him, once they get extra time and more custody of him, that why he deleted the chats between this mystery girlfriend and him. Suddenly those chats are gone missing, so of course they're going to be retrieved. Each and every content is going to be sort of gone through with a fine-tooth comb, so that the cops are able to assess.
So a lot of unanswered questions right now, and that's why seeking additional custody is the need of the hour for the cops. We're tracking what's happening in court also very closely. Dave, stay on with me, because even as we're putting out details of what's been mentioned in that FIR, remember, it's based on what Tunisha's mother had said. Cops have also revealed that accused Shizan did have a secret girlfriend, and attempts are being made now to retrieve the deleted WhatsApp chat between Shizan and the secret girlfriend. Digital videos recorded from the set have also been seized right now by the police. They're scouring through that to get some sort of leads, evidence against Shizan. Cops have so far been unable to also unlock Tunisha's phone. Nothing, however, objectionable has been found in the chat with Tunisha from Shizan's phone. Shizan, meanwhile, has given a new reason for why he broke up with Tunisha. The accused told cops that he wanted to focus on his career, and that's why he decided to break up with her. Remember, he broke up just 15 days before she took her life. Shizan earlier had told cops that the reason he had chosen to break up with her was because they were from different religions and because of the 8-year age difference. Shizan's custody comes to an end today, and that's why he's been produced in court. Arguments are currently underway, so we'll know in just a bit whether the cops get additional custody or not. All of this at a time when we're also putting out CCTV footage from moments after Tunisha died by suicide. In the footage, you can see Tunisha being rushed to the hospital. Accused Shizan, who we've circled there in that footage, also seen with her. Statements of 18 people so far have been recorded by police officials. All right, the big breaking news that's coming in right now is that Shizan's custody has been extended. So the Mumbai court granting an extension of custody right now. As we in fact put out the details, we understand that police custody has been extended for another 2 days till December 30th, that is till Friday. So the police will have to ensure that the next 2 days they go ahead and fill all of the loopholes in the investigation with the questioning of Shizan. They are, in fact, this is a tight, closed deadline for the cops. 2 days additional police custody has been granted. Dave Kotak is still with us. So Dave, as the police had requested, they have been granted additional custody of 2 days. Till 30th December, Shizan will remain in their custody now.
Well, yes, 2 days more is what the police have in order to be able to find the unanswered questions. Every doubt, every loophole that there is, they might want to try and get those questions answered, because the kind of mystery that has seemed to have enveloped this case, making it seem extremely murky. Of course, the cops must probe really deep into the charges of Section 306, which is a very serious one, abetment to suicide, and of course, like I said, that the chat will be retrieved, and the cops will also try to locate the mystery girlfriend and call her for questioning as well. Shizan's mother will also, over a period of time, be called in for questioning here at the Walev police station, which is where I am right now. And as far as Tunisha's mother is concerned, her statements have been recorded twice already. We can also expect a reaction very soon from her uncle, who has been in touch with the media so far, and he was the person, Pawan Sharma, who even claimed her body from the JJ hospital and brought it to Mira Road in the cold morgue cold storage facility. So like I said, that definitely the 250 pages chat, out of which nothing seems abnormal or fishy as of yet, is what a police source has told us. But it is definitely going to be saying that what was the need to delete the chat, and of course a major talking point will also be the fact that why has he changed his statement 3 to 4 times already, every single time presenting a newer version when he is asked about the case regarding simple facts, or just to throw some clarity and light on what had really transpired on the day. Of course, however, it is also believed that Shizan began crying in custody when the officer probing him asked if he wished to go for Tunisha's funeral. That's where he was in tears. And of course, a few major things that we need to keep in mind, that his sisters and the lawyer have said it right from the start, of course requesting privacy, but also at the same time they said that the two families were really close. Tunisha would keep visiting them often on a regular basis. She was in touch with her sisters as well. So what could have really gone wrong? And people have also said from the sets that they did not have any fights. Things seem normal. The police authorities have also confirmed to our channel that they would have lunch.
Just stay on with me. Just stay on with me. I want to cut across to also some reactions now coming in, as the police have managed to get additional custody as requested. The Mumbai court has granted them 2 days additional custody. Here's what police officials have to say about the investigation.
क्या शिजान को खतरा सर? किससे?
शिजान के जान को खतरा है क्या?
हाँ या ना तो बोलिए सर।
सर आरोप पुलिस पर लग रहे हैं। आप वीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट दे रहे हैं शिजान खान को सर।
तो दिख रहा है, विजुअल में दिख रहा है। हाँ साफ दिख रहा है किस तरह से बचा है।
So that is, in fact, a reaction that's come in from police officials as well. The next 2 days will be key to the investigation. There'll be a couple of aspects, particularly the cops will focus on, Dave. One is to, in fact, confirm the identity of who the secret girlfriend was. Second, to get some of the WhatsApp chats, which is crucial evidence in a case like this.
Well, yes, like I mentioned, that it is a chat of 250 pages between Tunisha and Shizan. And the second main important aspect is the chat which he had deleted. And the most important part at this point in time is to retrieve it, to see and spot out or figure out and get if there were any elements that really influenced the case, or probably drove Tunisha to commit suicide, or in case if at all any kind of incriminating material is found against Shizan. And also make it seem very suspicious that what was the need to delete the chat when he was not at fault. So what is this? An attempt to mislead the police at all? What is it that he's exactly trying to say? Because by presenting different versions, he has also confused the police so far, who are trying to piece this case together. These are the kind of details that we have for now. But of course, we will try and see if we get a police bite or a briefing that happens later during the evening. Once he is brought back here again to the Walev police station from the Vasai court, we are expecting him to come here in some time, in probably less than an hour's time from now on. And an additional custody until the December 30th, post which we are yet to see if he gets judicial custody or he is granted bail.
All right, so Dave getting us all of the details really of what's happening currently in court. The police been granted 2 days of additional custody of Shizan. So that is till Friday, till 30th December. As Dave was pointing out, there are WhatsApp chats the cops are going through. There are deleted messages that they want to question Shizan about. Another aspect of this is going to be that 15-minute meeting between Tunisha and Shizan. What was spoken about in that particular meeting is something that the cops will be hoping to get some leads on, Dave, because it was after that lunch meeting, 15 minutes later, that Tunisha took her life. Now, we've also accessed exclusive CCTV footage in which Tunisha's ex-boyfriend Shizan can be seen rushing her to hospital. Shizan's custody has now been extended, so cops will be trying to also gather details of what happened in the last few minutes.
Mystery surrounding Tunisha Sharma's death deepens. Days after the alleged suicide by the 20-year-old actor, new CCTV footage has become public. The footage shows a car near a hospital and a group of people carrying an unconscious Tunisha on an inclined ramp. Tunisha's ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan, who has been arrested in the case, is also seen among those rushing Tunisha to the hospital. CCTV footage of Tunisha and Shizan having lunch 15 minutes before her death has surfaced already. The police are yet to crack what happened in those 15 minutes to drive the actor to take her life. The actor died on the sets of a show Ali Baba Dastane-Kabul using a crib bandage and was found hanging in the green room. Shizan Khan is booked for abetment of suicide and is currently in police custody. According to sources, Shizan broke down during his interrogation and is constantly changing statements. According to reports, Tunisha and Shizan broke up 15 days before she died by suicide. The actor's last rites were performed in Mumbai on Tuesday in the presence of Tunisha's family and friends. Shizan's sisters were also seen mourning the loss. Bureau Report, India Today.
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra continues to be a political flashpoint. While the Yatra is on a break, the Congress has alleged a security breach during the Delhi leg. The parties put out a video which you see on your screens there of Rahul Gandhi walking close to Red Fort area in Delhi. Congress claims that security of the Bharat Jodo Yatra was compromised on multiple occasions and that the Delhi police completely failed in controlling the surging crowd. Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has shot off a letter to Home Minister Amit Shah alleging that the Delhi police didn't maintain a perimeter around Rahul Gandhi and that party workers and yatris walking along with Rahul had to form a cordon around him because the Delhi police couldn't provide adequate security.
It's very unfortunate that Delhi police have failed in its attempt to provide the adequate security to Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And we are not blaming it for the political reason, we are blaming it on the security reason. Everywhere security was provided in an organized fashion, but in Delhi police completely messed up. And Delhi police was seen just standing and not doing their work, what they were assigned to do. And everybody knows that Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, who was the ex-prime minister, because of the breach of security only, their life, they have sacrificed their life. That is past experience, and we should be very careful in the future also. That is our genuine request to the ruling establishment.
There was a complete breakdown of order. Police presence was not enough in proportion to the kind of number of people that were there. And there was no rope team which could segregate the crowd, which could regulate the crowd. That has been the order right from day one of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But in Delhi, that order collapsed.
हर व्यक्ति की ये एक चिंता होनी चाहिए कि इस समय एक बहुत व्यापक एक बहुत बड़ी यात्रा चल रही है और मैं मानता हूं कि उसमें सिक्योरिटी की समस्याएं रहती हैं, सुरक्षा की समस्याएं रहती हैं, लेकिन हमने पूरे देश में ये देखा है कि हम जहां जहां भी गए हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सरकार हो या ना भी हो, वहां पर कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा प्रबंध किया है वहां के प्रशासन ने, वहां की पुलिस ने। ये दिल्ली आकर एकदम से ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ तो किसी को कोई इसमें रुचि ही नहीं थी, कोई अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानता था, जिसे दिखावे के लिए पुलिस के लोग खड़े कर दिए गए हों, लेकिन जो जो प्रिकॉशंस लेने चाहिए वो कुछ भी प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए गए थे। ये बड़ा चिंता का विषय है, इसलिए हमने इसको सरकार को का ध्यान इधर आकर्षित करने के लिए चिट्ठी लिखी है और अब तो दिल्ली से निकल चुके हैं, दिल्ली में थोड़ा सा ही हिस्सा बचा है जो 3 तारीख को होगा, उसके बाद उत्तर प्रदेश पहुंच जाएंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश के बाद हरियाणा जाएंगे। जो वहां से सूचनाएं पहले हमें मिली, हरियाणा में कुछ समय राहुल जी की यात्रा वहां हरियाणा में रही, तो वहां से जो उत्पीड़न हो रहा है उन लोगों का जो आकर अपने दस्तावेज पेश करते हैं या कोई अपने ज्ञापन देते हैं, उनको जिस तरह से उत्पीड़ित किया जा रहा है और वो भी एजेंसीज कर रही हैं, तो इन सब चीज़ों को लेकर हमको एक बहुत गहरी चिंता है और इसलिए हमने ये सरकार का ध्यान इधर आकर्षित किया है।
So it's just a rhetoric statement. One of the rhetoric statements, as usually Congress do. First of all, Rahul Gandhi has got adequate security, and government is always concerned about every citizen. So is concerned about Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi. Every citizen is important, and the people who are in opposition, may it be a member of parliament or leader of opposition, they are also equally important. We got adequate security. As far as Delhi police is concerned, they have provided a number of policemen to control the crowd, and the security has to be provided by the inner circle, as he very well said, by the CRPF. And there was no as such breach in the security. Thirdly, he said IB. Now, IB is the agency which is taking all inputs about the security, about the breach, and now they are saying that the IB ke log wahan pe kyun the? Why they were there? So this is the primary job of the IB, Intelligence Bureau, to present at this kind of occasions, to keep a close watch that whether there are some anti-elements there, and this is their primary duty, and they are performing their duty. But to be in a news, now they are shouting over letters to the Honorable Home Minister. I must surprise you, even Home Minister is having the same security which Rahul Gandhi is having. So how can they say that they have a more threat or they are not provided adequate security?
हमने खुद देखा जब हरियाणा से हम दिल्ली में एंटर हुए, वहां पर कोई व्यवस्था ढंग से नहीं थी। पुलिस वाले ही, चाहे दिल्ली पुलिस हो या सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जो थी, उन्होंने ही इतना केओस किया हुआ था, लोग घुस रहे थे और जिस तरह से धक्के वहां पर, देखिए इतने लोगों में होता है, स्वाभाविक होता है, उतना हम भी देख रहे हैं, कन्याकुमारी से करते चले आ रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर जिस तरह का हुआ और जो ब्रीच हुई है, ये चिंता का विषय है। राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता हैं और उनकी यात्रा में ऐसा हो तो इसके लिए तो सरकार को जिम्मेवारी लेनी पड़ेगी। और आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, अब कश्मीर तक जाएंगे, पंजाब जाएंगे, कश्मीर तक जाएंगे, तो इसका पूरा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा सरकार को, राहुल जी की सिक्योरिटी और लोगों की सिक्योरिटी। और इस तरह से अगर वो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से राहुल गांधी जी से डर के ये सोचें कि लोगों को रोक पाएंगे, चाहे ईडी के माध्यम से करें या कैसे करें, तो लोगों को अगर इंटिमिडेट करके रोकना चाहते हैं तो ये नहीं रुक सकते। लोग अपने मन से जुड़े जा रहे हैं और ये एक आंदोलन जो बन गया है, इसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं थाम पाएगी।
Moshmi Singh is joining us live from Delhi with more details on this. Moshmi, the Congress alleging a serious security breach while Rahul Gandhi was in Delhi, and the video that they've released essentially shows Rahul being mobbed by this huge crowd. You do see some police officials around him, and that's why the BJP is saying that, look, these are your own yatris, that there was clear poor crowd management by the organizers.
So, Akshita, tit for tat has broken out between the Congress and the BJP. The prime accusation that the Congress is making is that if you compare the security in other states to Delhi, the national capital, where you would be more relaxed about security issues, considering Rahul Gandhi is assigned Z plus security, the security was completely lapsed. And the reason that they are citing is that usually as protocol a D has been maintained when Rahul Gandhi actually walks, and with the security now changed from the SPG to the CRPF, the CRPF ensures that with the local police in coordination there is a D that is maintained, a rope is actually used on either sides, and so that the distance between the crowd and Rahul Gandhi is a certain length, and this distance in fact was actually reduced and eliminated at points. The video that our viewers are seeing where Rahul Gandhi is completely surrounded by unknown people, by strangers who are trying to reach out to him. So they are saying that the protocol could have been maintained like it was in other states. Rahul Gandhi does meet people on the road, people who are coming to meet him, but this was actually an entire mob surrounding Rahul Gandhi, which put him in a very precarious position. So there are stories on either sides, but the Congress party has written to the Home Minister. They've also cited IB in interference in the camp where the Congress party Bharat Yatris actually stay, that there were some intelligence bureau officers who said they were using the toilet and they were found inside the containers without any permission, and that's one reason. And an FIR, apparently a complaint, was launched in Haryana as well. So a tit for tat there, a tug of war. We will have to wait and see how the Home Ministry really responds to these allegations.
That's right. There's been no statement, no communication from the Home Ministry just yet on the allegations of that security breach. Thanks very much, Moshmi, for joining us with those details. It's not the only controversy that the Bharat Jodo Yatra finds itself in. This time, the controversy is over Manishankar Iyer's comments lauding Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress leader Manishankar Iyer made a shocking remark and said that Bharat toota hua hai, meaning that the country is currently broken and the Congress is working on fixing it. Speaking to India Today, the Congress leader said that Rahul Gandhi is now undoing the damage that the BJP has done in the country. Now, Iyer's comment has triggered a political war of words, with the BJP alleging that the Congress is now stoking tukre politics, firing a partition jibe at Congress. BJP has said the only time the country was toota was when the country was divided under Congress's rule.
Bharat Todo is being done by them on the basis of religion, on the basis of region, on the basis of language, on the basis of caste, and that is why it has become necessary for us to fight against hatred, to fight against divisiveness. टुकड़े गैंग तो हमारे पास नहीं है, उनके पास है, क्योंकि वो अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं इस देश को तोड़ने के लिए, इसलिए हम अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं भारत को जोड़ने के लिए.
Rahul Gandhi must fix his own party and unite his own party before he speaks and talks about uniting India, which apparently is broken in his views. The only time India was broken was at the time of partition, thanks to the Congress party and to those politicians who put their own interest above national interest. Therefore, Manishankar Iyer, you must explain that is Sardar Patel and his contribution being undermined by you and the Congress party?
There's also politics that continues over Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra attire. His white t-shirt, which he wore in the national capital despite the freezing cold, led to a war of words, interestingly. He once again made his way in the AICC Foundation Day today in a white t-shirt, while the Congress called his yatra, his tapasya, and gave him the status of #1 yogi. The BJP's mocked Congress.
राहुल गांधी जी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में इसकी शुरुआत हो चुकी है. देश भर में पहल हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को एक बार फिर से संजीवनी मिली है. यात्रा ने दिखा दिया है कि कांग्रेस की विचारधारा को देश में जबरदस्त समर्थन मिल रहा है और इससे आज हमारे विरोधियों को घबराहट पैदा हुई है।
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा एक यज्ञ है और यज्ञ में कोई खलल डालता है तो उसको तो हमारे ऋषि मुनि भी दानव कहते हैं, तो मैंने तो वही बात दोहराई है।
They are finding new things to talk about. His shoes, his t-shirt, his beard. Are all these relevant? But they have nothing else to say. And therefore they take trivializing this whole matter by comparing Modi's beard to Rabindranath Tagore and Rahul's beard to Saddam Hussein. What kind of rubbishy politics is this? If this is not Todo Todo, what is Todo Todo?
देखिए, हमारा भाजपा से कोई इस मामले में हम उसमें कोई वाद विवाद में नहीं पड़ना चाहते। भाई आप अपना काम करिए, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं। राहुल जी कितने कपड़े पहने, कौन से कपड़े पहने, उसकी चिंता मत करिए। उनका उद्देश्य क्या है, वो किस लिए कर रहे हैं, किस लिए इतने लंबे सफर वो पैदल चल रहे हैं, इस पर तो आइए, इस पर तो चर्चा क्यों नहीं करते हैं। कभी टी शर्ट पे बात करेंगे, कभी कपड़ों पे बात करेंगे, ये क्या तरीका है। मुद्दों पे बात करिए।
We are joined by senior Congress leader Hanumant Rao, and we'll ask him that Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt in this biting cold is making a lot of news in terms of the fact that it's very cold. Still, Rahul Gandhi continues to persist wearing that T-shirt. The question really is that he's earlier indicated that
that is the willpower. Because if anybody will feel for cold, definitely cold will be. So that's why his original T-shirt is wearing and is going to there. That is the willpower, and also is saying that if anything we want to do it, willpower.
Do you think that this he can make a comeback with this Bharat Jodo Yatra?
Bharat Jodo Yatra will continue because for time being Foundation Day and New Year everybody will be busy. After that second onwards again he will tour up to Kashmir. And he is giving a good impression for the Desh united right now. Because of some people are hatred with the other people. The Muslims also, they work for the independent. Everybody has sacrificed for this thing, but only BJP, they want to say, Veer Savarkar is a freedom fighter.
Will it have a political impact in terms of winning elections?
Definitely it will come to them. It will convert as Rajiv Gandhi Jodo Yatra converted in Congress vote. That is my feeling.
108 days, 448 kilometers and 9 states. The Bharat Jodo Yatra may be on a break, but it continues to remain a big political talking point. Images of a bearded Rahul walking with purpose, connecting with the crowds have been going viral. But the bigger question is, will this Yatra actually prove to be a ticket to power for the Congress? Or is it just about reinventing Rahul Gandhi's image, giving him a makeover and shedding the Pappu tag?
A Gandhi on a Yatra. A Gandhi transforms. The 52-year-old scion on his Bharat Jodo Yatra has covered 46 districts, 9 states in 108 days of his south to north footlog so far. Lampooned by his opponents as a pappu for years together, Rahul Gandhi's march seems to have given him an image makeover.
इनकी सारी पॉलिसीज डर फैलाने की पॉलिसीज।
All the while, through the trek, the Gandhi scion seems to have fashioned himself as a Congress ideologue. A leader on a longer-term mission detached from routine party politics. No shortcuts that some in the Congress old guard would certainly have preferred in their quest for power.
इस देश को कोई रोजगार दे सकता है तो इस देश का किसान और ये जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं और स्मॉल और मीडियम बिजनेसेस चलाते हैं ये लोग.
A caravan of unknown faces, the masses who aren't transactional. Bharat Jodo Yatra seems to be accomplishing the extraordinary with ordinary people. But does that signal Congress's revival?
यात्रा को रोकने के लिए बहाने बन रहे हैं
A feat being executed with precision, resources and zeal. The organizational muscle that's gone into Bharat Jodo Yatra is what Congress perhaps needs to resurrect itself in its political journey, a road blocked by the BJP's juggernaut. Bureau Report, India Today.
Moving on to some other stories that we're tracking this afternoon. A 20-year-old woman was killed after she was stabbed to death. This happened in Chhattisgarh's Korba. She was stabbed over 51 times with a screwdriver in different parts of her body. The police suspect it to be a case of a love triangle and are on the lookout for one Shehbaz Khan, the primary suspect in this case. The BJP's trained guns of the Congress-led Baghel government had said that tribals are unsafe under the Congress government. The BJP also slammed Priyanka Gandhi for not speaking up over this tragic incident. On Saturday last week, the victim, identified as Neel Kusum Panna, was alone at home while the rest of the family, including her father, mother and brother, had gone out. When the brother entered, he found his sister lying in a pool of blood and her mouth was covered with a pillow. She was reportedly stabbed 51 times.
घटना के एक दिवस पूर्व वो लड़का जो बाद में गुजरात अहमदाबाद में चला गया था कुछ काम करने के लिए, तो घटना दिनांक के एक दिन पहले वो कोरबा पहुंचा है। कोरबा आने के पश्चात एक लॉज में ठहरा था और घटना स्थल जो मृतका का घर है वहां पे भी वो घटना के समय था और उसके कुछ कपड़े और कुछ टिकट्स बरामद हुए हैं जिनके आधार पर यह पुष्टि होती है कि घटना के समय महिला के घर में वो लड़का था। हो सकता है कि घटना के समय इन दोनों के बीच में किसी बात को लेके विवाद हुआ हो और नुकीले चीज़ से उसके सीने पे वार किया था जिससे मृतका की मृत्यु हो गई थी। इसमें अलग अलग टीमें काम कर रही है और कुछ जहां जहां उनके संभावित जो जगह है आरोपी के वो सभी में पता तलाश किया जा रहा है। साइबर की टीम इसमें लगी हुई है। बहुत जल्द आरोपी गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
देखिए, घटना सामने आने के बाद पुलिस मजबूती से पूरी मुस्तैदी से कार्रवाई कर रही है जी। ये कहकर वातावरण को प्रदूषित नहीं किया जाना चाहिए कि यह धर्मांतरण का मामला है जी। प्राप्त जानकारियों के अनुसार लड़का मुसलमान है और लड़की क्रिश्चियन है जी। तो इसमें जैसे हिंदू से मुसलमान को धर्मांतरण ज़्यादातर पेश किया जाता है तो उस प्रकार की बात वहाँ नहीं है। बहुत जल्दी हमारी 4-5 टीमें गठित कर दी गई हैं। अपराधी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और उसके बाद फिर वो सभी चीज़ें सामने आ जाएंगी। देश में कहाँ किस प्रदेश में क्या होता है अलग मुद्दा है, पर छत्तीसगढ़ में किसी भी प्रकार की इस प्रकार की कोई बात नहीं होती कि एक लव जिहाद है तो वो है। यहाँ घटना होता है, तत्काल प्रभावी कार्रवाई की जाती है। बीजेपी वालों से भी कहना चाहूँगा कि इस प्रकार वातावरण को बनाने की कोशिश ना करें। हमको काम करने में सुविधा रहती है और हम लोग जल्दी से रिकवर करते हैं।
Slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we get you an excerpt of our exclusive conversation with the world's third richest man, Gautam Adani. It's the interview everyone's talking about right now. A number of issues that we've covered in great length with the Growth King. Details coming up in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
CBI arrests Videocon chief Venugopal Dhoot. The move sends shockwaves across industries. Arrest comes nearly 3 days after the arrest of high-profile names and ex-ICICI Bank chief Chanda Kochhar and her spouse Deepak Kochhar in relation to fraudulent sanctioning of credit facilities to the tune of 3,250 crore rupees. 3 high-profile arrests over the last 72 hours sent jitters across India Inc. India's banking industry witnesses one of the most high-profile money laundering scams, marking the downfall of the banking sector titans, Chanda Kochhar and consumer electronics major Videocon. The bulls are back in action. Benchmarks reclaim important levels. Rally led by PSU banks today. Sensex closing with gains of 700 points. Meanwhile, the Nifty ended the session above 18,000 despite a mild pullback in the final minutes of trade. Broader markets reverse Friday carnage. And we get you market guru Chakri Lokripriya of TCG Asset Management talking about themes to hunt for this new year and what's making him bullish on banking, consumer discretionary and cement names.
India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Gautam Adani is India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year 2022. The industrialist spoke to our group editorial director Raj Chengappa on a range of issues in a freewheeling chat. He's also, interestingly, responded to criticism about his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Here's an exclusive excerpt.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
You've seen his rise being in Gujarat from the Chief Minister to the Prime Minister. What would you say is Prime Minister Modi's style of leadership?
See, Prime Minister Modi ji has provided a visionary and an inspirational leadership to India. He has not only brought about significant policy changes, but also through our various programs and schemes directly touch the lives of every Indians. There is hardly any aspect of governance which he has not touched. He is trying hard to bring transformative changes not only in the Indian economy, but also pushing for a social transformation and an inclusive growth. He has, through several innovative schemes and their effective implementations, given a strong push to industrial and economic development of India. Schemes like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Digital India, Startup India have acted as an economic multiplier and have not only created endless business and manufacturing opportunities, but have also created millions of direct and indirect jobs. The Prime Minister's equally strong focus on a social factor, agriculture economy.
We're cutting across to news coming in right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has touched down in Ahmedabad. He's rushed to the city to be with his mother, who's currently ailing and is at the UN Mehta Hospital. Prime Minister Modi is going to be in the city for some time. We're being told overnight he's going to be staying on in Ahmedabad. Right now, as he's touched down in the city, he's directly going to be making his way to the hospital in which his mother, Hira Ben Modi, was hospitalized, was admitted early this morning. The hospital bulletin, at least from hours ago, stated that she is recovering. She is currently stable. But as we speak, the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, the Health Minister and a slew of BJP MLAs from Gujarat, all of them are currently at the hospital awaiting news from the doctors on Hira Ben Modi's current condition. Prime Minister Modi too, as soon as he heard about his mother being hospitalized, has rushed to be by her side. Now, as we speak, he's touched down at Ahmedabad and is making his way to the hospital. Security has been beefed up at the hospital because of the Prime Minister's expected arrival there as well. We're just going to be connecting with our reporters who've been getting us every update on Hira Ben Modi's condition. Remember that she was hospitalized early this morning after a brief fluctuation in her blood pressure. Saurabh Vaktania is joining us with more details on this. Saurabh, any moment now, Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive at the UN Mehta Hospital to be with his mother.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. Let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed at Ahmedabad airport, and just in some time from now, within 10 minutes, what we have been told, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving at UN Mehta Hospital. Let me show the live visuals of UN Mehta Hospital, that all the gates are now being opened. Both the sides of the roads are completely shut for the vehicular traffic movement, and the entire road has been cordoned off. And now, what we have been told, that just some time from now, within 10 minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to arrive at UN Mehta Hospital. Let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben is admitted at this particular UN Mehta Hospital. She was brought over here early morning. What we have been told, that there was some respiratory issue and also the blood pressure issue, because of which she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital, and top ministers and so top leaders from the BJP all also present over here, and all the IS and IPS officers all are over here. A medical bulletin, let me tell you, Akshita, a medical bulletin was issued by the hospital some point from now. They clearly told us that yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben is admitted at UN Mehta Hospital, and her condition is said to be stable. The sources are clearly telling us that the proper team of doctors, set of doctors, are continuously monitoring the health conditions of Hira Ben. She has been said to be stable, but she has been kept under observation. Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel, along with Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, and top of the IPS and IR officials, all are present inside right now this UN Mehta Hospital. Ask my camera person Sajid Alam to show you the visuals of the road over here, that how the road is barricaded on both the side. All the vehicles which were parked on both the side are now clear, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been expected over here. And let me tell you, it was the cut short program. All the schedule was actually cancelled. There was a cabinet briefing which was to happen over at 4 p.m. Let me tell you, Akshita, that too has been cancelled, and all the ministers and the top BJP leaders are right now present inside this UN Mehta Hospital. We are also been told that once Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inside, and after that only a second bulletin in this case, the health conditions of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben, the second bulletin is likely to come only after that. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected here at the UN Mehta Hospital just some point from now, and the road is been cleared over here. You can see how the police officials are present over here, and they have been telling us that just some time from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming to UN Mehta Hospital to visit his mother Hira Ben.
Although the Prime Minister is going to stay on in Ahmedabad, be by his mother's side while she has been hospitalized, and ensure a full recovery. So in all likelihood, Saurabh, and confirm this for us, we're hearing that the Prime Minister is going to remain there till his mother is discharged.
So Akshita, let me tell you what the sources are telling us very rightly, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not going to leave Gujarat. He will be over here in Ahmedabad and staying. He'll be coming to the hospital in Ahmedabad, and then he'll be staying in Gandhinagar. That is what the sources are telling us, that tonight the schedule, the protocol schedule which has come from the PMO clearly states that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to stay back here. He'll be with his mother Hira Ben, who is right now admitted at UN Mehta Hospital. And right now, let me show you that the convoy has started to arrive. That's the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's protocol convoy, which is coming one by one, because it's a protocol. First car goes, then it's a proper checkup which has been done, after which Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy comes. So you can see here how the vehicles have started to arrive. I'll ask my camera person Sajid Alam to show you the entire visuals over here, that how the security arrangements are already being done over here. We are expecting just a few minutes, let me tell you, 2 to 3 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected here at UN Mehta Hospital, where his mother Hira Ben is admitted, and she was brought over here. Let me tell you, she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital early morning. Her health conditions deteriorated, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself coming over here. And like I mentioned, that sources are clearly telling us that the protocol which has come to India today clearly states that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to stay back. He is going to spend his night here in Ahmedabad, and later on, based on what the health conditions and the bulletin which comes on, later the things will come to know.
Time that bulletin's going to come in, Saurabh?
So what we have been told that the bulletin, once Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives over here, and after which the second bulletin might arrive. So only the first bulletin has arrived that saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother is admitted and she is stable. A proper set of team of doctors are actually looking after her. Her health conditions are being monitored. She has been kept under observation. So the second bulletin, once Prime Minister Narendra Modi is over here, after which the second bulletin is likely to come.
Bulletin will come. The Prime Minister has landed, headed straight to the hospital. He's at the hospital. We'll hopefully get more information from the inside very, very shortly. Remember, the Prime Minister's mother, Hira Ben, is 100 years old. She turned 100 this year. How has her health been in general, Saurabh? Has she been in and out of hospital? We haven't really seen much of that. How has her health been in general? Because after all, she's 100 years old, has always, whenever she's been on camera, she's seemed to be in very good spirits. She's a household name all across the country. What has her general health been like?
So let me tell you, if we talk about Hira Ben's general health, she has never seen hospital. That is what we have been seeing in past so many years. And I am just looking forward at the vehicle which is coming in. That's the pilot vehicle. But what we have been told that in some point from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be coming to this particular UN Mata hospital. When we speak about Hira Ben's health, let me tell you, she is over 100 years of age. Very recently, when the Gujarat Assembly elections also took place, she was present at the voting center. She casted her vote, and the hardship which she has done since past so many years, she brought up all their children, and the hardship which she has done, and therefore she also believes a lot in yoga, and therefore we have been seeing that she has not seen so much of hospital, because last several of the years I have been saying that she was never admitted to hospital. She was completely fit and fine. This is the very first time in several years that I am seeing that her health conditions has been deteriorated, and in fact she was a local doctor. She was been told as a local doctor in Vadgam. She used to take care of the people of Vadgam, where actually Prime Minister Narendra Modi was born and brought up. So what we are being told right now, that very recently, just today morning, her health condition actually deteriorated. There was problem of respiratory issue and also the blood pressure issues. And here is the visuals. Let me cut across the live visuals over here, that one of the convoy has started to arrive, and here in the visual that the one after the other convoy has started to arrive. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy is over here, and the convoy has arrived over here, and here in the visuals you can clearly see that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at the UN Mehta Hospital. A huge long convoy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached at UN Mehta Hospital to meet his mother Hira Ben, who is admitted to UN Mehta Hospital. Live visuals cutting out the India Today that you can clearly see Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached UN Mehta Hospital, and whenever there is time, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Gujarat, we have seen that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi makes sure he meets his mother, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at UN Mehta Hospital. Remember, she is admitted since early morning. A proper health bulletin which come in. The first health bulletin, it was clearly said that yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ben is admitted to UN Mehta Hospital. Her condition is said to be stable, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi cutting short all his entire schedule, and he has reached Ahmedabad to UN Mehta Hospital. We saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi sitting in the black car, and now the car has entered. He will be meeting his mother Hira Ben, and Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel, along with Gujarat Health Minister Rushikesh Patel, and top of the IPS officer and top BJP leaders are already present inside this UN Mehta Hospital. What the sources have been telling us, that early morning she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital because there was respiratory issues, and also she was facing a breathing issues, and after which she was rushed over here to the UN Mehta Hospital. And like Shiv, let me tell you, like you are pointing out, that it is very rare. We have not seen Hira Ben being brought to the hospital. This is the very first time since past so many years. This is first time when Hira Ben has been brought to hospital after her health conditions deteriorated. Otherwise, she is very fit. She is very fine. Even when recent elections happened and the voting day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had gone to meet Hira Ben, and the visuals had come out that how he was meeting his mother Hira Ben. But now, let me tell you, early morning there were breathing issues and also the blood pressure issues, after which the information came out. She was rushed over here at the UN Mehta Hospital. Let me cut across to the live visuals once again. You can see that's a huge convoy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He landed at Ahmedabad airport at 3:50 and now he has reached over here at the UN Mehta Hospital where all the top BJP leaders and the cabinet ministers of the Gujarat government along with Parimal Nathwani, the Torrent Powerhouse, main, all are over here. And right now Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached at the UN Mehta Hospital to see his mother Hira Ben, and we are likely to get some update from the hospital in some point of now, because like I told you, that first bulletin was issued by the hospital which said that Hira Ben is admitted to UN Mehta Hospital. Her health conditions are stable, but top doctors team are already present over here. They are monitoring her health condition. She's been kept under observation, and we are likely to get another update some point from now that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here, after which we can get a second health bulletin as well.
And needless to say, from all of us here at the India Today group, we're wishing a speedy recovery to the Prime Minister's mother, Hira Ben. She's in many ways someone that all people in India recognize. Her pictures with the Prime Minister have frequently gone viral. She's someone who the Prime Minister calls on every time he's in Gujarat, of course. She lives in Ahmedabad with the Prime Minister's extended family as well as brother. And the images on your left, of course, are of the Prime Minister's convoy reaching the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, where Hira Ben is currently being treated. Remember, the hospital has already issued one bulletin so far, as Saurabh was updating us, to say that Hira Ben is recovering. She's stable at this point of time. Remember, she's 100 years old. What an amazing life. She's 100 years old. She turned 100 earlier this year. She does not have a history of ill health. She's not been a frequent visitor to hospitals apart from general physician checkups so far. So this will probably be one of the rare occasions in which she's been admitted to a hospital. So our prayers and our good wishes always with the Modi family at this point of time, and hoping that Hira Ben has that spring in her step very, very soon and is discharged from hospital. She's currently being treated by a top team of doctors. The Prime Minister has just arrived, as Saurabh was telling us. That convoy has just arrived. The Health Minister, the Chief Minister, other senior officials of the Gujarat government, understandably already at the hospital as the Prime Minister arrives at this time. Saurabh also informing us that there is likely to be a second health bulletin on Hira Ben sometime later this evening. So we'll keep you updated on that front. India Today reporting from outside the UN Mehta Hospital, where 100-year-old Hira Ben, the mother of the Prime Minister, is currently being treated. There will be prayers, good wishes from all across the country pouring in for Hira Ben's good health, so that she can be released from hospital as quickly as possible and go back home. Nobody likes being in the hospital. Her son, the Prime Minister of India, has dashed off to Ahmedabad, and those are images of his vehicular convoy arriving at the UN Mehta Hospital as we speak. He's inside right now. We're waiting on whether we will get some images from the inside. Saurabh, perhaps a little early to wonder about that, but Hira Ben is stable. She's recovering, say the doctors. Would it be too much to expect that we might get some images from the inside? Because Prime Minister and Hira Ben images are always images that go viral, and as the nation prays for Hira Ben's health, hopefully we'll get some images of mother and son from inside the hospital as well, Saurabh.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. Let me tell you, whenever there are images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting his mother Hira Ben, those pictures are a delight to watch, because very recently when we saw that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was here in Ahmedabad to cast his vote, at that time also he made sure that he goes to meet his mother, and whenever Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Gujarat, he makes sure that he goes to meet his mother Hira Ben, and those visuals, those pictures are so delight to watch. Let me tell you, the bonding of mother and son is clearly visible in those visuals as well. The sources are actually telling us that yes, there might be some visual, but we are awaiting the second health bulletin. Because I'm stressing on this particular health bulletin is that initially the health conditions were not good, but this first health bulletin which came in the afternoon clearly stated that her health conditions are stable, and a team of proper doctor is actually treating Hira Ben. She's kept in proper observation. These two things which I want to likely tell you on India Today, Shiv, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to stay back in Gujarat. He is not going to go back to Delhi. The protocol which has arrived to India Today clearly states that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to spend his night over here in Gujarat. He will be with his mother over here. The second thing that in past 2 to 3 decades, I have not seen, let me tell you that Hira Ben is admitted to hospital because clearly she has been keeping very fit. She has been very active. The hardship which Hira Ben has seen in her life when she stayed in Vadnagar. Vadnagar is very important. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi was raised, all the children of Hira Ben were raised in Vadnagar. The hardship which she has faced, let me tell you, she used to do the household work. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi did not have proper uniform to go to school, but that time it was Hira Ben who did lot of hardship, and yes, it was the hardship and the yoga which she did, and she kept fit so long. 100-year-old Hira Ben, right now her condition has been deteriorated. She is admitted into the UN Mehta Hospital. A team of doctors properly taking care of Hira Ben. They are saying that she is stable, she is recovering, and we also pray on India Today that she recovers very soon. But at the moment, let me show you that the convoy is right now going inside back again, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to stay back over here. That is what the sources are telling us. He cut short his entire program, after which he arrived over here. The sources which are telling us on India Today, Shiv, let me tell you, early morning at around 9 to 10 a.m. early morning, Hira Ben actually was facing breathing issue. Also, there was the blood pressure issue. Remember, she's already 100-year-old, and therefore there is age factor as well. And very first time after so many years that Hira Ben is, let me tell you, I can also say that it is the first time when Hira Ben is admitted to hospital for some medical reason, because she has been already she has been keeping well. Now, police officials are telling us to little back up because the convoy has to turn from over here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is already inside. So we are expecting that a second health bulletin from the hospital from some point of time. So what I was telling that it is very rare that she might be taken to the hospital. This is very first time when Hira Ben has been brought to hospital for treatment. She does not even like to take medicines. Let me tell you, when I spoke to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's brother, they clearly told us that Hira Ben does not like to take medicines as well. She completely believed on natural medicines and all the hard work which she has done. And here you can see that there is some sort of movement over here, Shiv. We will update our viewers on India Today in some point of time. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi, last 15 minutes, is over here at UN Hospital, and what the sources are telling us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to stay back. He's going to be over here in Ahmedabad for next 2 days.
Okay, so he's going to be in Ahmedabad for the next 2 days. We can expect a medical bulletin on Hira Ben very, very shortly. Hopefully there will be more good news, because we've already been told by the hospital that she's stable and recovering. There were some breath issues and some blood pressure issues that she was admitted with. Understandable, she's 100 years old, but she has been in relatively good health for her age, which is something that we hope will continue as well, and she will get discharged. But what we know for sure at this time, as we report, that the Prime Minister is inside with his mother inside the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, is that he will be staying the night in Ahmedabad tonight. That's the protocol that's been shared with the press. We're permitted to make that public. The Prime Minister will be spending tonight in Ahmedabad. Saurabh, The Chief Minister, senior officials of the Gujarat government, just as a matter of information, since we have many viewers tuning in constantly into our coverage, they're all at the hospital already?
Well, Shiv, let me tell you that yes, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel is already inside UN Mehta Hospital. Before that, Gujarat Health Minister Rishikesh Patel too is present inside UN Mehta Hospital. Several of the top BJP leaders along with the MLAs all are present over here at the hospital. In fact, Rajya Sabha MP Parimal Nathwani also reached the hospital over here. The Torrent Group had also reached over here. So all the top IS and the IPS officers right now are present inside the UN Mehta Hospital. They all are present over here. In fact, let me tell you, when the first health bulletin actually arrived, till before that nobody was present. But when the first health bulletin arrived, this is when after which all the top leaders, health ministers, Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel and the IS officers and the IPS officers reached at UN Mehta Hospital, and all are right now present over here. So we are just waiting for the second health bulletin. But remember, the work of
Yeah, Saurabh, you're still with us. Okay, I think we've just lost that line with Saurabh. We'll re-establish that line. He's right outside the UN Mehta Hospital. These are images from a short while ago, the ones on your right. The images on your left, of course, are file images of the Prime Minister and Hira Ben at the Modi residence in Ahmedabad. And on the right are images from today of the Prime Minister's VIP convoy arriving at the UN Mehta Hospital, where Hira Ben is currently admitted. We're awaiting a second medical bulletin, a health update on Hira Ben very, very shortly. Prayers and good wishes pouring in from different parts of the country. The Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, is at the hospital already, as are senior health officials. Obviously, there will be a top team of doctors looking after Hira Ben at this point of time. Like we've been telling you, she's had admirably good health for a very, very long time. She's 100 years old, so it's delicate and things have to be looked at very, very carefully. But she is someone who has enjoyed amazing good health for the longest time. She's 100 years old. She turned a centenarian this year. So 100-year-old Hira Ben is, we're all hoping that she will be discharged from hospital very, very soon with better health. The Prime Minister, her son, is in the hospital right now with her, and he will be staying the night in Ahmedabad tonight. That much we're sure of. Saurabh continues to be with us. Saurabh, once again, wishes pouring in from different parts of the country because Hira Ben is probably the most famous mother in the country at this point of time. Everyone is aware of her. Everyone, sort of recognizes her. Those images of her with the Prime Minister have always gone viral. The power of those images have been the subject of politics for a long time as well. But Hira Ben, all of us can agree, is a household name. So I won't be surprised if, there are prayers and good wishes coming in from all across the country at this point of time, Saurabh.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. Let me tell you that, like you mentioned, that the visuals when Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets his mother Hira Ben are absolutely delight to watch, and those are wonderful pictures of how the bonding is between a mother and a son. And we have seen that how they meet each other, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi makes sure that he gets to eat food which is made by his mother Hira Ben, and Hira Ben also makes sure that whenever Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Gujarat and he meets Hira Ben, so she makes food by herself, and this is something which is the bonding of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with his mother Hira Ben. So we are expecting that she recovers very soon. It's the prayers are already have begun, and what we are being told that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inside. He is meeting his mother Hira Ben, who was admitted at the UN Mehta Hospital. hospital early morning, after which she had breathing issues. She also had the blood pressure issue. She was rushed from Gandhinagar to this particular UN Mehta hospital in Ahmedabad, and at around 9 to 10 a.m. between, she was brought to the hospital, after which a team of doctors are continuously monitoring her health. Observation, she's been kept under observation. Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel, Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, and several other top dignitaries, BJP leaders and MLAs are present over here. When we talk about Shiv, the entire life of Hira Ba, she has gone through a lot of hardship. Let me tell you, she was born in Palanpur, but later on the family shifted to Vadnagar, and Vadnagar is the place where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was born. The entire family was born and brought up over there. There was a lot of hardship which Hira Ba has seen in her entire life. Remember, when I met Prahlad Modi, he clearly told us that they did not even have money to buy food for one time. So that was the hardship which Hira Ba has faced. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he used to go to school, he did not even have a 2 pair of uniform available with them. But it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hira Ba who did lot of household work and made sure that she brings up all their children, and now they are at a very proper positions. And therefore, the hardship which Hira Ba has done in her entire life, she is so fit because of that. The hard work which she has done entire life, and this is what makes Hira Ba so fit. Like we were talking about this, Shiv, that she has never seen hospital, she has never taken any medicines, she does not like take medicine, but the hardship which she has seen, and that is why she is so fit. And this will be the very first time, Shiv, that she's been admitted to hospital, after which health conditions deteriorated in the recent assembly elections as well. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi was here in Gujarat to cast his vote, he made sure to meet his mother. In fact, Hira Ba herself had come out, she casted her vote. Yeah. She could have opted to vote from her home itself, but no, she came out. She was on wheelchair. At that time also she was weak. Remember, she is over 100 years old.
We have those images, in fact, of Hira Ba voting. Let's play those images as Saurabh talks about them. Yes, go ahead, Saurabh.
So let me tell you that it was very recently when she completed 100 years of age, and that time there was huge celebration, and she made sure she also goes to the Bhadrakali temple. And the casting of vote, remember, it was in December when the casting of vote happened. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was here. Hira Ba herself actually came out to cast her vote. She did not opted that she would vote from home only, but she actually gives an example. She sets an example that people should come out and vote, and that is what the message she gave very recently as well. When she came out to vote, she was on wheelchair, remember, she was on wheelchair along with all the brothers. She came out, she voted, and now what we have been told that the entire family of Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now inside UN Mehta Hospital, and we are expecting a moment, Shiv. Let me cut across to the live visual. Like Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to leave from UN Mehta Hospital. The convoy is coming out. Let us check that whose convoy it is. It's maybe Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel who is coming out, and let me check. It's just a convoy is right now coming out. The SPG officials over here in the visuals, you can clearly see the SPG officials over here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was inside the hospital for over 20 minutes. Gujarat CM in the visuals. First, you can see that the Gujarat CM in the visual, Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel right now leaving the hospital. In the visuals over here, you can see after the medical bulletin came out, let me tell you, Shiv, it was in the afternoon when the first medical bulletin actually came out. Bhupendra Patel had left the cabinet meeting which was happening of the Gujarat government. The cabinet meeting was cut short, after which Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel reached over here. Health Minister Rishikesh Patel is already over here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also cut short his entire schedule, and right now he is over here in Ahmedabad at the UN Mehta Hospital, where his mother Hira Ben is admitted, and a proper team of doctors are continuously monitoring her health, and we are expecting that some point from now we may get a second health bulletin.
Okay, those were images you just saw of Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, departing from the hospital. The Prime Minister is still inside, I understand. He's likely to, possibly also leave in a short while from now, but he will remain in Ahmedabad tonight. Isn't that right, Saurabh? The Prime Minister is still inside the hospital right now. It's only the Chief Minister who's left?
Yes.
Okay, so the Prime Minister is still inside, the Chief Minister has left.
Yes, absolutely, Shiv. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, go ahead, Saurabh.
Yes. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has left from the hospital, from the UN Mehta Hospital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still inside. He landed at Ahmedabad airport at 3:50 p.m. after which he reached over here. He cut short his entire program, and like you were mentioning, according to the protocol on India Today, what we are telling, that for next 2 days Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in Ahmedabad only, and a lot of things, he is still inside. And when we talk about Hira Ben's health, it is the first time she has been admitted to hospital. She has never seen hospital. She has been so fit, so long, over 100 years of age. Very recently, 100 years of celebrations also took place, and it was a very ritual one. They visited the Bhadrakali temple in Ahmedabad. She was taken over there. So very recently, we saw the visuals of Hira Ben when she casted her vote. She also met, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi actually met Hira Ben at their home in Gandhinagar. She has been keeping very fit all the years, but now this is the first time she's been admitted to the hospital. In early morning, there were respiratory issues and also the issue of blood pressure, after which she was rushed to the hospital, and all the family members right now at the UN Mehta Hospital where she is recovering.
Okay, prayers and good wishes pouring in from all across the country for Hira Ben, from all of us here on India Today as well. Very, very warm wishes for a quick recovery for someone who is 100 years old. But, it's incredible how she doesn't really strike one as as an old person, because there is something very youthful about Hira Ben. Let's, she obviously looks like an old person. She looks old, but there is a sense of youth about her. She smiles. She's part of conversations when the Prime Minister visits. She went out to vote. She had the chance, like Saurabh said, of sitting at home and casting her vote from there. But she did go out. She's gamely been part of the political conversation, not just in Gujarat but across the country. But she is. She really is perhaps India's most well-known Ma at this point of time, and that's the reason why those good wishes will be coming in from all across the country. Remember, Hira Ben has been the subject of political bickering as well, with the opposition accusing the Prime Minister of using his mother to portray a political picture before elections. But let's get one thing very straight. When the Prime Minister is in Gujarat, he has always visited his mother. Those images are images that millions of people across the country have loved and admired. So there is no question of politics of any kind, but that's the kind of thing that would happen in a democracy. But right now, I'm pretty sure that everyone across political lines will be praying and offering good wishes for the quick recovery of 100-year-old Hira Ben, the mother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We're leaving you with these images for only 30 seconds. We're slipping into a short break. We're back with our live coverage. India Today reporting from outside the UN Mehta Hospital, where we're waiting on a health bulletin. So we'll keep you updated on the health of Hira Ben.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
about asking the right questions to those in power.
Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption?
It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals, it heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Mr. Hazari, what are the larger implications of this arrest? Because while we have discussed what happened in the past and what should have perhaps been done better when it comes to corporate governance and board level supervision as well, what are the larger implications from this arrest?
See, one is that everyone thought that she had gotten away scot-free because no arrest of her had happened. So one is that, the big story is why has the CBI arrested her now? And why had they not arrested her early? What has changed now, 5 years after the story first came into the news, that has taken them so long to arrest her? Obviously, something has changed. But the public really do not know what exactly has changed that has made them arrest her. A lot of this information was available also after this news broke. The second is that what exactly happens to such people, because we have seen, sadly, the conviction track record of both the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate is abysmally poor. Most people they arrest, they seem to be unable to convict. They do not make a very strong case when the case goes to the courts. Now we have to see whether this case will also fall apart like many of the others do, or does it actually go ahead for a conviction? Yes, we judge people, and even by corporate India, and that is why nobody has even hired her as an independent director after she left ICICI Bank or was sacked by ICICI Bank.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28th December, 8 p.m.
बोल रही हूं कि हमारे घरों में भी सब्जी काटने के लिए हथियार तेज होना चाहिए। जब हमारा सब्जी अच्छे से कटेगी तो निश्चित रूप से दुश्मनों के मुंह भी और सिर भी अच्छे से कटेंगे। भारत माता की
Speaking at an event in Shivamogga district, Karnataka, BJP MP Pragya Thakur made a call to arms. Without naming a community, her insinuations were clear.
लव जिहाद करने वालों को लव जिहाद जैसा उत्तर दो। अपनी लड़कियों को सुरक्षित रखो, अपनी लड़कियों को संस्कारित करो, अपने घर में हथियार रखो।
Pragya Thakur's remarks triggered a political storm.
प्रज्ञा जी सांसद हैं भोपाल से। ये वो हैं जिन पे देशद्रोह का मुकदमा चला, चार्जशीट लगी है। ये तो तत्काल उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उन पर भड़काने के लिए समुदायों को कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए।
Shock and anger from civil society.
प्रज्ञा ठाकुर जी एक टेरर अक्यूज्ड है और ये पहली बार नहीं है कि उन्होंने कोई विवादित बयान दिया है। शिमोगा सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस के पास एक पुलिस कंप्लेंट दर्ज की है, जिसमें मैंने कल जो उनका बयान था शिमोगा के अंदर, जो उनका भाषण था, जिसके अंदर उन्होंने एक समुदाय को दूसरे समुदाय के खिलाफ हथियार उठाने के लिए उकसाया, उसके खिलाफ मैंने सेक्शन 153A, 153B, 295A, 268 और अन्य धाराओं के नीचे पुलिस कंप्लेंट दर्ज की है।
While many complaints have been filed against the repeat offender Pragya Thakur, no action has been taken till now. This in light of the recent developments where the Supreme Court minced no words in expressing its concern over the issue of hate speech in the country. Importantly, the courts have directed that state governments should take suo motu action against any hate speech crime without waiting for any complaint. Pragya Thakur, and BJP MP from Bhopal, has been the main protagonist in many a hate speech sagas. Her scandalous comments on Mahatma Gandhi's assassin Nathuram Godse, labelling him a patriot, even made the Prime Minister Narendra Modi say he will never be able to forgive Thakur. While the BJP remains mum on their MP's latest tirade, the wait now for the Karnataka police to take action as per the apex court directions. Till now, more than 24 hours, there has been none. Bureau Report, India Today.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
And we've got a news break coming in on the investigation into actor Tunisha Sharma's death. More layers emerging, more details emerging from the day she died by suicide. Investigators telling India Today that Shizan reportedly spoke to another girl the day Tunisha died. Now, who this woman is, we don't know, but apparently that conversation lasted between 1 and 1.5 hours. The public prosecutor has said that Shizan has also deleted several chats from his phone, and sources are telling us from the Mumbai police that Shizan is not clearly responding to questions under interrogation. Remember, Shizan's police custody was to end today, but it has been extended by a further 2 days. So it's likely that Shizan Khan will be spending, across the new year in police custody. But a conversation with others, we don't want to cast any aspersions or jump to any conclusions, but these are all being looked at in the framework of the charges against Shizan, which is abetment to suicide. So it is only in that context that we are reporting what we are getting from the public prosecutor's office as well as the Mumbai police. Tunisha's uncle has just spoken to the media. Let's just listen.
सर कोर्ट में क्या हुआ क्या कहेंगे? सरकारी पक्ष की ओर से क्या कहा गया?
कोर्ट में पुलिस ने जो रिमांड रिपोर्ट जमा की उसमें पुलिस ने ये बताया कि शीजान ने सुसाइड से पहले, टाइमिंग के हिसाब से उस सुसाइड से पहले अपनी चैट्स डिलीट की हैं। तो सेम चीज़ हमने भी बोली थी कि उसके और भी लड़कियों के साथ अफेयर हैं, जिस वजह से तुनिशा टेंशन में थी और जिस वजह से शायद ये हुआ होगा। तो वो सामने आ रहा है और अगले 2 दिन की रिमांड और मिली है, तो वो भी बहुत जल्द, बाकी सच भी धीरे धीरे सामने आ जाएगा।
सर, शिजान से मिलने के बाद तुनिशा के स्वभाव में, बिहेवियर में, बर्ताव में कोई बदलाव नजर आया आपको?
जी, काफ़ी बदलाव थे। तो मैं चाहता हूँ पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करे और खुद उनके सामने आए।
किस तरीके के बदलाव थे?
मैं अभी उस बारे में नहीं डिस्कस करना चाहता। एक बार ये पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ने दीजिए, वो भी सामने आ जाएगा।
पुलिस ने रिमांड के लिए और कौन से मुद्दे उठाए थे?
पुलिस ने रिमांड के लिए चैट वाला मुद्दा उठाया। दूसरा, तुनिशा का फोन अभी तक नहीं खुल पाया है, तो उसकी भी जांच होनी बाकी है। बाकी स्टेटमेंट्स भी अभी बहुत सारे बाकी हैं, तो आई थिंक या।
Going straight across to India today is Dev Kotak joining us live from Mumbai. Dev, the public prosecutor says that chats have been deleted, information emerging from the investigation about, a 1 to 1.5 hour conversation that Shizan apparently had with somebody else on the day that Tunisha, died by suicide. Can you throw any more light on this? Do we have any more detail about, what does this have to do with Tunisha's death?
Well, yes, that is the major bone of contention. Actually, on those grounds is what the police team and the investigation team has pressed for additional custody, which they have successfully managed to get because of the fact that he has repeatedly been changing his statements. And one of the latest and most shocking things is that the 250-page chat that has emerged of the conversations between him and Tunisha, plus a very important point which the prosecution team also raised, is that whoever this mystery girl is needs to be found. And if Shizan has not done anything wrong, then what was the need for him to delete those chats? It means that he is trying to hide something. There is something fishy or shady around it. This is what the prosecution team had argued inside the court. Of course, but as you know, that there are several other aspects that will also be looked at while probing this case. And of course, the time that they have available with them is just of 2 days, and everything must be completed within that time frame. The girl's mother, Tunisha's mother, might in all likelihood be called again to record a statement, but Shizan's mother is definitely going to be called, is what a police official had told India Today earlier in the morning. So these are the kind of details that we have for now. But the cops are going to locate this mystery girl, this mystery girlfriend of Shizan, and going to call her as well and interrogate her more about the need for Shizan to delete the chats, and what were the kind of contents that were inside that chat, which made him, sort of erase the chat entirely. Of course, the police officials are trying to retrieve that chat, and they're also trying to crack open Tunisha's phone, which at the moment is unlocked, whereas Shizan's phone is already with them, and it serves as proof cum evidence. These are the kind of details that we have for now. And also, these very points were discussed in the court at the time of hearing as well.
Stay with me, Dave. We've got some more information coming in. Remember, many of these are purely in the realm of allegation. It is only courts and the police that will take forward this investigation. But a big claim coming in from Tunisha's uncle, who's been speaking to the press from day one. He claims that Tunisha had started wearing a hijab after she met Shizan. Now, the pictures you see on your screen, we cannot confirm whether these were, pictures as part of a film shoot or part of a serial shoot or some kind of, creative activity, or whether it was in their own private space. But in the context of what the uncle is now alleging, the uncle has, put forward this religious angle. There have been BJP leaders who've talked about love jihad, which has been staunchly denied by the Mumbai police. Some have suggested an attempt to convert, etc. But the communal religious differences angle, has been bubbling to the surface since the day that Tunisha died. And now her uncle has made this troubling claim. He says that Tunisha had started wearing a hijab after meeting Shizan. And the only reason I say troubling is because it is in the context of the allegations that are being made, none of which have been proven so far. Let me repeat, none of these allegations have been proven. They are a matter of investigation at this point of time. Innocence until proven guilty continues to be how things are investigated in this country. But her uncle now says Tunisha had started wearing a hijab after meeting Shizan, possibly feeding the angle of religious differences, and whether Tunisha intended to convert. Let's just listen into what the uncle has just said.
बहुत सी चीजें हैं जो अभी सामने आने दीजिए। हाँ, तुनिशा के बिहेवियर में काफी चेंजेस थे। उसने हिजाब पहनना शुरू किया था और ये सब कुछ बहुत सारी चीजें थी। मैं बाद में इसके बारे में अभी एक बार इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, तो आई डोंट वांट टू।
क्या पुलिस सही दिशा में अपनी जांच कर रही है सर? पवन जी, क्या पुलिस?
मुझे लगता है पुलिस को हर एंगल पे जांच करनी चाहिए।
मतलब साफ साफ दिख रहा है कि तुनिशा को दबाव डाला जाता मुस्लिम पूरे जो व्यवहार है उसमें मतलब तरीके से पेश होने के लिए।
जी, मुझे लगता है पुलिस को उस एंगल में भी जांच करनी चाहिए।
Dave, I want clarity on this because, we need to be careful about the allegations that, the family may be making at this time, because all of this will be part of the investigation. The uncle says Tunisha had started wearing a hijab after meeting Shizan. There are these images of Tunisha and Shizan where she can be seen wearing a hijab. We don't know whether it's it's part of a film shoot or some kind of a ad shoot or whatever. These are in the realm of claims and allegations at this point of time. We're only reporting it because it's the family that is saying it right now. And I repeat once again, these are of a sensitive nature and can only be corroborated, if at all, by courts and the Mumbai police. So we will keep you updated. Remember, India Today reports with absolute sensitivity as far as this case is concerned. Now, the custody of Shizan Khan, Tunisha's former boyfriend, has been extended by 2 more days. He will now be in custody with the Mumbai police till the 30th of December. The police have revealed that the accused had a secret girlfriend. It's not us saying it, it's the Mumbai police and its members telling the press that Shizan had a secret girlfriend, and that was likely the cause of the anguish and distress for Tunisha Sharma. Now, attempts are being made to retrieve Shizan's deleted WhatsApp chats with whoever this person is that he was speaking with. A digital video recorded from set has also been seized by the police. Till now, the police have not been able to unlock Tunisha Sharma's phone. Tunisha, remember, was cremated yesterday at the Mira Road crematorium. Nothing objectionable has been found in the chat with Tunisha, say the police. Meanwhile, Shizan has given new reasons for why their relationship ended. The accused, Shizan, has told the police that he wanted to focus on his career, which is why he broke up with Tunisha. This is what Mumbai police sources are telling us as part of the interrogation. Earlier, Shizan said religion was one of the issues as well. India Today has accessed the full 7-page FIR in Marathi language in the Tunisha death case. The FIR states that Tunisha's mother met Shizan a day before the actor's death. The mother has alleged that Shizan told Tunisha that he doesn't love her anymore. The FIR states that Tunisha had been mentally disturbed since Shizan broke up with her. And exclusive images coming in from inside Ahmedabad's UN Mehta Hospital, where the Prime Minister's mother is currently admitted. She's recovering and stable. We've got these images from inside the hospital, images that you'll see nowhere else of the Prime Minister arriving inside the hospital. There he is, getting out of his vehicle to walk into the UN Mehta Hospital. This is from inside the hospital compound. This was a short while ago. Of course, these are not live images. These are images taken, a short while ago, about 30 to 40 minutes ago, when the Prime Minister arrived at the hospital and before he went inside. The Prime Minister, remember, is still inside the hospital, received there by Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and the Director of the hospital, taken inside UN Mehta Hospital, where he was briefed and then taken to his mother's side. Hopefully we'll get some images from inside the hospital as well in a short while from now. So those are images of the Prime Minister's VIP vehicle along with the SPG arriving at the UN Mehta Hospital driveway, getting out and entering the hospital. He's been inside for about 40 minutes now. We'll go across to India Today's Saurabh Vakhtania, who is standing by outside the hospital in just a moment from now. We're getting him through with us so he can talk us through these pictures as well. Remember, the hospital says that Hira Ben is stable and recovering. She's 100 years old, so all precautions are understandably being taken. The Prime Minister, her son, has just arrived a short while ago in Ahmedabad, and he is inside the hospital as we speak. On the right are, of course, images of Hira Ben earlier when she went to vote in the Gujarat election earlier this month. Okay, so we're gonna keep with these images. Hira Ben is still inside. We're waiting on a medical bulletin to give you an update on her health, which we're expecting in a very short while from now. The Prime Minister is inside. Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, we saw him leaving a short while ago. So it's the Prime Minister who is currently still inside. He will be staying in Ahmedabad overnight tonight before possibly returning to Delhi once there is reassurance on his mother's health. So that is the current protocol. Let's go straight across first to Saurabh Vakhtania, who's our man on the ground. He's outside the UN Mehta Hospital. Also welcoming onto our coverage Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor. Saurabh, quickly coming to you first. Images of the Prime Minister getting out of his car, taken from inside the hospital. He's still inside, isn't he, Saurabh? What are you hearing?
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still inside. He is here meeting his mother, who is at the UN Mehta Hospital. Now the glucose has get how he entered over the UN Mehta Hospital. Gujarat Bhupendra Patel received This is UN Mehta Hospital where Hira Ben is admitted, and she is here since early morning when she was rushed to this particular hospital.
Okay, we'll try and re-establish that line with Saurabh because it's a little unclear. But here you have more images coming in from inside the hospital. Clear images of the Prime Minister getting out of his vehicle and walking into the hospital. These are images taken from inside the hospital. You can clearly see the Prime Minister getting out of his vehicle. Want to go across now to Rahul Srivastava, who has spent a lot of time reporting in Gujarat, especially this year during the election campaign as well. Rahul, the Prime Minister's mother unwell, 100-year-old Hira Ben is said to be stable and recovering. She's something of an iconic figure, isn't she? Everyone recognizes her as the Prime Minister's mother. She's been very much the subject matter of viral pictures during the political campaign as well. Talk us through a little bit about this relationship and the Prime Minister and his mother.
Shiv, the first and most, people may clip their tongues, they may say all kind of things.
Yeah.
But I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother perhaps epitomizes all that is fantastic with our democracy. All that is good, primarily because somebody who has been a very ordinary citizen of India, Her husband was a tea seller on the railway station, and the son left home very early to become an RSS pracharak, and to be the Prime Minister's mother, that's the son of somebody as ordinary as Hira Ben becoming the Prime Minister, I think tells us, underlines how healthy our democracy can be. I think beyond that, also the lack of entitlement, the sense of entitlement, which every MLA, even block pramukh or panchayat leader, when his family turned towards that entitlement element, that now my family member has attained a democratically elected position, so this is what I'm entitled at.
Yes.
That lack of entitlement, I think also underlines. I had met her when Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after he became Prime Minister, and she was very uncomfortable with the idea of security men tagging along her. She was very uncomfortable with her ordinary life getting disrupted because her son has become a Prime Minister. She didn't want a big vehicle. And I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi, irrespective of what his critics may say, those high-profile pictures and people saying there were photo shoots and photo ops and others, I think Prime Minister also may have displayed a sense of a strong bond with his mother.
Yes.
Remember, he lost his father earlier. That so much so that there has never been an over attempt to become overprotective or over-provide as a Prime Minister to his own mother. I think that Lakshman Rekha has been maintained. I think that's another very sterling example for all politicians and elected representatives in the country.
Yeah.
Then the bond, Shiv, I think the bond has been amazing. And this is not a very good time for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, not talked about much. His brother Prahlad Modi and his other family members were recently injured in an accident in Mysuru. And so I think it must be a very tough time for the Prime Minister. She is in the 100th year, and this June, I think she will be turning 100 years. And she has been voting. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there on her birthday in June. He met her when he went to Gujarat during the campaign, during the voting. And that element, those pictures emerging, I think, Shiv, people may like it or not, they are being replicated. I think it has made that bond between a mother and the Prime Minister and an elected representative going viral on media. I think there is a lot of emulation happening. A lot of politicians are now coming forward out of their shells and putting those family pictures. I think those are healthy trends, because that family element does present the other side of a politician.
Rahul, you said you'd met her on one occasion, which is amazing, because this is someone who has seen so much, who has seen a great deal of hardship in her life, and now her son is the Prime Minister, two-term Prime Minister of the country. Did you have a conversation with her? What did she say, Rahul?
Speaks very little, Shiv. She loves to talk about food.
Yeah.
I have met her 2-3 times. I met her prior to when Prime Minister Narendra Modi became Prime Minister. I have met her 2 times prior to that. She loves to talk about food. She's just like any one of our mothers,
Yeah.
There is something so charmingly simple about her that, you may talk about. At one time, I remember that mobile phone, she was very wary of a mobile phone. And, that gadget, which actually connects you to people, perhaps there was a sense of discomfort.
Yeah.
She loves to walk. She's extremely fit till because all her neighbors and those relatives, that in that small family lane, people used to tell us that how she loves to walk. Wherever she has to go, she is not one of those who will go and grab a rickshaw or something. She will walk. And there are a few quirks about her that at times there are some things which used to make her very unhappy. Is I think the over attention she used to get. Couple of times when policemen approached her for security or asked her, there was a certain sense of discomfort at being surrounded and a regular life being disrupted. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been out of his house, and it is largely his brothers who have stayed away from politics and also limelight. I think the fact staying away from the limelight, where political families cannot do that. They find it very difficult to do.
Yes.
I think Prime Minister, it's a very tough moment for the Prime Minister. I think he must be there fingers crossed, worrying about his mother. But yes, doctors are saying definitely that she's stable.
Continuous coverage continues on the other side of this very short break. Rahul continues to stay with us. He's been one of the top Gujarat watchers. He's looked at this entire Modi and Hira Ben dynamic very, very closely. He's met her a few times. So he's going to join our coverage on the other side of this break. 5 Live. Where, remember, we'll get you a news break, hopefully, on a quick update on the health of the Prime Minister's mother as well. He's still inside the hospital. We'll get more images from inside. Hopefully, a big image of the Prime Minister and his mother from inside the UN Mehta Hospital as well. All of that and much more coming up after this very short break. Stay with India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Taking your question forward, don't you think that it's a very kind of a personal question as well? Having so much data, having so much technology, ultimately would give you a distraction while driving. So don't you think the features should be lessened? In fact, India is a market where more features, the better the features, the more the features, the better it is. But yes, but in long term, don't you think that there's going to be eventually a hazard for the public and eventually be more distractive?
You are right, Chetan, and I think safety is extremely important. We pride ourselves on safety. We are also the best rated as far as crash ratings are concerned in the country. The point about driver distraction is extremely important, and I think you're very right to say that the applications that I just mentioned are designed to be used offline when they are outside the car. They're not to be used when they're actually driving, and there's no real value when they're actually driving. This is the value is coming from augmenting the experience when they're outside the car. So that's for the first point. The second point is the experience that the customers have when they're inside the car are more driven by the audio visuals and the infotainment that sits inside the car or the truck. The trucks are equally well-equipped with infotainment and audio visuals today, which are designed in such a way that they enhance and support the driver.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben, is in hospital. She is stable and recovering. She was admitted earlier today with breathing trouble and some blood pressure. She is 100 years old. Hira Ben is India's best known Ma by far, and prayers and good wishes are pouring in from all over the country. The Prime Minister, as you can see in those images on your right from inside the UN Mehta Hospital, is by his mother's side right now. Senior officials of the Gujarat government and a top team of doctors is monitoring the health of Hira Ben. Hira Ben has, remember, been one half of so many viral images across the years since her son became the Prime Minister of India, and now a nation across political lines, across all divides, comes together to pray for the good health, speedy recovery and discharge from hospital of Hira Ben Modi, the mother of the Indian Prime Minister. I'm going to take you straight to Ahmedabad in just a moment. I'm Shiv. This is 5 Live. Thanks so much for tuning in. The headlines first. Prime Minister Modi visits his ailing mother in Ahmedabad. 100-year-old Hira Ben was hospitalized earlier this morning. Her condition, thankfully, is said to be stable. Big row, meanwhile, over Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress writes to Home Minister Amit Shah, claims Rahul's security was breached near Delhi's Red Fort, says the Delhi police is incompetent. Custody of Tunisha Sharma's former boyfriend Shizan Khan extended till Friday. Police reveal Shizan had another girlfriend who he chatted with on the day Tunisha died by suicide and may have deleted those conversations. Shocker from Chhattisgarh's Korba. Man stabs ex-girlfriend 51 times with a screwdriver. BJP slams Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, questions her silence over a crime that's taken place in a Congress-ruled state. World's third richest man and India's richest, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss this global exclusive conversation with Gautam Adani as part of India Today's Newsmaker of the Year at 8 p.m. tonight.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
100-year-old Hira Ben, arguably India's most famous living mother, is currently in hospital. The nation is praying for her good health. She was admitted earlier today. The Prime Minister is with his mother at Ahmedabad's UN Mehta Hospital as we await the second health bulletin, an update from inside the hospital on the health of Hira Ben. Remember, she is 100 years old. She turned 100 earlier this year. And she is famously the Prime Minister's mother, who he always calls on every time he visits his beloved Gujarat. And now Hira Ben, who was last on camera when she stepped out of her house to vote during the Gujarat election, is in hospital. She's stable and recovering, thankfully, says the hospital, and we're expecting an update on her health in a very short while from now. The images you see on your screen are of the Prime Minister inside the hospital. India Today has accessed those images of the Prime Minister and his team after he entered the UN Mehta Hospital. He reached after making a dash to Ahmedabad earlier today to meet with his ailing mother. Hira Ben has been hospitalized since earlier this morning. She was admitted to the hospital, but her condition is stable. She is said to be thankfully recovering. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, the State Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel and MP Parimal Nathwani have been at the hospital earlier today. Security has been beefed up outside the UN Mehta Hospital. Rahul Gandhi has tweeted a message for the Prime Minister wishing Hira Ben a speedy recovery. So the nation unites once again to pray for 100-year-old Hira Ben. Okay, I want to bring in India Today's Rahul Srivastav. We're also going to try and get in our reporters from the ground. Both Gopi and Saurabh are our colleagues reporting from outside the UN Mehta Hospital. In a short while from now, I'm going to place a priority in getting a ground voice in on our coverage, because we're waiting to hear what's happening inside the hospital. Rahul, I'll come to you in just a moment. I just want to talk our viewers through these images first. That's the Prime Minister right after he entered the UN Mehta Hospital earlier today. Just about an hour ago is when he entered the hospital. He is still there. He'll be staying back tonight at Ahmedabad, and hopefully there will be good news and Hira Ben will get to go home. That's what everyone is praying for at this point of time. Hira Ben is 100 years old, so obviously all precautions and care is being taken to monitor her health very, very closely. She's been, she's been blessed with pretty good health through her 100 years. This is, we learn from our reporters on the ground, perhaps one of the rare occasions when she's actually had to be admitted to a hospital. One doesn't remember the last time that this was necessary. She's been, been checked up by, she's been examined by doctors who've made home calls on her. She is, after all, the Prime Minister's mother earlier. But this is one of those rare moments when she's had to be admitted to the hospital. Obviously, all precautions are being taken. Okay, images on the right-hand side from Varanasi, which is the Prime Minister's constituency in Uttar Pradesh. We'll put that sound up of prayers coming in from Kashi for the Prime Minister's mother. Let's put the sound up.
महामृत्युंजय भगवान प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता हैं हीराबाई बेन जी, उनके स्वास्थ्य के लिए हम सभी ब्राह्मण बाबा विश्वनाथ से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि वो अतिशीघ्र स्वस्थ हो जाए। हर हर महादेव।
चलिए
महामृत्युंजय भगवान प्रधानमंत्री जी की माता हैं हीरा बेन जी, उनके स्वास्थ्य के लिए हम सभी ब्राह्मण बाबा विश्वनाथ से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि वो अतिशीघ्र स्वस्थ हो जाए। हर हर महादेव।
चलिए Okay, lovely images coming in from different parts of the country. These are images from the Prime Minister's Lok Sabha constituency of Varanasi in faraway Uttar Pradesh. In a moment, we'll be putting images on your screen of prayers for Hiraba in Vadnagar, which was the village from which the family hailed in Mehsana district of Gujarat. Those images will be on your screen in just a moment. So prayers coming in from all over. Saurabh Bhaktania is with us live from outside the UN Mehta Hospital. Saurabh, lots of images as predicted. Prayers coming in from everywhere. Vadnagar, Kashi. I'm sure there will be images from different other parts of the country as well very, very shortly. What are you hearing? What's the latest from inside the UN Mehta Hospital, Saurabh?
So well, let me tell you, Shiv, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached at UN Mehta Hospital at 4 p.m. and now 1 hour has passed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still inside. The latest which we are picking up, that Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel was actually present inside along with along with the Gujarat Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, but both of them have left from the hospital. The live visuals right now outside the UN Mehta Hospital, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still inside. He is meeting his mother Hiraba, who was rushed to the hospital early morning. Let me tell you the sequence actually, Shiv, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hiraba was actually facing difficulty in breathing. There was also the issues of blood pressure. A local doctor was consulted. Remember, Shiv, they reside in Gandhinagar area, after which the doctor consulted that she should be immediately rushed to the hospital as she was facing difficulty in breathing. This is the top hospital for cardiology. You can here see that UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center. So this is the top hospital for cardiology where Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother Hiraba is right now admitted. So while she was actually facing difficulty in breathing and also the blood pressure issue, she was immediately rushed to this particular hospital. She was brought here at this hospital, Shiv, at around 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning. Later on, all the top officials from the Gujarat state government, be DIS officer, IPS officers, all were present. In between the afternoon, there was the first medical bulletin which came out. Remember, it was clearly said that Hiraba is admitted to the UN Mehta Hospital. Her conditions has said to be stable. A proper team of doctors right now who are treating her. She's been kept under observation. The prayers have been already done at several places to a speedy recovery of Hiraba. Remember, while we are talking, Shiv, let me tell you, this is the very first time when her health has deteriorated. She's been first time admitted in hospital, because let me tell you, she has been keeping fit for a very long time. It is just because of the hardship which she has done in her entire life. The family has faced a lot of financial issues, and they've been brought with a very difficult times. And this is the Vadnagar, where the visuals which we are playing on India Today, this is the exclusive visuals from the Vadnagar Hatkeshwar Temple. Hatkeshwar Temple is the temple where nearby where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was born. It was the Hatkeshwar Temple where Hiraba used to regularly offer prayers. Now, when Hiraba turned 100 years old. It was this particular temple, Shiv, let me tell you, a huge puja was performed. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's brother was actually present at this particular temple when this prayers were performed. A proper program was held over here. So Hatkeshwar temple is very important now. Here a proper puja and havan are being performed inside this Hatkeshwar temple for a speedy recovery of Hiraba, and that's the visuals coming in from several parts of the country. For the moment, let me tell you, the first health bulletin is out, which is saying that Hiraba's health conditions are stable, but she has been kept continuously for observation. We are expecting that some point from now there might be a second health bulletin as well, but there are top BJP leaders and VIP dignitaries who are already inside. Remember, first Health Minister Rishikesh Patel, after which Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel, there was a cabinet meeting, remember Shiv, which was going to happen, but that cabinet meeting was cut short. There was also going to be a briefing which has been cancelled. There was a busy schedule of Mr. Narendra Modi. He cut short his entire schedule, and right now he immediately rushed to Ahmedabad. According to the protocol which India Today has received, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not going to leave Ahmedabad. He's going to be here for next couple of days. That is what the sources are telling us. For the moment, that treatment is still going on inside the UN Mehta Hospital. Gujarat CM and the Health Minister have left inside, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still inside. It's been over an hour that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inside the hospital meeting his mother Hiraba.
Stay with me, Saurabh. From Vadnagar to Kashi, we've got at least two occasions where prayers are going up from supporters of Prime Minister Modi's citizens in Kashi and Vadnagar. One, his Lok Sabha constituency. The other here, Vadnagar in Mehsana district of Gujarat, is the Prime Minister's home village. Let's just try and get some sound in from Vadnagar, the home of Modi. Okay, I want to play up. Okay, the audio is not great. We'll try and fix that in just a moment. Let's put the sound up on those images from Kashi for a moment. Take a look. This is the Lok Sabha constituency of the Prime Minister. Remember that Prime Minister Modi is currently with his mother inside the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. I want to just share with our viewers, as part of our coverage, something that the Prime Minister had said about his relationship with his mother a few years ago. In fact, 7 years ago in 2015, this was a viral moment during Prime Minister Modi's US visit, when he was interacting with Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, where the Prime Minister had got very emotional while talking about his mother. This was a soundbite that had exploded on the internet and gone very, very viral. Listen to this still very touching interaction and what the Prime Minister said about his mother.
अब जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में बर्तन साफ करना, पानी भरना, मजदूरी कर रहा। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक मां ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा.
And Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs editor, is still with us. Rahul, we just played out that famous, very memorable soundbite where the Prime Minister got very emotional while talking about his mother, in that interaction with Mark Zuckerberg, of all people, in 2015. But these images coming in live from Kashi, Vadnagar, of prayers and havans happening for the health of Hiraba. What do you make of them? What do you think?
See, many a times Prime Minister, he was not Prime Minister before 2014. He was Chief Minister before that. There was Narendra Modi with the RSS. And there were several occasions when one used to interact with him when he was a very important part of the RSS. And traveling across UP and several other towns with Narendra Modi. And he would narrate incidents from his past. And he used to say that the mother there was not enough money ever in the house when they were young. Till class 7, he had just one uniform. And that uniform, if it had a tear, the mom used to stitch it. And she used to stitch it and used to tell him that someday you should work hard and perhaps get more than one dress. There was the home-cooked meal at one time in the family used to be bajra and kadhi, because those were the cheapest element. In Gujarat, there is a lot of milk, so chash used to be free. And the family grew on bajra roti, kadhi and khichdi and those kind of elements. She doesn't like outside food. And the only thing she really loves is ice creams. And I recall that interview with Mark Zuckerberg. And after that, I think 2016, it was the first time that Hira Ben came to Prime Minister's official residence for the first time. Remember, it was May 2016, means he became Prime Minister in May 2014. Yes. It took 2 years for him to bring his mother. It became a viral event. There was a lot of opposition criticism. It was called a grand, big family photo op. But the fact is that, yes, and that bond, people tried to exploit it politically also. If you recall, in 2019,
yes,
a morphed picture of Hira Ben with a placard saying, "Why will you vote for my son?" Had emerged.
Yes.
While that picture originally was of her displaying a sari that Nawaz Sharif, the Prime Minister, had sent for her after Narendra Modi had given a shawl for Nawaz Sharif's mother. And that she was displaying that and became a morph picture. And Prime Minister recently also had talked about the fact that how his relationship with his mother was such that the word mother was not just a word for him. It meant the emotion of life, which has patience, trust, and several other elements woven into it. What top sources in the PMO are telling me, Shiv, that the Prime Minister not only is going to be spending the night there, but he's going to be there. And in fact, there are other doctors who are in touch with the doctors in the hospital so that the best medical care could be provided for Hira Ben, who is right now said to be stable.
Out of curiosity, Rahul, because, you'd be one of the few journalists who's actually, met Hiraba on multiple occasions. And like you said, she's a person of few words and, she likes her own private routine, etc. What did she think of all the, of all the attention she was getting on the outside, the politics and the, the crossfire over those viral images? Did she have a view about that, or did she just not talk about it?
See, Shiv, I think initially she was very uncomfortable with the good, bad, ugly attention that being the Prime Minister's mother brings you. But I think then she eventually got used to it. And I think one of the most loud moments when I saw the mother stepping out, and that's what grit is all about. And I think there is nobody more gritty than a mother. And it was, I think, in that moment when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was facing flack for the note ban. And in November 2016, she was in a village, Raisen, and she stood in front of the Oriental Bank of Commerce, if I recall rightly, with a 500 rupee note in her hand, in solidarity with what her son had done. The son was a Prime Minister who had sucked out all the 500 and 1,000 rupee notes. He was facing criticism, people were facing hardships, but as an ordinary citizen, just to say that she stands in solidarity with the son. Perhaps that was one picture which might have won over a lot of supporters for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. She stood in front of that OBC Oriental Bank of Commerce branch, and I think that's what she was.
Okay.
Interestingly, Shiv, what a life, those occasions when Narendra Modi, when he got very emotional, he was talking about how the mother worked very hard.
Rahul,
she used to draw water.
Yeah. Rahul, I'm just going to come back to you. Apologize for interrupting you. Just going to come back to you in just a moment. We've got some movement happening outside the UN Mehta hospital. Saurabh Bhaktania is standing by. Saurabh, we can see the Prime Minister's cavalcade and the security vehicles all lined up outside the hospital. Is he about to leave? What's the update?
Absolutely, Shiv. We are expecting that he is going to leave from UN Mehta Hospital just some time from now because there is a movement. The convoy is moving and cutting across the live visuals on India Today. Here you can see, Shiv, the pilot car is actually moving ahead and slowly the vehicles are coming out, which means that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leaving from UN Mehta Hospital. It's around 1.5 hours that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was inside UN Mehta Hospital. And now we expect that in some point from now that we may get the second health bulletin as well. Here in the visual you can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi over here is actually greeting the media who are outside, present outside UN Mehta Hospital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaving the UN Mehta Hospital. Over 1.5 hours Prime Minister Narendra Modi was present at this UN Mehta Hospital where his mother Hira Ben is admitted. She was brought over here in the hospital early morning after she faced breathing issue and also the blood pressure issue. The first bulletin is now out, which clearly stated that a team of doctors is actually treating her. Her conditions are stable, after which all the top officials, Gujarat CM, Bhupendra Patel, Health Minister and all the officials from the Gujarat government reach at the hospital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached at the UN Mehta Hospital at 4 p.m. and now at around 5:30 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaving from the UN Mehta Hospital. The convoy is out. The protocol has clearly told us, let me tell you, Shiv, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in Ahmedabad for next couple of days.
Okay, Prime Minister just leaving the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. He's been inside the hospital for about 1.5 hours, for about 90 minutes. He is spent inside the hospital. We can be reasonably sure that he's had a chance to meet with his mother, with Hira Ben, who's inside there. She's going to be 100 years old in June. The coming June, she turns 100. She's in her 100th year at this time. The Prime Minister has spent an hour and a half inside the UN Mehta Hospital, and he is departing at this time. The Prime Minister will have gotten a full briefing from the doctor team that's treating Hira Ben as well. There's the Prime Minister there with his namaste, with the namaste gesture as he leaves from the hospital. Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, left a while ago, and now the Prime Minister has just left with his VIP cavalcade from the UN Mehta Hospital. Saurabh, we expecting that we do know that the Prime Minister is going to be staying in Ahmedabad for the next night or two. So when should one expect the next health bulletin or update on Hira Ben's health, Saurabh?
So, well, Shiv, sources are telling us just in half an hour we may get the second health bulletin. There are some ministers over here who are speaking at the moment. We'll try to get a word from there. What is the health conditions about? We'll try to speak to them. But let me tell you that there were information that she was been recovering, and now there is a moment, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already left from the hospital. There are several of the other ministers and the top officials who are already inside. They too are leaving here. From now we will get the visuals over here. That's Parimal Nathwani who is leaving from the hospital, and we will get the update, Shiv. We'll definitely get update in just some time. That's the mayor of Ahmedabad who just left. So there are all the VVIP dignitaries and the top BJP leaders who were present inside. They have started to leave hospital one after the other. Prime Minister Narendra Modi already left. We have been told that he will be in Ahmedabad for the next couple of days. Hira was present over here. Let's try to speak to the people who were inside. Shiv?
Yeah. Okay, that's Saurabh. Going to try and get some voices of personnel who were inside the hospital. Maybe we can pick up some more information. But obviously here on India Today, we report with a great degree of responsibility. This is the Prime Minister's mother we're talking about, and we will obviously only report official information that's coming out from inside the hospital. And that's the reason why I'm saying we're waiting on that official health bulletin, which will update viewers about the health of the Prime Minister. Those are images you just saw on the right-hand side of your screen of the Prime Minister leaving from the UN Mehta Hospital after spending about 90 minutes with his mother and the doctor team inside the hospital. The Prime Minister will be staying there for the next night or two. I just wanted to get a quick confirmation on that. Saurabh, if you can hear me, is the Prime Minister, he's definitely going to stay tonight, but is it going to be just tonight or the next couple of nights? Is there any clarity on that, Saurabh? Okay, Saurabh, I think he's trying to get us some more information from the inside, so he can't hear me, but we'll go back to him as soon as that line is through. Rahul, bringing you back in, the Prime Minister will be staying on in Ahmedabad tonight and possibly tomorrow as well. Anything that you're hearing, Rahul?
Shiv, we are awaiting an official word on this, but I will not like to speculate at all.
Yes.
What we are told that currently the Prime Minister is going to be in Gandhinagar, given the fact that the mother is in the hospital, stable, but the doctors are keeping an eye. And I think the Prime Minister will like to be there. So the word right now is that he is going to be there tonight.
Yeah.
One will have to wait and see what next about it, primarily because given her age, and although she has been rather fit, and I recall that initially whenever she is to feel there is a need for a regular medical checkup, and she used to go to the Gandhinagar Civil Hospital, she always used to take an auto rickshaw. And interesting story about her is that she has got a lot of those gharelu nuskhas, you know, those homemade medicines.
Yes.
She has an antidote for almost everything. And that's why the locals call her the Dosima. And interestingly, once long back, one of our cameramen had a very dry cough. And she makes something with ginger and sugar and honey. And she gave those little pellets to him. And
medical bulletin coming in. Rahul, stay with me. Medical bulletin coming in right now from outside the hospital. Let's listen in. Let's just listen in.
મેડિકલ તબીબી અધિકારીઓ સાથે નિયામક સાથે વાત કરી છે. સાંજે મેડિકલ બુલેટિન બી ડિક્લેર કરી. હેલો, કેવા પ્રકારની કઈ તકલીફ હતી? કોઈ જાણકારી.
भूषण भाई आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात अंदर है? भूषण भाई आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात है? प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी अपनी माता से मिले?
नहीं, कोई नहीं मिला है. साहब अकेले गए थे, साहब के साथ पूरी मेडिकल टीम थी.
अच्छा, मेडिकल टीम मिली है?
मेडिकल मिली है और नियामक अभी बुलेटिन डिक्लेयर करेंगे.
Okay, Saurabh, can you hear me? Okay, Saurabh can't hear us. Okay, so that was a member of the BJP who was inside the hospital at this point of time, and he's just said that the Prime Minister has met with the medical team inside. He's spent time getting a full briefing on his mother's health. We don't know just yet whether he also met his mother. Hopefully we'll get an image of that at this point. Remember, the last bulletin that we got earlier today says that Hira Ben is stable and recovering. She'd gone in with some breathing trouble and some blood pressure issues, but otherwise is said to be stable and recovering. So those who are inside the hospital when the Prime Minister was there, now telling India Today that we can expect a medical bulletin very, very shortly. Saurabh Bhaktania is back with us. Saurabh, just take us through what you're hearing from inside. You were just speaking to a gentleman as well who said that there will be a medical bulletin soon.
So let me tell you, Shiv, it was Bhushan Bhatt. He's the very senior BJP leader who was present inside the UN Mehta Hospital. What he told us that there were several of the top ministers, all the entire IPS and IAS officers, all were present, but only Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Hiraba and the medical team who is actually treating Hiraba. What Bhushan Bhatt clearly said that yes, there is recovery, there is good news that Hiraba is recovering. Second thing, what Bhushan Bhatt actually told exclusively to India Today, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was alone inside meeting the entire team of doctors who are treating Hiraba, and just some point from now we are being told that there will be a second medical health bulletin which will be out. So Bhushan Bhatt exclusively speaking to India Today, he clearly said that it was only Prime Minister Narendra Modi alone who met the team of doctors treating Hiraba inside the UN Mehta Hospital, and right now she is recovering, and that particular health bulletin will be out from the hospital very soon. So the quick update on India Today right now is that when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was inside, he was there for around 1.5 hours, and it was himself alone who met the treating doctors, and there was a meeting. He met Hiraba as well, and right now he has left. Now, another important thing which we were asking earlier, Shiv, is that yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in Gujarat. He will right now go to Gandhinagar at Governor House where he'll be staying, and what we have been told that couple of days Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Gujarat only.
Okay, the Prime Minister is going to be staying on in Gujarat tonight for certain. He's left from the UN Mehta Hospital at this time. Saurabh, that health bulletin is what we're waiting for right now. I do have a copy of the first health bulletin that we got earlier today. I just want to read out that first health bulletin that came out earlier today, which says UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Centre, Ahmedabad Hospital's spokesperson hereby informing that Honorable Prime Minister's mother is admitted at UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Centre, Ahmedabad, and her health condition is stable. It's signed by the director of the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. This is the first medical bulletin that came in, and we're awaiting the other one. The second medical bulletin is likely to arrive. We understand that the hospital may have been waiting till the Prime Minister left so that they can reach out and share information with the press. The Prime Minister's mother, remember, is said to be recovering and stable. She had some breathing issues and some blood pressure when she was admitted a little earlier today. Saurabh, are we to understand now that Hiraba is in the hospital? All of the senior officials, including the Chief Minister and Prime Minister, have left.
Yes, Hiraba is right now inside UN Mehta Hospital, and she was brought over here at around 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning. Initially, let me tell you the entire sequence on India Today, which we are, there is no here and say, this is the entire exact sequence officially. Let me tell you, initially there was breathing issue. Having said about her age, she has completed just 100 years of her age. She was facing a little bit of breathing issue. There were also an issue of blood pressure. A local doctor was actually consulted where the already the treatment which was going on, referring that particular doctor actually told that she should be taken to a bigger hospital, and therefore she is been brought over here. This is the UN Mehta Hospital. That's the Institute of Cardiology, one of the best hospital for cardiology, where she has been brought over here. A top team of doctors treating Hiraba. Now, once she reached over here, the entire family of Prime Minister Narendra Modi also started to arrive over here. The family is right now over here. Later on, once the news started to come in, the top leaders of the BJP, the cabinet minister, the IS and IS officers also started to come in. That is when the first medical bulletin which you were reading out, Shiv, that
Yes.
came out, he clearly stated that she's been kept under observation and she is stable. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also cut short his entire schedule. He straight away came to Ahmedabad. He reached at Ahmedabad airport at 3:50. At 4 he was here. At around 5:23, that was the time, at around 5:23 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi left UN Mehta Hospital, and after which, when we were speaking exclusively to Bhushan Bhatt, he's the top BJP leader of Ahmedabad, a very senior leader. He was present since morning inside UN Mehta Hospital. He clearly stated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi went inside. He met his mother Hira Ben. He also personally met all the treating doctors, the team of proper doctors who are actually right now treating Hira Ben. He
Yes.
met him personally. There was nobody allowed inside on that particular floor. It was only Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the team of treating doctors. He met them. He got to understand that what is the line of treatment, how everything has been done, what are her health conditions. So that thing is now over. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has left. All the VIP dignitaries and the BJP leaders have also left from the hospital. What we have been told that she is recovering, and in just some moment from now we will get the second bulletin as well. Shiv.
Stay with me, Saurabh. So the Prime Minister and other senior officials have left from the hospital. Hira Ben is currently being monitored by a senior team of doctors at the UN Mehta Hospital. As we await that health bulletin, millions will be awaiting for information from inside the hospital on the Prime Minister's mother's health. Let's just play out for you, one of the few occasions in which the Prime Minister has spoken about his mother. He's usually let the visuals of his meetings with his mother really do the talking, and boy have they done the talking. But here's the Prime Minister on a rare occasion talking about Hira Ben.
अब जब हम छोटे थे तो हमारा गुजारा करने के लिए वे अड़ोस पड़ोस के घरों में बर्तन साफ करना, पानी भरना, मजदूरी करना, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक मां ने अपने बच्चों को बड़ा करने के लिए कितना कष्ट उठाया होगा.
Let's go across to India Today's Rahul Srivastav. He continues to stay with me. Rahul, messages of support, prayers for a speedy recovery, coming in from across the board at this time. Rahul Gandhi, Chandrababu Naidu, I'm sure they'll be coming in from every other corner at this time as well. The Prime Minister's mother, we keep saying she's India's most famous living mother possibly at this point of time. Anything that you're hearing, Rahul?
Sure, very tightly. The system is extremely. We are trying to extract some information from the Prime Minister's office, but till now, the last word has been that the Prime Minister has left the hospital largely because he does not want to be there in the hospital with a lot of people and the entourage. One, because of the COVID concerns, and also a lot of attention goes into dealing with the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister has left the mother in the good hands of the team of doctors at the hospital there. And I think, as you were saying, a bulletin is expected, but I think all parameters, the doctors are trying to ensure that everything is stable before they come out and send out a health bulletin.
Stay with me, Rahul. Okay, we're going to try and get more information from the ground. As of now, things are, not much movement outside the hospital. There are prayers coming in from different parts of the country, from Kashi, which is the Lok Sabha constituency of the Prime Minister, to Vadnagar, which is his, the town in which he grew up in, which is in Mehsana in North Gujarat. And we're expecting more images of prayers to pour in from different parts of the country. There are messages of get well soon that have come in from Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and others at this point of time. We'll read out some of those tweets to you in just a moment from now. The Prime Minister's mother, a beloved figure across party lines, because she is, after all, the mother of an Indian Prime Minister, and has become something of a, an iconic figure as far as Indian culture is concerned. She's most certainly been the subject matter of political heat, especially in the heat of election campaigns. But let's make no mistake, everyone's praying for the good health and recovery of Hiraba across the board at this point of time. She's been in hospital for a few hours. She was admitted earlier this morning, but the hospital has said that she is stable and recovering, and we're hoping for a quick second medical bulletin that is expected to come in very, very shortly. We'll go across once again to our reporters outside the UN Mehta hospital in just a short while from now to see if we can get more information, official information, of course. We're not after any unofficial information at this point of time, to get more from the ground about the Prime Minister's schedule. Rahul, that mother metaphor, we're seeing it a lot lately, aren't we? We've seen it. Modi has been, his detractors, even his grudging critics will say that he's made full use of that mother factor, even though, one shouldn't look at it politically, because this is, after all, a mother-son relationship. As Rahul Gandhi has rightly put it, it's a pure, an endless sort of relationship. He's had a very nice message of support, and prayer that he's just put out on his Twitter as well. But the mother in Indian politics, Rahul, and you've seen many ages of that. How important is it? How powerful are these messages that we're seeing come in?
Very powerful, Shiv. I think I remember as a young student of politics, we used to read and see Indira Gandhi and her pictures with that tough iron lady who dealt with the privy purses, who dealt with the nationalization of banks. She fought the mafia in the Congress, went for the emergency, lost election, won back the government. She's sitting with Rajiv Gandhi, Sanjay Gandhi, Menaka, Sonia Gandhi, and the kids. Those pictures were there. Those pictures have been around. In Indian politics, there have been pictures of Jawaharlal Nehru, doting father for his son Indira Gandhi, and at that time, Pradarshini. These metaphors, these symbols have always been there. And I think Indian politicians some have come out of the closet and made family a part of their public persona.
Yes.
And I think perhaps also to good stead. I think it's an important element that a family person, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, somebody like Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who doesn't have a family, a lot of metaphors, like in Gujarat, there is always talk about.
Absolutely.
Mr. Prahlad Modi, the brother of Mr. Narendra Modi, once said this, that, everybody talks about how Prime Minister works for 18 hours a day. You should ask us how the mother used to work for 19 every day.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rahul, we're just getting information that the Prime Minister is just about to depart for Delhi. So he's, that schedule has obviously changed now. It was initially protocol that he was going to be staying on in Ahmedabad, but he is going to be returning to the capital, we are told. Don't know what to make of that, but I'm hoping that means that Hiraba is in decent condition, and that the Prime Minister can come back to Delhi tonight. Obviously, we will be waiting for that bulletin, but the Prime Minister making his way back to Delhi very, very shortly. He's going to be leaving from Ahmedabad very shortly. We're told, obviously, he has a special aircraft that will bring him back to Delhi. Saurabh Vakhtania is with us. Saurabh, that schedule has changed. The Prime Minister leaving for Delhi now.
That's what we said. What the latest information we have got, that again the protocol is changed, and we directly from UN Mehta Hospital has reached and special aircraft will be going back to Delhi. But initial the information was clear from the protocol. The Prime Minister Modi will be in Ahmedabad for a couple of days, but now the information clearly states that that straight from this particular hospital, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached Ahmedabad airport and now we will be heading to Delhi. The sources clearly telling us and the BJP top leaders that Ahmedabad is actually recovering and health and asked those status, and at around 6:30 to 7, that is what the time has been given that its second health bulletin will be out from the UN Mehta Hospital.
From the UN Mehta Hospital. The sources also clearly told us that Prime Minister Narendra Modi got exact line of treatment, what she is facing problem, what are the medical treatment which will be given to Hira Ben. We have also been told that for the couple of days Hira Ben might have to be in the UN Mehta Hospital, after which she might be given discharge as well. She was brought to the hospital early morning at around 9 to 10 a.m. in the morning, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached at the UN Mehta Hospital at 4 p.m. and he left at around 5:25. That's around 1.5 hours that Prime Minister Narendra was inside UN Mehta Hospital. And now the information which has come out that again the protocol has been changed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly straight from UN Mehta Hospital, he reached Ahmedabad airport and now he is going back to Delhi, back to his shift.
Okay, Rahul, like you correctly sort of suspected, the Prime Minister is returning to Delhi tonight. He's not staying, forget about 2 nights. He's not staying tonight either. Tomorrow's meetings were not cancelled. So, you told us you expected that it was not going to be a 2-night stay for sure. So, he is returning to Delhi tonight, Rahul, as you said.
Yes, Shiv, the indication is, I will not comment on it. The indication is that her condition is stable. Yeah. The Prime Minister has spent a considerable amount of time with the doctors, looking at, analyzing it. And I think there are health ministry officials, there is a coordination happening with a team in AIIMS also, it seems. And it is now certain that since she's stable, the Prime Minister will not like to crowd the hospital. And given the fact that if the Prime Minister is there, the administration, the hospital administration's attention, everything does get diverted. And I think given the kind of person that he is, I don't think he will like that much of attention suddenly being given to the fact that he is there and his mother is there. I think he would like to get on back with the business of being the Prime Minister.
Stay with me, Rahul. Saurabh Bhaktania, our man on the ground, has just spoken to BJP, Gujarat BJP leader Bhushan Bhatt, who was inside the hospital with the Prime Minister. Listen in.
भूषण भाई, आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात अंदर है? भूषण भाई, आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात है? प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी अपनी माता से मिले?
नहीं, कोई नहीं मिला है। साहब अकेले गए थे, साहब के साथ पूरी मेडिकल टीम थी।
अच्छा, मेडिकल टीम मिली है?
मेडिकल मिली है और नियामक अभी बुलेटिन डिक्लेयर करेंगे।
Okay, that was Bhushan Bhatt saying that the Prime Minister along with a senior medical team were the only ones allowed into the area where the Prime Minister's mother Hira Ben was. The Prime Minister did meet with his mother as well as that medical team. These are images of the Prime Minister's convoy leaving for the airport in Gandhinagar, in Ahmedabad at this point of time. That's the Prime Minister's VIP convoy leaving towards the airport. The Prime Minister, of course, has a special aircraft that will bring him quickly back to Delhi. That's the vehicle in which the Prime Minister was. The black BMW is the one in which the Prime Minister is. That's the one that just passed, entering the special VIP area of the Ahmedabad airport, from which the Prime Minister will be taking off very shortly, if not already, because these images, of course, are not live. Hira Ben continues to be in the hospital. She is said to be stable at this point of time. The Prime Minister was originally supposed to stay back tonight, but Hira Ben is in good care. She's in adequate health. He's been briefed. The Prime Minister will be returning to the capital very, very shortly. And should he need to return to Gujarat, of course, he can do so at very, very short notice. Prayers coming in the meanwhile for Hira Ben from across the country, from the home village of the Modi family in Vadnagar to Kashi, which is the Prime Minister's Lok Sabha constituency in distant Uttar Pradesh. People in their millions are praying for the good health and recovery of 100-year-old Hira Ben. We're going to continue our coverage on the other side of this very short break. Remember, that second health bulletin expected from the UN Mehta Hospital in just a short while from now. Stay with India Today. Coverage continues on the other side.
He's India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Mock drills to test preparedness to fight a new COVID wave are conducted across India on Tuesday. In Bhopal, hundreds of corona warriors who were instrumental in the war on coronavirus in the first 3 waves are, however, not impressed. Samvida health workers in Madhya Pradesh are on strike demanding permanent jobs since December 15. The protesters include even those who were honoured by the government for their role during the pandemic. Gayatri Srivastav, an auxiliary nurse and midwife, was awarded for administering maximum vaccines without taking leave.
जब हम कोरोना काल में 24 घंटे ड्यूटी करते थे, वैक्सीनेशन का जो सबसे बड़ा महाअभियान था उसको पूरा करने में एक वैक्सीनेटर की ही सबसे अहम भूमिका थी। हमने हमारे बच्चे परिवार को नहीं देखा, उस 80% उस अभियान को पूरा करा। तो आज सरकार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है कि हमारे परिवार का 12,000 में हम कैसे घर चलाएंगे, क्या हमें हमारे बच्चे नहीं पढ़ाना है?
There are many like Gayatri. Ashok Bharti has been working as a lab technician for 25 years now.
घर अब ऐसे ही चल रहा है, बड़ी कड़की में चलता है और इसके अलावा हम लोगों के पास कोई दूसरी कमाई तो है नहीं है। जो लैब टेक्नीशियन स्वास्थ्य विभाग के अंदर लगे हुए हैं वो लोग लगभग 1 लाख के आसपास 90,000 से 1 लाख के बीच उन लोगों को सैलरी मिलती है और हम लोगों को उनके मुकाबले में मतलब आधा वेतन भी नहीं मिलता है। हम लोग टोटल कुल मिला के यह है कि आधे वेतन से भी आधे वेतन पे काम कर रहे हैं।
There are around 32,000 Samvida health workers in Madhya Pradesh. They are appointed to different posts in the health department. During the pandemic, they were involved in sample collection, testing, vaccination and nursing. The administration on Monday cracked down on the protests in Bhopal. What followed was shocking. Protesters bound by ropes were marched to the police station. The strike by health workers is now a political issue ahead of next year's assembly elections. While the Congress is backing the protesters, the BJP is firefighting.
Retrenchments, delayed hirings, offer letters dishonored. This is what IT sector employees have been facing in the past few months. And now, a Business Today TV analysis of corporate annual reports throws the lid off another dark underbelly of the IT sector. Something all tech employees knew, but few ever spoke about it. The fact is that the IT sector has witnessed stunted salary hikes for freshers in the past 10 years compared to their CEOs. The salaries of freshers have increased a little over 45%, while the salaries of CEOs have zoomed around 1,500%.
The fundamentals of management is that if you were to spend even part of your marketing budget in enthusing, encouraging, enabling your employees, you will get 10x higher results than you get in any other way. You must understand innovation happens on two axes. Innovation happens on what you do, and innovation happens on how you do it. While CEOs are focused on new product, new pricing, new strategies, they should also focus on cultural transformation and how you execute those strategies.
An analysis of the average salary packages of IT sector CEOs and freshers sourced from earnings report data and publicly available information shows that freshers' salary has gone up only 47% in the past 10 years, while the salary of CEOs have shot up whopping 1,492%. Moreover, the median salary of CEOs is up to 1,449%, while that for freshers is only up 40%. In TCS, while the salary of the CEOs rose to 26 crore from 8 crore rupees, that of a fresher rose just 150%. In Infosys, the CEO's salary rose 98 times, while the freshers got just a 31% gain in 10 years. Wipro CEO's salary jumped 14.5 times, while a fresher's salary jumped just 46%. HCL Tech gave its CEO a 14-fold hike, while its freshers received a 17% salary hike in 10 years. Tech Mahindra CEO got a 6,300% hike, while its freshers got just a 36% hike.
Employees are completely disengaged. If you go by Gallup survey, the amount of demotivation or disengagement with the organization purpose, its ethos, and it's the way the employees are being dealt with is at its lowest. And therefore, the employees are searching for meaning in life, meaning in work, meaning and respect for their own capability and competence, which they have worked very hard for 25 years to get to that position. They are seeking that validation outside the work environment.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28th December, 8 p.m.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Shop fashion brands at Ajio.
Good evening, you're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshata Nandagopal, and this evening we're getting you a roundup of all the top stories. Our focus particularly on all the updates coming in from Gujarat, as Prime Minister Modi's mother has been hospitalized. We'll be cutting across to our reporter on the ground to get you the latest on her health. The headlines first. Prime Minister Modi meets his ailing mother in Ahmedabad. After spending 1.5 hours with her, Prime Minister Modi heads back to Delhi. 100-year-old Hira Ben was hospitalized earlier this morning. Her condition is said to be stable. Big row over Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress writes to Home Minister Shah, claims Rahul's security breached near Red Fort. Says Delhi police is incompetent. Custody of Tunisha's former boyfriend Shizan Khan extended till Friday. Cops revealed Shizan had a secret girlfriend who he chatted with on the day Tunisha died by suicide. Makeover from Chhattisgarh's Korba. Man stabs ex-girlfriend 51 times with a screwdriver. BJP slams Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, questions her silence. World's third richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss their exclusive conversation with India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year at 8 p.m. tonight.
And the richest, how would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such business allegations.
And China eases travel restrictions after 3 years of zero COVID policy. US mulls curbs on flyers arriving from China. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, 100-year-old Hira Ben, is currently in hospital. The Prime Minister also visited his ailing mother for close to 1.5 hours. This was at the UN Mehta Hospital, where his mother currently is hospitalized. The Prime Minister arrived at the hospital around 4 p.m. He met Hira Ben along with a team of doctors who've been treating his mother. She turned 100 earlier this year, is said to be suffering from some breathing trouble. But the last update that we received from the hospital, which was a few hours ago, said that her condition is stable. She's said to be recovering right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also left from Ahmedabad now back to Delhi after being with his mother for 1.5 hours. Several opposition leaders, from Rahul Gandhi to MK Stalin to Akhilesh Yadav, all of them have taken to social media to wish Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben, a speedy recovery.
भूषण भाई, आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात अंदर है? भूषण भाई, आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात है? प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी अपनी माता से मिले?
नहीं, कोई नहीं मिला है। साहब अकेले गए थे, साहब के साथ पूरी मेडिकल टीम थी।
अच्छा, मेडिकल टीम मिली है?
मेडिकल मिली है और नियामक अभी बुलेटिन डिक्लेयर करेंगे।
Saurabh Bhaktania is joining us live from outside the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, where Prime Minister Modi's mother is currently hospitalized. Saurabh, Prime Minister Modi is left from there about 30 minutes ago. He's now reached the Ahmedabad airport, flying back to the national capital. Are we expecting any health update, any bulletin from the hospital?
Yes, Akshita, what we have been told that at 7 p.m. in the evening, that is when the hospital, the UN Mehta Hospital, is likely going to issue the second bulletin in this entire episode. Let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hiraba, who is resident of Gandhinagar, early morning was having issues in breathing. There were also the issues of blood pressure. There was a local team of doctors who said that she should be referred immediately to a bigger hospital. That is when she was brought to UN Mehta Hospital. Here in the visuals you can see this is the UN Mehta Hospital. This is the dedicated hospital for cardiology, and she was brought here at 9 in the morning, and later on there was all the top BJP leaders, the cabinet ministers, the IS and the IPS officers reached at this particular hospital. It was the Gujarat's health minister and Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel also reached over here. That was the first time when the health bulletin came out, and it was clearly stated that Hiraba is admitted to the hospital and she is currently stable. Later on, Prime Minister cut short his entire schedule. He reached to Ahmedabad. He reached over here at 4 p.m. Akshita. At around 5:30, he came out. The clear sources told us that the entire family of Modi also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He personally met the treating doctors. There was nobody else present. He took the entire update of Hiraba's health, also the line of treatment, and then he left from the hospital. Initially, it was being said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Ahmedabad for a couple of days, but again the protocol was changed, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi straight from UN Mehta Hospital reached Ahmedabad airport, and now he will be going back to Delhi. Remember, this is the very first time, Akshita, that Hiraba has been admitted in hospital. She has been fit all long because she has done the amount of hard work in her initial days, which keeps her fit so well. And we have been time and again watching the pictures, the delightful pictures of how Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets Hiraba whenever he is in Gujarat. She recently, also during the Gujarat Assembly election, she came out, casted her vote. She was on wheelchair though, but always been fit. This is the first time when she has been admitted to hospital.
Saurabh, do we also know if the Prime Minister was allowed to meet his mother?
So, Akshita, what the sources are clearly telling us that when Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached UN Mehta Hospital at 4 p.m., he was allowed to briefly meet Hiraba. He also met the treating doctor. And let me tell you, Akshita, it was one-to-one meeting. Nobody else, be it the top BJP leaders and the cabinet ministers and the top officials, nobody was allowed to be there. It was only Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the treating doctor. It was one-on-one meeting. He took the entire health updates of Hiraba. He also asked the doctor what will be the line of treatment, how fast she will be recovering. So that meeting actually lasted for several minutes, after which Prime Minister Narendra Modi also met his family members who were already present here since morning, and later on he met the different top leaders and the ministers who were present at the different part of the building, and later on he left from UN Mehta Hospital. So what we have been told now, Akshita, that by 7 there will be the second health bulletin which will be coming out, and we all are waiting for that.
Okay, so we'll await word from the hospital. We're not going to, resort to any sort of speculation right now on the Prime Minister's mother's health condition. He's left right now from Ahmedabad back to Delhi. There was speculation, as Saurabh pointed out, that Prime Minister Modi would actually stay on overnight in Ahmedabad, but change in schedule very quickly that happened. He's heading back to the national capital as we speak. But of course, the photo ops, the images that we've seen over the last many years of the Prime Minister with his mother, every time he touches down in Gujarat, he's made it a point to visit his mother, to spend time with her. And I also want to bring in Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, on this. Rahul, there have been, very few times when the Prime Minister has gotten very candid and really spoken about his mother's sacrifice, the role that his mother has played in his political journey as well. And I remember one being in 2015 when he spoke at the Facebook town hall, when he broke down and spoke about what a big role his mother's really had in his career.
Yes, I think the 24-15 moment was one of those public displays. See, we have known Prime Minister Narendra Modi even before he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, and that bond always has been there. And if you see the last time greeted on a birthday, he was there in Gujarat, and he was talking about the fact that the word mother does not just mean, it's not just a word. It means a whole lot of emotions. It means security. It means trust and compassion. He has been very close to his mother. Very tough life she has had. And I think, as I was earlier speaking to Shiv in the earlier bulletin, and I said that all mothers who are mothers to sons who rise from very underprivileged backgrounds, I think are living testimonies to our democracy, that women who have fought for their sons and eventually the sons have climbed up, it's because there is democracy in this country. It is Narendra Modi is one example. Mallikarjun Kharge is another example. APJ Abdul Kalam was another example. If you go back and if you somebody like me who has spoken to Hira Ben a couple of times even before he became Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister, and she used to narrate a lot of those incidents. And Prime Minister, in fact, once long time back when he was an RSS Pracharak, had told me that he had just one uniform till class 7, and every time there was a tear in it, the Prime Minister's mother used to stitch it, and she used to say that when you grow up, work hard enough so that you have more than one dress. She used to draw water from, he used to tell us that draw water twice a day from a nearby well, used to go to a local pond to wash clothes. And the same mother, at a very tough moment and at a time when he took a decision which was unprecedented in India's history, in 2016 November, when she was in the Raisen village, she stood in front of the Oriental Bank of Commerce branch with a 500 rupee note in her hand, backing her son's decision to announce the note ban, that sense of solidarity. And despite that, she hated that attention. She always was averse to having security men around her. And if you recall, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took charge of office in May 2014. Yeah. And it was in May 2016 that she came to visit Narendra Modi for the first time at the Prime Minister's residence. It was 2 years later, although Prime Minister Narendra Modi, those pictures went viral, some criticized him. But yes, there has been a kinship between, as far as these pictures, parents and families, Jawaharlal Nehru and his daughter Indira Gandhi, famous pictures, those great moments at Indira Gandhi with Rajiv Gandhi, Sanjay Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Menaka, and their children Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka. They have made great moments entailing the private side or the softer side of some very tough politicians. And I think for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the mother has been an anchor. And I think he has talked about the bond several occasions. But yes, it's right now what sources are saying that she is stable. And that's why perhaps to ensure that the attention is diverted towards a Prime Minister, so the administration and the hospital administration, he's heading back to Delhi.
At 7 p.m. is when we can expect the next health update. So we'll watch out for that. Thanks very much, Rahul. Thanks, Saurabh, for joining us on 6 p.m. Prime this evening. Hira Ben Modi herself has spoken very, very fondly of her son. Here's an earlier conversation that my colleague Preeti Chaudhary had with Hira Ben when she said that she knew her son will become the Prime Minister one day.
माता जी क्या लग रहा है आप नरेंद्र मोदी जी आशीर्वाद है
मेरा आशीर्वाद છે અને ગુજરાતનું રાજ કર્યું છે અને દિલ્હીનું રાજ એ કરશે મારો આશીર્વાદ
2012 में आप ही ने बोला था कि पीएम बनेंगे 2012 में जब सीएम बने थे आप ही ने बोला था कि अब पीएम बनेंगे
સેવા કરવાની અને બધું કરશે જે ઈચ્છા છે એ બધી પૂરી થશે ભગવાન કરશે
Entire nation coming together to pray for the speedy recovery there of Hira Ben. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're talking about the big political story of the day. The controversy of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, as the Congress has claimed a serious security breach when the Yatra reached the national capital.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he is our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
More skeletons tumble out as investigation into actor Tunisha Sharma's alleged suicide death widens. Tunisha's friend and actor Raya Labib has claimed that the late actor's boyfriend Shizan Khan had affairs with many women.
Shizan Khan, वो एक साइड से अपने प्यार को तुनिसा को धोखा दे रहा था. उसका बहुत सारी लड़कियों के साथ अफेयर चल रहा था. डेट कर रहा था, सेक्सुअल रिलेशनशिप था, और जिससे तुनिसा बहुत ज़्यादा डिप्रेस होती थी.
Police sources have revealed that for the first time, Shizan broke down during interrogation. Over the last 2 days, Sources say that Shizan had been giving different reasons for his breakup with Tunisha. When a woman officer started grilling him, he broke down. Meanwhile, the All India Cine Workers Association has pointed fingers at the producer of Tunisha's TV show, Ali Baba Dastane-Kabul, who is allegedly absconding.
हमने तीनों एंगल से देखना चाहिए। फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में ना एक डिप्रेशर वर्ड यूज कर पूरे मामला को रफा दफा कर दिया जाता है, ये गलत है। ये आप सुसाइड भी हो कह नहीं सकते, इसे आप सुसाइड के नुकसान हो या धमकी, ब्लैकमेलिंग करना, टॉर्चर करना, बहुत सारे एंगल है, या मर्डर हो, ये हर तरह से एंगल है। अभी लोग सुसाइड वर्ड यूज करके, ये इजी हो गया, बॉलीवुड में आप देखोगे ना, एक सुसाइड यूज करके मामले को रफा दफा करते, लेकिन इसकी तह तक नहीं जाते।
Tunisha's ex-boyfriend Shizan Khan is in police custody on charges of abetment to suicide. The post-mortem has been concluded in JJ Hospital, but the report is yet to come. Tunisha's death remains a mystery. The police, after initial investigation, has termed it death by suicide. They are trying to find what drove the actor to take the extreme step.
Tomorrow is the last day. The police will try and get as many details as possible in terms of what really went wrong, so that they can present a strong case in court, and after they produce him on the 29th of this month in December. With cameraman Mandar Chavan, Dev Kotakwa, India Today, Mumbai.
We all consume pills at some point in time. It could be vitamins or it could be medicines, pills for some ailment. But did you know that your posture while consuming that pill is extremely important? How you take your pills may affect how they work. According to a recent study published in the journal Physics of Fluids, the position of your body when you swallow a pill has a direct bearing on how effectively it is working. The team actually tested 4 postures to understand absorption of the medicine: standing, sitting upright, lying down, turn to the right, lying down, turn to the left. Essentially, what they found was that lying to the left and leaning towards the left was the worst position to be in after consuming a pill. It took up to 5 times longer to absorb pills compared to when they were taken in an upright posture. Well, if the pill lands very close to the lowest part of the stomach, the faster it's going to dissolve and empty its contents into the small intestine. Most of the drugs are actually absorbed in the small intestine. Thanks to gravity and the natural unevenness of the stomach, it makes sense that the position you're in when you take a pill could affect how it makes its way through your GI system.
India's richest individual and the world's 3rd richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat, and that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Rahul mobbed in Delhi. Chaos at Red Fort during Congress Yatra. Congress alleges security breach.
There was a complete breakdown of order. Police presence was not enough in proportion to the kind of number of people that were there.
Shoot-off letter to Home Minister Shah. Did Delhi police fail in protecting Rahul?
Z plus protectee not given enough security? Rahul's security breach. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
So Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra may have stopped for a short break, but the politics, the news continues, and the controversy, the latest one, is over security being provided to the Yatra. Remember that only a few days ago, the Yatra had entered the national capital, and on your screens is a video that's been released by the Congress to allege that there was a serious security breach when Rahul Gandhi was walking close to the Red Fort. The Congress has accused the Delhi police of not providing enough security, of completely failing in controlling the surging crowd around Rahul Gandhi, who, remember, is a Z plus protectee. The party has now written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah saying that there were multiple breaches in Rahul's security. They've sought proper protection. There's been no answer yet from the Home Ministry on exactly what transpired.
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra continues to be a political flashpoint. While the Yatra is on a break, Congress has alleged a security breach during the Delhi leg. The video put out by Congress shows a man approaching the Congress MP who is then pushed away by the security. Congress claimed that the security of the Bharat Jodo Yatra was compromised on multiple occasions, and the Delhi police completely failed in controlling the surging crowd. Congress General Secretary K.S. Venugopal has written to Home Minister Amit Shah alleging that the Delhi police didn't maintain a perimeter around Rahul Gandhi, and that party workers and yatris walking along with Rahul had to form a cordon around him. The Grand Old Party also highlighted the fact that Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi were assassinated to prove the gravity of the situation. The BJP hit back at Congress by raising Prime Minister Narendra Modi's security breach last year in Punjab under the then Congress government, saying that Congress had then mocked Modi after the security scare.
हमने पूरे देश में ये देखा है कि हम जहाँ जहाँ भी गए हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सरकार हो या ना भी हो, वहाँ पर कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा प्रबंध किया है वहाँ के प्रशासन ने, वहाँ की पुलिस ने। ये दिल्ली आकर एकदम से ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ तो किसी को कोई इसमें रुचि ही नहीं थी, कोई अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानता था, जिससे दिखावे के लिए पुलिस के लोग खड़े कर दिए गए हों। लेकिन जो प्रिकॉशंस लेने चाहिए वो कुछ भी प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए गए थे।
कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा सुरक्षा को लेकर खिलवाड़ करने में भी लगी होती है और मजाक भी करते हैं, राजनीति भी करते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी गए थे पंजाब और उनकी सरकार थी, उनके साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ, उनके सिक्योरिटी के साथ। कुछ भी हो सकता था। जो देश में करना है हमारी एजेंसी सबके लिए करती हैं, कोई इसमें विशेष रूप से किसी एक व्यक्ति के लिए नहीं, दूसरे के लिए नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा ऐसे विषयों पर राजनीति करती है।
It is in 2019 when the centre withdrew SPG security cover of Gandhi family and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. The Gandhi family now gets Z plus security. With Congress now claiming a threat to Rahul, will the centre beef up the security of Gandhi family, especially Rahul's, considering the fact that Yatra in the second leg will be going to Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir? With Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And there's also another controversy over a comment made by Congress leader Manishankar Iyer, claiming that the country was being divided on the basis of religion and caste. Manishankar Iyer said that the BJP is hell-bent on breaking the country. He added that the Congress party is working to fight against this hatred and divisiveness. Speaking to India Today, the Congress leader said that Rahul Gandhi is now undoing the damage that the BJP has done to the country. Iyer's comment has triggered a political war of words, with the BJP alleging that the Congress is now stoking tukre politics, firing a partition jibe at Congress. BJP has said the only time the country was tuta, as Manishankar Iyer says, was when the country was divided under the Congress's rule.
The Bharat Todo is being done by them on the basis of religion, on the basis of region, on the basis of language, on the basis of caste, and that is why it has become necessary for us to fight against hatred, to fight against divisiveness. टुकड़े गैंग तो हमारे पास नहीं है, उनके पास है, क्योंकि वो अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं इस देश को तोड़ने के लिए, इसलिए हम अपना प्रयास कर रहे हैं भारत को जोड़ने के लिए.
Rahul Gandhi must fix his own party and unite his own party before he speaks and talks about uniting India, which apparently is broken in his views. The only time India was broken was at the time of partition, thanks to the Congress party and to those politicians who put their own interest above national interest. Therefore, Manishankar Iyer, you must explain that is Sardar Patel and his contribution being undermined by you and the Congress party?
Now remember the issue of Rahul Gandhi wearing a T-shirt for an early morning walk to several memorials in the national capital amid the cold? Well, he's again in fact worn his T-shirt for the Congress Foundation Day. Again in a white T-shirt, he came out and it stoked a lot of political reactions. Rahul Gandhi himself spoke about it.
राहुल गांधी जी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में इसकी शुरुआत हो चुकी है. देश भर में पहल हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को एक बार फिर से संजीवनी मिली है. यात्रा ने दिखा दिया है कि कांग्रेस की विचारधारा को देश में जबरदस्त समर्थन मिल रहा है और इससे आज हमारे विरोधियों को घबराहट पैदा हुई है.
I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you an excerpt of our exclusive conversation with Gautam Adani. This is a world exclusive that everyone's been watching out for. Remember, it premieres at 8 p.m. tonight. A quick glimpse coming up on the other side of exactly what Adani has to say about the criticism of his links with Prime Minister Modi.
It is ironical. One of the most innovative companies of all times, Apple is probably the worst offender as far as charging standards are concerned. While all other mobile handset manufacturers followed a similar format of charging cables, Apple had its own design and format and hasn't budged from its stance till now. It is only now that the Cupertino-based tech major is falling in line thanks to the regulatory pressure and adopting the USB-C format. This June, the European Union set the ball rolling by making it mandatory for all small and medium electronic devices to adopt the USB-C format by autumn 2024. Laptop manufacturers have been given another 40 months to comply. EU claims that the move will save residents of its 27 nations €250 million every year on charging cables and 11,000 tons in e-waste. The Indian government also decided to untangle the charger mess and plans to make Type-C USB ports the common standard for chargers beginning December 2024. The government, in tandem with IIT Kanpur, is also working on developing a common charger for wearable electronic devices. According to government sources, not only will this declutter wiring, the move will also help manage supply chains and reduce e-waste. Handset charging has rapidly evolved over the past 2 decades into the most prevalent formats today. The oldest format is the micro USB charger used in most handsets until about 2 years ago. It has maximum data transfer rate of 480 Mbps and can deliver up to 4.5 watts of power, enough for a basic smartphone. The lightning cable used by Apple has a similar data transfer rate but delivers 20 watts of power. The latest format is the USB-C with a much enhanced data transfer rate and the ability to even charge laptops. The micro USB is still being used by feature phones and most electronic gadgets like speakers, wireless headphones, anything that needs a recharge. The lightning cable is an Apple proprietary product currently used for all iPhones, iPads and AirPod cases. What the latest Android handsets use is the USB-C cable, a format even Apple is slowly veering towards and is the new global format.
Mr. Hazari, what are the larger implications of this arrest? Because while we have discussed what happened in the past and what should have perhaps been done better when it comes to corporate governance and board level supervision as well, what are the larger implications from this arrest?
See, one is that everyone thought that she had gotten away scot-free because no arrest of her had happened. So one is that, the big story is why has the CBI arrested her now? And why had they not arrested her early? What has changed now, 5 years after the story first came into the news, that has taken them so long to arrest her? Obviously, something has changed. But the public really do not know what exactly has changed that has made them arrest her. A lot of this information was available also after this news broke. The second is that what exactly happened to such people, because we have seen, sadly, the conviction track record of both the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate is abysmally poor. Most people they arrest, they seem to be unable to convict. They do not make a very strong case when the case goes to the courts. Now we have to see whether this case will also fall apart like many of the others do, or does it actually go ahead for a conviction? Yes, we judge people, and even by corporate India, and that is why nobody has even hired her as an independent director after she left ICICI Bank or was sacked by ICICI Bank.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Gautam Adani is India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year 2022. The industrialist spoke to Raj Changappa on a range of issues in a freewheeling chat. He's also responded to the criticism about his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. So here's an exclusive excerpt of that conversation.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
You've seen his rise being in Gujarat from the Chief Minister to the Prime Minister. What would you say is Prime Minister Modi's style of leadership?
See, Prime Minister Modi ji has provided a visionary and an inspirational leadership to India. He has not only brought about significant policy changes, but also through our various programs and schemes directly touch the lives of every Indians. There is hardly any aspect of governance which he has not touched. He is trying hard to bring transformative changes not only in the Indian economy, but also pushing for a social transformation and an inclusive growth. He has, through several innovative schemes and their effective implementations, given a strong push to industrial and economic development of India. Schemes like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Digital India, Startup India have acted as an economic multiplier and have not only created endless business and manufacturing opportunities, but have also created millions of direct and indirect jobs. The Prime Minister's equally strong focus on a social factor, agriculture economy, and underdeveloped areas of the country, with a safety net for the poor, has ensured that the growth is inclusive and sustainable. His social scheme like a Swachh Bharat, Jan Dhan Yojana, direct benefit transfer, and Ayushman Bharat, and many others have brought transformative changes in India.
And you can catch the full exclusive conversation with Gautam Adani here on India Today at 8 p.m. tonight. That's when we're premiering the full interview. It's news-packed, it's filled with headlines and extremely, extremely interesting. Stay tuned for that. As the New Year celebrations approach, the hilly areas of Himachal, including Lahaul and Spiti, are witnessing massive overcrowding. Tourists have flocked to these areas, and that means that even the Atal Tunnel, which was unveiled in 2020, is packed to the brim. Here's a ground report.
Roads jam-packed, tourist spots filled to the brim. This is what hill stations and snow-filled parts of India look like during the holiday season, as people have flocked these areas in hordes. India Today visited some of the popular tourist spots, and we found chaos all over with massive overcrowding. Lahaul and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh has been a favorite tourist haunt, and the opening of the Atal Tunnel has made it all the more popular now. Atal Tunnel has become one of the most visited tourist spots in the Himachal ever since it was opened in October 2020. Many of the revelers used this tunnel to enter Lahaul and Spiti district to witness snowfall. The tunnel is packed with vehicles and traffic is moving at snail's pace. Over 19,383 vehicles crossed Atal Tunnel between Sunday and Monday alone.
होटल रूम से बाहर बहुत ही सुंदर साइट है, ऐसी साइट तो हमने कभी देखी नहीं थी, तो बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है और एडवेंचर टूरिज्म भी काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। हमने जिप लाइन आज ही करी है, बहुत मज़ा आया, बच्चों को भी बहुत मज़ा आया।
मेरी फैमिली को स्नो देखना था, इसलिए हम ने सोचा कि शिमला मनाली आ जाए क्योंकि हिमाचल प्रदेश काफ़ी फेमस है स्नो के लिए।
आनंद तो हमने जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि हमने एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स के स्नो पॉइंट गए, वहाँ पे स्कीइंग, ट्यूब राइड, मोटर बाइकिंग, फिर पैराग्लाइडिंग किया, विच वॉज वेरी गुड।
जो यहाँ की मेन खूबसूरती है वो देख चुके हैं, वो है स्नो पॉइंट, ब्यूटीफुल व्यूज, टॉप ऑफ द माउंटेन्स, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। मैंने पैराग्लाइडिंग किया, द व्यू एट पैराग्लाइडिंग वॉज वेरी ऑसम।
The roads out of the tunnel too are full of vehicles, as people are flocking the hills to ring in the new year with friends and family. It's a similar situation in tourist spot Manali as well. The 24-kilometer long part of the highway connecting Manali and Atal Tunnel is also experiencing traffic jams at various places.
We are in Manali, which is experiencing a heavy tourist rush. Thousands of vehicles have entered Manali and the police is facing a really tough time to manage these vehicles. At least 8 places in Manali is experiencing the traffic jams due to the heavy tourist rush. Many of the tourists also celebrated the Christmas amid the snowfall in Lahore and Spiti. So tourists are reaching Manali and Shimla in large numbers with a hope that they will be able to witness snowfall on New Year Eve. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sahgal in Manali for India Today.
In the United States, things have come to an absolute standstill because it's an extreme cold wave that's gripped parts of America, throwing life of local residents completely out of gear. Now, in a tragic incident, a 22-year-old woman died in her car after being trapped in the snowstorm in New York's Buffalo. The body of the victim, identified as Andrew Tyler, was recovered after 18 hours. This is a video that she sent her family from inside the car, showing how her vehicle was stuck in snow. A dog which was stranded overnight in the snowy mountains of Utah was reunited with its family after it was saved by a search and rescue team. The dog was spotted by the sheriff's office by the search and rescue team via a drone camera. In the aftermath of the massive winter storm, the Southwest Airlines has scrubbed thousands of flights again. Even as most other US airlines recovered from the storm, Southwest called off about 2,600 more flights on the East Coast. As the roads in New York continue to remain covered under layers of snow, state and military police have been sent to keep people from driving in snow-choked Buffalo. The police are being positioned at entrances to the city and at major intersections to enforce a ban on driving. Monster waves, high tides and strong winds battering western Oregon and Washington have led to fatal crashes, power outages and flooded homes. In Washington, high tides known as king tides and heavy rains caused water to spill into more than a dozen homes in Seattle's South Park neighborhood. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is 7 at 7 with Preeti Chaudhary.
बोल रही हूं कि हमारे घरों में भी सब्जी काटने के लिए हथियार तेज होना चाहिए। जब हमारा सब्जी अच्छे से कटेगी तो निश्चित रूप से दुश्मनों के मुंह भी और सिर भी अच्छे से कटेंगे।
Speaking at an event in Shivamogga district, Karnataka, BJP MP Pragya Thakur made a call to arms. Without naming a community, her insinuations were clear.
कि लव जिहाद करने वालों को लव जिहाद जैसा उत्तर दो। अपनी लड़कियों को सुरक्षित रखो, अपनी लड़कियों को संस्कारित करो, अपने घर में हथियार रखो।
Pragya Thakur's remarks triggered a political storm.
प्रज्ञा जी सांसद हैं भोपाल से, ये वो हैं जिन पे देशद्रोह का मुकदमा चला, चार्जशीट लगी है। ये तो तत्काल उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उन पर भड़काने के लिए समुदायों को कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए।
Shock and anger from civil society.
प्रज्ञा ठाकुर जी एक टेरर अक्यूज्ड है और ये पहली बार नहीं है कि उन्होंने कोई विवादित बयान दिया है। शिमोगा सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस के पास एक पुलिस कंप्लेंट दर्ज की है, जिसमें मैंने कल जो उनका बयान था शिमोगा के अंदर, जो उनका भाषण था, जिसके अंदर उन्होंने एक समुदाय को दूसरे समुदाय के खिलाफ हथियार उठाने के लिए उकसाया, उसके खिलाफ मैंने सेक्शन 153A, 153B, 295A, 268 और अन्य धाराओं के नीचे पुलिस कंप्लेंट दर्ज की है।
While many complaints have been filed against the repeat offender Pragya Thakur, no action has been taken till now. This in light of the recent developments where the Supreme Court minced no words in expressing its concern over the issue of hate speech in the country. Importantly, the courts have directed that state governments should take suo motu action against any hate speech crime without waiting for any complaint. Pragya Thakur and BJP MP from Bhopal has been the main protagonist in many a hate speech sagas. Her scandalous comments on Mahatma Gandhi's assassin Nathuram Godse, labeling him a patriot, even made the Prime Minister Narendra Modi say he will never be able to forgive Thakur. While the BJP remains mum on their MP's latest tirade, the wait now for the Karnataka police to take action as per the apex court directions. Till now, more than 24 hours, there has been none. Bureau Report, India Today.
Today we are here at the X-Force Cyber Range. It's one of the two highly sophisticated cybersecurity hubs by IBM. And here we are joined by Mr. Sandeep Patel, Managing Director of IBM India South Asia. Thank you for joining us, sir. Sir, could you tell our viewers something about the Cyber Range and the SOC, which my viewers can see behind me?
So look, this is aligned with our belief that as we continue to see technology proliferate and technology innovation continuing to grow, the whole element around security becomes a lot more pronounced. It's really important. So what you see here, our cyber range, as well as our X-Force command center that you see here, the next-gen SOC, that is all a part of a multi-million-dollar investment that IBM has made in ensuring that we are there for our clients to help them continue to build out a very robust enterprise-grade security infrastructure. And it is built around 4 key themes. One is to align the security posture with business strategy, very important. Second, we need to continue to monitor
taking your question forward, don't you think that, it's a very kind of a personal question as well. Having so much data, having so much technology ultimately would give you, a distraction while driving. So don't you think the features should be lessened? In fact, India is a market where more features, the better the features, the more the features, the better it is. But yes, but in long term, don't you think that this is going to be eventually a hazard for the public and eventually be more distractive?
You're right, Chetan, and I think safety is extremely important. We pride ourselves on safety. We are also the best rated as far as crash ratings are concerned in the country. The point about driver distraction is extremely important, and I think you're very right to say that the applications that I just mentioned are designed to be used offline when they are outside the car. They're not to be used when they're actually driving, and there's no real value when they're actually driving. This is the value is coming from augmenting the experience when they're outside the car. So that's for the first point. The second point is the experience that the customers have when they're inside the car are more driven by the audio visuals and the infotainment that sits inside the car or the truck. The trucks are equally well equipped with infotainment and audio visuals today, which are designed in such a way that they enhance and support the driver's attention to the road. Eyes have to be on the road and on being alert and being able to support that objective. So that's something that we are doing as an outset with as a design paradigm in our mind. The other thing is we're also doing things to improve that. For example, we are in the process of introducing driver behavior alerts in case that specifically in our commercial vehicles, our truck drivers are working long hours and late hours driving vehicles all across our country. If the driver is experiencing drowsiness, we are actually introducing technology inside our vehicles that will detect it and give an alert to the driver saying, you need to stop by at the next dhaba, which will also be told to him in a very proactive manner and take a chai and take some rest so that you are going to lessen the chances of an accident. So that is the core focus that we have, and definitely whatever technology interventions we do are there to improve it. The second point is on the features. I think you're right. More is not necessarily better. So it's more about curating it in such a way that it helps the customer's journey.
A Gandhi on a Yatra. A Gandhi transforms. The 52-year-old scion on his Bharat Jodo Yatra has covered 46 districts, 9 states in 108 days of his south to north footlog so far. Lampooned by his opponents as a pappu for years together, Rahul Gandhi's march seems to have given him an image makeover.
इनकी सारी पॉलिसीज डर फैलाने की पॉलिसीज.
All the while, through the trek, the Gandhi scion seems to have fashioned himself as a Congress ideologue, a leader on a longer-term mission detached from routine party politics. No shortcuts that some in the Congress old guard would certainly have preferred in their quest for power.
इस देश को कोई रोजगार दे सकता है तो इस देश का किसान और ये जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं और स्मॉल और मीडियम बिजनेसेस चलाते हैं ये लोग.
A caravan.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first-generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist, to be
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Co-powered by Samsonite. Tested like Samsonite. Polycab Green Wires. Citroen C3 Express Your Style.
You're watching 7 at 7 on India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Let me quickly take you through the headlines. Prime Minister Modi meets his ailing mother in Ahmedabad. After spending 1.5 hours, the Prime Minister heads back to Delhi. 100-year-old Hira Ben was hospitalized earlier this morning. Her condition is said to be stable. Big row over Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress writes to Home Minister claiming Rahul's security breached near Red Fort, says Delhi police incompetent. Custody of Tunisha's former boyfriend Shizan Khan extended till Friday. Cops revealed Shizan had a secret girlfriend who he chatted with on the day Tunisha died by suicide. Amit Shah chairs a high-level meet with top officials on security arrangements in Jammu and Kashmir. The world's third richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India Today. The growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Don't miss that special conversation with India Today's magazine's newsmaker of the year at 8 p.m. tonight.
How would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations.
A brutal winter storm brings misery to millions of Americans as intense snow and frigid cold grips parts of the United States. Over 60 people killed so far. China eases travel restrictions after 3 years of zero COVID policy. US mulls curbs on flyers arriving from China. Top story viewers, the Prime Minister's 100-year-old mother, Hira Ben, is in hospital. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, was in Ahmedabad. He met his ailing mother for close to 1.5 hours at the UN Mehta Hospital. He arrived at the hospital at 4 p.m., met Hira Ben with a team of doctors. Hira Ben, who turned 100 earlier this year, is said to be suffering from breathing trouble. Her condition is stable and she is said to be recovering as well. Several opposition leaders from Rahul Gandhi to MK Stalin and Akhilesh Yadav have wished Hira Ben a speedy recovery.
भूषण भाई आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात अंदर है? भूषण भाई आप अंदर थे, किस तरीके के हालात है? प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी अपनी माता से मिले?
नहीं, मुझको कोई नहीं मिला है। साहब अकेले गए थे, साहब के साथ पूरी मेडिकल टीम थी।
अच्छा, मेडिकल टीम मिली है?
मेडिकल मिली है और नियामक अभी बुलेटिन डिक्लेयर करेंगे।
Cutting across to my colleague Saurabh Vaktania, who's joining us live from Ahmedabad, the hospital in which is admitted Hira Ben. Saurabh, what's the latest that you can get us? Is there a health bulletin that has been issued after the Prime Minister's visit?
So well, Preeti, let me tell you, in a short while we are expecting that a second bulletin of Hiraba's will be out in some time. But let me tell you, she has been admitted to UN Mehta Hospital since early morning. The entire sequence right now for the India Today viewers is that early morning she was having difficulty in breathing, and later on she had some blood pressure issue as well. The local doctor immediately said that she should be immediately referred to a bigger hospital. So they are the resident of Gandhinagar, and then she was brought to UN Mehta Hospital here in Ahmedabad, and at around 9 in the morning Hiraba was brought to UN Mehta Hospital. The entire cabinet ministers of Gujarat government along with the top BJP leaders immediately rushed to the hospital. The IS and the IPS officials were also here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi cut short his entire schedule. He even reached over here. The first bulletin which came out, Preeti, clearly stated that yes, Hiraba is admitted to UN Mehta Hospital and her condition is said to be stable. Now when Prime Minister Narendra Modi reached over here, he was at the hospital for around 1.5 hours. He personally met Hiraba and also the treating doctor. What the sources clearly told us that nobody else was allowed to meet Hiraba, nobody else was present. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself met the treating doctors because there is a team of doctors who is continuously monitoring Hiraba's health condition. Prime Minister Narendra Modi got to know that what line of treatment is given, how fast Hiraba will recover. So there is a positive news which is coming out from UN Mehta Hospital that Hiraba is recovering. Remember, she recently completed 100 years and there was a huge celebration for that. We also saw her very actively during the recent Gujarat Assembly election as well. She was on wheelchair though, but she came out and casted her vote, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also met Hiraba. So clearly she has been very fit and fine till now, and this was the first time, Preeti, that her health condition deteriorated, and later on which she was rushed to UN Mehta Hospital. But the sources are clearly telling us that yes, she is recovering. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has left from Ahmedabad. He is going back to Delhi. We are expecting that in some point from now, that in a short while, we might get a second health bulletin as well.
Saurabh, the Prime Minister, with only the top medical team of the hospital, went inside to meet his mother. He also, of course, before that, met his own brother, who strangely had had an accident only a day ago.
Well, absolutely. The entire Modi family is right now inside the hospital since morning, and top of the BJP leaders and the officials are present over here. The visuals outside the UN Mehta Hospital over here. So what clearly sources told us that when Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived over here, he straight away went to the floor where Hiraba is admitted. Nobody else was allowed over there. Nobody else was allowed to even meet Hiraba. It was only Prime Minister Narendra Modi who went there, met Hiraba, and then he had a meeting with the treating doctors. Let me tell you that there is a proper team, a dedicated team who is actually monitoring the health conditions of Hiraba. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met them in person. He clearly got to know the health condition, what is the line of treatment, how fast Hiraba will be recovering, when she will be discharged. So entire thing, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the treating doctors. They spoke with, he spoke with them, had a conversation. Then he came out, met the family members who are already inside. Then he also met the Gujarat ministers and the MLAs who were present in the next building. And after meeting all of them, Prime Minister Narendra Modi left. Initially, Preeti, it was been said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be staying in Ahmedabad for a couple of days. But now then, the protocol was changed, and straight from the hospital, Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to Ahmedabad airport, and he has now left for Delhi. Hiraba's health condition deteriorated for the very first time, Preeti. Let me tell you, she has been never admitted to any hospital. She does not even like to take medicines. From Vadnagar, we came to know about her stories, that how hardship she has gone through in her earlier days in Vadnagar, and this is why she was so fit and fine till now. And now this is the first time when Hiraba is admitted to any hospital, and now the hospital sources are also telling us that yes, she is recovering, but we are not making any speculations. The first bulletin clearly stated that she is stable. She is admitted to UN Mehta Hospital. We are awaiting for the second health bulletin, which should come in a short while from now, which will state that what are her health condition now and what is the line of treatment. Back to you, Preeti.
All right, Saurabh, appreciate you joining us. We're going to get you the second health bulletin. Primarily, what the doctors seem to suggest, these are age-related issues, but it seems that Hiraba is getting better, is what we can understand. I want to take you across now to a conversation that I had, both in 2012 and 2014, with Hiraba. Listen in.
माता जी क्या लग रहा है आप नरेंद्र मोदी जी आशीर्वाद है
मेरा आशीर्वाद છે અને ગુજરાતનું રાજ કર્યું છે અને દિલ્હીનું રાજ એ કરશે મારો આશીર્વાદ
2012 में आप ही ने बोला था कि पीएम बनेंगे 2012 में जब सीएम बने थे आप ही ने बोला था कि अब पीएम बनेंगे
સેવા કરવાની અને બધું કરશે જે ઈચ્છા છે એ બધી પૂરી થશે ભગવાન કરશે.
All right, so that was my conversation with Hiraba in 2014, where she said that her son would make an able prime minister as he was an able chief minister of Gujarat as well. In 2012, she had actually told me that her son will go on to become the chief minister of Gujarat and in 2 years, the prime minister of India. With that, I want to quickly shift focus to the other developing story that we are keeping a keen eye on, and that is the custody of Shizan Khan in connection with the suicide of Tunisha. Now, Tunisha's former boyfriend custody has been extended. Shizan will now be in police custody till 30th December. The cops have revealed that accused Shizan had a secret girlfriend. Now attempts are being made to retrieve Shizan's deleted WhatsApp chats with his girlfriend. Digital video recording from the set has also been seized by the cops. Till now, the cops have not been able to unlock Tunisha's phone. However, nothing objectionable in the chat with Tunisha was found by the cops. Meanwhile, Shizan has given new reason for the breakup with Tunisha. The accused told the cops that he wanted to focus on his career, which is why he broke up with Tunisha. Earlier, Shizan said religion was one of the issues. India Today has accessed full 7-page FIR in the Tunisha death case. The FIR states that Tunisha's mother met Shizan a day before the actor's death. The mother has alleged that Shizan told Tunisha that he doesn't love her anymore. The FIR stated that Tunisha had been mentally disturbed since Shizan broke up with her. Moving on, even as the Bharat Jodo Yatra goes for a short respite, politics over the Yatra continues. Launching a fresh attack at the ruling BJP, the Congress party has accused the Delhi police of completely failing to control the surging crowds around Rahul Gandhi, who is assigned Z+ security. The party has written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah about multiple breaches in Rahul's security and has sought protection. Take a look at this report.
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra continues to be a political flashpoint. While the Yatra is on a break, Congress has alleged a security breach during the Delhi leg. The video put out by Congress shows a man approaching the Congress MP who is then pushed away by the security. Congress claimed that the security of the Bharat Jodo Yatra was compromised on multiple occasions, and the Delhi police completely failed in controlling the surging crowd. Congress General Secretary K.S. Venugopal has written to Home Minister Amit Shah, alleging that the Delhi police didn't maintain a perimeter around Rahul Gandhi, and that party workers and yatris walking along with Rahul had to form a cordon around him. The Grand Old Party also highlighted the fact that Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi were assassinated to prove the gravity of the situation. The BJP hit back at Congress by raising Prime Minister Narendra Modi's security breach last year in Punjab under the then Congress government, saying that Congress had then mocked Modi after the security scare.
हमने पूरे देश में ये देखा है कि हम जहाँ जहाँ भी गए हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सरकार हो या ना भी हो, वहाँ पर कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा प्रबंध किया है वहाँ के प्रशासन ने, वहाँ की पुलिस ने. ये दिल्ली आकर एकदम से ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ तो किसी को कोई इसमें रुचि ही नहीं थी, कोई अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानता था, जिससे दिखावे के लिए पुलिस के लोग खड़े कर दिए गए हों. लेकिन जो जो प्रिकॉशंस लेने चाहिए वो कुछ भी प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए गए थे.
कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा
सुरक्षा को लेके खिलवाड़ करने में भी लगी होती है और मजाक भी करते हैं, राजनीति भी करते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी गए थे पंजाब और उनकी सरकार थी, उनके साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ, उनके सिक्योरिटी के साथ। कुछ भी हो सकता था। जो देश में करना है हमारी एजेंसी सबके लिए करती हैं, कोई इसमें विशेष रूप से किसी एक व्यक्ति के लिए नहीं, दूसरे के लिए नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा ऐसे विषयों पर राजनीति करती है।
It is in 2019 when the centre withdrew SPG security cover of Gandhi family and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. The Gandhi family now gets Z+ security. With Congress now claiming a threat to Rahul, will the centre beef up the security of Gandhi family? Especially Rahul's, considering the fact that Yatra in the second leg will be going to Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir? With Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, viewers, the extreme cold wave has gripped the United States, throwing life out of gear for local residents. Let's take a look at these top-defining images that are coming in from the United States. In a tragic incident, a 22-year-old woman died in her car after being trapped in a snowstorm in Buffalo, New York. The body of the victim, identified as Andel Taylor, was recovered 18 hours after. The video that she sent her family from inside the car, showing the vehicle stranded in snow, has also surfaced on social media. A dog which was stranded overnight in the snowy mountains in Utah was reunited with its family after it was saved by a search and rescue team. The black dog Nala was spotted by Weber County Sheriff's Office search and rescue teams via drone camera. A rescue crew was then dispatched to reach Nala's location on the mountains and brought the animal safely down the slope. In the aftermath of the massive winter storm, the Southwest Airlines have scrubbed thousands of flights again on Tuesday. Even as most other U.S. airlines recovered from this storm, Southwest called off about 2,600 more flights on the East Coast by late afternoon. As the roads in New York continue to remain covered under the layer of snow, state and military police have been sent to keep people from driving in snow-choked Buffalo. The cops are being positioned at entrances to the city and at major intersections to enforce a ban on driving. Officials have said that more than 30 people have lost their lives in the region. The monster waves, high tides and strong winds battering western Oregon and Washington have led to fatal crashes, power outages and flooded homes. In Washington, high tides known as king tides and heavy rains caused water to spill into more than a dozen homes in Seattle's South Park neighborhood. The stormy conditions grip the Pacific Northwest as other parts of the nation are reeling from a ferocious winter storm. A quick break, viewers. On the other side is Fact Check.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story. And he's our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first-generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
As Salman Khan turns 57 years old,
On the eve of his birthday, a lavish party was hosted by his sister Arpita and her husband Ayush Sharma. What made the day even more special is the fact that Salman shares his birthday with his niece, Ayat. For the occasion, the birthday boy arrived wearing an all-black outfit as he donned the solid black t-shirt and black leather pants. Salman, who's known for his down-to-earth demeanor, also celebrated his birthday with the paparazzi by cutting a cake outside the venue and posing for photographs. As the superstar rang in his birthday, he was joined by his family and friends. The biggest highlight from the night has to be the element of brotherhood. How do you ask? Shah Rukh Khan was one of the last guests to arrive for the party, and the visuals of the two greeting each other, sharing a hug, even giving a peck on the cheek are evidence enough. SRK was also seen twinning with the birthday boy in his all-black outfit. That's not all. While SRK was exiting the bash, Salman Khan accompanied him to his car holding hands, the duo even posing for the cameras, making it the best moment of the night, hands down. While brothers Arbaz and Sohail also arrived for the party looking comfortable in their outfits, hosts Arpita and Ayush looked elegant in their party attire. Joining in the celebrations were Kartik Aaryan, Tabu, Sunil Shetty, Ritesh Deshmukh and Janelia Deshmukh following the black theme. Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan co-star Pooja Hegde also arrived in a minimal look. While close friend Sangeeta Bijlani arrived in a sequined blue dress. For the unversed, Salman shares quite the history with Bijlani.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching a fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim suggesting that a child survived the Russian artillery attack in Ukraine. Factually incorrect, viewers. This image is not from the Russia-Ukraine war. With that, a quick break. Stay with me. On the other side, we have Rajya Sabha MP of the Congress and General Secretary in charge communication Jairam Ramesh taking on all controversies associated with the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Just days before her 21st birthday, Tunisha Sharma allegedly ended her life on the sets of the TV show Ali Baba Dastane-Kabul, plunging her family and fans into grief. No suicide note has been found so far. The police have arrested the actor's co-star and former boyfriend Shizan Khan for abetment of suicide. Shizan has allegedly confessed he was in a relationship with Tunisha but broke up due to age gap and religious differences. According to sources, Shizan has also said she was allegedly suicidal and he had saved her life in the past. Tunisha's family, however, differs. Her mother claims Shizan promised her daughter that he would marry her. She has further alleged that the actor used to mentally harass her daughter. Tunisha's mother says she once checked Shizan's phone and allegedly caught him cheating.
शिजान ने तुनिशा को धोखा दिया, उसके साथ पहले रिलेशनशिप बनाया, शादी का वादा करके फिर उसने तुनिशा से ब्रेकअप किया और उसका पहले किसी लड़की के साथ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, उसके बावजूद भी तुनिशा को उसने इन्वॉल्व रखा अपने साथ, 3-4 महीने उसको यूज़ किया.
The family is demanding a fair probe and justice for Tunisha.
She was in stress from so many days. वो बहुत दिनों से परेशान थी. हमें तो बॉडी सीधा मिली है हॉस्पिटल में. उससे पहले क्या हुआ, दोनों ने साथ में खाना खाया, दोनों हंस-हंस के बातें कर रहे थे. उसके बाद तुनिशा कब अपने मेकअप रूम में अकेली गई, फिर क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ कुछ नहीं पता. और उसके मेकअप रूम में वो क्या कर रही थी, अगर वो बोल रहा है कि ब्रेकअप हो गया था.
Tunisha's friends also confirmed her relationship with Shizan.
On the set, they were on the set they were very close to each other because obviously they were playing against each other. They were hero and heroine of the show, or they were both of them were young. Both of them are young, and this is not a new thing. कि जब दो young लोग आपस में काम कर रहे हैं और when they are opposite each other, they are the lead pair of the show. So this is not a new thing if they develop into a liking for each other or a relationship with each other. So they were very friendly with each other.
The untimely death of Tunisha has left the television industry shell-shocked.
Despite the monster COVID surge in China, citizens in India are increasingly throwing caution to the wind. Massive crowds are seen flouting mask advisories in Delhi on the day of Christmas, with social distancing not being followed. Similar scenes are playing out in Lucknow, where COVID norms have gone for a toss.
बाहर पढ़ रहे थे आप लोग, कोरोना के बारे में पढ़ा आपने? नहीं, हम कोरोना नहीं पढ़ते हैं. अरे तो मास्क वास्क नहीं लगाएंगे, डर नहीं लग रहा है आप लोग चाइना में जो हो रहा है इस समय? अरे होने दीजिए उनको, सब दिख रहे मास्क लगाए सब. अच्छा कोई नहीं लगाएगा तो आप भी नहीं लगाएंगे? नहीं, हम नहीं लगाएंगे. वैक्सीन लगवाई थी? हाँ. मास्क वास्क नहीं लगाएंगे एकदम? अरे लगाएंगे, जब टाइम होगा तभी तो लगाएंगे. अभी टाइम नहीं आया. अभी कौन टाइम में कोरोना कहाँ आ गया है? मास्क वास्क तो लगाएंगे ना, सरकार ने कहा है, गाइडलाइन जारी की है. नहीं लगाया क्यों नहीं जाएगा? कोई नहीं लगाया जाएगा. लगाया जाएगा. लगाया जाएगा.
On the occasion of Christmas, tourists throng the hill station of Shimla in Himachal Pradesh as well. The centre, meanwhile, is rolling out back-to-back advisories to states to keep the situation under control. States now need to ensure mask mandate and boost oxygen plants and supplies, keep ventilators and life support equipment ready for any eventuality, apart from holding COVID mock drills at hospitals on Tuesday. Meanwhile, international passengers travelling to India are under surveillance. At Delhi's international airport, a fraction of arriving international passengers are undergoing random testing. India has mandated RT-PCR tests for travellers arriving from China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong and Thailand. Anybody found positive will be quarantined.
कोविड-19 के नियमन में चल रहे लगातार प्रयत्नों के अंतर्गत और विश्व में बढ़ रहे कोविड के केसों को देखते हुए केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय वैश्विक स्थिति पर नजर रख रहा है.
China's COVID mayhem has put India on alert. The centre is making all efforts to ensure hospital infrastructure and facilities are pandemic ready once again. With Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story, and he's our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Joining me now is Mr. Jairam Ramesh, Rajya Sabha member, Congress. He's also the General Secretary in charge, communication for the Congress Party. Appreciate you taking the time out, sir, joining us. Congratulations on your Foundation Day. When we talk about the Bharat Jodo Yatra, my first question would be, correct me if I'm wrong, 108 days. You're on a break right now. But any which way closer to achieving with what you started out with, what you wanted to achieve?
The fundamental purpose of the Yatra is to rediscover the ideological battleground, because we are now today confronted with two competing ideologies, the ideology of the RSS, BJP, and the ideology of the Congress, an ideology of uniformity versus the ideology of unity, an ideology of uniformity versus the ideology of diversity. So what we are trying to do in the Bharat Jodo Yatra is to really engage in this ideological war, in this ideological contest, which we had ceded because we had become a giant electoral machine. And I think that's really the purpose of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. We have to be in the battle of ideas. We have to be in the battlefield of ideologies. And I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi saw this as an opportunity to once again sharpen the ideological focus of the Congress party, which is 137 years old today.
But Mr. Ramesh, you would admit you're no longer that giant electoral machine that you once were. You're nowhere close to that. And I'm glad that somewhere down the line you do admit that one of the consequences of the Bharat Jodo Yatra would be to electorally rejuvenate your own party, which you were failing to do, because ultimately, you're not an NGO, you are a political outfit. It's your business to win elections.
Electorally, yes, the Congress is at its lowest point if you judge it in terms of its strength in parliament or the number of states it governs. So in a way, yes, I mean, the background to this was a sense of deep shock and disappointment to a party that has been used to being the party of governance, both in the center and in the state. Personally, I feel this yatra should have taken place much earlier. We are doing it when we are at a very low point, at a low ebb. Had we done it a decade ago, perhaps we may not have been at this point that we find ourselves today.
Mr. Ramesh, you say somewhere that you're not a band of sannyasis walking there. You're not an NGO yet. Many of you, including you, I was running through your timeline today, would market this Bharat Jodo Yatra under the guidance of a tapasvi. Now, is that the new image makeover that you're looking at?
I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi was asked this question on the 22nd of August by civil society organizations. Why are you doing this yatra? And he ruminated over this and he said, there is bhakti tradition and there is a tapasya tradition. And I am doing this yatra in the tapasya tradition. And so he meant it in a very philosophical way. And I think for him, it has become really a test of endurance, a test of tenacity. And of course, we are seeing the real Mr. Rahul Gandhi emerge after 10 years of being battled and bruised and caricatured.
But Mr. Ramesh, for somebody who handles communication, for somebody who handles communication, you and your band of congressmen who've become very aggressive on social media, I might add, are going to town with the tapasvi word. And that is, that's what it's come down to. It's a tapasvi walking. Leave alone the t-shirt bit. But
I thought that was a brilliant formulation from him when he said that I'm doing it as a tapasvi. And I think what he meant was that he wants to understand the trials, the tribulations. He wants to understand the pains of farmers, of Dalits, of Adivasis, of women, of youth, of different sections of society, feel their pain, talk to them, laugh with them, cry with them, agonize with them. And that's what the spirit of being a tapasvi is all about.
Is he happy that the Congress is marketing the Bharat Jodo Yatra of him being a tapasvi?
Sorry, I don't.
Is he happy with the fact, or is he down with the fact that the entire communications wing of the Congress is branding this yatra as the one guided by Tapaswi?
No, obviously he's the public face of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but it's not a one-man yatra. It's natural that the public face, it's natural that the media attention is focused on him, but there are 135 Bharat Yatris today drawn from different parts of the country, 1/3 of whom are women. And the average age of these Bharat Yatris is 38. A very young band brigade who's all walking along Rahul Gandhi. So yes, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is naturally, the public face, naturally the leader of this brigade. But there are many others in this Bharat Jodo Yatra who have walked all the way from Kanyakumari and are now taking this 9-day break before we resume in Ghaziabad on the third morning.
I'm going to talk about you resuming on the third morning in Uttar Pradesh. I'm also going to ask you a few questions about why is it that most of the opposition that you've extended invitations to have not come on board.
All I can say is let's wait and see. It's too early. It's also the early part of the new year. People have competing schedules, people have pre-arranged programs, and so let's wait and see who comes, who doesn't come.
But Mr. Ramesh, I'll tell you what. So what we did this morning was we spoke to the RLD, despite Mr. Rahul Gandhi going to the Charan Singh Samadhi in Delhi. We spoke to Mr. Jayant Chaudhary. We've spoken to Akhilesh Yadav's team. None of them are coming. Mayawati is not coming. The TMC...
Let me correct you on this. Mr. Gandhi didn't go to the Charan Singh Samadhi in order for Jayant Chaudhary to come to the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Fair enough.
He went to the Charan Singh Samadhi because Charan Singh was a congressman. He left the Congress party. He became the prime minister with the support of the Congress party. And he's a great leader of Indian agriculture, Indian farmers. And he made great contributions to the abolition of zamindari, for example, in the late 40s and early 50s. So Mr. Charan Singh's visit to the Charan Singh Samadhi had nothing.
Fair enough. By that token, you will say... I didn't want to insinuate anything. I was just...
By that token, you will say he visited Mr. Vajpayee Samadhi in order to entice Mr. Gadkari.
I'm going to get down to... I'm going to ask you a bit about the Vajpayee Samadhi as well, because a lot came out of that. But I want to ask you that question first. So no, RLD is not joining in. Jayant Chaudhary is not joining. Akhilesh Yadav is not going to join in. Mayawati is not going to come in. Then even the TMC has refused. The likes that are coming in and joining you openly are like the likes of Miss Mufti.
People who want to come will come. People who have other engagements won't come. They will send their good wishes and support. We are not trying to build a platform for 2024. I mean, this is not, we're not doing this in order to bring political parties. Bringing political parties on a common platform requires great homework, requires far more preparation, requires more backroom discussion before we finally arrive at a common agenda. And 2024 is still far away.
But so I'm not talking about
parties
Mr.
have
Ramesh.
come, some political parties haven't come. So I wouldn't read too much politics into either the presence of somebody or the absence of somebody.
All right. So this is not a platform for opposition unity is what you say. But having said that, you've raised concerns, you yourself, of the IB intimidating, not those from politics, but other walks of life, intellectuals, academics, industrialists.
In Haryana, the IB, in Haryana, IB interrogated some activists, some agricultural leaders, some ex-servicemen, some local intelligence, Haryana intelligence operatives infiltrated 2 containers in the guise of using the toilets in those containers as if they were the only toilets available in an otherwise overcrowded container campsite. So all these games are being played. There was a shocking security lapse by the Delhi police on the 24th of this month when Mr. Gandhi walked in Delhi and there were surging crowds. So we have written to the Home Minister, now that we are going to Punjab and now that we are going to Jammu and Kashmir, that greater care should be taken and such harassment should not take place. I mean, from day one, there has been harassment either by the state government or by the BJP as a party, particularly in BJP-ruled states, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and then finally Haryana. And they've tried every trick in the game, including COVID, to defame and derail the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But we have neither been defamed nor been derailed.
Mr. Ramesh, is there an attempt, like you say, that the IB is trying to intimidate those certain industrialists, academics for not joining the Yatra?
Well, we have a very non-cooperative state government in Uttar Pradesh particularly. We have a non-cooperative police administration in UP. We are going to be spending 3 days in UP, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And we are hoping that, it would pass along smoothly. But, we have to take every precaution. And I think we have alerted the Home Minister to the fact that this is a peaceful Yatra. There's been no violence in this Yatra, unlike the Rath Yatra of Mr. Adani. 32 years ago. This is a yatra for peace, for harmony, for brotherhood, for amity, for sadbhavna. And so let it be that way. Let all these cheap political tricks, dirty tricks, harassment be left to other forums and not to the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Talking about political stunts, do you agree your own colleague Salman Khurshid calling Rahul Gandhi the epitome of Lord Ram? Did you see that played into the BJP narrative somewhere?
I'm not going to comment on any comment that is taken out of context. Okay, there was a certain context in which Salman Khurshid, made those remarks, and I'm not here to either explain him or to amplify what he says. He said what he said, but the fact is that there is a Bharat Jodo Yatra. There is a personality who symbolizes the spirit of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He's demonstrated tremendous endurance, extraordinary tenacity, a single-mindedness of purpose, and he has proved all the prophets of doom and gloom wrong. And he's, for 108 days, he's stuck with a single-minded sense of purpose. And as I said, and when I was asked repeatedly, is this a new Rahul Gandhi? I said, no, this is the real Rahul Gandhi. Because for the last 8 years, with the help of the social media and with the help of friendly elements in the mainstream media, the BJP had caricatured him and lampooned him to a ridiculous degree. So finally, freed from all those shackles, the country is seeing the real Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Well, Mr. Ramesh, the fact is Mr. Rahul Gandhi, including you, including the Congress, has been highly contemptuous of what you call the mainstream media. I'm sure a part of us have earned it, but having said that, very difficult to get an interview with Rahul Gandhi. We put in a request about a month and a half ago. Are we ever getting close to that or not?
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, for your information, in case you have not followed it, has had addressed 8 press conferences the last 108 days. These press conferences have been freewheeling, no teleprompter, no script for questions, no script for answers. He's about to have his 9th press conference in Kurukshetra. He'll have 1 press conference in Punjab.
So no chance of an interview.
Press conference in Jammu and Kashmir, which is more than what you can say for the Prime Minister, who's not had a single press interaction in a give and take basis in the 20 years he's been in public.
Mr. Ramesh, we've been tracking the Yatra for a while.
There are many who want one-on-one.
Sure.
There are many who want a one-on-one. He's already given a number of one-on-ones to YouTubers.
Well,
we're
hoping to be next. We're hoping to be next in line.
Who do more justice to him? Who do more justice to him than anchors and channels?
So, now you're being very contemptuous for no reason, Mr. Ramesh. So that's a little.
I'm telling you the reality. See, I'm not media bashing. I am just telling you the reality. At least by giving interviews to the YouTubers, he is having a very honest interaction, and what he says is not getting distorted or not getting deformed in the process of communication.
Okay, well, one thing we can vouch for, at least on our network, nothing.
I'll give you an example today of how the media has distorted what he said. He said something in the context of his T-shirt, and that was distorted by the BJP troll machine and amplified and magnified by many television channels as referring to the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
All right, okay, we're not one of them. I just want to say we're not one of them.
I am not a media basher.
Okay.
I am not a media basher.
Well, all I'm saying is we are not one of them. We are still hoping to get that interview.
But the mirror to the media.
All right, okay, we are still hoping to get that interview. I'll come back to the last, 2 final questions. Mr. Ramesh, we talked about him going to the Atal Samadhi in Delhi, and a lot came out of that. Is there an attempt somewhere down the line of the Congress now to build parallels of what may be the narrative that the Bharatiya Janata Party built of a Patel versus Nehru to an Atal Bihari Vajpayee versus Narendra Modi? Because if that's the case, it's a red herring, because it's not that Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a moderate face.
No. I mean, Atal Bihari Vajpayee's memorial happened to be in Delhi, close to Rajghat. He happened to be a former prime minister. He also happened to be a prime minister who reminded the chief minister of Gujarat of his Raj Dharma in 2002, which the chief minister willfully ignored and disobeyed. And Mr. Vajpayee did not believe in the politics of vendetta. He did not believe in the politics of harassment. He was a large-hearted prime minister. He was not a Congress prime minister, but he had tremendous regard for Jawaharlal Nehru, as I've said. He wrote to Mr. Nehru at the height of the Chinese invasion, asked for parliament to be convened earlier. Mr. Nehru agreed. And now Chinese incursions are taking place and parliament is not allowed to debate the border situation. He had a very good relationship with Indira Gandhi. And he gave an interview, a television interview, 30 years ago, or some years ago, not exactly 30 years ago, maybe over 25 years ago, where he said that he owed his life to the magnanimity and generosity of Rajiv Gandhi, who sent him off to London, to New York as part of a UN delegation so that he could have medical treatment. This is what politics is all about. Okay. And I think Mr. Gandhi, in keeping with the spirit of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, was paying tribute to a large-hearted prime minister who, although a political opponent and a political adversary, believed in the politics of decency.
All right. Now, talking about the politics of decency, talking about an ideological renaissance for the Congress, I want to just ask you two final questions, and one of them has to do with, do you see the sidelining of Mr. Shashi Tharoor, your own colleague in the party, after he contested for the president? Because one could say there are multiple examples to suggest the same.
It's got nothing to do with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but since you've asked me, I will answer you that question.
All right.
There is absolutely no sidelining of Mr. Tharoor. Mr. Tharoor continues to be an active member of parliament, although temporarily in a wheelchair. He continues to be the chairman of a standing committee, a very important standing committee on chemicals and fertilizers. He continues to be an active leader in Kerala, nationally, internationally. So I don't see where you get this idea of being sidelined.
Multiple examples, Mr. Ramesh, but yes, we did ask you that we'll only speak about Bharat Jodo Yatra, so we limit ourselves to that question.
I'm giving you the answer. On what evidence are you asking me this question that he's being sidelined? He's not being sidelined.
May I give you the examples then? He wasn't a part of the star campaigners in Gujarat. He's never accompanied Rahul Gandhi while he's been walking in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Be it
He's welcome to join anytime. It's all entirely up to him. He joined in his constituency. He had other engagements, I presume. He has not. Nobody has stopped anybody from joining.
The Youth Congress had to pull out of a function which they had invited him for.
Sorry?
The Youth Congress members, many of Mr. Tharoor's team would tell us that the Youth Congress members had to pull out of a function which they had invited him for.
I'm talking on you are asking me why he is not on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Let me challenge that question. Anybody is welcome to come and join. Nobody gets invited to the Bharat Jodo Yatra if you're a member of parliament. If you're a Congress member of parliament, you automatically come. You come and join. You come and walk. Of course, if you're a non-congressman, you try to find out, suitable times. You find out how to coordinate, the walking along with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. But if you are a Congress member of parliament or a Congress MLA, I've heard of not a single instance who has not walked with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So just completely wrong.
But the rest of the questions on Mr. Tharoor are for another conversation. But last question, Mr. Ramesh, before we let you go, is there going to be a second Bharat Jodo which possibly will cut through from Gujarat to the northeast? Is that on the cards at all?
Well, immediately following the Bharat Jodo, we have the Heart to Heart Jodo Abhiyan, which starts on the 26th of January. It'll go up to the 26th of March. It's a 2-month campaign at the block level, at the district level, and the state level. It will have a couple of yatras, Mahila yatras focused on the women particularly. And the Heart to Heart Jodo campaign will take the message of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, to more and more sections of the population, particularly at the booth and block level. So our hands are full for the next 2 months. After that, if there is consensus on a, say, Porbandar to Parashram Kund Yatra, a west to east Yatra, I'm sure we'll do it. But there's been no discussion on that as yet, I'm afraid. Right now, the focus is on to complete the Bharat Jodo Yatra before the 30th of January by unfurling the national flag in Srinagar, and then launch the Haath Se Haath Jodo Abhiyan from the 26th of January till the 26th of March.
All right. Mr. Ramesh, for somebody who's walking with Rahul Gandhi, I will ask you, and don't give me the tapasvi answer. How is it that he's wearing a T-shirt in like 5 degrees Celsius? You must have asked him.
dealing with the Indian media and dealing with the BJP.
And you're telling us you're not contemptuous of the Indian media.
Thick skin. Thick skin is the answer.
Thick skin. All right. Okay. We leave it at that. I appreciate you taking the time out for joining us, and I do hope ultimately, that once your yatra concludes, the true test would be electoral success, I would reckon, and you'd join us on the same. But thank you and good luck.
You are watching India Today.
Mock drills to test preparedness to fight a new COVID wave are conducted across India on Tuesday. In Bhopal, hundreds of corona warriors who were instrumental in the war on coronavirus in the first 3 waves are, however, not impressed. Samvida health workers in Madhya Pradesh are on strike demanding permanent jobs since December 15. The protesters include even those who were honored by the government for their role during the pandemic. Gayatri Srivastav, an auxiliary nurse and midwife, was awarded for administering maximum vaccines without taking leave.
जब हम कोरोना काल में 24 घंटे ड्यूटी करते थे, वैक्सीनेशन का जो सबसे बड़ा महाअभियान था उसको पूरा करने में एक वैक्सीनेटर की ही सबसे अहम भूमिका थी। हमने हमारे बच्चे परिवार को नहीं देखा, उस 80% उस अभियान को पूरा करा, तो आज सरकार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है कि हमारे परिवार का 12,000 में हम कैसे घर चलाएंगे? क्या हमें हमारे बच्चे नहीं पढ़ाना है?
There are many like Gayatri. Ashok Bharti has been working as a lab technician for 25 years now.
घर अब ऐसे ही चल रहा है, बड़ी कड़की में चलता है और इसके अलावा हम लोगों के पास कोई दूसरी कमाई तो है नहीं है। जो लैब टेक्नीशियन स्वास्थ्य विभाग के अंदर लगे हुए हैं वो लोग लगभग 1 लाख के आसपास 90,000 से 1 लाख के बीच उन लोगों को सैलरी मिलती है और हम लोगों को उनके मुकाबले में मतलब आधा वेतन भी नहीं मिलता है। हम लोग टोटल कुल मिला के ये है कि आधे वेतन से भी आधे वेतन पे काम कर रहे हैं।
There are around 32,000 Samvida health workers in Madhya Pradesh. They are appointed to different posts in the health department. During the pandemic, they were involved in sample collection, testing, vaccination and nursing. The administration on Monday cracked down on the protests in Bhopal. What followed was shocking. Protesters bound by ropes were marched to the police station. The strike by health workers is now a political issue ahead of next year's assembly elections. While the Congress is backing the protesters, the BJP is firefighting.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story. And he's our newsmaker of the year.
The Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
We are financially very strong and secure.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Retrenchments, delayed hirings, offer letters dishonored. This is what IT sector employees have been facing in the past few months. And now, a Business Today TV analysis of corporate annual reports throws the lid off another dark underbelly of the IT sector. Something all tech employees knew, but few ever spoke about it. The fact is that the IT sector has witnessed stunted salary hikes for freshers in the past 10 years, compared to their CEOs. The salaries of freshers have increased a little over 45%, while the salaries of CEOs have zoomed around 1,500%.
The fundamentals of management is that if you were to spend even part of your marketing budget in enthusing, encouraging, enabling your employees, you will get 10x higher results than you get in any other way. You must understand innovation happens on two axes. Innovation happens on what you do, and innovation happens on how you do it. While CEOs are focused on new product, new pricing, new strategies, they should also focus on cultural transformation and how you execute those strategies.
An analysis of the average salary packages of IT sector CEOs and freshers sourced from earnings report data and publicly available information shows that freshers' salary has gone up only 47% in the past 10 years, while the salary of CEOs have shot up whopping 1,492%. Moreover, the median salary of CEOs is up to 1,449%, while that for freshers is only up 40%. In TCS, while the salary of the CEOs rose to 26 crore from 8 crore rupees, that of a fresher rose just 150%. In Infosys, the CEO's salary rose 98 times, while the freshers got just a 31% gain in 10 years. Wipro CEO's salary jumped 14.5 times, while a fresher's salary jumped just 46%. HCL Tech gave its CEO a 14-fold hike, while its freshers received a 17% salary hike in 10 years. Tech Mahindra CEO got a 6,300% hike, while its freshers got just a 36% hike.
Employees are completely disengaged. If you go by Gallup survey, the amount of demotivation or disengagement with the organization purpose, its ethos, and it's the way the employees are being dealt with is at its lowest. And therefore, the employees are searching for meaning in life, meaning in work, meaning and respect for their own capability and competence, which they have worked very hard for 25 years to get to that position. They are seeking that validation outside the work environment.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
He is India's richest individual and the world's third richest man. His empire is India's biggest global story. And he's our newsmaker of the year.
You are a first-generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. I am deeply inspired by him. Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture.
Inside the mind of the reclusive billionaire, Gautam Adani speaks to India Today, 28 December, 8 p.m.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Hello, I'm Raj Chengappa from India Today, and welcome to this special interview with Gautam Adani, Chairman of the Adani Group. Gautam bhai, thank you for speaking to India Today.
Thank you, Raj, for inviting me.
I must say that the growth of the Adani Group has been truly astonishing. In little over a decade, you have become India's largest private sector power producer, port operator, airport operator, consumer gas business, and electric transmission company, apart from being the largest infrastructure developer and generator in renewables. This year, your group has become this country's second largest cement manufacturer, and you are diversifying rapidly into other sectors, including aircraft maintenance, manufacturing, telecom, data center, and logistics, and a whole lot of other areas. But there is even more that you have achieved in 2022. With a personal net worth of $150 billion, you have become the richest Indian, overtaking Mukesh Ambani of Reliance and other stalwarts to the top spot. For your phenomenal growth in terms of both business and in personal wealth, and the impact that you have made to millions across the country, Gautam bhai, I'm happy to inform you that India Today magazine has declared you as its Newsmaker of the Year 2022. So congratulations for this recognition.
Thank you very much, Raj.
Now, Gautam bhai, when you look back at 2022, what makes this year so special for you?
So first of all, thank you, Raj. 2022 was an exceptional year in many ways. We had a successful Adani Wilmar IPO, and thus Adani Wilmar is becoming the 7th listed company in the group. We have built a business model where we start a business from scratch, make it profitable, and then go public. This IPO was another example of that. We also become India's second largest cement manufacturers when we acquired ACC and Ambuja Cements for around $10.5 billion from Holcim. It is the largest acquisition we have ever made. And it is also India's largest ever M&A transactions in the infrastructure and a material space.
That's very impressive. Now, apart from being the richest Indian and the richest Asian, you're also the world's third richest person. How does it feel to be wealthy? What does money mean to you?
See, Rajbhai, these rankings and numbers do not matter to me. These are only media hype. I'm a first generation entrepreneur who had to build everything from scratch. I get my thrills from handling challenges, and the bigger they are, the happier I am. For me, the opportunity and ability to make a difference in the lives of people and contribute to the growth and building of the nation is far more satisfying and important than being on some wealth ranking or a valuation list. I'm thankful to God that He has given me a great opportunity to serve the nation through infrastructure building.
Now, you talked of happiness. Can you add a little bit? Can you define what really makes you happy?
Personally speaking, this was the biggest year of my life. This year, I celebrated my 60th birthday. This personal milestone apart, on this occasion, my family committed rupees 60,000 crores to the Adani foundations to support mainly 3 social causes, which is close to my heart: education, healthcare, and skill development, which are foundational for any nation. This has given me immense satisfactions and happiness, which no professional achievement can ever give.
So, Gautam Bhai, let's explore this further. What motivates you when you do business or in life itself?
As an ordinary man, the courage, strength, resilience, and tenacity of the average Indians are very inspiring and motivating for me. To share with you, at the 2nd edition of our Green Talk series, I was greatly moved by the stories of Arunima Sinha and Kiran Kanojia, 2 extraordinary women who unfortunately lost their limbs but yet conquered the world. Arunima climbed Mount Everest, and Kiran, a blade runner, is running marathons. Both are incredible women and the pride of India. They are the real heroes of a Naya India. Their stories moved me so much that I had tears in my eyes. I'm truly humbled by their spirit. Could there be anything more motivating than such courage, valor, and determinations in the face of adversity? Seeing their story, my belief is further reinforced that there is no machine stronger than human beings. Such human stories are the biggest source of motivation for me.
That's truly inspiring. I want to turn to business now. And let's look at the logic behind your group's phenomenal expansion in infrastructure as well as in new areas.
I was born in a middle-class family, and I lived through the 90s, 70s, and 80s when we had to struggle for Bijli, Sadak, and Pani. That was a time when India had a huge infrastructure deficit in ports, airports, and many other infrastructure areas. In contrast, China, which also became independent around the same time as India and had lower per capita income than India in 1990, began leapfrogging ahead of India in development. All this issue instilled a huge desire in me to do whatever I could do to transform India, particularly in infrastructures, and make India stronger. Meanwhile, starting from 1991, policy changes created an enabling environment for the entry of the private sector in the infrastructure space. This is why I'm determined to use every opportunity to build a world-class infrastructures and facilities for India and Indians.
Gautam, your phenomenal growth in the past decade has demonstrated that. What is your management style? What is your mantra for success?
See, all our businesses are run by our professionals and competent CEOs. I do not interfere in their day-to-day functioning. My role is limited to formulating a strategy, capital allocations, and their performance review. It is for this reason that I have time to manage such a large and diverse organizations, but also incubate several new businesses and also look for new opportunities for acquisitions.
Now, one of the new acquisitions that you've made is taking over the NDTV group. Now, would you follow the same principle of non-interference that you have demonstrated in your other group companies? And secondly, how would you ensure editorial independence?
See, Raj, on editorial independence, let me say categorically that NDTV will be a credible, independent, global network with a clear Lakshman Rekha between management and editorial. You can endlessly debate and interpret, each and every word of what I am saying, as has been done by many. But my fundamental point is that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So please allow us some time before you start judging us.
We will do that, and we'll see the Lakshman Rekha that you've set between management and editorial, and whether that principle that you set will follow. But let us also look at another concern that has been raised by some of your critics, that the Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
See, Raj, I must confess that I am greatly surprised by the conversations around our debt. We are financially very strong and secure. Such noises are coming mainly from two categories. The first category is of the people who are not doing deep diving to understand the detailed nuances of debt and finances of company. I'm sure if they make an effort to understand the financial statements, all the misgivings about debt will disappear. However, there is second category of people with a vested interest, deliberately creating confusion and misunderstanding to tarnish the reputation of the group. The fact of the matter is that in the past 9 years, our profit has been growing at twice the rate of our debt, and because of which our debt to EBITDA ratio has come down from 7.6 to 3.2, which is a very, very healthy for a large group where most of the companies are in the infrastructure space with an assured and a predictable cash flow, unlike in a manufacturing. It is for this reason that not only national but international rating agencies have rated us equivalent to India's sovereign rating. It is a matter of great pride for me that no other business group in India has as many companies as the Adani Group, which has sovereign ratings. Raj, you are well aware that rating agencies, and particularly the international ones, are very conservative and stingy in giving rating, and they have very, very rigorous and robust systems and processes of a financial analysis. To share with you, it is for this fundamental financial strength of our group that we were able to close the ACC and Ambuja cement deal of $10.5 billion in a record time in less than just 3 months.
Now, I need to persist with this questioning because there are also concerns that banks, including public sector banks, have a huge exposure to Adani debt. How do you respond to such concerns?
Raj, this is a good question. People raise concerns without verifying the facts. And the fact is, 9 years ago, out of our total debt, 86% was lending from Indian banks. But now, the exposure of Indian banks in our total lending is reduced to only a level of 32%. Almost 50% of our borrowing is now through our international bonds. You will appreciate that international investors are a very astute and subscribe after proper due diligence and deep study.
Gautam bhai, how would you respond to your critics who say that your rise and your meteoric rise was because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
See, Prime Minister Modi and myself, both are coming from state of Gujarat. And that makes me the easy target of such baseless allegations. When I look back at my entrepreneurial journey, I can divide it into 4 phases. Many will be surprised to know that it all began during the tenure of Sri Rajiv Gandhi as a Prime Minister, when he first liberalized the EXIM policy, and for the first time, several items were brought in the open general license list. That is what helped me to start my export house. But for Rajiv Gandhi, my journey as an entrepreneur would never have taken off. The second big push I got was in 1991, when the duo of Prime Minister Nasir Rao ji and the Finance Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh ji initiated sweeping economic reforms. Just like many other entrepreneurs, I too was a beneficiary of those reforms. There is no point in further elaborating on it because so much has been said and written about it. The third turning point for me came in 1995 when Kesubhai Patel was sworn in as a Gujarat Chief Minister. Until then, all industrial development in Gujarat was only around National Highway 8 from Mumbai to Delhi via cities like Vapi, Ankleshwar, Bharuch, Silvassa, Vadodara, Surat and Ahmedabad. He was a visionary and a focused on a coastal development. And it was that policy change that took me to Mundra and prompted me to build our first port. The rest, as they say, is a history. The fourth turning point was in 2001 when Gujarat witnessed a massive focus on development under Chief Minister Narendra Modi ji. His policies and their implementations went on to not only change the economic landscape of the state, but it also brought social transformations and development of previously underdeveloped areas. It also allowed industries and employment to take off like never before. Today, under his able leadership, we are seeing a similar resurgence at the national and international levels, where a new India is now asserting itself. It is unfortunate that such narratives are being pushed against me. As I explained, these allegations are baseless and suffer from a recency bias, seeing our group success through a short-term lens. The fact of the matter is that my professional success is not because of any individual leader, but because of the policy and institutional reforms initiated by several leaders and governments during a long period of over 3 decades.
So if you look at the turning points, it appears that it straddles various political parties and spectrum, not necessarily one thing. But you did mention Mr. Narendra Modi, and you've seen his rise being in Gujarat from the Chief Minister to the Prime Minister. What would you say is Prime Minister Modi's style of leadership?
See, Prime Minister Modi ji has provided a visionary and an inspirational leadership to India. He has not only brought about significant policy changes, but also through our various programs and schemes directly touch the lives of every Indians. There is hardly any aspect of governance which he has not touched. He is trying hard to bring transformative changes not only in the Indian economy, but also pushing for a social transformation and an inclusive growth. He has, through several innovative schemes and their effective implementations, given a strong push to industrial and economic development of India. Schemes like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Digital India, Startup India have acted as an economic multiplier and have not only created endless business and manufacturing opportunities, but have also created millions of direct and indirect jobs. The Prime Minister's equally strong focus on a social factor, agriculture economy, and underdeveloped areas of the country, with a safety net for the poor, has ensured that the growth is inclusive and sustainable. His social scheme like a Swachh Bharat, Jan Dhan Yojana, direct benefit transfer, and Ayushman Bharat, and many others have brought transformative changes in India.
Now, if you take a look at what you've said, I know that you've faced a lot of criticism on this particular front, but there are other areas as well. Whether you look at Australia, Sri Lanka, the investments you've made, even in India, there's been a lot of agitations, criticisms against you. You had to weather all this storm that had been created. What is your view or reaction to all these things?
Raj, this is a really very interesting question. See, Gautam Adani is a product of a democratic India. Protest, criticism, and allegations are all essential parts of a vibrant democracy. In fact, they defined the democracy. I'm a firm believer that our democracy has given us economic freedom and its opportunity. And we all have benefited from it. Now, we cannot complain and do cherry picking about other aspects of democracy which have their own functional values within the boundary of law. You would appreciate that we are in the infrastructure sector, which is the most difficult space to work in. I have faced such challenges many times. I have a very open mind towards any criticisms. For me, the message has always been more important than the messenger. I always introspect and try to understand the other's point of view. I'm conscious that neither am I perfect, nor am I always right. Every criticism gives me an opportunity to improve myself.
Now, you were talking about the criticism that you had to face from various quarters. You said it's democratic, and yet you never gave up. Is that part of the Adani culture?
Yes. Queuing up has never been a part of Adani's culture. Over the years, the group has developed a strong and professional team with an endless energy and a problem-solving approach. We are always looking at solutions. Having honed my skills in such a dynamic democracy like India, my group and I both are confident that we can deliver and do business in any part of the world. I have faced adversity and crisis from my childhood. Each of these occasions has taught me several valuable lessons and made me stronger. It is for this reason that I always tell my team, never waste a crisis.
And may I add, you always seem to say, never waste an opportunity. And I see you're betting big on solar and green hydrogen. What makes you so confident that you'll make these units viable or the investments viable, given the fact that even in green hydrogen, there's several hurdles, whether it is in terms of the land availability for the storage, the technology for green technology, including the fuel cells. What makes you so confident that these will work and you invested big in them?
See, green energy is a very close to my heart. And energy transitions is not only a huge business opportunity, but also our responsibility to our future generations. The government of India has brought a very attractive production-linked incentive scheme which has made the green hydrogen business viable and attractive. In fact, I'm very confident that with this enabling support, we'll not only meet domestic demand, but soon become a green hydrogen exporters.
Now, I know first generation entrepreneurs face difficulties. There is Dhirubhai Ambani that had to do that. You are a first generation entrepreneur. Who is your mentor? Who do you look up to?
Dhirubhai Ambani is a source of inspiration for millions of entrepreneurs in India. He has shown how a humble man, without any backing or resources, and against all odds, can not only set up a world-class business group, but also leave a legacy. Being a first-generation entrepreneur and having a humble beginning, I am deeply inspired by him.
Now, switching topics a bit and coming more to looking at ahead and the reality, what is the state of the Indian economy and how do you see India's growth in the year ahead?
In our 75 years of independence, it took us 58 years to get to our first $1 trillion of GDP. 12 years to get to the next trillion. And just 5 years for the third trillion. But now, if you look at our pace of social and economic reforms, I see India adding $1 trillion to its GDP every 12 to 18 months within the next decade. I'm very optimistic about the growth and the prosperity of India. This optimism comes from the fact that in 2050, we'll have a young India of 1.6 billion people with a median age of 38. We'll also have the world's largest middle class population. This demographic dividend, combined with the largest middle class, will spur growth and prosperity in India and making it a $30 trillion economy. So clearly, this century belongs to India.
I know we are running out of time, and this is my final question to you. Many experts think, and I'm wanting you to look ahead, many experts think that 2023, we may see a global recession. What is your views on that?
See, Raj, I'm a born optimist and never lose hope. I recall that many pundits had painted a similar gloom scenario for India during the 2008 global financial crisis. But India was successful in beating the predictions. I'm optimistic that the next union budget would provide a great opportunity to address all these concerns. A strong focus on a capital expenditure, employment, spending on social infrastructure and social security will help in facing the global headwinds of its recessions, and India will emerge more stronger.
On this optimistic note, Gautam Bhai, thank you very much for this interview. And let us hope 2023 brings us a lot more joy, a lot more opportunities, and makes India greater. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again for being made India Today magazine's Newsmaker of the Year 2022.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Watching India Today.
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra has become a political flashpoint once again. The Congress has now alleged that there has been a serious security breach during the Yatra's Delhi leg last week. Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has written a letter to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah claiming that the Delhi police failed to secure Rahul Gandhi. We get you more in this report.
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra continues to be a political flashpoint. While the Yatra is on a break, Congress has alleged a security breach during the Delhi leg. The video put out by Congress shows a man approaching the Congress MP who is then pushed away by the security. Congress claimed that the security of the Bharat Jodo Yatra was compromised on multiple occasions, and the Delhi police completely failed in controlling the surging crowd. Congress General Secretary K.S. Venugopal has written to Home Minister Amit Shah, alleging that the Delhi police didn't maintain a perimeter around Rahul Gandhi, and that party workers and yatris walking along with Rahul had to form a cordon around him. The Grand Old Party also highlighted the fact that Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi were assassinated to prove the gravity of the situation. The BJP hit back at Congress by raising Prime Minister Narendra Modi's security breach last year in Punjab under the then Congress government, saying that Congress had then mocked Modi after the security scare.
हमने पूरे देश में ये देखा है कि हम जहाँ जहाँ भी गए हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सरकार हो या ना भी हो, वहाँ पर कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा प्रबंध किया है वहाँ के प्रशासन ने, वहाँ की पुलिस ने। ये दिल्ली आकर एकदम से ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ तो किसी को कोई इसमें रुचि ही नहीं थी, कोई अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं मानता था, जिससे दिखावे के लिए पुलिस के लोग खड़े कर दिए गए हों। लेकिन जो जो प्रिकॉशंस लेने चाहिए वो कुछ भी प्रिकॉशंस नहीं लिए गए थे।
कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा सुरक्षा को लेकर खिलवाड़ करने में भी लगी होती है और मजाक भी करते हैं, राजनीति भी करते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी गए थे पंजाब और उनकी सरकार थी, उनके साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ, उनके सिक्योरिटी के साथ। कुछ भी हो सकता था। जो देश में करना है हमारी एजेंसी सबके लिए करती हैं, कोई इसमें विशेष रूप से किसी एक व्यक्ति के लिए नहीं, दूसरे के लिए नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा ऐसे विषयों पर राजनीति करती है।
It is in 2019 when the centre withdrew SPG security cover of Gandhi family and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. The Gandhi family now gets Z+ security. With Congress now claiming a threat to Rahul, will the centre beef up the security of Gandhi family, especially Rahul's, considering the fact that Yatra in the second leg will be going to Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir? With Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
108 days, over 2,000 kilometers and 9 states. The Bharat Jodo Yatra may be on a break, but it continues to remain a political talking point. Images of a bearded Rahul Gandhi walking with purpose, connecting with crowds have been going viral. But the big question remains, will this Yatra prove to be a ticket to power for the Congress party? Will it be a game changer, or is this yet another reinvention Yatra to give Rahul Gandhi a makeover?
A Gandhi on a Yatra. A Gandhi transforms. The 52-year-old scion on his Bharat Jodo Yatra has covered 46 districts, 9 states in 108 days of his south to north footlog so far. Lampooned by his opponents as a pappu for years together, Rahul Gandhi's march seems to have given him an image makeover.
इनकी सारी policies डर फैलाने की policies.
All the while, through the trek, the Gandhi scion seems to have fashioned himself as a Congress ideologue, a leader on a longer-term mission detached from routine party politics. No shortcuts that some in the Congress old guard would certainly have preferred in their quest for power.
इस देश को कोई रोजगार दे सकता है तो इस देश का किसान और ये जो छोटे व्यापारी हैं और स्मॉल और मीडियम बिजनेसेस चलाते हैं ये लोग.
A caravan of unknown faces, the masses who aren't transactional. Bharat Jodo Yatra seems to be accomplishing the extraordinary with ordinary people. But does that signal Congress's revival?
यात्रा को रोकने के लिए बहाने बन रहे हैं.
A feat being executed with precision, resources and zeal. The organizational muscle that's gone into Bharat Jodo Yatra is what Congress perhaps needs to resurrect itself in its political journey, a road blocked by the BJP's juggernaut. Bureau Report, India Today.
Cold wave may be sweeping across North India, but that's not stopping New Year party goers from actually going to the hills of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Places like Lahore and Spiti in Himachal, they're absolutely packed. And let's now show you images of the Atal tunnel that have absolutely gone viral with over a 5-kilometer long traffic jam.
Roads jam-packed, tourist spots filled to the brim. This is what hill stations and snow-filled parts of India look like during the holiday season, as people have flocked these areas in hordes. India Today visited some of the popular tourist spots, and we found chaos all over with massive overcrowding. Lahore and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh has been a favorite tourist haunt, and the opening of the Atal Tunnel has made it all the more popular now. Atal Tunnel has become one of the most visited tourist spots in the Himachal ever since it was opened in October 2020. Many of the revelers used this tunnel to enter Lahore and Spiti district to witness snowfall. The tunnel is packed with vehicles and traffic is moving at snail's pace. Over 19,383 vehicles crossed Atal Tunnel between Sunday and Monday alone.
होटल रूम से बाहर बहुत ही सुंदर साइट है, वैसी साइट तो हमने कभी देखी नहीं थी, तो बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है और एडवेंचर टूरिज्म भी काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। हमने जिप लाइन आज ही करी है, बहुत मज़ा आया, बच्चों को भी बहुत मज़ा आया।
मेरी फैमिली को स्नो देखना था, इसलिए हमने सोचा कि शिमला मनाली आ जाए, क्योंकि हिमाचल प्रदेश काफ़ी फेमस है स्नो के लिए।
आनंद तो हमने जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि हमने एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स के स्नो पॉइंट गए, वहाँ पे स्कीइंग, ट्यूब राइड, मोटर बाइकिंग, फिर पैराग्लाइडिंग किया, विच वाज वेरी गुड।
जो यहाँ की मेन खूबसूरती है वो देख चुके हैं, वो है स्नो पॉइंट, ब्यूटीफुल व्यूज, टॉप ऑफ द माउंटेन्स, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। मैंने पैराग्लाइडिंग किया, द व्यू एट पैराग्लाइडिंग वाज वेरी ऑसम।
The roads out of the tunnel too are full of vehicles, as people are flocking the hills to ring in the new year with friends and family. It's a similar situation in tourist spot Manali as well. The 24-kilometer long part of the highway connecting Manali and Atal Tunnel is also experiencing traffic jams at various places.
We are in Manali, which is experiencing a heavy tourist rush. Thousands of vehicles have entered Manali, and the police is facing a tough time to manage these vehicles. At least 8 places in Manali is experiencing the traffic jams due to the heavy tourist rush. Many of the tourists also celebrated the Christmas amid the snowfall in Lahore and Spiti. So tourists are reaching Manali and Shimla in large numbers with a hope that they will be able to witness snowfall on New Year Eve. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sahgal in Manali for India Today.
Well, that is all we have time for on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
An Arctic blast gripped much of the United States Saturday, leaving over 500,000 without power, while also driving flight cancellations, as plummeting temperatures were predicted to bring the coldest Christmas Eve on record to several cities.
Mother Nature threw the kitchen sink at us this time.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul spoke of the deep freeze impacting her state.
Buffalo Airport will be closed at least until 11 a.m. Monday. So I think that's going to be, unfortunately, very disruptive to those who want to leave or arrive and spend time with family over the Christmas holiday. And also the roads are not safe. We've been hit with everything from wind and flash freeze and unprecedented high velocity of wind, almost 80 miles an hour in Buffalo and other parts of the state, very high numbers, as well as the snow, ice, flooding. So it's been a very tough one.
Blizzard conditions remained in Buffalo and its surrounding county on the edge of Lake Erie in western New York Saturday, where between 4 to 6 feet of snow will fall by Sunday, the National Weather Service said. Around the country, fatal car accidents left at least 16 dead from weather-related accidents, according to media reports. And more than 2,500 U.S. flights were canceled on Saturday. The severe weather prompted authorities across the country to open warming centers in libraries and police stations, while scrambling to expand temporary shelter for the homeless. The challenge was compounded by the influx of migrants crossing the U.S. southern border by the thousands in recent weeks.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
So sorry.
प्रेजेंटेड बाय धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by Watcho, one hai to done hai. Co-powered by Green Lam Laminates, kuch mera, kuch tumhara. Co-powered by the bold look of Cola. Co-powered by Samsonite, tested like Samsonite. Indian Oil, pehle Indian, phir oil.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching News Today at 9 p.m. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Our top focus, well, the Congress, when it comes down to the Bharat Jodo Yatra, is sending out invitations to other opposition parties, other political leaders to join the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But the opposition parties seem wary. Why is the question we're going to address over the course of the next half hour. I'm Preeti Chaudhary and these are the headlines. World's third richest man, Gautam Adani, speaks exclusively to India today, says the growth king counters criticism of his rise being linked to Prime Minister Modi. Big row over Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Congress writes to Home Minister Shah, claims Rahul's security breached near Red Fort, says Delhi police incompetent. The day after the Congress sent out an invitation to all the opposition parties asking them to join the Yatra, UP's bigwigs all set to miss the Yatra. Meanwhile, in its final leg, the PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti will join the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Jammu and Kashmir. Custody of Tunisha's former boyfriend Shazan Khan extended till Friday. Cops revealed Shazan had a secret girlfriend who he chatted with on the day of Tunisha's suicide. Prime Minister Modi meets his ailing mother in Ahmedabad. After spending 1.5 hours, the Prime Minister heads back to Delhi. 100-year-old Hira Ben was hospitalized earlier this morning. Her condition is said to be stable. After 4 terrorists killed during an encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a high-level meet with top security officials on arrangements in Jammu and Kashmir. Former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh walks out of jail after more than 1 year. Party workers give a grand welcome after he was released from Athar jail. Protest against Taliban Women University ban continues. A professor from Kabul University in Afghanistan destroyed his diploma certificates on live television in protest against the ban. Winter storm cripples the United States. Blizzard kills dozens and bodies found in cars in Buffalo and New York. The mishap of the century is taking its toll in an alarming way. All right, viewers, stop focus. Let's take you to Ahmedabad, get you a quick update on Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hira Ben, who is in hospital. The Prime Minister had rushed to Ahmedabad to meet his ailing mother, stayed there for close to an hour and a half, at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad. The Prime Minister met the team of doctors attending to his mother. Hira Ben, who turned 100 earlier this year, is said to be suffering from breathing trouble. Her condition is supposed to be stable and she's said to be recovering. Several opposition leaders have wished Hira Ben a speedy recovery as well. I want to immediately cut across to my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who's joining us live right outside UN Mehta Hospital, where Hira Ben is. Saurabh, the second health bulletin was to be released. Has that been released yet?
Not now, Preeti. We are trying to get the second health bulletin, and the hospital authority are telling us that it will take some time. But meanwhile, the family members of Prime Minister Narendra Modi just came out. Soma Bhai, brother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, just came out. He was here to meet Hira Ben, and also just a moment earlier, Ramdas Athavale was here. He also had come to visit to meet Hira Ben to check about her health. Ramdas Athavale, while leaving hospital, said that she is recovering. She was normal till yesterday, but today morning she developed illness and she was not feeling well, after which she was rushed to hospital. That is what Ramdas Athavale clearly said. But he also said that he also spoke to the family members and the dean of the hospital, who told Athavale that she is fine now. She is in the process of recovering. Let me tell you, early morning today, the sequence goes on like Hira Ben was not feeling well. She was having problem due to breathing as the climate has changed completely. There is a cold wave here in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. The local doctors referred her to UN Mehta, the bigger hospital in Ahmedabad, the special cardiology hospital over here in Ahmedabad. Later on, a proper team of doctor was is actually treating Hira Ben. All of the cabinet minister, top BJP leaders were over here. The initial health bulletin clearly said that she is fine, she is stable. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was here for around 1.5 hours. And let me tell you, Preeti, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Hira Ben and also personally met the treating doctors. No other person was present inside when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was inside. He got to know the complete line of treatment, how her condition is, and what will be, how fast she will be recovering and when she will be getting discharged. So after meeting doctors and Hira Ben and the family members, Prime Minister Narendra Modi left. And right now, one after the other, there are several top BJP leaders and the ministers who are continuously coming and inspecting about the health of Hira Ben. But for the medical movement, we will have to wait for some time now, because the second health bulletin is not yet out, but the sources are clearly telling us that Hira Ben is recovering.
All right, Saurabh, appreciate you joining us. We're going to come back to you for more updates. So there's good news coming in, at least from the UN Mehta Hospital, for the Prime Minister's mother. The Prime Minister's brother, a short while ago, just spoke to India Today, and he confirmed that their mother is much better in terms of how she's doing right now and is being kept as a precautionary measure. We're going to continue to get you the latest coming in from the UN Mehta Hospital. Meanwhile, let's shift focus right now to our top focus and debate this evening, and that is, once again, the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, on a break right now, but all set to enter Uttar Pradesh from the 3rd of January when it begins. But Congress's attempt at putting up a united opposition front seemingly failing. Why so? Main leaders. Let's talk about just Uttar Pradesh right now. Akhilesh Yadav, Mayawati, even the RLD Jayant Chaudhary will not be joining in and walking alongside Rahul Gandhi as the Bharat Jodo Yatra progresses through the state of Uttar Pradesh. They've turned down the invitations. Not just that, even the TMC has said that they will not be walking alongside Rahul Gandhi at the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why is the big question that we are going to address over the course of the next 30 minutes.
Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, he claims, is aimed at uniting the country against hate. While it is not known whether the Padyatra is achieving that objective, it certainly is not uniting the opposition. The Yatra that has covered more than 2,800 kilometers, passing through 10 states, will enter Uttar Pradesh on January 3rd. The Congress, now reduced to the margins in India's most populous state, doesn't seem to be making friends there. There are no takers for the party's invitation to join the Yatra. Rashtriya Lok Dal chief Jayant Chaudhary was the first from UP to say no. Akhilesh Yadav, who leads the Samajwadi Party, the principal opposition in UP, claims he is not invited.
भाई मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, आरक्षण बड़ा सवाल है। अरे भारत जोड़ो अपनी जगह है आंदोलन, हम उनके आह्वान से भावनात्मक हमारा जुड़ाव है जी जी, लेकिन हमें कोई इनविटेशन नहीं मिला है। अगर आपकी जेब में इनविटेशन हो तो मैं दिखा दूं, अगर मिलता है तो फिर क्या कहें, तो आप जैसा मैं बोलूंगा नहीं।
आपने ये बता दिया कि मायावती ने शुभकामनाएं भेजी हैं, दूसरा अखिलेश का भी मामला क्लियर नहीं है कि वो आएंगे कि नहीं। जयंत चौधरी का सुनने में आया
उनका भी नहीं, वो उनको बाहर जाना है, मुझे बताया गया है कि बाहर जाना है। हम तब भी उनसे निवेदन करेंगे कि अगर वो वापस समय से लौट सकते हैं या लौट जाएंगे तो वो अवश्य आए, लेकिन ये बातें 1-2 दिन में सब तय हो जाएंगी।
Even bitter critics of the BJP like Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress are staying away.
রাহুল গান্ধী তৃণমূলকে আহ্বান জানিয়েছিল, তৃণমূলের নেতাদের কাছেও আমাদের মাধ্যমে চিঠি পাঠানো হয়েছিল। তৃণমূলের নেতা মানে এখানকার নেতা না, যারা পার্লামেন্টে যারা এমপি আছে তাদের কাছে। তৃণমূলের যিনি ফ্লোর লিডার পার্লামেন্টে সুদীপ বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, তার কাছেও রাহুল গান্ধীর পক্ষ থেকে আমন্ত্রণপত্র পাঠানো হয়েছিল। তারা মনে করেছেন যে যাওয়া উচিত নয়, তাই তারা যাননি। পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে কোনো আমন্ত্রণপত্র তৃণমূলের কাছে পাঠানো হয়নি, পাঠানো হবেও না।
What would be more disappointing for the Congress is the lukewarm response its own allies Tejasvi Yadav's RJD, Nitish Kumar's JDU and even the CPM. None of them have committed to join the Yatra.
उत्तर प्रदेश में शामिल होगी जो निमंत्रण मिला है आपको?
हमें नहीं मिला।
Opposition unity holds the key to putting up a fight against Narendra Modi in 2024 elections. With no major party in the Hindi heartland ready to join hands with the Congress, the Bharat Jodo Yatra has failed to forge a united front against the BJP. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, viewers, if the Bharat Jodo Yatra was seen as a vehicle to to bring about opposition unity on one platform, well, that path has been stalled. But the entire Bharat Jodo Yatra has seen many controversies of late. The Congress is claiming Rahul's security was breached in Delhi when the Yatra passed through Delhi for a day. The party claims the Delhi cops failed in ensuring the Congress MP adequate security despite him being a Z+ protectee. The Congress has written a letter to the Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, demanding proper security. Earlier on, the Yatra was caught in a controversy after the BJP attacked Congress leader Salman Khurshid for comparing Rahul Gandhi to Lord Ram. And we reported a while back, big opposition faces in the Hindi heartland have so far ignored invites from the Congress to join the Yatra. Why is it that the opposition parties are apprehensive in walking alongside Rahul Gandhi, and what does it augur for the Bharat Jodo Yatra? That's a question we're going to pose to our panelists this evening. I welcome Shehzad Poonawala, Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson, who's in the studio with me, Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, Samajwadi Party spokesperson, Saket Gokhale, TMC spokesperson, Anshul Avijit, Congress spokesperson, and Mr. Tushar Gupta, he's a senior editor of Swarajya. Before that, I come to all our panelists. Do allow me to introduce to you Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who's a Rajya Sabha MP, also takes care of the communication wing of the Congress party. And he answered all questions on the various controversies that dodge the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why is it that most of the opposition that you've extended invitations to have not come on board?
All I can say is let's wait and see. You know, it's too early. It's also the early part of the new year. People have competing schedules, people have pre-arranged programs, and so let's wait and see who comes, who doesn't come.
But Mr. Ramesh, I'll tell you what. So what we did this morning was we spoke to the RLD, despite Mr. Rahul Gandhi going to the Charan Singh Samadhi in Delhi. We spoke to Mr. Jayant Chaudhary. We've spoken to Akhilesh Yadav's team. None of them are coming. Mayawati is not coming. The TMC...
Let me correct you on this. Mr. Gandhi didn't go to the Charan Singh Samadhi in order for Jayant Chaudhary to come to the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Fair enough.
He went to the Charan Singh Samadhi because Charan Singh was a congressman. He left the Congress party. He became the prime minister with the support of the Congress party. And he's a great leader of Indian agriculture, Indian farmers. And he made great contributions to the abolition of zamindari, for example, in the late 40s and early 50s. So Mr. Charan Singh's visit to the Charan Singh Samadhi had nothing.
Fair enough.
I
didn't want to insinuate anything. I was just
by that token, you will say he visited Mr. Vajpayee's Samadhi in order to entice Mr. Gadkari.
I'm going to get down to. I'm going to ask you a bit about the Vajpayee Samadhi as well, because a lot came out of that. But I want to ask you that question first. So no, RLD is not joining in. Jayant Chaudhary is not joining. Akhilesh Yadav is not going to join in. Mayawati is not going to come in. Then even the TMC has refused. The likes that are coming in and joining you openly are like the likes of Miss Mufti.
People who want to come will come. People who have other engagements won't come. They will send their good wishes and support. We are not trying to build a platform for 2024. I mean, we are not doing this in order to bring political parties. Bringing political parties on a common platform requires great homework, requires far more preparation, requires more backroom discussion before we finally arrive at a common agenda. And 2024 is still far away.
But I'm not talking about
parties have come, some political parties haven't come. So I wouldn't read too much politics into either the presence of somebody or the absence of somebody.
Then why is it that the Congress, the likes of many senior leaders have said, forget about the opposition parties, because you say it's not a referendum on opposition unity at all. It was just an invitation that was given out. But why is
From day one, I just want to say, on the day we announced the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Mr. Digvijay Singh, myself, Mr. K.C. Venugopal, when we announced the Bharat Jodo Yatra and the details, we extended an open invitation to all political parties, to all civil society organizations, to all activists who subscribe to the objectives of the Yatra to come and take part in the Yatra. So it is a Yatra by a political party. It has political objectives in mind, no doubt. But the political objective is not to bring together a coalition for 2024. I think it's far too premature to even think about.
All right. So this is not a platform for opposition unity is what you say. But having said that, you've raised concerns, you yourself, of the IB intimidating not those from politics, but other walks of life, intellectuals, academics, industrialists.
In Haryana, the IB, in Haryana, IB interrogated some activists, some agricultural leaders, some ex-servicemen, some local intelligence, Haryana intelligence operatives infiltrated 2 containers in the guise of using the toilets in those containers as if they were the only toilets available in an otherwise overcrowded container campsite. So all these games are being played. There was a shocking security lapse by the Delhi police on the 24th of this month, when Mr. Gandhi walked in Delhi and there were surging crowds. So we have written to the Home Minister, now that we are going to Punjab and now that we are going to Jammu and Kashmir, that greater care should be taken. And such harassment should not take place. I mean, from day one, there has been harassment either by the state government or by the BJP as a party, particularly in BJP ruled states, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and then finally Haryana. And they've tried every trick in the game, including COVID, to defame and derail the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But we have neither been defamed nor been derailed.
Mr. Ramesh, is there an attempt, like you say, that the IB is trying to intimidate those, certain industrialists, academics for not joining the Yatra?
Well, we have a very non-cooperative state government in Uttar Pradesh particularly. We have a non-cooperative police administration in UP. We are going to be spending 3 days in UP, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And we are hoping that, it would pass along smoothly. But, we have to take every precaution. And I think we have alerted the Home Minister to the fact that this is a peaceful yatra. There's been no violence in this yatra, unlike the Rath Yatra of Mr. Adani. 32 years ago. This is a yatra for peace, for harmony, for brotherhood, for amity, for sadbhavna. And so let it be that way. Let all these cheap political tricks, dirty tricks, harassment, be left to other forums and not to the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Mr. Ramesh, you say somewhere that you're not a band of sannyasis walking there. You're not an NGO yet. Many of you, including you, I was running through your timeline today, would market this Bharat Jodo Yatra under the guidance of a tapasvi. Now, is that the new image makeover that you're looking at?
I think Mr. Rahul Gandhi was asked this question on the 22nd of August by civil society organizations. Why are you doing this yatra? And he ruminated over this and he said, there is bhakti tradition and there is a tapasya tradition. And I am doing this yatra in the tapasya tradition. And so he meant it in a very philosophical way. And I think for him, it has become really a test of endurance, a test of tenacity. And of course, we are seeing the real Mr. Rahul Gandhi emerge after 10 years of being battled and bruised and caricatured.
But Mr. Ramesh, for somebody who handles communication, for somebody who handles communication, you and your band of congressmen who've become very aggressive on social media, I might add, are going to town with the tapasvi word. And that is, that's what it's come down to. It's a tapasvi walking, leave alone the t-shirt bit. But
I thought that was a brilliant formulation from him when he said that I'm doing it as a tapasvi. And I think what he meant was that he wants to understand the trials, the tribulations. He wants to understand the pains of farmers, of Dalits, of Adivasis, of women, of youth, of different sections of society, feel their pain, talk to them, laugh with them, cry with them, agonize with them. And that's what the spirit of being a tapasvi is all about.
Is he happy that the Congress is marketing the Bharat Jodo Yatra of him being a tapasvi?
Sorry, I don't...
Is he happy with the fact, or is he down with the fact that, the entire communications wing of the Congress is branding this yatra as the one guided by a tapasvi?
No, obviously, he's the public face of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but it's not a one-man yatra. It's natural that the public face, it's natural that the media attention is focused on him, but there are 135 Bharat Yatris today drawn from different parts of the country, 1/3 of whom are women. And the average age of these Bharat Yatris is 38. A very young band brigade who's all walking along Rahul Gandhi. So yes, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is naturally, the public face, naturally the leader of this brigade. But there are many others in this Bharat Jodo Yatra who have walked all the way from Kanyakumari and are now taking this 9-day break before we resume in Ghaziabad on the 3rd morning.
Talking about political stunts, do you agree your own colleague Salman Khurshid calling Rahul Gandhi the epitome of Lord Ram? Did you see that played into the BJP narrative somewhere?
I'm not going to comment on any comment that is taken out of context, okay? There was a certain context in which Salman Khurshid, made those remarks, and I'm not here to either explain him or, to amplify what he says. He said what he said. But the fact is that there is a Bharat Jodo Yatra. There is a personality who symbolizes the spirit of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He's demonstrated tremendous endurance, extraordinary tenacity, a single-mindedness of purpose, and he has proved all the prophets of doom and gloom wrong. And he's, for 108 days, he's stuck with a single-minded sense of purpose. And as I said, and when I was asked repeatedly, is this a new Rahul Gandhi? I said, no, this is the real Rahul Gandhi. Because for the last 8 years, with the help of the social media and with the help of friendly elements in the mainstream media, the BJP had caricatured him and lampooned him to a ridiculous degree. So finally, freed from all those shackles, the country is seeing the real Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
Mr. Ramesh, we talked about him going to the Atal Samadhi in Delhi, and a lot came out of that. Is there an attempt somewhere down the line of the Congress now to build parallels of what may be the narrative that the Bharatiya Janata Party built of a Patel versus Nehru to an Atal Bihari Vajpayee versus Narendra Modi? Because if that's the case, it's a red herring, because it's not that Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a moderate face.
No. I mean, Atal Bihari Vajpayee's memorial happened to be in Delhi, close to Rajghat. He happened to be a former prime minister. He also happened to be a prime minister who reminded the chief minister of Gujarat of his Raj Dharma in 2002, which the chief minister willfully ignored and disobeyed. And Mr. Vajpayee did not believe in the politics of vendetta. He did not believe in the politics of harassment. He was a large-hearted prime minister. He was not a Congress prime minister, but he had tremendous regard for Jawaharlal Nehru, as I've said. He wrote to Mr. Nehru at the height of the Chinese invasion, asked for parliament to be convened earlier. Mr. Nehru agreed. And now Chinese incursions are taking place and parliament is not allowed to debate the border situation. He had a very good relationship with Indira Gandhi, and he gave an interview, a television interview, 30 years ago, or some years ago, not exactly 30 years ago, maybe over 25 years ago, where he said that he owed his life to the magnanimity and generosity of Rajiv Gandhi, who sent him off to London, to New York as part of a UN delegation so that he could have medical treatment. This is what politics is all about. Okay. And I think Mr. Gandhi, in keeping with the spirit of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, was paying tribute to a large-hearted prime minister who, although a political opponent and a political adversary, believed in the politics of decency.
All right, viewers, that was my conversation with Jairam Ramesh. But coming down to the moot question, is the Bharat Jodo Yatra not an opposition Jodo Yatra? Because that's what it seems to be, because the opposition doesn't want anything to do with it, at least with the invitations that have gone down and not been accepted. Is anti-Modism just not a good enough glue? Taking that question to our panelists, Shehzad Poonawala, Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson, Ghanshyam Tiwari, Samajwadi Party spokesperson, Saket Gokhale, TMC spokesperson, Anshula Vijit, Congress spokesperson, Tushar Gupta, senior editor, Swaraj. Anshula Vijit, you just heard your own party person, Rajya Sabha MP, communications in charge, Jairam Ramesh. He says that this is not a platform when it comes down to opposition unity. But then if that's what's the end result of the Bharat Jodo Yatra? This is not a platform for opposition unity, because the ultimate aim is, you guys are in the business of winning elections, hopefully. That's what a political party does. And you would need the support of key opposition parties. If this doesn't lead to that, don't you see this as part failure?
No, Preeti, I don't think I need to paraphrase Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's evident what its purpose and intent is. It's evident what its presence is. The success that we've seen over the past 108 days. We've always said time and again that, of course, it's a political yatra, but because it's by a political party. But its intended aims are apolitical. It's not about political instrumentalism. It's not about, benefits from votes. It's not even about stitching opposition unity. It's exactly that. Bharat Jodo Yatra. We made it clear many, many times. The Bharat Jodo Yatra is also a hugely invitational yatra. In that way, I believe it mirrors Indian democracy, which is also very invitational, invites people to join in. It invites cynics, it invites critics, it invites those who don't believe in the Congress party, who've spoken against it. Of course, it invites supporters and those people whose ideals are aligned with that of the purpose of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But it is a highly invitational yatra, so anyone can join in. Our detractors can join in. And we've seen that happen throughout the yatra. So it's not about micro-politics. It's not even about, from absentees, you're trying to extrapolate.
Anshula Vijit, as I bring in Shehzad Poonawala, give me the name of one detractor that's joined in the yatra.
No, it's an invitational yatra. It invites people to join in. It invites cynics, skeptics, critics to join in. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It lays down the dastarkhan. Everyone can join in if you wish. That is what the nature of the yatra is. It is full of
Shehzad Poonawala, the fact that the certain opposition parties don't want to join in, certain have. The DMK is joining. You saw Kamal Hassan, who was also there. Mehbooba Mufti is joining in. So what if certain political parties have said that they will not walk with? Most of them have looked at the Bharat Jodo Yatra as an initiative which is extremely good and is bringing India together.
Let me speak not as a spokesperson of the BJP, but as an observer. This yatra is more like an attempt to preach to the converted, and therefore you see the likes of Medha Patkar, Kunal Kamra, Swara Bhaskar, who have anyways been cheerleaders of the Congress's vision for this country, joining in. Secondly, it is what I call a very expensive image branding and building exercise with a very low ROI, return on investment. And Jairam always gives me a feeling of being the Alec Padamsee of Indian politics, trying to brand a product which has been refused by the people. So let me summarize what exactly it would look like. It's a march that's confused. because Manishankar Iyer says टूटा हुआ है भारत, Rahul ji says 2800 किलोमीटर चल लिया, नफरत और हिंसा कहीं नहीं है. It is an ideologically diffused yatra, march that is confused, ideologically diffused, and a product that is refused. That product has been refused. For instance, where the march happened to go, the Gujarat elections, there it got refused tragically, and where it didn't go, well, there was some grace left. And it's a completely political yatra. It is a padon ko jodne ki yatra. It's not a pad yatra, it is Rahul ko padon se jodne ki yatra. Because Pawan Kheda, the senior spokesperson as senior as Jairam, has said that 2024 Rahul ji is going to become Prime Minister. This is the yatra. And therefore, why would the other opposition parties want to come for this? And secondly, how effective is this yatra? Forget Shahzad Poonawala. I am a cynic and a critic who can't be converted, not at least with an offer of meeting Rahul Gandhi. Mr. Nakul Nath said that मेरी उप यात्रा में ज़्यादा भीड़ है, इस भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में कोई भीड़ नहीं है. So when your own people are not willing to see the impact of this yatra on the ground, when it can't be felt electorally, so it is not a vote jodo yatra, it is not an opposition jodo yatra, it is definitely a parivar jodo yatra. We've seen the parivar out there, we've seen corruption jodo yatra, we've seen the likes of Robert Vadra there, and it's a Tushtikaran jodo yatra. It started with George Ponaiya and it ended with the likes of Kamal Hassan, who have called for plebiscite in Kashmir, who have said Azad Kashmir for POK. So it is clearly preaching to the converted.
Okay, as I bring in both the Samajwadi Party and the TMC spokesperson, Shehzad, the fact is the Bharat Jodo Yatra didn't go to Gujarat. So you said it touched Gujarat and it failed. It didn't go to Himachal as well.
It went to Rahul Gandhi went to Gujarat.
But the Yatra didn't go. No, he went for two rallies in Gujarat. That's it.
No, he did at the same time.
The Yatra didn't cross through
Gujarat. Second, I'll tell you why I said this. Because the credit for Himachal victory was given to Bharat Jodo, which had no Rahul Gandhi's presence. But in Gujarat, where he did actually go, well, there Bharat Jodo didn't go.
And Bharat Jodo didn't go to either, Himachal nor Gujarat.
If Himachal's credit has a father in Bharat Jodo, then why is the defeat an orphan in the entire rank and file of the Congress, including Mr. Sukku and including Mr. Rajiv Shukla, have said that Rahul Gandhi or Bharat Jodo ki wajah se nahi ho
by that same equation, please pin the Himachal loss on Mr. Modi. I mean, it was an abject failure. In fact, your own Chief Minister, Mr. Jairam Thakur,
you be happy with a 0.9%.
Let me allow me to bring in Saket Gokhale and Ghanshyam Tiwari. Ghanshyam Tiwari, the Samajwadi Party says that an invitation has not been extended, and if it is extended, we don't know whether it's going to be accepted, is what Akhilesh Yadav seems to suggest. On the other hand, the RLD says they appreciate the invitation. They agree with what the Bharat Jodo Yatra proposes to do, but will decline. Mayawati has declined. Is it that personal ambitions of regional leaders like you, Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, your own party, is coming in the way of opposition unity? Similarly, that of the TMC. Mr. Tiwari, please go first.
Good evening, Preeti, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers. Three things stand here. One is that the spirit of Bharat Jodo that Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav ji has supported. And I think the success of Bharat Jodo mission overall across the country is built on the success of the tragic, toxic, hate-filled Bharat Todo mission of Bharatiya Janata Party that began in 2014, enabled lynchings, enabled mob behavior, enabled derogatory remarks against women who would speak against Bharatiya Janata Party, enabled a daily debate on their sponsored platforms on Hindu-Muslim toxic issues. So that is the Bharat Jodo mission is a mission for everyone in India.
But if it's such,
India as a country of harmony.
If there's so much spirit, Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and your party deeply appreciates it, what stops Akhilesh Yadav from walking shoulder to shoulder with Rahul Gandhi as the Bharat Jodo Yatra passes from Uttar Pradesh?
The spirit is seeded in 2014 Bharat Todo Abhiyan that is non-stop and toxic of Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned, we don't see it as an alliance or a platform of alliance building. The Congress Party does not see it as a platform of alliance building. The technicalities of whether somebody was invited, not invited, etc. will play out. And it's a small matter, but the bigger thing that some narratives are saying that this is an opposition Jodo Yatra or it is not succeeding. I believe that no one with any sincere approach towards politics has said that this is an opposition Jodo Yatra.
I want to bring in Saket Gokhale because that narrative, Ghanshyam Tiwari, that you're talking about, that is being spun at the back of the likes of Akhilesh Yadav, who appreciate the spirit but have declined the invitation. Similarly, I'm talking about Akhilesh and the RLD, because the next step is, or the stop of the Bharat Jodo Yatra is going to be Uttar Pradesh. You've declined, Mayawati is declined. You might appreciate the spirit, but what does it tantamount to? That narrative, Saket Gokhale, is built by the likes of your own parties, which the BJP, the likes of Shehzad Poonawalla, will take ahead and peddle. That the opposition doesn't want to stand on the same rank and file together.
See, Preeti, I don't think the opposition needs a certificate from Shehzad Poonawalla or the BJP about whether we are united or not. I mean, it's pretty irrelevant what the BJP thinks or what their spokesperson thinks. So, honestly, that doesn't matter to us. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter to the Congress either. And I speak for all opposition parties saying it doesn't matter to any of us. Now, the moot question here is, as Avijit Anshul himself explained, he said that the Congress or Mr. Rahul Gandhi has envisaged this yatra as being a non-political yatra. So the question of joining, not joining, coming, I mean, we are running the government in West Bengal right now. We have elections coming up in Meghalaya in about a month or so. As far as sharing political platforms goes, recently the parliament session concluded. You would have seen the opposition parties are all together. We all attended meetings together. We all voted similarly. We all asked questions of the BJP on the Chinese incursion issue, on price rise. We all protested when we were not allowed to debate in the parliament. So the opposition parties are all on one side. You could see that in the parliament. So what is a political platform is a political platform. That's where all the opposition parties are finding common ground and coming together. But I don't see why joining a yatra or not joining it, participating. I mean, it's Mr. Gandhi's initiative. And best of luck to him. I mean, let him carry on with it. I don't understand why other parties have to join, not join, show support, and how that reflects on the entire opposition.
But Mr. Saket Gokhale,
Rahul Gandhi is just a member of parliament. He's not the Congress president. He's a member of parliament. So I don't know why joining the yatra of one Congress member of parliament somehow is supposed to indicate opposition unity or disunity.
The invitation has gone down not from Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Gokhale, it's gone down from none else but the president of the Congress party, Mr. Kharge. So, one second, sir. One second, sir. And I just want to ask you one sir, hear my question.
I'll ask you a question. What are we going to do in Uttar Pradesh? Do we contest elections?
So you were not asked to join them in Uttar Pradesh. You were also asked to join them, if you wanted to, in Delhi as well. You refused. And if you're going to tell me that because there are elections in order in various states... So let me finish allow me to finish my question. The fact that there is an election in 2024 and you don't think that this could have given out a message which would have been larger on one platform if opposition walks together, be it the Bharat Jodo Yatra. If you don't see that as political messaging, then that's a problem. Mr. Gokhale.
See, then I'll tell you something. The problem with the Noida media is that they feel that only something has to happen in Delhi for it to send a message to the entire country. During the last year West Bengal elections, all of you in the media were saying BJP 200 par, you saw what the results were. So let me tell you, in order to send a message, we don't need to get together in Delhi, number one. Number two, the Congress president might have invited us, but then last year the Congress and the CPM formed an alliance and fought elections against us in West Bengal.
Exactly.
So the idea is, alliances and all of that.
Sir, you made the point clear. And it's always well and good to turn around and blame the Noida media. I'm sorry you're sitting on a Noida media channel as well, which is allowing you to air your views. But yes, I do understand. And that's
how is coming together in Delhi and who are we sending a signal to?
Mr. Gokhale,
if you're asking me a loaded question, I will give you an answer. If you're asking me a question saying, why did you attend in Delhi? No, we didn't attend in Delhi because parliament session was going on.
Mr. Gokhale, you've also answered the question. Sir, as I bring in Mr. Tushar Gupta, senior editor Swaraj, you've also answered the question that the Congress fought with your opposition in West Bengal, so that didn't quite suit your political purpose. You said it, I didn't say it. Anshul Avijit wants to come in. Give me 1 minute, Mr. Avijit. Let me also bring in Tushar Gupta into this conversation. Tushar Gupta, do you see the BJP now go with the narrative and build it around the fact that opposition parties are not joining in with the Bharat Jodo Yatra?
I'll just drop a few facts, Preeti. 20 crore people in Uttar Pradesh. Congress's vote share in 2022 elections, the state assembly elections, was 2.5%, and they did not score much. And yet Rahul Gandhi only wants to spare 3 days for Uttar Pradesh. So is the Bharat Jodo Yatra more about elevating Rahul Gandhi within the party or about elevating the Congress party within the larger electoral system? That's point number one. Point number two, the Samajwadi spokesperson spoke a lot about the unity, about the spirit of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But since 2017, after they were in a coalition with the Congress for the 2017 assembly elections, they haven't been seen with the Congress either in 2019 or in 2022. So after the price they paid in 2017, even the Samajwadi Party doesn't want to go with the Congress, nor does the Bahujan Samaj Party. And even though I disagree with Sakit Gokhale on a lot of counts, I sympathize with him when he says that the TMC might not want to be seen in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, because which state party, which regional party would want to be seen with the Congress? Mamata Banerjee, irrespective, is far stronger in Bengal than Rahul Gandhi is in any other state. And Sakit Gokhale might speak about the spirit or the unity, but would the TMC be okay with having Rahul Gandhi as the prime ministerial candidate of the entire united opposition for 2024 when he brings nothing to the table at all? I mean, Samajwadi Party will get you some seats, RLD will get you some seats, TMC will get you some seats. What will the Congress get?
Okay, all right. Tushar Gupta, as I bring in Anshul Abhijit, the fact is, it's something that the Congress has stressed repeatedly on, that this is not a platform to actually make Rahul Gandhi the prime ministerial candidate for the opposition in 2024. It's far from it. They've repeatedly said that.
But 18 months before the elections, Preeti, what else are they planning to do? I mean, 18 months before the national elections, when you've been out of power for 2 terms, this is the time when you start rebuilding again after some staggering losses across 2022. So what are you doing 18 months before the elections, if not planning for 2024?
Well, they still have about, if I'm not wrong, about 9 elections in the year 2023 before they go to 2024. They're hoping to reap electoral dividends. I would reckon, Anshul Abhijit, that should be the end game of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, because ultimately the success of that would be gauged on the metrics of winning an election. You are a political party.
Yeah, but first of all, I've heard so much of gratuitous advice coming from all sides, or they should have done this, they should have done that. You forget the essence of the yatra itself. I mean, there's no two ways about what the yatra is, what its intention was, what its presence is. So leaving that aside, talking about opposition unity, because I think that's a peg of that entire discussion. I'll give you another example. The RJD, I mean, they were with us in 2004. We did, far-reaching laws together. In fact, Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister when we did MNREGA, and the Rural Development Minister was Mr. Rajwant Prasad Singh. And then they were no longer with us in 2009. Then they came back again. So there are examples like this abound. Opposition unity. There is a time, there's a space for it. It's not a myth, it's a reality. It has always happened, but there is also a time and space for it. And opposition unity is articulated in various ways through different channels. It doesn't have to be in one particular channel about, joining a yatra or keeping away from one. Absenteeism from a yatra should not be extrapolated into some grand narrative of tomorrow about 2024. I mean, you can, of course, do it. You can keep speculating on it because that builds up news. Of course, you're absolutely legitimate thing to do. But I would advise well against it, because the purpose of the Bharat Jodo Yatra is completely antithetical to the politics of the BJP. That's true. Despite whoever we've invited, the critics, the cynics, the politics of the Bharat Jodo Yatra is none, and the ideologies and an antithesis of that of the BJP. That is the underlying thing.
All right. Okay. Shehzad Poonawalla takes, one thing is very clear, takes a lot more than just one yatra to build opposition unity. And this, like even Jairam Ramesh just said, this is not the platform to go towards 2024 as a united opposition. It was just a pure invitation. The fact is that the yatra has gotten under your skin, and I'll tell you why. At the same time, you blame the yatra for violating COVID norms, asking them to follow COVID norms. That same night, you had battery of your own leaders, which included the Prime Minister, go to a wedding without masks. On the other hand, there have been multiple other issues that have been raked up where the yatra is concerned. You don't see yourself slightly rattled?
Well, like I told you, that Nakul Nath himself doesn't take this seriously. So why should a BJP, which frankly speaking is in 18 states governing, I don't think that we need to take it seriously as well. But having said that, let me address 3 quick points. First of all, I would rather call this as a Mujhe Bhi 2024 ke liye Jodo Yatra, because regional parties like TRS, which is now christened as BRS, TMC, and even the JDU started its Delhi Chalo Yatra. So Rahul Gandhi said, Mujhe Bhi 2024 के लिए नॉमिनी के रूप में जोड़ो यात्रा, and therefore this is an exercise to count me in. And Mr. Pawan Kheda has contradicted Jairam Ramesh. Now only one of the two can be right. Either Jairam Ramesh is right and this is not about 2024, or Pawan Kheda is right and this is about 2024. Secondly, Rahul Gandhi in political terminology is the kryptonite. He may have superhuman powers according to Salman Khurshid, but he's political kryptonite. And who better to ask than the Samajwadi Party? Whoever he touches, they vanish into dust. And therefore the TMC, the regional parties want to keep as far away as possible. And thirdly, let me tell you, the relevance and the credibility of this idea of opposition unity is frankly lesser than the relevance of TMC in Goa or its spokesperson and his RTIs. That's how credible this idea of opposition unity is. Now, can I please complete? Can I please complete?
Let him finish. I'll come back to you, Mr. Gokhale. Let him make his point.
This is not the 2nd of May in Bengal. Please hold on to your turn. Don't lynch me here. So this is as low as the credibility of the TMC spokesperson's RTIs. I'll tell you why. Simply because the only plank they have is hatred for Narendra Modi and the BJP. On the one hand, the BJP, you may or may not like it, has a mission and a vision for this country. All that they have is collusion, corruption, division, a lot of television and a bit of commission. There's nothing else that unites them. They opportunistically unite, they opportunistically divide. They held hands in 2018 in Kumar Swamy's swearing in. What did they do? They couldn't come together for one vice president election of Margaret Alva. They talk, these huge vocabularies, Ghanshyam Tiwari, oh, the spirit of Bharat Jodo. The spirit was also being embodied by Margaret Alva's candidacy. Why didn't you have her? I mean, where was the TMC? I mean, all these 9 p.m. adjectives of how they are forming this great ideological bastion of unity when it comes to seat division. Can the SP go with BSP? Can the left go with the TMC? Can Congress go with AAP? And they lecture us about opposition unity. It's as irrelevant as Saket Gokhale's RTIs.
All right, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in both Saket Gokhale. I know you want to come in for a rebuttal. Mr. Gokhale, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, then I'll go across to Ghanshyam Tiwari. I'm coming right to you. And the question that you can also address along with a rebuttal to Shehzad is, Mr. Gokhale, that there are so many other leaders of political parties. For example, Shehzad spoke about the TRS, the BRS right now. KCR sees himself as someone who will stitch together, this united coalition. He'll be given the litmus test in 2023 when he goes to elections. Your own leader, Mamata Banerjee, I'm sure sees herself as one of the fulcrums which will stitch together this opposition unity. So these are personal ambitions that we were talking about, which could overpower the larger picture of opposition unity.
See, first of all, BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala should not speak about personal ambitions. He has done one Lok Sabha election in the Congress, one in the BJP. I don't know where his ambitions will take him by the next Lok Sabha election. So, I mean, people like these should not talk about unity and ideology and all these lofty concepts when they keep hopping from one party to another.
Which party did you hop in from?
There's no point. There's no point.
I did not interrupt that person. Now,
yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah. Second point, look, here's the thing. What I was trying to say earlier about Delhi, for instance, Preeti, is that opposition unity does not have to just manifest itself in one yatra. It doesn't have to be a participation of all coming together. Now, to the argument, the very silly and stupid argument of the BJP spokesperson that can TMC go with the AAP or can this party go with that party? One thing I can tell you today, every opposition party in India, you talk about any opposition party, whether who goes with whom is our problem. But one thing I promise you, none of them are going to go with the BJP. The Shiv Sena did not go with the BJP, they broke the Shiv Sena. Nitish Kumar has turned away from the BJP and come and he's standing against the BJP today. So there is not a single opposition party that will go with the BJP.
Mr. Gokhale, word has it that Mamata Banerjee is warming to the BJP, where she didn't blame the Prime Minister for all the raids on the opposition by central agencies.
Sorry, who's warming? Who's warming to the Prime Minister?
Sir, your own leader, Mamata Banerjee, where she actually praised the Prime Minister and said he wasn't...
In fact, 15 to 18 days ago, I was arrested twice in a span of 4 days by the Gujarat police on orders of the BJP. You saw my leader then, you saw what my party did then, and you saw what they did to the BJP inside the parliament and outside. So please, I mean, these are the kind of theories you people put, which kind of makes the
entire... These are not theories, Mr. Gokhale, these are journalistic questions and they will be answered. They will be answered.
I just have one very
somebody who's been to jail. You can't talk to people going soft on the BJP.
Who is going soft on the BJP? These are questions I asked the same.
Your party is going soft on the BJP.
How am I soft on the BJP? Mr. Gokhale, this is very unfair. This is very, very unfair.
You said it. You said your party is going soft at the BJP. Where are you going soft at the BJP?
I gave you an example.
What example?
Mamata Banerjee on record pays RSS.
One second. I gave you an example, Mr. Gokhale. Mamata Banerjee on record exactly 2 months ago said A after attacking the Prime Minister, and hear me out and correct me if I'm wrong, went on record and said that the Prime Minister is not responsible for any of the raids by central agencies on the opposition. Then she went on to praise and meet Amit Shah. She's confirmed the meeting. Sir, let me finish. She's confirmed the meeting with the Prime Minister on the 30th of December, which is avoided till now. Sir, hear me out. I'm just giving you why, as a journalist, I'd ask this question. She's praised the RSS. Now tell me, as a journalist, am I not supposed to ask you this question?
The full statement. Can I respond? The full statement?
Sir, please.
Was, I do not believe it is Narendra Modi who's sending the agencies. I believe it is Amit Shah who is doing that. Which party does Amit Shah belong to? Please don't report half a statement.
Sir, I am reporting. I'm asking you a question. I'm so sorry if you feel affronted.
You're only saying half the statement. You're saying she said Modi is not responsible, but in the next sentence she said Amit Shah is responsible.
Okay. Yet she received Amit Shah, yet... Okay, sir, okay, I'm okay. This is a debate which is separate, Mr. Gokhale. If you are offended, I also take umbrage for... These are questions that will be asked, sir.
Get full information.
Sir, I have full information. Mr. Gokhale, I have full information. May I just quickly move on?
The arrogance of
Mr.
a
Tiwari,
spokesperson.
Sir, am I allowed... Mr. Gokhale, please allow me to move on to our other panelists as well. Ghanshyam Tiwari, I want to bring you in on the same question that we started off with. Is it that most of these opposition parties, including yours, are waiting to see how the cards fall in the next few months to actually decide who to hedge their bets with, including your own party?
Well, Preeti, somebody spoke about kryptonite. I can say dynamite of alliance partners. Look at what BJP did to Shiv Sena. Look at what they have done to Mehbooba Mufti. Look at what they have done to Shiromani Akali Dal. Look at what they try to do to JDU. This is poison ivy. Every alliance partner they have touched, they have demoralized, destroyed. So it is clear any political party in India, they know that walking with BJP is walking to your deathbed, and walking to your deathbed because they will cheat you. They will say one thing like saying what they did to the farmers, that will double your income, and then try to snatch away your rights. Tell me one single political party that supported BJP in their march against Indian farmers with the black laws on farm bill or anything on their lockdown. So it is clear that if you have to speak about 2024, independent of Bharat Jodo Yatra, it is clear that BJP has a dictatorial format. It is one man, maybe two businessmen, two leaders with behind that man, one party and one color. And India is far too colorful, far too multi-party, far too diverse, and far too democratic than allowing a dictatorship to run forever. So 2024 is about dictatorship versus democracy, and Bharat Jodo Yatra and every other mission, the mission that we are taking in Uttar Pradesh against the BJP's ability to snatch away reservation from the poor man, from the backwards and Dalits, that mission is also as important. 2024.
All right, okay, so clearly, the opposition seems to be fighting now individual battles. We don't know how things will pan out because you're practically a year and a half away from general elections. Mr. Gupta, I know you want to come in. I've just run terribly out of time. I apologize to all our panelists who wanted to come in. But the fact is, one would have thought that the opposition would have come together, because if the Bharat Jodo Yatra was on a mission to unite, it was also on a mission to unite the opposition. But that hasn't quite happened. The Congress would have us believe that this is not a platform for opposition unity when we talk about 2024. This is something completely different. It would have been very different if the leaders like Akhilesh Yadav had walked with Rahul Gandhi. That's not happening. But the other part is also that this yatra has gotten under the skin of the Bharatiya Janata Party on many accounts. Trust India Today to get you the latest on the Bharat Jodo Yatra as it reconvenes on the 3rd of January. With that, I want to quickly shift focus to the big interview as well. We're going to get you all of that. But before that, as the New Year celebrations approach nearer, the hilly areas of Himachal, including Lahore and Spiti, have been witnessing massive crowds. People have flocked to the popular tourist spots, including the Atal Tunnel, which was opened in October 2020. So if you're planning to get out of town, look at this report.
Roads jam-packed, tourist spots filled to the brim. This is what hill stations and snow-filled parts of India look like during the holiday season as people have flocked these areas in hordes. India Today visited some of the popular tourist spots and we found chaos all over with massive overcrowding. Lahaul and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh has been a favorite tourist haunt, and the opening of the Atal Tunnel has made it all the more popular now. Atal Tunnel has become one of the most visited tourist spots in the Himachal ever since it was opened in October 2020. Many of the revelers used this tunnel to enter Lahaul and Spiti district to witness snowfall. The tunnel is packed with vehicles and traffic is moving at snail's pace. Over 19,383 vehicles crossed Atal Tunnel between Sunday and Monday alone.
होटल रूम से बाहर बहुत ही सुंदर साइट है, ऐसी साइट तो हमने कभी देखी नहीं थी, तो बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है और एडवेंचर टूरिज्म भी काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। हमने जिप लाइन आज ही करी है, बहुत मज़ा आया, बच्चों को भी बहुत मज़ा आया।
मेरी फैमिली को स्नो देखना था, इसलिए हम ने सोचा कि शिमला मनाली आ जाए क्योंकि हिमाचल प्रदेश काफ़ी फेमस है स्नो के लिए।
आनंद तो हमने जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि हमने एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स के स्नो पॉइंट गए, वहाँ पे स्कीइंग, ट्यूब राइड, मोटर बाइकिंग, फिर पैराग्लाइडिंग किया, विच वाज वेरी गुड।
जो यहाँ की मेन खूबसूरती है वो देख चुके हैं, वो है स्नो पॉइंट, ब्यूटीफुल व्यूज, टॉप ऑफ द माउंटेन्स, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। मैंने पैराग्लाइडिंग किया, द व्यू एट पैराग्लाइडिंग वाज वेरी ऑसम।
The roads out of the tunnel too are full of vehicles, as people are flocking the hills to ring in the new year with friends and family. It's a similar situation in tourist spot Manali as well. The 24-kilometer long part of the highway connecting Manali and Atal Tunnel is also experiencing traffic jams at various places.
We are in Manali, which is experiencing a heavy tourist rush. Thousands of vehicles have entered Manali and the police is facing a really tough time to manage these vehicles. At least 8 places in Manali is experiencing the traffic jams due to the heavy tourist rush. Many of the tourists also celebrated the Christmas amid the snowfall in Lahaul and Spiti. So tourists are reaching Manali and Shimla in large numbers with a hope that they will be able to witness snowfall on New Year Eve. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sahgal in Manali for India Today.
All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of News Today, but we do leave you with this quick teaser. Do what's coming up next. Newsmaker of the Year for the India Today magazine. And that's a big, big exclusive. Gautam Adani speaking exclusively to Mr. Raj Chindappa.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Hello, I'm Raj Chengappa from India Today, and welcome to this special interview with Gautam Adani, Chairman of the Adani Group. Gautam bhai, thank you for speaking to India Today.
Thank you, Raj, for inviting me.
I must say that the growth of the Adani Group has been truly astonishing. In little over a decade, you have become India's largest private sector power producer, port operator, airport operator, consumer gas business, and electric transmission company, apart from being the largest infrastructure developer and generator in renewables. This year, your group has become the country's second largest cement manufacturer, and you are diversifying rapidly into other sectors, including aircraft maintenance, manufacturing, telecom, data center, and logistics, and a whole lot of other areas. But there is even more that you have achieved in 2022. With a personal net worth of $150 billion, you have become the richest Indian, overtaking Mukesh Ambani of Reliance and other stalwarts to the top spot. For your phenomenal growth in terms of both business and in personal wealth, and the impact that you've made to millions across the country, Gautam bhai, I'm happy to inform you that India Today magazine has declared you as its newsmaker of the year 2022. So congratulations for this recognition.
Thank you very much.
Now, Gautam bhai, when you look back at 2022, what makes this year so special for you?
So first of all, thank you, Raj. 2022 was an exceptional year in many ways. We had a successful Adani Wilmar IPO, and thus Adani Wilmar is becoming the 7th listed company in the group. We have built a business model where we start a business from scratch, make it profitable, and then go public. This IPO was another example of that. We also become India's second largest cement manufacturers when we acquired ACC and Ambuja Cements for around $10.5 billion from Holcim. It is the largest acquisitions we have ever made. And it is also India's largest ever M&A transactions in the infrastructure and a material space.
That's very impressive. Now, apart from being the richest Indian and the richest Asian, you're also the world's 3rd richest person. How does it feel to be wealthy? What does money mean to you?
See, Rajbhai, these rankings and numbers do not matter to me. These are only media hype. I'm a first-generation entrepreneur who had to build everything from scratch. I get my thrills from handling challenges, and the bigger they are, the happier I am. For me, the opportunity and ability to make a difference in the lives of people and contribute to the growth and building of the nation is far more satisfying and important than being on some wealth ranking or a valuation list. I am thankful to God that He has given me a great opportunity to serve the nation through infrastructure building.
Now, you talked of happiness. Can you add a little bit? Can you define what really makes you happy?
Personally speaking, this was the biggest year of my life. This year, I celebrated my 60th birthday. This personal milestone apart, on this occasion, my family committed rupees 60,000 crores to the Adani Foundations to support mainly 3 social causes, which is close to my heart: education, healthcare, and skill development, which are foundational for any nation. This has given me immense satisfactions and happiness, which no professional achievement can ever give.
So, Gautam bhai, let's explore this further. What motivates you when you do business or in life itself?
As an ordinary man, the courage, strength, resilience, and tenacity of the average Indians are very inspiring and motivating for me. To share with you, at the 2nd edition of our Green Talk series, I was greatly moved by the stories of Arunima Sinha and Kiran Kanojia, 2 extraordinary women who unfortunately lost their limbs but yet conquered the world. Arunima climbed Mount Everest, and Kiran, a blade runner, is running marathons. Both are incredible women and the pride of India. They are the real heroes of a Naya India. Their stories moved me so much that I had tears in my eyes. I'm truly humbled by their spirit. Could there be anything more motivating than such courage, valor, and determinations in the face of adversity? Seeing their story, my belief is further reinforced that there is no machine stronger than human beings. Such human stories are the biggest source of motivation for me.
That's truly inspiring. I want to turn to business now. And let's look at the logic behind your group's phenomenal expansion in infrastructure as well as in new areas.
I was born in a middle-class family, and I lived through the 90s, 70s, and 80s when we had to struggle for Bijli, Sadak, and Pani. That was a time when India had a huge infrastructure deficit in ports, airports, and many other infrastructure areas. In contrast, China, which also became independent around the same time as India and had lower per capita income than India in 1990, began leapfrogging ahead of India in development. All this issue instilled a huge desire in me to do whatever I could do to transform India, particularly in infrastructures, and make India stronger. Meanwhile, starting from 1991, policy changes created an enabling environment for the entry of the private sector in the infrastructure space. This is why I'm determined to use every opportunity to build a world-class infrastructures and facilities for India and Indians.
Gautam, your phenomenal growth in the past decade has demonstrated that. What is your management style? What is your mantra for success?
See, all our businesses are run by our professionals and competent CEOs. I do not interfere in their day-to-day functioning. My role is limited to formulating a strategy, capital allocations, and their performance review. It is for this reason that I have time to manage such a large and diverse organizations, but also incubate several new businesses and also look for new opportunities for acquisitions.
Now, one of the new acquisitions that you've made is taking over the NDTV group. Now, would you follow the same principle of non-interference that you have demonstrated in your other group companies? And secondly, how would you ensure editorial independence?
See, Raj, on editorial independence, let me say categorically that NDTV will be a credible, independent, global network with a clear Lakshman Rekha between management and editorial. You can endlessly debate and interpret each and every word of what I am saying, as has been done by many. But my fundamental point is that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So please allow us some time before you start judging us.
We will do that, and we'll see the Lakshman Rekha that you set between management and editorial, and whether that principle that you set will follow. But let us also look at another concern that has been raised by some of your critics, that the Adani group is highly over-leveraged. It has a debt of close to 2 lakh crores. What gives you the confidence that you can maintain this debt and repay it?
See, Raj, I must confess that I am greatly surprised by the conversations around our debt. We are financially very strong and secure. Such noises are coming mainly from 2 categories. The first category is of the people who are not doing deep diving to understand the detailed nuances of debt and finances of company. I'm sure if they make an effort to understand the financial statements, all the misgivings about debt will disappear. However, there is second category of people with a vested interest, deliberately creating confusion and misunderstanding to tarnish the reputation of the group. The fact of the matter is that in the past 9 years, our profit has been growing at twice the rate of our debt, and because of which our debt to EBITDA ratio has come down from 7.6 to 3.2, which is a very, very healthy for a large group where most of the companies are in the infrastructure space with an assured and a predictable cash flow, unlike in a manufacturing. It is for this reason that not only national but international rating agencies have rated us equivalent to India's sovereign rating. It is a matter of great pride for me that no other business group in India has